The Project Gutenberg ebook of Latin for Beginners. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Latin for Beginners. Author: Benjamin L. Dioage. Release date: April 25, 2006. Ebook number 18251. Most recently updated, June 12, 2022. Language: English. Credits: Louise Hope, Dave Maddock and the online distributed proofreading team. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Latin for Beginners. Latin for Beginners by Benjamin L. Dioage, Ph.D. professor in the Michigan State Normal College. Ginn and Company, Boston, New York, Chicago, London. Copyright 1909-1911 by Benjamin L. Dioage. Entered at Stationers Hall. All rights reserved. 013.4 The Athenaeum Press. Ginn and Company, Proprietors, Boston, USA. Contents: Lesson Page. Preface to the student by way of introduction. 1 to 4. Part I. The pronunciation of Latin alphabet, sounds of the letters, syllables, quantity, accent, how to read Latin. 5 to 11. Part 2. Words and forms. I6. First principles: subject and predicate, inflection, number, nominative subject, possessive genitive, agreement of verb, direct object, indirect object, etc. Dialogue 12 to 24. 7-8. First or a declension. Gender, agreement of adjectives, word order 25 to 39. X. Second or o declension. General rules for declension. Predicate noun, apposition. Dialogue 31 to 35. 11. Adjectives of the first and second declensions. 36 to 37. 12. Nouns in ius and em. Germania 38 to 39. 13. Second declension, continued, nouns in er and ir. Italia. Dialogue 39 to 41. 14. Possessive adjective pronouns. 42 to 43. 15. Ablative denoting with cause, means, accompaniment, manner. The Romans prepare for war. 44 to 46. 16. The 9 irregular adjectives. 46 to 47. 17. The demonstrative is, ea, id. Dialogue 48 to 50. 18. Conjugation: present, imperfect, and future of some. Dialogue 51 to 53. 19. Present active indicative of amo and monio. 54 to 56. XX. Imperfect active indicative of amo and monio, meaning of the imperfect Niobe and her children. 56 to 57. XXI. Future active indicative of amo and monio, Niobe and her children, concluded. 58 to 59. XXII. Review of verbs: the dative with adjectives Cornelia and her jewels. 59 to 61. XXIII. Present active indicative of rego and audio Cornelia and her jewels, concluded. 61 to 63. XXIV. Imperfect active indicative of rego and audio, the dative with special intransitive verbs. 63 to 65. XXV. Future active indicative of rego and audio. 65 to 66. XXVI. Verbs in io: present, imperfect, and future active indicative of capio, the imperative. 66 to 68. XXVII. Passive voice: present, imperfect, and future indicative of amo and monio, Perseus and Andromeda. 68 to 71. XXVIII. Present, imperfect, and future indicative passive of rego and audio, Perseus and Andromeda, continued. 72 to 73. XXIX. Present, imperfect, and future indicative passive of io verbs: present passive infinitive and imperative. 73 to 75. XXX. Synopses in the four conjugations: the ablative denoting from place, from which, separation, personal agent. 75 to 78. XXXI. Perfect, pluperfect and future perfect of some dialogues 79 to 81 XXXII. Perfect active indicative of the four regular conjugations meanings of the perfect Perseus and Andromeda, continued, 81 to 83 XXXII. Pluperfect and future perfect active indicative perfect active infinitive 84 to 85 Thursive. Review of the active voice Perseus and Andromeda, concluded, 86 to 87 XXXV. Passive perfects of the indicative perfect passive and future active infinitive 88 to 90 30. Review of principal parts prepositions, yes or no questions 90 to 93 XXXVII. Conjugation of possum the infinitive used as in English accusative subject of an infinitive the faithless Tarpeia 93 to 96 38. The relative pronoun and the interrogative pronoun agreement of the relative the faithless Tarpeia, concluded, 97 to 101 36 XLI. The third declension consonant stems 101 to 106 XLII. Review lesson Terror Symbricus 107 Slyin. Third declension I stems 108 to 110 XLIV. Irregular nouns of the third declension gender in the third declension the first bridge over the Rhine 111 to 112 XLV. Adjectives of the third declension the Romans invade the enemy's country 113 to 115 XLVI. The fourth or U declension 116 to 117 Slayi. Expressions of place place to which, place from which, place at or in which, the locative declension of Domus Daedalus and Icarus 117 to 121 Slayi. The fifth or E declension ablative of time Daedalus and Icarus, continued, 121 to 123 XLIX. Pronouns personal and reflexive pronouns Daedalus and Icarus, concluded, 123 to 126 L. The intensive pronoun ipsi and the demonstrative idem how Horatius held the bridge 126 to 127 Li. The demonstratives hic, ist, il a German chieftain addresses his followers how Horatius held the bridge, continued, 128 to 130 Li. The indefinite pronouns how Horatius held the bridge, concluded, 130 to 132 Liii. Regular comparison of adjectives 133 to 135 Live. Irregular comparison of adjectives ablative with comparatives 135 to 136 Lv. Irregular comparison of adjectives, continued, declension of plus 137 to 138 Lvi. Irregular comparison of adjectives, concluded, ablative of the measure of difference 138 to 139 Lvii. Formation and comparison of adverbs 140 to 142 Laien. Numerals partitive genitive 142 to 144 Licks. Numerals, continued, accusative of extent Caesar in Gaul 144 to 146 Lx. Deponent verbs prepositions with the accusative 146 to 147 Part 3. Constructions Lxi. The subjunctive mood inflection of the present indicative and subjunctive compared 148 to 152 Lxii. The subjunctive of purpose 152 to 153 Lziath. Inflection of the imperfect subjunctive sequence of tenses 153 to 155 Lxiv. Inflection of the perfect and pluperfect subjunctive substantive clauses of purpose 156 to 159 Lxv. Subjunctive of possum verbs of fearing 160 to 161 Lxvi. The participles tenses and declension 161 to 164 Lxi. The irregular verbs volo, nalo, Malo ablative absolute 164 to 166 lxiath. The irregular verb fio subjunctive of result 167 to 168 lxix. Subjunctive of characteristic predicate accusative 169 to 171 lxx. Constructions with cum ablative of specification 171 to 173 lxxi. Vocabulary review gerund and gerundive predicate genitive 173 to 177 lxi. The irregular verb eo indirect statements 177 to 180 lxiath. Vocabulary review the irregular verb pharaoh dative with compounds 181 to 183 lxiv. Vocabulary review subjunctive in indirect questions 183 to 185 lxxv. Vocabulary review dative of purpose or end for which 185 to 186 lxi. Vocabulary review genitive and ablative of quality or description 186 to 188 lxi. Review of agreement review of the genitive, dative, and accusative 189 to 190 lxiath. Review of the ablative 191 to 192 lxix. Review of the syntax of verbs 192 to 193 reading matter introductory suggestions 194 to 195 the labors of Hercules 196 to 203 P. Cornelius Lentulus, the story of a Roman boy 204 to 215 appendixes and vocabularies Appendix I tables of declensions, conjugations, numerals, etc. 226 to 260 Appendix 2. Rules of syntax 261 to 264 Appendix 3. Reviews 265 to 282 Special vocabularies 283 to 298 Latin English vocabulary 299 to 331 English Latin vocabulary 332 to 343 Index 344 to 348 Display problems Preface to make the course preparatory to Caesar at the same time systematic, thorough, clear, and interesting is the purpose of this series of lessons. The first pages are devoted to a brief discussion of the Latin language, its history, and its educational value. The body of the book, consisting of 79 lessons, is divided into 3 parts. Part I is devoted to pronunciation, quantity, accent, and kindred introductory essentials. Part 2 carries the work through the first 60 lessons, and is devoted to the study of forms and vocabulary, together with some elementary constructions, a knowledge of which is necessary for the translation of the exercises and reading matter. The first few lessons have been made unusually simple, to meet the wants of pupils not well grounded in English grammar. Part 3 contains 19 lessons, and is concerned primarily with the study of syntax and of subjunctive and irregular verb forms. The last 3 of these lessons constitute a review of all the constructions presented in the book. There is abundant easy reading matter, and, in order to secure proper concentration of effort upon syntax and translation, no new vocabularies are introduced, but the vocabularies in Part 2 are reviewed. It is hoped that the following features will commend themselves to teachers: the forms are presented in their natural sequence, and are given, for the most part, in the body of the book as well as in a grammatical appendix. The work on the verb is intensive in character, work in other directions being reduced to a minimum while this is going on. The forms of the subjunctive are studied in correlation with the subjunctive constructions. The vocabulary has been selected with the greatest care, using Lodge's Dictionary of Secondary Latin and Brown's Latin word list as a basis. There are about 600 words, exclusive of proper names, in the special vocabularies, and these are among the simplest and commonest words in the language. More than 95% of those chosen are Caesarean, and of these more than 90% are used in Caesar 5 or more times. The few words not Caesarean are of such frequent occurrence in Cicero, Virgil, and other authors as to justify their appearance here. But teachers desiring to confine word study to Caesar can easily do so, as the Caesarean words are printed in the vocabularies in distinctive type. Concrete nouns have been preferred to abstract, root words to compounds and derivatives, even when the latter were of more frequent occurrence in Caesar. To assist the memory, related English words are added in each special vocabulary. To ensure more careful preparation, the special vocabularies have been removed from their respective lessons and placed by themselves. The general vocabulary contains about 1,200 words, and of these above 85% are found in Caesar. The syntax has been limited to those essentials which recent investigations, such as those of Dr. Leeburn and his collaborators, have shown to belong properly to the work of the first year. The constructions are presented, as far as possible, from the standpoint of English, the English usage being given first and the Latin compared or contrasted with it. Special attention has been given to the constructions of participles, the gerund and gerundive, and the infinitive in indirect statements. Constructions having a logical connection are not separated but are treated together. Exercises for translation occur throughout, those for translation into Latin being, as a rule, only half as long as those for translation into English. In Part 3 a few of the commoner idioms in Caesar are introduced and the sentences are drawn mainly from that author. From first to last a consistent effort is made to instill a proper regard for Latin word order, the first principles of which are laid down early in the course. Selections for reading are unusually abundant and are introduced from the earliest possible moment. These increase in number and length as the book progresses, and, for the most part, are made an integral part of the lessons instead of being massed at the end of the book. This arrangement ensures a more constant and thorough drill in forms and vocabulary, promotes reading power, and affords a breathing spell between succeeding subjects. The material is drawn from historical and mythological sources, and the vocabulary employed includes but few words not already learned. The book closes with a continued story which recounts the chief incidents in the life of a Roman boy. The last chapters record his experiences in Caesar's army, and contain much information that will facilitate the interpretation of the commentaries. The early emphasis placed on word order and sentence structure, the simplicity of the syntax, and the familiarity of the vocabulary, make the reading selections especially useful for work in sight translation. Reviews are called for at frequent intervals, and to facilitate this branch of the work an appendix of reviews has been prepared, covering both the vocabulary and the grammar. The illustrations are numerous, and will, it is hoped, do much to stimulate interest in the ancient world and to create true and lasting impressions of Roman life and times. A consistent effort has been made to use simple language and clear explanation throughout. As an aid to teachers using this book, a teacher's manual has been prepared, which contains, in addition to general suggestions, notes on each lesson. The author wishes to express his gratitude to the numerous teachers who tested the advance pages in their classes, and, as a result of their experience, have given much valuable aid by criticism and suggestion. Particular acknowledgments are due to Miss A. Susan Jones of the Central High School, Grand Rapids, Michigan, to Miss Clara Allison of the High School at Hastings, Michigan, and to Miss Helen B. Muir and Mr. Orland O. Norris, teachers of Latin in this institution. Benjamin L. Dooge, Michigan State Normal College Latin for Beginners to the student by way of introduction. What is Latin? If you will look at the map of Italy on the opposite page, you will find near the middle of the peninsula and facing the west coast a district called Latium I and Rome its capital. The Latin language, meaning the language of Latium, was spoken by the ancient Romans and other inhabitants of Latium, and Latin was the name applied to it after the armies of Rome had carried the knowledge of her language far beyond its original boundaries. As the English of today is not quite the same as that spoken 200 or 300 years ago, so Latin was not always the same at all times, but changed more or less in the course of centuries. The sort of Latin you are going to learn was in use about 2000 years ago. And that period has been selected because the language was then at its best and the greatest works of Roman literature were being produced. This period, because of its supreme excellence, is called the Golden Age of Roman letters. One pronounce Latium. The spread of Latin. For some centuries after Rome was founded, the Romans were a feeble and insignificant people, their territory was limited to Latium, and their existence constantly threatened by warlike neighbors. But after the 3rd century before Christ, Rome's power grew rapidly. She conquered all Italy, then reached out for the lands across the sea and beyond the Alps, and finally ruled over the whole ancient world. The empire thus established lasted for more than 400 years. The importance of Latin increased with the growth of Roman power, and what had been a dialect spoken by a single tribe became the universal language. Gradually the language changed somewhat, developing differently in different countries. In Italy it has become Italian, in Spain Spanish, and in France French. All these nations, therefore, are speaking a modernized form of Latin. The Romans and the Greeks. In their career of conquest the Romans came into conflict with the Greeks. The Greeks were inferior to the Romans in military power, but far superior to them in culture. They excelled in art, literature, music, science, and philosophy. Of all these pursuits the Romans were ignorant until contact with Greece revealed to them the value of education and filled them with the thirst for knowledge. And so it came about that while Rome conquered Greece by force of arms, Greece conquered Rome by force of her intellectual superiority and became her schoolmaster. It was soon the established custom for young Romans to go to Athens and to other centers of Greek learning to finish their training, and the knowledge of the Greek language among the educated classes became universal. At the same time many cultured Greeks, poets, artists, orators, and philosophers flocked to Rome, opened schools, and taught their arts. Indeed, the preeminence of Greek culture became so great that Rome almost lost her ambition to be original, and her writers vied with each other in their efforts to reproduce in Latin what was choicest in Greek literature. As a consequence of all this, the civilization and national life of Rome became largely Grecian, and to Greece she owed her literature and her art. Rome and the modern world. After conquering the world, Rome impressed her language, laws, customs of living, and modes of thinking upon the subject nations, and they became Roman, and the world has remained largely Roman ever since. Latin continued to live, and the knowledge of Latin was the only light of learning that burned steadily through the dark ages that followed the downfall of the Roman Empire. Latin was the common language of scholars and remains so even down to the days of Shakespeare. Even yet it is more nearly than any other tongue the universal language of the learned. The life of today is much nearer the life of ancient Rome than the lapse of centuries would lead one to suppose. You and I are Romans still in many ways, and if Caesar and Cicero should appear among us, we should not find them, except for dress and language, much unlike men of today. Latin and English. Do you know that more than half of the words in the English dictionary are Latin, and that you are speaking more or less Latin every day? How has this come about? In the year 1066 William the Conqueror invaded England with an army of Normans. The Normans spoke French which, you remember, is descended from Latin and spread their language to a considerable extent over England, and so Norman French played an important part in the formation of English and forms a large proportion of our vocabulary. Furthermore, great numbers of almost pure Latin words have been brought into English through the writings of scholars, and every new scientific discovery is marked by the addition of new terms of Latin derivation. Hence, while the simpler and commoner words of our mother tongue are Anglo-Saxon, and Anglo-Saxon forms the staple of our colloquial language, yet in the realms of literature, and especially in poetry, words of Latin derivation are very abundant. Also in the learned professions, as in law, medicine, and engineering, a knowledge of Latin is necessary for the successful interpretation of technical and scientific terms. Why study Latin? The foregoing paragraphs make it clear why Latin forms so important a part of modern education. We have seen that our civilization rests upon that of Greece and Rome, and that we must look to the past if we would understand the present. It is obvious, too, that the knowledge of Latin not only leads to a more exact and effective use of our own language, but that it is of vital importance and of great practical value to anyone preparing for a literary or professional career. To this it may be added that the study of Latin throws a flood of light upon the structure of language in general and lays an excellent foundation for all grammatical study. Finally, it has been abundantly proved that there is no more effective means of strengthening the mind than by the earnest pursuit of this branch of learning. Review questions. Whence does Latin get its name? Where is Latium? Where is Rome? Was Latin always the same? What sort of Latin are we to study? Describe the growth of Rome's power and the spread of Latin. What can you say of the origin of Italian, French, and Spanish? How did the ancient Greeks and Romans compare? How did Greece influence Rome? How did Rome influence the world? In what sense are we Romans still? What did Latin have to do with the formation of English? What proportion of English words are of Latin origin, and what kind of words are they? Why should we study Latin? Part I. The pronunciation of Latin. The alphabet 1. The Latin alphabet contains the same letters as the English except that it has no W and no J2. The vowels, as in English, are A, E, I, O, U, Y. The other letters are consonants. 3i is used both as a vowel and as a consonant. Before a vowel in the same syllable it has the value of a consonant and is called I consonant. Thus in iulius the first I is a consonant, the second a vowel. Sounds of the letters 1 and B. The sounds of the letters are best learned by hearing them correctly pronounced. The matter in this section is, therefore, intended for reference rather than for assignment as a lesson. As a first step it is suggested that the teacher pronounce the examples in class, the pupils following. For Latin was not pronounced like English. The Romans at the beginning of the Christian era pronounced their language substantially as described below. 5. The vowels have the following sounds. Vowels. 2 Latin examples: A as in father, A like the first A in aha, never as in had, HAC, stas a mat, CANASE as in they, E as in met, TE la, me ta te net, mer CESI as in machine, I as in bit, ser TI, PRATISI tis, by O as in holy, O as in holy, never as in hot, RO ma, ORISMO do, bo NOSU as in rude, or as OO in boot, U as in full, or as OO in foot, U more, 2 bur UT, 2 tus 2. Long vowels are marked, short ones. Note: it is to be observed that there is a decided difference in sound, except in the case of A, between the long and the short vowels. It is not merely a matter of quantity but also of quality. 6 In diphthongs, 2 vowel sounds, both vowels are heard in a single syllable. Diphthongs. Latin examples: ae as ai in il, o as ou in out, te de gaudet, ei as ei in 8, eu as eoo, a short e followed by a short u in one syllable, dinda scuoe like oi in toil, ui like ooi, a short u followed by a short I in one syllable. Cf. English we, fo duscui, hwick note. Give all the vowels and diphthongs their proper sounds and do not slur over them in unaccented syllables, as is done in English. 7 consonants are pronounced as in English, except that consonants Latin example C is always like C in cat, never as in cent. G is always like G in get, never as in gem. I consonant is always like Y in yes and before C, chew, or G is like NG in sing. Compare the sound of N in anchor, ca do, ci bus, cenagemo, gig no iam, io cousin co ra, and kora, chew, gu, and sometimes su before a vowel have the sound of qw, gw, and sw. Here u has the value of consonant v and is not counted a vowel in quit, ki, lingua, sanguis, suados is like s in c, never as in ease. T is always like t in native, never as in nation. Rosa, is ratio, natiov is like w in wine, never as in vine. X has the value of 2 consonants, cs or gs, and is like x in extract, not as in exact 6 number, vir extra, xac. Thus bs is like ps and bt like ptch, ph and th are like c, p, t herbs, obtineo pool share, fo eb, the a trum a. In combinations of consonants give each its distinct sound. Doubled consonants should be pronounced with a slight pause between the 2 sounds. Thus pronounce tt as in rat trap, not as in rattle, pp as in hop pole, not as in upper. Examples, mit2, ap pius, bell lum. Syllables 8. A Latin word has as many syllables as it has vowels and diphthongs. Thus aes ta te has 3 syllables, od and dus has 4. 2 vowels with a consonant between them never make 1 syllable, as is so often the case in English. Compare English inside with Latin in SIDA. 9 words are divided into syllables as follows: 1. A single consonant between 2 vowels goes with the second. Thus amabilis, me moria, in te ria, a best, p irrigid. 33. In writing and printing it is customary to divide the parts of a compound, as in turiae, abest, subactus, porrigid, contrary to the correct phonetic rule. 2 combinations of 2 or more consonants, a consonant followed by L or R goes with the L or R. Thus publicus, agree. Exception. Prepositional compounds of this nature, as also ll and rr, follow rule b. Thus abluo, abrumpo, ille, for rum. B. In all other combinations of consonants the first consonant goes with the preceding vowel. 4 Thus magnus, egestas, victuaria, hos pes, and news, subiacetus. 4 The combination nct is divided nct, as functus, sanctus. 3 The last syllable of a word is called the ultima, the one next to the last, the penult, the one before the penult, the antepenult. 10 Exercise: divide the words in the following passage into syllables and pronounce them, placing the accent as indicated. Vieta ad formicam, opiger, et considera 6 as eius et dsce sapientium, qui cum non habet ducem nec prectrem nec prine sapem, parat in esta tec bum si by et co-engregat in me sse quod comedat. Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways, and be wise, which, having no guide, overseer, or ruler, provideth her meat in the summer and gathereth her food in the harvest. Quantity 11. The quantity of a vowel or a syllable is the time it takes to pronounce it. Correct pronunciation and accent depend upon the proper observance of quantity. 12 Quantity of vowels. Vowels are either long, or short. In this book the long vowels are marked. Unmarked vowels are to be considered short. 1. A vowel is short before another vowel or h, as po e ta, tra ho. 2. A vowel is short before nt and nd, before final m or t, and, except in words of one syllable, before final l or r. Thus amant, amandus, amabam, amabat, animal, amor. 3. A vowel is long before nf, ns, nx, and nct. Thus in pharo, regens, san 11, sanctus. 4. Diphthongs are always long, and are not marked. 13. Quantity of syllables. Syllables are either long or short, and their quantity must be carefully distinguished from that of vowels. 1. A syllable is short, a. If it ends in a short vowel, as amo, pi. Note: in final syllables the short vowel may be followed by a final consonant. Thus the word morim contains 4 short syllables. In the first 3 a short vowel ends the syllable, in the last the short vowel is followed by a final consonant. 2. A syllable is long, a. If it contains a long vowel or a diphthong, as curo, pone, aes ta te. B. If it ends in a consonant which is followed by another consonant, as cor pus, magnus. Note: the vowel in a long syllable may be either long or short, and should be pronounced accordingly. Thus in ter, the first syllable is long, but the vowel in each case is short and should be given the short sound. In words like saxum the first syllable is long because x has the value of 2 consonants, cs or gs. 3. In determining quantity h is not counted a consonant. Note: give about twice as much time to the long syllables as to the short ones. It takes about as long to pronounce a short vowel plus a consonant as it does to pronounce a long vowel or a diphthong, and so these quantities are considered equally long. For example, it takes about as long to say curo as it does curo, and so each of these first syllables is long. Compare mollis and amollis, amissi and amisi. Accent 14. Words of 2 syllables are accented on the first, as men sa, cae sar. 15. Words of more than 2 syllables are accented on the penult if the penult is long. If the penult is short, accent the antepenult. Thus mone muse, regitur, agricola, amandus. Note: observe that the position of the accent is determined by the length of the syllable and not by the length of the vowel in the syllable. Cf 13.2, note. 16. Certain little words called enclit ics5 which have no separate existence, are added to and pronounced with the preceding word. The most common are k, and, ve, or, and ne, the question sign. The syllable before an enclitic takes the accent, regardless of its quantity. Thus populus k, dia k, regna ve, audit ne. 5. Enclitic means leaning back, and that is, as you see, just what these little words do. They cannot stand alone and so they lean back for support upon the preceding word. How to read Latin 17. To read Latin well is not so difficult, if you begin right. Correct habits of reading should be formed now. Notice the quantities carefully, especially the quantity of the penult, to ensure you're getting the accent on the right syllable. Cf 15. Give every vowel its proper sound and every syllable its proper length. Then bear in mind that we should read Latin as we read English, in phrases rather than in separate words. Group together words that are closely connected in thought. No good reader halts at the end of each word. 18. Read the stanzas of the following poem by Longfellow, one at a time, first the English and then the Latin version. The syllables enclosed in parentheses are to be slurred or omitted to secure smoothness of meter. Excelsior higher. 6. The shades of night were falling fast, as through an alpine village passed a youth, who bore, mid snow and ice, a banner with the strange device, Excelsior. Cadebant noctis umbri, dum ibat pervicum alpicum gelonivique, adolescens, vexillum cum signo firens, Excelsior. His brow was sad, his eye beneath, flashed like a falchion from its sheath, and like a silver clarion rung the accents of that unknown tongue, Excelsior. Frons tristis, micat oculus velut e vagina gladius, sonant similes tubi accentus lingue, ae, incogniti, Excelsior. In happy homes he saw the light of household fires gleam warm and bright, above, the spectral glaciers shone, and from his lips escaped a groan, Excelsior. In domibus videt claras focorum lucis calidas, relicit glacis acres, et rumpet gemitus labris, Excelsior. Try not the pass, the old man said, dark lowers the tempest overhead, the roaring torrent is deep and wide. And loud that clarion voice replied, Excelsior. Dicit senex, ne transas. Supra nigrescit tempestas, latus et altus est turrens. Clara venit vox respondens, Excelsior. At break of day, as heavenward the pious monks of Saint Bernard uttered the oft-repeated prayer, a voice cried through the startled air, Excelsior. I am lucessibat, et fratris sancti Bernardi vigils orabant prex solitas, cum vox clamavit per horas, Excelsior. A traveller, by the faithful hound, half buried in the snow was found, still grasping in his hand of ice that banner with the strange device, Excelsior. Semi-sepultus viator can, a fido reparatur, comprendens pugno gelido illud vexillum cum signo, Excelsior. There in the twilight cold and grey, lifeless, but beautiful, he lay, and from the sky, serene and far, a voice fell, like a falling star, Excelsior. Iacit corpus exanimum sed lus frigida pulchrum, et cielo procul oxiens cadite vox, ut stella cadens, Excelsior. 6 Translation by C.W. Goodchild in Preco Latinus, October, 1898. Part 2 Words and Forms Lesson I First Principles 19. Subject and Predicate. 1 Latin, like English, expresses thoughts by means of sentences. A sentence is a combination of words that expresses a thought, and in its simplest form is the statement of a single fact. Thus, Galba is a farmer, Galba est agricola, the sailor fights nauta pugnat. In each of these sentences there are two parts, subject Galba, Galba the sailor, nauta. Predicate is a farmer est agricola fights pugnat too. The subject is that person, place, or thing about which something is said, and is therefore a noun or some word which can serve the same purpose. A pronouns, as their name implies, pro, instead of, and noun, often take the place of nouns, usually to save repeating the same noun, as, Galba is a farmer, he is a sturdy fellow. 3. The predicate is that which is said about the subject, and consists of a verb with or without modifiers. A verb is a word which asserts something, usually an act, concerning a person, place, or thing. 20. The object. In the two sentences, the boy hit the ball and the ball hit the boy, the same words are used, but the meaning is different, and depends upon the order of the words. The doer of the act, that about which something is said, is, as we have seen above, the subject. That to which something is done is the direct object of the verb. The boy hit the ball is therefore analyzed as follows: subject predicate the boy hit the ball, verb, direct object, a. A verb whose action passes over to the object directly, as in the sentence above, is called a transitive verb. A verb which does not admit of a direct object is called intransitive, as, I walk, he comes. 21. The copula. The verb to be in its different forms are, is, was, etc. does not tell us anything about the subject, neither does it govern an object. It simply connects the subject with the word or words in the predicate that possess a distinct meaning. Hence it is called the copula, that is, the joiner or link. 22 In the following sentences pronounce the Latin and name the nouns, verbs, subjects, objects, predicates, copulas. 1 America est patria mea, America is fatherland my 2. Agricola filium amat, the farmer, his daughter loves 3. Filia est Iulia, his daughter is Julia 4. Iulia et Agricola sunt in insula Julia, and the farmer are on the island 5. Iulia aquam portat Julia, water carries 6. Rosam in comis habet, a rose in her hair, she has 7. Iulia est pula pulchra, Julia is a girl pretty 8. Domina filium pulchrum habet, the lady, a daughter beautiful has a. The sentences above show that Latin does not express some words which are necessary in English. First of all, Latin has no article the or a, thus Agricola may mean the farmer, a farmer, or simply farmer. Then, 2, the personal pronouns, I, you, he, she, etc., and the possessive pronouns, my, your, his, her, etc., are not expressed if the meaning of the sentence is clear without them. Lesson 2 First Principles, continued, 23. Inflection. Words may change their forms to indicate some change in sense or use, as, is, are, was, were, who, whose, whom, farmer, farmers, woman, women. This is called inflection. The inflection of a noun, adjective, or pronoun is called its declension, that of a verb its conjugation. 24 Number. Latin, like English, has 2 numbers, singular and plural. In English we usually form the plural by adding s or es to the singular. So Latin changes the singular to the plural by changing the ending of the word. Compare not a pugnat, the sailor fights, not a pugnant, the sailors fight. 25. Rule. Nouns that end in a in the singular end in ae in the plural. 26 Learn the following nouns so that you can give the English for the Latin or the Latin for the English. Write the plural of each. Agricola, farmer, agriculture, 1 aqua, water, aquarium, causa, cause, reason dumina, lady of the house, mistress, dominate, filia, daughter, filial, fortuna, fortune, fuga, flight, fugitive, inuria, wrong, injury, luna, moon, lunar, nauta, sailor, nautical, pule law, girl, silva, forest, sylvan, terra, land, terrace. 1. The words in parentheses are English words related to the Latin. When the words are practically identical, as causa, cause, no comparison is needed. 27 Compare again the sentences. Not a pugna t the sailor fights, not I pugna and t the sailors fight. In the first sentence the verb pugna t is in the third person singular, in the second sentence pugna and t is in the third person plural. 28 Rule. Agreement of verb. A finite verb must always be in the same person and number as its subject. 29 Rule. In the conjugation of the Latin verb the third person singular active ends in t, the third person plural in ant. The endings which show the person and number of the verb are called personal endings. 30 Learn the following verbs and write the plural of each. The personal pronouns he, she, it, etc., which are necessary in the inflection of the English verb, are not needed in the Latin, because the personal endings take their place. Of course, If the verb subject is expressed, we do not translate the personal ending by a pronoun, thus notopognat is translated the sailor fights, not the sailor he fights. Amat he, she, it, loves, is loving, does love, amity, amiable, labo rat labors, is laboring, does labor nunciati to announces, is announcing, does announce portati carries, is carrying, does carry, porter, pognati fights, is fighting, does fight, pugnacious, too. The u in nuncio is long by exception. Cf 12. 2, 31. Exercises I1. The daughter loves, the daughters love. 2. The sailor is carrying, the sailors carry. 3. The farmer does labor, the farmers labor. 4. The girl is announcing, the girls do announce. 5. The ladies are carrying, the lady carries. 2.1. Notopognat, not pognant. 2. Pula amat, purely amant. 3. Agricola portat, agricoli portant. 4. Filia labrat, filii labrant. 5. Not nunciat, not nunciant. 6. Domini amant, domina amat. Domina lesson 3 First principles, continued, 32. Declension of nouns. We learned above, 19, 20, the difference between the subject and object, and that in English they may be distinguished by the order of the words. Sometimes, however, the order is such that we are left in doubt. For example, the sentence "the lady her daughter loves" might mean either that the lady loves her daughter, or that the daughter loves the lady. 1. If the sentence were in Latin, no doubt could arise, because the subject and the object are distinguished, not by the order of the words, but by the endings of the words themselves. Compare the following sentences: Domina filium amat filium domina amat filium domina amat filium the lady loves her daughter filia dominum amat dominum filia amat dominum filia amat dominum the daughter loves the lady. A. Observe that in each case the subject of the sentence ends in a and the object in am. The form of the noun shows how it is used in the sentence, and the order of the words has no effect on the essential meaning. 2. As stated above, 23, this change of ending is called declension, and each different ending produces what is called a case. When we decline a noun, we give all its different cases, or changes of endings. In English we have three cases: nominative, possessive, and objective, but, in nouns, the nominative and objective have the same form, and only the possessive case shows a change of ending, by adding s or the apostrophe. The interrogative pronoun, however, has the fuller declension, who, whose, whom. 33. The following table shows a comparison between English and Latin declension forms, and should be thoroughly memorized. English cases, Latin cases, declension of who. Name of case and use, declension of domina and translation. Name of case and use singular who. Nominative case of the subject domine the lady. Nominative case of the subject whose. Possessive case of the possessor domine the ladies. Genitive case of the possessor whom. Objective case of the object domin am the lady. Accusative case of the direct object plural who. Nominative case of the subject domine the ladies. Nominative case of the subject whose. Possessive case of the possessor domine rum the ladies of the ladies. Genitive case of the possessor whom. Objective case of the object domin as the ladies. Accusative case of the direct object when the nominative singular of a noun ends in a. Observe that a. The nominative plural ends in ae. b. The genitive singular ends in ae and the genitive plural in -arum. c. The accusative singular ends in am and the accusative plural in -as. d. The genitive singular and the nominative plural have the same ending. 34. Exercise: pronounce the following words and give their general meaning. Then give the number and case, and the use of each form. Where the same form stands for more than one case, give all the possible cases and uses. 1. Silva, silvas, silvam. 2. Fugam, fugai, fuga. 3. Terrarum, terri, terrace. 4. Aquas, causam, lunas. 5. Filii, fortunae, luni. 6. Inurias, agricolarum, aquarum. 7. Inuriarum, agricolae, pulas. 8. Nautum, agricolas, nautas. 9. Agricolam, pulum, silvarum. Lesson 4 First Principles, continued, 35. We learned from the table, 33, that the Latin nominative, genitive, and accusative correspond, in general, to the nominative, possessive, and objective in English, and that they are used in the same way. This will be made even clearer by the following sentence: Filia agricolae nautum amat, the farmer's daughter, or the daughter of the farmer, loves the sailor. What is the subject? The direct object? What case is used for the subject? For the direct object? What word denotes the possessor? In what case is it? 36 Rule. Nominative subject. The subject of a finite verb is in the nominative and answers the question who or what. 37 Rule. Accusative object. The direct object of a transitive verb is in the accusative and answers the question whom or what. 38 Rule. Genitive of the possessor. The word denoting the owner or possessor of something is in the genitive and answers the question whose. Diana Sagittus portat et feras necat 39. Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 283. I1. Diana est dia. 2. Latona est dia. 3. Diana et Latona sunt dia. 4. Diana est dia luni. 5. Diana est filia Latini. 6. Latona Diana amat. 7. Diana est dia silvarum. 8. Diana silvam amat. 9. Diana Sagittus portat. 10. Diana feras silvae necat. 11. Ferae terrarum pugnant. For the order of words imitate the Latin above. 2.1. The daughter of Latona does love the forests too. Latona's daughter carries arrows. 3. The farmer's daughters do labor. 4. The farmer's daughter loves the waters of the forest. 5. The sailor is announcing the girl's flight. 6. The girls announce the sailor's wrongs. 7. The farmer's daughter labors. 8. Diana's arrows are killing the wild beasts of the land. 40. Conversation. Translate the questions and answer them in Latin. The answers may be found in the exercises preceding. 1. Quis est Diana? 2. Quis filia est Diana? 3. Quis Dianam amat? 4. Quis silvam amat? 5. Quis Sagittus portat? 6. Quis filii labrant? Lesson V First Principles, continued, 41. The dative case. In addition to the relationships between words expressed by the nominative, genitive, possessive, and accusative, objective, cases, there are other relationships, to express which in English we use such words as from, with, by, to, for, in, at. 11. Words like to, for, by, from, in, etc., which define the relationship between words, are called prepositions. Latin, to, makes frequent use of such prepositions, but often it expresses these relations without them by means of case forms which English does not possess. One of the cases found in the Latin declension and lacking in English is called the dative. 42. When the nominative singular ends in a, the dative singular ends in ae and the dative plural in dash is. Note. Observe that the genitive singular, the dative singular, and the nominative plural all have the same ending, ae, but the uses of the three cases are entirely different. The general meaning of the sentence usually makes clear which case is intended. A. Form the dative singular and plural of the following nouns: fuga, causa, fortuna, terra, aqua, pulla, agricola, nata, domina. 43. The dative relation. The dative case is used to express the relations conveyed in English by the prepositions to, towards, for. These prepositions are often used in English in expressions of motion, such as she went to town, he ran towards the horse, Columbus sailed for America. In such cases the dative is not used in Latin, as motion through space is foreign to the dative relation. But the dative is used to denote that to or towards which a benefit, injury, purpose, feeling, or quality is directed, or that for which something serves or exists. A. What dative relations do you discover in the following? The teacher gave a prize to John because he replied so promptly to all her questions. A good example for the rest of us. It is a pleasure to us to hear him recite. Latin is easy for him, but it is very hard for me. Some are fitted for one thing and others for another. 44. The indirect object. Examine the sentence nota fugam nunciat. The sailor announces the flight. Here the verb, nunciat, governs the direct object, fugam, in the accusative case. If, however, we wish to mention the persons to whom the sailor announces the flight, as, the sailor announces the flight to the farmers, the verb will have two objects, one its direct object, flight, fugam, 2. Its indirect object, farmers. According to the preceding section, to the farmers is a relation covered by the dative case, and we are prepared for the following rule. 45. Rule. Dative indirect object. The indirect object of a verb is in the dative. A. The indirect object usually stands before the direct object. 46. We may now complete the translation of the sentence. The sailor announces the flight to the farmers, and we have nota agricolis fugam nunciat. 47. Exercises. First, learn the special vocabulary, p. 283. Point out the direct and indirect objects and the genitive of the possessor. I1. Quis nautis pecuniam dat? 2. Filii agricoli nautis pecuniam dant. 3. Quis fortunam pugni nunciat? 4. Galba agricolis fortunam pugni nunciat. 5. Cui domina fabulam narrat. 6. Filii agricoli domina fabulam narrat. 7. Quis Diani coronam dat? 8. Pulla Diani coronam dat quia Dianam amat. 9. Dia luni sagittus portat et ferris silvarum necat. 10. Quis victoriam galba nunciat? 11. Nautae victoriam galba nunciat. Imitate the word order of the preceding exercise. 2-1. To whom do the girls give a wreath? 2. The girls give a wreath to Julia, because Julia loves wreaths. 3. The sailors tell the ladies a story, because the ladies love stories. 4. The farmer gives his, 22a, daughter water. 5. Galba announces the cause of the battle to the sailor. 6. The goddess of the moon loves the waters of the forest. 7. Whose wreath is Latona carrying? Diana's. 2. Observe that in English the indirect object often stands without a preposition to mark it, especially when it precedes the direct object. Lesson 6. First principles, continued, 48. The ablative case. Another case, lacking in English but found in the fuller Latin declension, is the ablative. 49. When the nominative singular ends in a, the ablative singular ends in -a and the ablative plural in -is. A. Observe that the final -a of the nominative is short, while the final -a of the ablative is long, as, nom filia abl filia b. Observe that the ablative plural is like the dative plural. C. Form the ablative singular and plural of the following nouns: fuga, causa, fortuna, terra, aqua, pula, agricola, nauta, domina. 50. The ablative relation. The ablative case is used to express the relations conveyed in English by the prepositions from, with, by, at, in. It denotes 1. That from which something is separated, from which it starts, or of which it is deprived, generally translated by from. 2. That with which something is associated or by means of which it is done, translated by with or by. 3. The place where or the time when something happens, translated by in or at. A. What ablative relations do you discover in the following? In our class there are 20 boys and girls. Daily at 8 o'clock they come from home with their books, and while they are at school they study Latin with great zeal. In a short time they will be able to read with ease the books written by the Romans. By patience and perseverance all things in this world can be overcome. 51 Prepositions. While, as stated above, 41, many relations expressed in English by prepositions are in Latin expressed by case forms, still prepositions are of frequent occurrence, but only with the accusative or ablative. 52 Rule. Object of a preposition. A noun governed by a preposition must be in the accusative or ablative case. 53 Prepositions denoting the ablative relations from, with, in, on, are naturally followed by the ablative case. Among these are a1 or ab, from, away from de, from, down from e1 or x, from, out of come, within, in, on one. A and e are used only before words beginning with a consonant, ab and x are used before either vowels or consonants. 1. Translate into Latin, using prepositions. In the water, on the land, down from the forest, with the fortune, out of the forests, from the victory, out of the waters, with the sailors, down from the moon. 54 Adjectives. Examine the sentence Pula parva bonum diem amat, the little girl loves the good goddess. In this sentence parva, little, and bonum, good, are not nouns, but are descriptive words expressing quality. Such words are called adjectives too, and they are said to belong to the noun which they describe. 2. Pick out the adjectives in the following. When I was a little boy, I remember that one cold winter's morning I was accosted by a smiling man with an axe on his shoulder. "My pretty boy," said he, "has your father a grindstone?" "Yes, sir," said I. "You are a fine little fellow," said he. "Will you let me grind my axe on it?" You can tell by its ending to which noun an adjective belongs. The ending of parva shows that it belongs to Pula, and the ending of bonum that it belongs to diem. Words that belong together are said to agree, and the belonging together is called agreement. Observe that the adjective and its noun agree in number and case. 55 Examine the sentences Pula est parva, the girl is little. Pula parva bonum diem amat, the little girl loves the good goddess. In the first sentence the adjective parva is separated from its noun by the verb and stands in the predicate. It is therefore called a predicate adjective. In the second sentence the adjectives parva and bonum are closely attached to the nouns Pula and diem respectively, and are called attributive adjectives. A. Pick out the attributive and the predicate adjectives in the following. Do you think Latin is hard? Hard studies make strong brains. Lazy students dislike hard studies. We are not lazy. 56 Dialogue. Julia and Galba first learn the special vocabulary, p. 283. I keys, Galba, est Diana. G. Diana, I Julia, est pulchra dia luni et silvarum. Iqueus filia, Galba, est Diana. G. Litani filia, I Julia, est Diana. I quid Diana portat. G. Sagittas Diana portat. I cur Diana Sagittas portat. G. Diana Sagittas portat, I Julia, quod malis feras silvae magni necat. I amatna latona filium. G amat, et filia latonum amat. I quid filia tua parva portat. G coronis pulchris filia mea parva portat. I cui filia tua coronis pulchris dat. G Diani coronis dat icis est cum filia tua. Est ni sola? G sola non est, filia mea parva est cum ancilla mea. A when a person is called or addressed, the case used is called the vocative, Latin vocare, to call. In form the vocative is regularly like the nominative. In English the name of the person addressed usually stands first in the sentence. The Latin vocative rarely stands first. Point out 5 examples of the vocative in this dialogue. B. Observe that questions answered by yes or no in English are answered in Latin by repeating the verb. Thus, if you wish to answer in Latin the question is the sailor fighting? Pugnatni nata? You would say pugnat, he is fighting, or non-pugnat, he is not fighting. Lesson 7 The first or a declension 57. In the preceding lessons we have now gone over all the cases, singular and plural, of nouns whose nominative singular ends in a. All Latin nouns whose nominative singular ends in a belong to the first declension. It is also called the a declension because of the prominent part which the vowel a plays in the formation of the cases. We have also learned what relations are expressed by each case. These results are summarized in the following table: case noun translation use and general meaning of each case. Singular nom domin a the lady, the subject general domin ae of the lady, or the ladies the possessor of something dat domin ae to or for the lady expressing the relation to or for, especially the indirect object acc domin am the lady, the direct object abl domin a from, with, by, in, the lady separation, from, association or means, with, by, place where or time when, in, at, plural. Nom domin ae the ladies the same as the singular general domin a rum of the ladies, or the ladies dat domin is to or for the ladies acc domin as the ladies abl domin is from, with, by, in, the ladies 58. The base. That part of a word which remains unchanged in inflection and to which the terminations are added is called the base. Thus, in the declension above, domin is the base and a is the termination of the nominative singular. 59. Write the declension of the following nouns, separating the base from the termination by a hyphen. Also give them orally. Pugna, Tira, Luna, Ancilla, Coro na, Insula, Silva 60. Gender. In English, names of living beings are either masculine or feminine, and names of things without life are neuter. This is called natural gender. Yet in English there are some names of things to which we refer as if they were feminine, as, have you seen my yacht? She is a beauty. And there are some names of living beings to which we refer as if they were neuter, as, is the baby here? No, the nurse has taken it home. Some words, then, have a gender quite apart from sex or real gender, and this is called grammatical gender. Latin, like English, has 3 genders. Names of males are usually masculine and of females feminine, but names of things have grammatical gender and may be either masculine, feminine, or neuter. Thus we have in Latin the 3 words, lapis, a stone, rupees, a cliff, and saxum, a rock. Lapis is masculine, rupees feminine, and saxum neuter. The gender can usually be determined by the ending of the word, and must always be learned, for without knowing the gender it is impossible to write correct Latin. 61. Gender of first declension nouns. Nouns of the first declension are feminine unless they denote males. Thus Silva is feminine, but Nata, sailor, and Agricola, farmer, are masculine. 62. Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 284. I1. Agricola cum filia in casa habitat. 2. Bona filia agricoli senam parat. 3. Sina est grata agricoli 1 et agricola bonum filium laudat. 4. Deant filia agricoli gallinas ad senam vocat. 5. Gallini filium agricoli amant. 6. Mali filii bona sinas non parant. 7. Filia agricoli est grata domini. 8. Domina in insula magna habitat. 9. Domina boni puuli parvi pecuniam dat 2. 1. Where does the farmer live? 2. The farmer lives in the small cottage. 3. Who lives with the farmer? 4. His little daughter lives with the farmer. 5. His daughter is getting parrot a good dinner for the farmer. 6. The farmer praises the good dinner. 7. The daughter's good dinner is pleasing to the farmer. 1. Note that the relation expressed by the dative case covers that to which a feeling is directed. Cf 43. What Latin words are suggested by this picture? 63. Conversation. Answer the questions in Latin. 1. Quis cum agricola in casa habitat. 2. Quid bona filia agricoli parat. 3. Quem agricola laudat. 4. Vocatni filia agricoli gallinas ad senam. 5. Quis filia est grata domini. 6. Cui domina pecuniam dat. Lesson 8. First declension, continued, 64. We have for some time now been using adjectives and nouns together, and you have noticed an agreement between them in case and in number, 54. They agree also in gender. In the phrase Silva Magna, we have a feminine adjective in A agreeing with a feminine noun in A. 65. Rule. Agreement of adjectives. Adjectives agree with their nouns in gender, number, and case. 66. Feminine adjectives in A are declined like feminine nouns in A, and you should learn to decline them together as follows: noun adjective domina, base domin, f, lady bona, base bone, good singular terminations nom domina bona a general domini boni ae dat domini boni aeacc dominum bonum am abl domina bona dash a plural terminations nom domini boni ae general dominarum bonarum dash arum dat dominis bonus dash is acc dominus bonus dash as abl dominis bonus dash is a. In the same way decline together pula mala, the bad girl, and sil la parva, the little maid, fortuna magna, great fortune. 67. The words dia, goddess, and philia, daughter, take the ending dash abus instead of dashes in the dative and ablative plural. Note the dative and ablative plural in the following declension: dia bona, bases de bone, singular plural nom dia boni general dia boni dia rum dat dia bus bonus acc dim bonum dias bonus abl dia bus bonus a. In the same way decline together filia parva. 68. Latin word order. The order of words in English and in Latin sentences is not the same. In English we arrange words in a fairly fixed order. Thus, in the sentence my daughter is getting dinner for the farmers, we cannot alter the order of the words without spoiling the sentence. We can, however, throw emphasis on different words by speaking them with more force. Try the effect of reading the sentence by putting special force on my daughter, dinner, farmers. In Latin, where the office of the word in the sentence is shown by its ending, cf 32:1, and not by its position, the order of words is more free, and position is used to secure the same effect that in English is secured by emphasis of voice. To a limited extent we can alter the order of words in English, too, for the same purpose. Compare the sentences: I saw a game of football at Chicago last November, normal order, last November I saw a game of football at Chicago. Last November, I saw a game of football. 1. In a Latin sentence the most emphatic place is the first, next in importance is the last, the weakest point is the middle. Generally the subject is the most important word, and is placed first, usually the verb is the next in importance, and is placed last. The other words of the sentence stand between these two in the order of their importance. Hence the normal order of words, that is, where no unusual emphasis is expressed, is as follows: subject modifiers of the subject, indirect object, direct object, adverb. Verb changes from the normal order are frequent, and are due to the desire for throwing emphasis upon some word or phrase. Notice the order of the Latin words when you are translating, and imitate it when you are turning English into Latin. 2. Possessive pronouns and modifying genitives normally stand after their nouns. When placed before their nouns they are emphatic, as filia mea, my daughter, mea filia, my daughter, casa galbi, galba's cottage, galbi casa, galba's cottage. Notice the variety of emphasis produced by writing the following sentence in different ways: filia mea agricoles senam parat, normal order, mea filia agricoles parat senam, mea and senam emphatic, agricoles filia mea senam parat, agricoles emphatic. 3. An adjective placed before its noun is more emphatic than when it follows. When great emphasis is desired, the adjective is separated from its noun by other words. Filia mea kazam parvam nanamat, parvam not emphatic, filia mea parvam kazam nanamat, parvam more emphatic, parvam filia mea kazam nanamat, parvam very emphatic. 4. Interrogative words usually stand first, the same as in English. 5. The copula, as est, sunt, is of so little importance that it frequently does not stand last, but may be placed wherever it sounds well. 69. Exercise. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 284. Note the order of the words in these sentences and pick out those that are emphatic. 1. Longai non sunt tui viae. 2. Sunt ni tubi novi in mea casa? Non sunt. 3. Quis lauda in silva habitat? Diana, luni clari pulchra dia, lauda in silva habitat. 4. Nautae altus et laudus amant aquas. 5. Quid ancilla tua portat? Ancilla mea tubam novum portat. 6. Ubi sunt lesbia et Iulia? In tua casa est lesbia et Iulia est in mea. 7. Est ni Italia laudatira? Longa est Italia, non lauda. 8. Cui galba agricola fabulam novum narrat? Filiabus domini clari fabulam novum narrat. 9. Clara est insula Sicilia. 10. Quem laudat Latona? Latona laudat filium. First review of vocabulary and grammar, 502 to 505. Lesson 9. The second or O declension. 70. Latin nouns are divided into 5 declensions. The declension to which a noun belongs is shown by the ending of the genitive singular. This should always be learned along with the nominative and the gender. 71. The nominative singular of nouns of the second or O declension ends in us, er, ir, or The genitive singular ends in -I. 72. Gender. Nouns in are neuter. The others are regularly masculine. 73. Declension of nouns in us and Masculines in us and neuters in are declined as follows: dominus, base domin, master pilum, base pill, n, spear singular terminations nom do -1 us pilum general domini -I pili -I dat domino -o pilo -o acc dominum pilum abl domino -o pilo -o voc domini e pilum plural nom domini -I pila general domino rum -orum pilo rum -orum dat dominis -is pilis -is acc dominos -os pila abl dominis -is pilis -is 1. Compare the declension of domina and of dominus. A. Observe that the masculines and the neuters have the same terminations excepting in the nominative singular and the nominative and accusative plural. B. The vocative singular of words of the second declension in us ends in -e, as domini, O master, serve, O slave. This is the most important exception to the rule in 56. A74. Write side by side the declension of domina, dominus, and pilum. A comparison of the forms will lead to the following rules, which are of great importance because they apply to all 5 declensions. A. The vocative, with a single exception, C73b, is like the nominative. That is, the vocative singular is like the nominative singular, and the vocative plural is like the nominative plural. B. The nominative, accusative, and vocative of neuter nouns are alike, and in the plural end in AC. The accusative singular of masculines and feminines ends in M and the accusative plural in SD. The dative and ablative plural are always alike. E. Final I and O are always long, final A is short, except in the ablative singular of the first declension. 75. Observe the sentences Lesbia est bona, Lesbia is good, Lesbia est ancilla, Lesbia is a maidservant. We have learned, 55, that bona, when used, as here, in the predicate to describe the subject, is called a predicate adjective. Similarly, a noun, as ancilla, used in the predicate to define the subject is called a predicate noun. 76. Rule. Predicate noun. A predicate noun agrees in case with the subject of the verb. P. Law 77. Dialogue legatus cum pilo et tuba galba and Marcus first learn the special vocabulary, p. 285. G. Keys, Mars, est legatus cum pilo et tuba? M. legatus, galba, s. sixtus. G. ubi sixtus habitat, 2m. In oppido sixtus cum filiabus habitat. G. amantni oppidini sixtum. M. amant oppidini sixtum et laudant, quod magna cum constantia pugnat. G. ubi, Mars, est ancilla tua? Cur non senam parat? M. ancilla mea, galba, equo legati equam et frumentum dat G. cur non serva sixti equam domini curat? M. sixtus et servus admirum oppidi properant. Oppidini bellum parant. 32. Habitat is here translated does live. Note the 3 possible translations of the Latin present tense. Habitat, he lives, he is living, he does live. Always choose the translation which makes the best sense. 3. Observe that the verb paro means not only to prepare but also to prepare for, and governs the accusative case. 78. Conversation. Translate the questions and answer them in Latin. 1. Ubi filii sixti habitant? 2. Quem oppidini amant et laudant? 3. Quid ancilla equo legati dat? 4. Quis equam ancilla curat? 5. Quis admirum cum sexto properat? 6. Quid oppidini parant? Lesson X. Second declension, continued, 79. We have been freely using feminine adjectives, like bona, in agreement with feminine nouns of the first declension and declined like them. Masculine adjectives of this class are declined like dominus, and neuters like pilum. The adjective and noun, masculine and neuter, are therefore declined as follows: masculine noun and adjective neuter noun and adjective dominus bonus, the good master pilum bonum, the good spear bases domin bone bases pill bone singular terminations nom do minus bonus us pilum bonum general domini boni dash I pili boni dash I dat domino bono dash o pilo bono dash oacc dominum bonum pilum bonum abl domino bono dash o pilo bono dash o voc domini boni pilum bonum plural nom domini. Boni dash I pila bona a general domino rum bono rum dash orum pilo rum bono rum dash orum dat dominis bonus is pilis bonus dash is acc dominos bonos dash os pila bona abl dominis bonus dash is pilis bonus dash is decline together bellum longum, equus parvus, servus malus, murus altus, frumentum novum. 80 Observe the sentences Lesbia ancilla est bona, Lesbia, the maidservant, is good filia Lesbii ancilli est bona, the daughter of Lesbia, the maidservant, is good service Lesbium ancillum amat, the slave loves Lesbia, the maidservant. In these sentences ancilla, ancilli, and ancillum denote the class of persons to which Lesbia belongs and explain who she is. Nouns so related that the second is only another name for the first and explains it are said to be in apposition, and are always in the same case. 81 Rule. Apposition. An appositive agrees in case with the noun which it explains. 82 Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 285. I1. Patria servi boni, vicus servorum bonorum, bone popule. 2 Populus oppidi magna, in oppido magno, in oppidis magnus. 3 Cum pilis longis, ad pila longa, ad muros latas. 4 Legit male, amici legiti mali, sine grata domino bono. 5 Frumentum equorum parvorum, domini bone, ad legatos claros. 6 Rinus est in Germania, patria mea. 7 Sextus legatus pilum longum portat. 8 Oppidini boni sexto legato clara pecuniam dant. 9 Molli servi equum bonum marsi domini necant. 10 Galba agricola et Iulia filia bona labrant. 11 Marcus nata in insula Sicilia habitat. 2-1. Wicked slave, who is your friend? Why does he not praise Galba, your master? 2 My friend is from, X, a village of Germany, my fatherland. 3 My friend does not love the people of Italy. 4 Who is caring for one the good horse of Galba, the farmer? 5 Mark, where is Lesbia, the maidservant? 6 She is hastening one to the little cottage 2 of Julia, the farmer's daughter. 1 See footnote 1, p. 33. Remember that curat is transitive and governs a direct object. 2 Not the dative. Cf 43. Lesson 11 Adjectives of the first and second declensions 83. Adjectives of the first and second declensions are declined in the three genders as follows: singular masculine feminine neuter nom bonus bona bonum general boni 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 dad bono boni bono acc bonum 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 abl bono bona bono voc bon bona bonum plural nom boni boni bona general bonorum 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 dad bonus 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 acc bonos bonus bona abl bonus 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 a. Write the declension and give it orally across the page, thus giving the three genders for each case. B. Decline gradus. A. Malus, A. Altus, A. Parvus, A. 84 Thus far the adjectives have had the same terminations as the nouns. However, the agreement between the adjective and its noun does not mean that they must have the same termination. If the adjective and the noun belong to different declensions, the terminations will, in many cases, not be the same. For example, nauta, sailor, is masculine and belongs to the first declension. The masculine form of the adjective bonus is of the second declension. Consequently, a good sailor is not a bonus. So, the wicked farmer is agricola malus. Learn the following declensions. 85. Not a bonus, bases not bone, m. The good sailor singular plural nom not a bonus not I boni general not I boni not harem bonorum dad not I bono naughties bonus acc notum bonum nautis bonos abl not a bono naughties bonus voc not a bone not I boni 86. Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 285. I1. Est 1 in vico not a bonus. 2 Sextus est amicus not I boni. 3 Sextus not I bono galim dat 4. Populus Romanus notum bonum laudat. 5 Sextus cum not a bono predum portat. 6 Ubi, not a bone, sunt arma et tila legati Romani. 7 Noti boni ad bellum properant. 8 Fama notarum bonarum est clara. 9 Pugni sunt grati notis bonus. 10 Opidini notis bonos current. 11 Cur, noti boni, molli agricoli ad renum properant. 12 Molli agricoli cum bonus notis pugnant. 2-1. The wicked farmer is hastening to the village with his booty. 2 The reputation of the wicked farmer is not good. 3 Why does Galba's daughter give arms and weapons to the wicked farmer? 4 Lesbia invites the good sailor to dinner. 5 Why is Lesbia with the good sailor hastening from the cottage? 6 Sixtus, where is my helmet? 7 The good sailors are hastening to the toilsome battle. 8 The horses of the wicked farmers are small. 9 The Roman people give money to the good sailors. 10 Friends care for the good sailors. 11 Whose friends are fighting with the wicked farmers? 1 Est, beginning a declarative sentence, there is. Galilei Lesson 12 Nouns in IUS and EM 87. Nouns of the second declension in IUs and EM end in -I in the genitive singular, not in to, and the accent rests on the penult, as, fili from filius, son, precede from precedi garrison. 88 Proper names of persons in IUs, and filius, and in -I in the vocative singular, not in -E, and the accent rests on the penult, as, Virgili, O Virgil, Fili, O son. A. Observe that in these words the vocative and the genitive are alike. 89 Praesidium, base praesidi, n, garrison filius, base fili, m, son singular nom praesidium filius general praesidi filidad praesidio filio acc praesidium filium abl praesidio filio voc praesidium fili. The plural is regular. Note that the I of the base is lost only in the genitive singular, and in the vocative of words like filius. Decline together praesidium parvum, filius bonus, fluvius longus, the long river, proelium clarum, the famous battle. 90 Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 285. I1. Frumentum boni terri, gladi molli, belli longi. 2 Constantia magna, praesidia magna, clare virgili. 3 Male serve, o clarum oppidum, male fili, filii molli, fili molli. 4 Fluvi longi, fluvii longi, fluvirum longorum, fama praesidia magna. 5 Cum gladius parvis, cum deobus claris, ad nautis claros. 6 Multorum proeliorum, preti magni, ad proelia dura. Germania 2. Germania, patria Germanorum, est clara terra. In Germania sunt fluvii multi. Renus magnus et latus fluvius Germaniae est. In Silvis latis Germaniae sunt ferri multi. Multi Germani in oppidus magnus et in vicis parvis habitant et multi sunt agricoli boni. Bella Germanorum sunt magna et clara. Populus Germaniae bellum et proelia amat et sipi cum finitimis pugnat. Fluvius Renus est finitimus oppidus 1 multis et claris. 1 Dative with finitimus. C. 43. Lesson 13 Second declension, continued, 91. Declension of nouns in ER and IR. In early Latin all the masculine nouns of the second declension ended in OS. This OS later became US in words like service, and was dropped entirely in words with bases ending in R, like pure, boy, ager, field, and vir, man. These words are therefore declined as follows, 92. Pure, M, boyager, M, field vir, M, man base pure base agr base vir singular terminations nom pure agar vir general puri agri viri dash idad puro agro viro dash oacc purum agrum virum abl puro agro viro dash o plural nom puri agri viri dash I general purum agrorum virorum dash orum dad puris agris virus dashes acc puros agros viros dash osabl puris agris virus dashes a. The vocative case of these words is like the nominative, following the general rule, 74a. b. The declension differs from that of service only in the nominative and vocative singular. c. Note that in pure the e remains all the way through, while in agar it is present only in the nominative. In pure the e belongs to the base, but in agar, base agr, it does not, and was inserted in the nominative to make it easier to pronounce. Most words in er are declined like agar. The genitive shows whether you are to follow pure or agar. 93 masculine adjectives in er of the second declension are declined like nouns in er. A few of them are declined like pure, but most of them like agar. The feminine and neuter nominatives show which form to follow, thus, mask female nut liber libera liberum, free, is like pure pulcher pulchra pulchrum, pretty, is like agar for the full declension in the three genders, c. 469. BC 94. Decline together the words vir liber, terra libera, frumentum liberum, pure pulcher, pula pulchra, oppidum pulchrum 95. Italia 1 first learn the special vocabulary, p. 286. Magna est Italiae fama, patriae Romanorum, et clara est Roma, domina orbis terrarum. 2 Tiberim 3 Fluvium Romanum, quis non laudat et pulchros fluvio finitimos agros. Altos muros, longa et durabella, claras victorias quis non laudat. Pulchra est terra Italia. Agri boni agricoles premia dant magna, et equi agricolarum copium frumenti ad oppida et vicos portant. In agris populi Romani labrant multi servi. Via Italii sunt longai et lati. Finitima Italii est insula Sicilia. 1. In this selection note especially the emphasis as shown by the order of the words. 2. Orbis terrarum, of the world. 3. Tiberim, the Tiber, accusative case. 96 Dialogue Marcus and Cornelius Legionarius ubi est, Mars, filius tuus. Est ni in pulchra terra Italia? Non est, Corneli, in Italia. Ad fluvium Rhenum properat cum copius Romanis quia est for fama novae belli cum Germanis. Liber Germaniae populus Romanos non amat. Si est ni filius tuus copiarum Romaterum legatus? Legatus non est, sed est apud legionarios. Si qui 5 arma portat 6? Scutum magnum et loricam durum et gallium pulchrum portat. Si qui tela portat? Gladium et pilum longum portat. Si amatna legatus filium tuum. Amat, et cipi filio meo premia pulchra et predum multum dat si ubi est terra Germanorum. Terra Germanorum, Corneli est finitimerino, Fluvio magno et alto. For est, before its subject, there is, so sunt, there are. 5 Qui, what kind of, an interrogative adjective pronoun. 6 What are the 3 possible translations of the present tense? Lesson 14 The possessive adjective pronouns 97. Observe the sentences. This is my shield, this shield is mine. In the first sentence my is a possessive adjective, in the second mine is a possessive pronoun, for it takes the place of a noun, this shield is mine being equivalent to this shield is my shield. Similarly, in Latin the possessives are sometimes adjectives and sometimes pronouns. 98 The possessives my, mine, your, yours, etc. are declined like adjectives of the first and second declensions. Singular first pers meus, mea, meum my, mine 2d pers tuus, toi, tuum your, yours 3d pers suis, sua, suum his, own, her, own, its, own, plural first pers noster, nostra, nostrum ours 2d pers vester, vestra, vestrum your, yours 3d pers suis, sua, suum their, own, theirs note. Meus has the irregular vocative singular masculine me, as me fili, O my son. A. The possessives agree with the name of the thing possessed in gender, number, and case. Compare the English and Latin in Sextus is calling his boy Julia is calling her boy Sextus Iulius suum purum vocat. Observe that suum agrees with purum, and is unaffected by the gender of Sextus or Julia. B. When your, yours, refers to one person, use tuus, when to more than one, vester, as, lesbia, your wreaths are pretty girls, your wreaths are pretty coronitui, lesbia, sunt pulchri coroni vestri, puuli, sunt pulchri si suis is a reflexive possessive, that is, it usually stands in the predicate and regularly refers back to the subject. Thus, vir suos servos vocat means the man calls his, own, slaves. Here his, suos, refers to man, vir, and could not refer to anyone else. D. Possessives are used much less frequently than in English, being omitted whenever the meaning is clear without them. Cf 22a. This is especially true of suis, which, when inserted, is more or less emphatic, like are his own, her own, etc. 99. Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 286. I1. Marcus amico sexto concilium suum nunciat tu. Est copia frumenti in agris nostris. 3. Amici me bonum senam ancilli vestri laudant 4. Tua lorica, me fili, est dura. 5. Scutum nostra et tila, me amis, in castrals Romanis sunt. 6. Sunt viri patriaetui liberi. Sunt. 7. Ubi, Corneli, est tua Gallia pulchra. 8. Mea Gallia, sext, est in casa mea. 9. Pilum longum est tuum, sed gladius est meus. 10. Iulia Gallina suis pulchras amat et Gallini dominum suum amant. 11. Nostra castra sunt vestra. 12. Est copia preti in castris vestris. 13. Amici tui miseris et egris cibum et pecuniam cipidant. 2:1. Our teacher praises Mark's industry. 2. My son Sextus is carrying his booty to the Roman camp. 13. Your good girls are giving aid to the sick and wretched. 24. There are 3 frequent battles in our villages. 5. My son, where is the lieutenant's food? 6. The camp is mine, but the weapons are yours. 1. Not the dative. Why? 2. Here the adjectives sick and wretched are used like nouns. 3. Where should son stand? Cf. 2 above. Agricola ARAT Lesson 15. The ablative denoting with 100. Of the various relations denoted by the ablative case, 50, there is none more important than that expressed in English by the preposition with. This little word is not so simple as it looks. It does not always convey the same meaning, nor is it always to be translated by come. This will become clear from the following sentences. A. Mark is feeble with, for or because of, want of food. B. Diana kills the beasts with, or by, her arrows. C. Julia is with Sextus. D. The men fight with great steadiness. A. In sentence A, with want, of food, gives the cause of Mark's feebleness. This idea is expressed in Latin by the ablative without a preposition, and the construction is called the ablative of cause. Marcus est infirmus in opia sibi. B. In sentence B, with, or by, her arrows tells by means of what Diana kills the beasts. This idea is expressed in Latin by the ablative without a preposition, and the construction is called the ablative of means, Diana sagita sui feras nicatsi. In sentence C we are told that Julia is not alone, but in company with Sixtus. This idea is expressed in Latin by the ablative with the preposition cum, and the construction is called the ablative of accompaniment, Julia est cum sexto D. In sentence D we are told how the men fight. The idea is one of manner. This is expressed in Latin by the ablative with cum, unless there is a modifying adjective present, in which case cum may be omitted. This construction is called the ablative of manner, viri, cum, Constantia Magna Pugnant 101. You are now able to form 4 important rules for the ablative denoting with, 102. Rule. Ablative of cause. Cause is denoted by the ablative without a preposition. This answers the question because of what? 103 Rule. Ablative of means. Means is denoted by the ablative without a preposition. This answers the question by means of what? With what? And cum must never be used with the ablative expressing cause or means. 104 Rule. Ablative of accompaniment. Accompaniment is denoted by the ablative with cum. This answers the question with whom. 105 Rule. Ablative of manner. The ablative with cum is used to denote the manner of an action. Cum may be omitted, if an adjective is used with the ablative. This answers the question how? In what manner? 106 What uses of the ablative do you discover in the following passage, and what question does each answer? The soldiers marched to the fort with great speed and broke down the gate with blows of their muskets. The inhabitants, terrified by the din, attempted to cross the river with their wives and children, but the stream was swollen with, or by, the rain. Because of this many were swept away by the waters and only a few, almost overcome with fatigue, with great difficulty succeeded in gaining the farther shore. 107 Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 286. The Romans prepare for war. Romani, claris Italii populus, bellum parant. Ex agris sui, vicis, opidisque magno studio viri validi ad arma properant. I am legati cum legionarius ex Italia ad Rhenum, Flavium Germanii altum et latum, properant, et servi equus et caris bum frumentum ad castra Romana portant. In opia bonarum telorum infirmi sunt Germani, sed Romani armati Galis, Laurisus, Scutus, Gladius, Pilusque sunt validi. 2-1. The sturdy farmers of Italy labor in the fields with great diligence. 2 Sixtus, the lieutenant, and his son Mark are fighting with the Germans. 3 The Roman legionaries are armed with long spears. 4 Where is Lesbia, your maid, Sixtus? Lesbia is with my friends in Galba's cottage. 5 Many are sick because of bad water and for lack of food. 6 The Germans, with their sons and daughters, are hastening with horses and wagons. Lesson 16 The 9 irregular adjectives 108. There are 9 irregular adjectives of the first and second declensions which have a peculiar termination in the genitive and dative singular of all genders, masc female note general I use I use I use dat I otherwise they are declined like bonus, Learn the list and the meaning of each, alias, alia, aliad, other, another, of several, alter, altera, alterum, the one, the other, of two, unus, one, alone, in the plural, only ullus, any nullus, none, no solus, a, alone totus, a, all, whole, entire utra, utrum, which, of two, neuter, neutra, neutrum, neither, of two, 109. Paradigm singular masc fem. Anni masc fem. Anni nom nullus nulla nullum alias alia aliat general nullius 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 alius 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 dat nulli 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 alii 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 acc nullum nullam nullum alium alium aliat abl nullo nulla nullo alio alia alio. The plural is regular. A note the peculiar neuter singular ending in d of alias. The genitive alias is rare. Instead of it use alterius, the genitive of alter. B. These peculiar case endings are found also in the declension of pronouns, c. 114. For this reason these adjectives are sometimes called the pronominal adjectives. 110. Learn the following idioms: alter, era, arum, alter, era, arum, the one, the other, of two, alias, a, ud, alias, a, ud, one, another, of any number, alii, ae, a, alii, ae, a, some, others. Examples: 1. Alterum oppidum est magnum, alterum parvum, the one town is large, the other small, of two towns. 2. Aliat oppidum est validum, aliat infirmum, one town is strong, another weak, of towns in general. 3. Alii gladios, alii scuda portant, some carry swords, others shields. 111. Exercises I1. In neutra causa est Iulia? Iulia est in neutra causa. 2. Nulli malo puro premium dat magister. 3. Alter pure est nota, alter agricola. 4. Alii viri equam, alii terram amant. 5. Galba unus, or solus, cum studio labrid. 6. Est ni ullus carus in agromia. 7. Lesbia est ancilla alterius domini, Tullia alterius. 8. Lesbia sola senam parad. 9. Sinan alius alterius ancilli est bona. 10. Lesbia nulli alii viro senam dat note. The pronominal adjectives, as you observe, regularly stand before and not after their nouns. 2.1. The men of all Germany are preparing for war. 2. Some towns are great and others are small. 3. One boy likes chickens, another horses. 4. Already the booty of one town is in our fort. 5. Our whole village is suffering for, i.e. weak because of, lack of food. 6. The people are already hastening to the other town. 7. Among the Romans, there, is no lack of grain. Lesson 17. The demonstrative is, ea, id 112. A demonstrative is a word that points out an object definitely, as this, that, these, those. Sometimes these words are pronouns, as, do you hear these? And sometimes adjectives, as, do you hear these men? In the former case they are called demonstrative pronouns, in the latter demonstrative adjectives. 113. Demonstratives are similarly used in Latin both as pronouns and as adjectives. The one used most is, masculine, ea, feminine, id, neuter singular this that plural these those. 114. Is declined as follows. Compare its declension with that of alias, 109. Base e singular plural masc fem. Anni masc fem. Anni nom is eaidei, or 2, eaeea general eas eorum eorum dat eis, or iis, eis, or iis, eis, or iis, acceum ideas eas eaableo eaeo eis, or iis, eis, or iis, EIS, or IIS, note that the base E changes to I in a few cases. The genitive singular EIS is pronounced AES. In the plural the forms with two I's are preferred and the two I's are pronounced as one. Hence, pronounce two as I and IIS as is. 115 Besides being used as demonstrative pronouns and adjectives, the Latin demonstratives are regularly used for the personal pronoun he, she, it. As a personal pronoun, then, is would have the following meanings: sing. Nom is, he, ea, she, id, it generally is, of him or his, eas, of her, her, or hers, eas, of it or its dad, ei, to or for him, ei, to or for her, ei, to or for it, acceum, him, em, her, id, it ableo, with, from, etc., him, ea, with, from, etc., her, eo, with, from, etc., it plur. Nomei or two, eae, ea, they generally eorum, eorum, of them, their dad eis or iis, eis or iis, eis or iis, to or for them acceus, eas, ea, them ableis or iis, eis or iis, eis or iis, with, from, etc., them 116. Comparison between suis and is. We learned above, 98c, that suis is a reflexive possessive. When his, her, pos, its, their, do not refer to the subject of the sentence, we express his, her, its by is, the genitive singular of is, ea, id, and thereby the genitive plural, using eorum to refer to a masculine or neuter antecedent noun and eorum to refer to a feminine one. Examples: Galba calls his, own, son, Galba suum filium vocet. Galba calls his son, not his own, but another's, Galba eis filium vocet. Julia calls her, own, children, Iulia suos liberos vocet. Julia calls her children, not her own, but another's, Iulia eis liberos vocet. The men praise their, own, boys, viri suos puros laudant. The men praise their boys, not their own, but others, viri eorum puros laudant. 117. Exercises: First, learn the special vocabulary, p. 287. 1. He praises her, him, it, them. 2. This cart, that report, these teachers, those women, that abode, these abodes. 3. That strong garrison, among those weak and sick women, that want of firmness, those frequent plans. 4. The other woman is calling her chickens, her own. 5. Another woman is calling her chickens, not her own. 6. The Gaul praises his arms, his own. 7. The Gaul praises his arms, not his own. 8. This farmer often plows their fields. 9. Those wretched slaves long for their master, their own. 10. Those wretched slaves long for their master, not their own. 11. Free men love their own fatherland. 12. They love its villages and towns. 118. Dialogue 1. Cornelius and Marcus M. Quis est vir, Corneli, cum puro parvo? Est ni Romanus et liber? Si Romanus non est, Mars. Is vir est servus et eis domicilium est in Silvis Gallii. M. est ni pure filius eis servi and alterius. Si nutrius filius est pure. Is est filius legati 60. M. Quo pure cum eo servo properat. Si is cum servo properat ad lata 60 agros.2 totum frumentum est iam maturum et magna servorum numerus in Italii 3 agris labrat. M. Agricolae sunt Galli et patriae sui agros erant. Si non agricoli sunt. Bellum amant Galli, Non agriculturum. Apud eos viri pugnant et femini auxilio liberorum agros erant parant xibum. Magister noster puris pulis gratas galerum fabulosipi narrat et laudat eosipi. Si mala est fortuna eorum et sipi miseri servi multis cum lacrimis patrium suum desiderant. 1. There are a number of departures from the normal order in this dialogue. Find them, and give the reason. 2. When a noun is modified by both a genitive and an adjective, a favorite order of words is adjective, genitive, noun. 3. A modifying genitive often stands between a preposition and its object. Second review, Lessons 917, 506 to 509. Lesson 18. Conjugation. The present, imperfect, and future tenses of some 119. The inflection of a verb is called its conjugation, cf 23. In English the verb has but few changes in form, the different meanings being expressed by the use of personal pronouns and auxiliaries, as, I am carried, we have carried, they shall have carried, etc. In Latin, on the other hand, instead of using personal pronouns and auxiliary verbs, the form changes with the meaning. In this way the Romans expressed differences in tense, mood, voice, person, and number. 120. The tenses. The different forms of a verb referring to different times are called its tenses. The chief distinctions of time are present, past, and future. 1. The present, that is, what is happening now, or what usually happens, is expressed by the present tense. 2. The past, that is, what was happening, used to happen, happened, has happened, or had happened, is expressed by the imperfect, perfect, and pluperfect tenses. 3. The future, that is, what is going to happen, is expressed by the future and future perfect tenses. 121. The moods. Verbs have inflection of mood to indicate the manner in which they express action. The moods of the Latin verb are the indicative, subjunctive, imperative, and infinitive. A verb is in the indicative mood when it makes a statement or asks a question about something assumed as a fact. All the verbs we have used thus far are in the present indicative. 122. The persons. There are 3 persons, as in English. The first person is the person speaking, I sing. The second person the person spoken to, you sing. The third person the person spoken of, he sings. Instead of using personal pronouns for the different persons in the two numbers, singular and plural, the Latin verb uses the personal endings, cf 22a, 29. We have already learned that t is the ending of the third person singular in the active voice and nt of the third person plural. The complete list of personal endings of the active voice is as follows: singular plural first pers. I am or -o we muse 2 dpers thou or us you tis 3 dpers he, she, it they nt. 123. Most verbs form their moods and tenses after a regular plan and are called regular verbs. Verbs that depart from this plan are called irregular. The verb to be is irregular in Latin as in English. The present, imperfect, and future tenses of the indicative are inflected as follows: present indicative singular plural first pers sum, I am sum use, we are 2 dperses, you 1 are estes, you 1 are 3 dpersest, he, she, or it is su nt, they are imperfect indicative first perseram, I was era muse, we were 2 dpersERAS, you were erates, you were 3 dpersERAT, he, she, or it was erant, they were future indicative first persero, I shall be eri muse, we shall be 2 dpersERIS, you will be erites, you will be 3 dpersERIT, he will be erunt, they will be a. Be careful about vowel quantity and accent in these forms, and consult 12.2, 14, 15. 1. Observe that in English you are, you were, etc. may be either singular or plural. In Latin the singular and plural forms are never the same. 124 Dialogue. The boy Sixtus and Marcus first learn the special vocabulary, p. 287. S. Ubi es, Mars. Ubi est Quintus? Ubi estis, amici? Cum quinto, sext, in silva sum. Non soli sumus, sunt in silva multi alii puri. S. Nunc laetus es, sed nuper non laetus eras. Cur miser eras? Miser eramcia amici me erant in alio vico et eram solus. Nunc sum apud socios meos. Nunc lati sumus et erimus. S. Iridus in ludo hodi? Hodi non eramus in ludo, quod magister erat eger. S. Iridus mox in ludo? Amici me ibi erant, sed ego, non ero. S. Cur non ibi eris? Magister, cipi iridus, in opium tuum studi diligentiae non laudat. Nuper eger eram et nunc infirmus sum. 125 Exercise 1. You are, you were, you will be, sing and plur. 2. I am, I was, I shall be. 3. He is, he was, he will be. 4. We are, we were, we shall be. 5. They are, they were, they will be. 6. Why were you not in school today? I was sick. 7. Lately he was a sailor, now he is a farmer, soon he will be a teacher. 8. Today I am happy, but lately I was wretched. 9. The teachers were happy because of the boy's industry. Puri Romani in Ludo Lesson 19. The 4 regular conjugations present active indicative of amo and munio. 126. There are 4 conjugations of the regular verbs. These conjugations are distinguished from each other by the final vowel of the present conjugation stem. 1. This vowel is called the distinguishing vowel, and is best seen in the present infinitive. 1. The stem is the body of a word to which the terminations are attached. It is often identical with the base, cf. 58. If, however, the stem ends in a vowel, the latter does not appear in the base, but is variously combined with the inflectional terminations. This point is further explained in 230. Below is given the present infinitive of a verb of each conjugation, the present stem, and the distinguishing vowel. Conjugation president infin president stem distinguishing vowel iama re, to love ama a2. Mon re, to advise mon e3. Regir, to rule re g4. Audi re, to hear audi ia. Note that the present stem of each conjugation is found by dropping re, the ending of the present infinitive. Note: the present infinitive of some is esse, and es is the present stem. 127 From the present stem are formed the present, imperfect, and future tenses. 128 The inflection of the present active indicative of the first and of the second conjugation is as follows: amo, ama re, love, amo neo, mon re, advise, president stem ama president stem mon. Personal endings sing. 1. Amo, I love amo neo, I advise -02. Amos, you love amo nes, you advise s3. Amat, he, she, it, loves amo net, he, she, it, advises t plur. 1. Ama muse, we love mon muse, we advise muse 2. Ama tis, you love mon tis, you advise tis 3. Amant, they love emonant, they advise nt1. The present tense is inflected by adding the personal endings to the present stem, and its first person uses O and not M. The form amo is for AMAO, the two vowels AO contracting to A. In Munio there is no contraction. Nearly all regular verbs ending in EO belong to the second conjugation. To note that the long final vowel of the stem is shortened before another vowel, mon-o equals mo-neo, and before final t, amat, monet, and nt, amant, munant. Compare 12. To 129. Like amo and munio inflect the present active indicative of the following verbs too. The only new verbs in this list are the 5 of the second conjugation which are starred. Learn their meanings. Indicative present infinitive present aro, I plow arari, to plow curo, I care for curari, to care for *delio, I destroy deliri, to destroy desidero, I long for desiderari, to long for do 3 I give deri, to give *habio, I have re, to have habito, I live, I dwell habitari, to live, to dwell *iubio, I order iuberi, to order labo ro, I labor laborari, to labor laudu, I praise laudari, to praise matu ro, I hasten maturari, to hasten *movio, I move moveri, to move narro, I tell narrari, to tell neko, I kill nikari, to kill nuntio, I announce nunciari, to announce paro, I prepare parari, to prepare portu, I carry portari, to carry propero, I hasten properari, to hasten pugno, I fight pugnari, to fight *6 deo, I see vidiri, to see vioco, I call vocari, to call 3. Observe that in do, dare, the a is short, and that the present stem is de and not de dash. The only forms of do that have a long are das, president indic, de, president imv, and dans, president part. 130 The translation of the present. In English there are 3 ways of expressing present action. We may say, for example, I live, I am living, or I do live. In Latin the one expression habito covers all 3 of these expressions. 131 Exercises give the voice, mood, tense, person, and number of each form. I1. Vocamus, properatus, iubent. 2 Muftis, laudas, vides. 3 Deletes, habitus, dant. 4 Maturas, desiderat, videmus. 5 Iubet, movent, necat. 6 Naramus, moves, vident. 7 Laborates, properant, portus, parant. 8 Delet, habitus, iubimus, das. NB Observe that the personal ending is of prime importance in translating a Latin verb form. Give that your first attention. 2-1. We plow, we are plowing, we do plow. 2 They care for, they are caring for, they do care for. 3 You give, you are having, you do have, sing. 4 We destroy, I do long for, they are living. 5 He calls, they see, we are telling. 6 We do fight, we order, he is moving, he prepares. 7 They are laboring, we kill, you announce. Lesson XX Imperfect Active Indicative of amo and munio 132. Tense signs. Instead of using auxiliary verbs to express differences in tense, like was, shall, will, etc., Latin adds to the verb stem certain elements that have the force of auxiliary verbs. These are called tense signs. 133 Formation and inflection of the imperfect. The tense sign of the imperfect is ba-, which is added to the present stem. The imperfect consists, therefore, of 3 parts: present stem tense sign personal ending amabam loving was I. The inflection is as follows: Conjugation I. Conjugation 2 singular personal endings 1. Ama bam, I was loving moan bam, I was advising am 2. Ama bass, you were loving moan bass, you were advising s3. Ama bat, he was loving moan bat, he was advising t plural 1. Amaba muse, we were loving munba muse, we were advising muse 2. Amabatiz, you were loving munbatiz, you were advising tis 3. Ama bant, they were loving moan bant, they were advising nt. A note that the a of the tense sign ba is shortened before nt, and before m and t when final. Cf 12. 2. In a similar manner inflect the verbs given in 129. 134 Meaning of the imperfect. The Latin imperfect describes an act as going on or progressing in past time, like the English past progressive tense, as, I was walking. It is the regular tense used to describe a past situation or condition of affairs. 135 Exercises I1. Vidabamus, desiderabat, maturaba. 2 Dabant, vocabatus, delabamus. 3 Pugnant, laudaba, mubatus. 4 Iubibant, properabatus, portabamus. 5 Dabas, narrabant, labораbatus. 6 Videbant, mubas, nunchabamus. 7 Nikabat, mubam, habibat, parabatus. 2-1. You were having, sing and plur, we were killing, they were laboring. 2 He was moving, we were ordering, we were fighting. 3 We were telling, they were seeing, he was calling. 4 They were living, I was longing for, we were destroying. 5 You were giving, you were moving, you were announcing, sing and plur. 6 They were caring for, he was plowing, we were praising. 136 Niobe and her children first learn the special vocabulary, p. 287. Niobe, Regina Thebanorum, erat pulchra feminis et superba. Erat superba non solum forma 1 sua meritique potentia 1 sed entium magno liberorum numero .1 nam habibat 2 septem filios et septem filias. Sed ea superbia erat regioni 3 causa magni tristitii et liberis 3 causa duri poni. Note. The words Niobe, Thebanorum, and Meriti will be found in the general vocabulary. Translate the selection without looking up any other words. 1 Ablative of cause. 2 Translate had, it denotes a past situation. C 134. 3 Dative, cf 43. Lesson XXI Future Active Indicative of amo and monio 137. The tense sign of the future indicative in the first and second conjugations is by dash. This is joined to the present stem of the verb and followed by the personal ending, as follows: present stem tense sign personal ending ama by s love will you 138. The future active indicative is inflected as follows. Conjugation I. Conjugation 2 singular 1. Ama bo, I shall love moan bo, I shall advise 2. Ama bis, you will love moan bis, you will advise 3. Ama bid, he will love moan bid, he will advise plural 1. Ama bimus, we shall love moan bimus, we shall advise 2. Ama bidus will love moan bidus, you will advise 3. Ama bunt, they will love moan bunt, they will advise a. The personal endings are as in the present. The ending bo in the first person singular is contracted from bio. The by appears as bulletin in the third person plural. Note that the inflection is like that of arrow, the future of some. Pay especial attention to the accent. In a similar manner inflect the verbs given in 129. 139 Exercises I1. Mubatus, laudabis, arabo. 2 Delabitus, Vocabitus, Dabunt. 3 Maturabes, Desiderabit, Vitabimus. 4 Habibit, Muabunt, Nikabit. 5 Narabimus, Munbes, Vitabunt. 6 Labarabitus, Curabunt, Dabes. 7 Habitabimus, Properabitus, Iubibunt, Parabit. 8 Nunchabo, Portabimus, Iubibo. 2-1. We shall announce, we shall see, I shall hasten. 2 I shall carry, he will plow, they will care for. 3 You will announce, you will move, you will give, sing and plur. 4 We shall fight, we shall destroy, I shall long for. 5 He will call, they will see, you will tell, plur. 6 They will dwell, we shall order, he will praise. 7 They will labor, we shall kill, you will have, sing and plur, he will destroy. 140 Niobe and her children, concluded, first learn the special vocabulary, p. 288. Apollo et Diana errant liberi litany. Iis Thebani sacra crabra parabant.1 Opidani amabant latonum et liberos eis. Id superbi regioni erat molestum. Cur, inquit, litany et liberis sacra puratis. Duos liberos habet latona, quod awardessim habeo ego. Ubi sunt mea sacra. Latona iis verbis tu irata liberos suos vocet. Ad eam volant Apollo Diana qui et sagittus 3 sui misros liberos regioni superbi delant. Niobe, nuper laeta, nunc misera, sedet apud liberos interfectos et cum perpetuus lacrimis for eos desiderat. Note. Consult the general vocabulary for Apollo, inquit, duos, and quodawardessim. Try to remember the meaning of all the other words. 1. Observe the force of the imperfect here, used to prepare, were in the habit of preparing, so amabant denotes a past situation of affairs. See 134. 2. Ablative of cause. 3. Ablative of means. 4. This may be either manner or accompaniment. It is often impossible to draw a sharp line between means, manner, and accompaniment. The Romans themselves drew no sharp distinction. It was enough for them if the general idea demanded the ablative case. Lesson XXII Review of verbs. The dative with adjectives. 141. Review the present, imperfect, and future active indicative, both orally and in writing, of some, and the verbs in 129. 142 We learned in 43 for what sort of expressions we may expect the dative, and in 44 that one of its commonest uses is with verbs to express the indirect object. It is also very common with adjectives to express the object toward which the quality denoted by the adjective is directed. We have already had a number of cases where gratus, agreeable to, was so followed by a dative, and in the last lesson we had molestus, annoying to, followed by that case. The usage may be more explicitly stated by the following rule. 143. Rule. Dative with adjectives. The dative is used with adjectives to denote the object toward which the given quality is directed. Such are, especially, those meaning near, also fit, friendly, pleasing, like, and their opposites. 144 Among such adjectives memorize the following: idoneous, a, fit, suitable, for, amicus, a, friendly, to, inimicus, a, hostile, to, gratus, a, pleasing, to, agreeable, to, molestus, a, annoying, to, troublesome, to, finitimus, a, neighboring, to, proximus, a, nearest, next, to. 145. Exercises I1. Romani terram idoneum agriculturi habent. 2 Galli copias Romanis inimici erant. 3 Cui dia latona amica non erat. 4 Dia latona superbi regioni amica non erat. 5 Cibus noster, Mars, erit armatus virus gradus. 6 Quid erat molestum populis Italii. 7 Bella longa cum Gallis erant molesta populis Italii. 8 Agri Germanorum Fluvio Reno finitimi erant. 9 Romani ad silvam opido proximam castrum abant. 10 Non solum forma sed entium superbia regioni erat magna. 11 Mox regina pulchra erit egra tristitia. 12 Cur erat Niobe, regina Thebanorum, Laeta. Laeta erat Niobe multis filius et filiabus. 2-1. The sacrifices of the people will be annoying to the haughty queen. 2 The sacrifices were pleasing not only to Latona but also to Diana. 3 Diana will destroy those hostile to Latona. 4 The punishment of the haughty queen was pleasing to the goddess Diana. 5 The Romans will move their forces to a large field, one suitable for a camp. 6 Some of the allies were friendly to the Romans, others to the Gauls. 1 Why not the dative? 146 Cornelia and her jewels first learn the special vocabulary, p. 288. Apud antiquas dominas, Cornelia, Africani filia, erat tu Maxime Clara. Filii Eius erant Tiberius Gracchus et Gaius Gracchus. 2 Puri cum Cornelia in Opido Roma, Claro Italii Opido, habitabant. Ibi eos curabat Cornelia et ibi magno cum studio eos dospat. Bona femina erat Cornelia et bonum disciplinum Maxime amabat. Note. Can you translate the paragraph above? There are no new words. 2 Observe that all the imperfects denote continued or progressive action, or describe a state of affairs. Cf 134. Lesson XXIII present active indicative of rego and audio 147. As we learned in 126, the present stem of the third conjugation ends in -e, and of the fourth in -i. The inflection of the present indicative is as follows: conjugation 3 conjugation 4 rego, regere, rule, odio, audi re, here, president stem audi singular 1. Rego, I rule odio, I hear 2. Regiis, you rule odis, you hear 3. Regit, he, she, it, rules odid, he, she, it, hears plural 1. Regimus, we rule audi muse, we hear 2. Regitus, you rule auditis, you hear 3. Regunt, they rule odiant, they hear 1. The personal endings are the same as before. 2 The final short e of the stem reg combines with the -o in the first person, becomes u in the third person plural, and becomes -i elsewhere. The inflection is like that of arrow, the future of some. 3 In audio the personal endings are added regularly to the stem audi dash. In the third person plural u is inserted between the stem and the personal ending, as audi unt. Note that the long vowel of the stem is shortened before final t just as in amo and munio. Cf 12. 2. Note that I is always short in the third conjugation and long in the fourth, excepting where long vowels are regularly shortened. Cf 12:1, 2. 148 Like rego and audio inflect the present active indicative of the following verbs: indicative present infinitive present ago, I drive agira, to drive dico, I say dicera, to say duco, I lead ducera, to lead mito, I send mitera, to send munio, I fortify muniri, to fortify repario, I find reparier, to find venio, I come veniri, to come 149. Exercises I1. Keys agit. Curvenit. Quem mittit. Quem tussus. Tu quid mittent. Ad quem veniant. Quis castra muniant. 3 quem agunt. Venemus. Quid pueri perit. 4 quem mit imus. Quis equum ducitus. Quid decunt. 5 munimus, venitus, dicit. 6 agimus, reperitus, munis. 7 reperis, ducitus, dicis. 8 agitus, audimus, regimus. 2-1. What do they find? Whom do they hear? Why does he come? To whose camp are we fortifying? To whom does he say? What are we saying? 3 I am driving, you are leading, they are hearing. 4 you send, he says, you fortify, sing and plur. 5 I am coming, we find, they send. 6 they lead, you drive, he does fortify. 7 you lead, you find, you rule, all plur. 150 Cornelia and her jewels, concluded, proximum domicilio Cornelii erat pulchri campani domicilium. Campana erat superba non solemn forma sua sed maxime ornamentus sui. Ea1 laudabat semper. Habes tu ola ornamenta, Cornelia, inquit. Ubi sunt tua ornamenta. Deinde Cornelia filios suos tiberium et geum vocet. Puri me, inquit, sunt mea ornamenta. Nam boni liberi sunt semper boni femini ornamenta maxime clara. Note. The only new words here are campana, semper, and tu. 1 ea, accusative plural neuter. Puri me sunt mea ornamenta lesson xxiv imperfect active indicative of rego and audio the dative with special intransitive verbs 151. Paradigms conjugation 3 conjugation 4 singular 1. Reg bam, I was ruling audi bam, I was hearing too. Reg bass, you were riding audi bass, you were hearing 3. Reg bat, he was ruling audi bat, he was hearing plural 1. Reg bamuse, we were ruling audi bamuse, we were hearing 2. Reg batiz, you were ruling audi batiz, you were hearing 3. Reg bant, they were ruling audi bant, they were hearing 1. The tense sign is ba dash, as in the first 2 conjugations. 2 Observe that the final dash e of the stem is lengthened before the tense sign ba dash. This makes the imperfect of the third conjugation just like the imperfect of the second, cf munbam and regbam. 3 In the fourth conjugation dash e is inserted between the stem and the tense sign ba, audi bam. 4 In a similar manner inflect the verbs given in 148. 152 Exercises I1. Agibat, venibat, mitabat, duspant. 2 Agibant, mitabant, duspus, munibant. 3 Mitabamus, duspitus, dispant. 4 Munibamus, venibitus, dispus. 5 Mitabas, venibamus, reparabat. 6 Reparabas, venibus, audibitus. 7 Agibamus, reparabitus, munibat. 8 Agibatus, dispam, munibam. 2-1. They were leading, you were driving, sing and plur, he was fortifying. 2 They were sending, we were finding, I was coming. 3 You were sending, you were fortifying, sing and plur, he was saying. 4 They were hearing, you were leading, sing and plur, I was driving. 5 We were saying, he was sending, I was fortifying. 6 They were coming, he was hearing, I was finding. 7 You were ruling, sing and plur, we were coming, they were ruling. 153 The dative with special intransitive verbs. We learned above, 20a, that a verb which does not admit of a direct object is called an intransitive verb. Many such verbs, however, are of such meaning that they can govern an indirect object, which will, of course, be in the dative case. 45. Learn the following list of intransitive verbs with their meanings. In each case the dative indirect object is the person or thing to which a benefit, injury, or feeling is directed. Cf 43, credo, credere, believe, give belief to, favio, favora, favor, show favor to, no show, nocere, injure, do harm to, perio, perere, obey, give obedience to, persuadio, persuadere, persuade, offer persuasion to, resisto, resistere, resist, offer resistance to, studio, studere, be eager for, give attention to. 154. Rule. Dative with intransitive verbs. The dative of the indirect object is used with the intransitive verbs credo, favio, no show, perio, persuadio, resisto, studio, and others of like meaning. 155 Exercise 1. Credis in verbis sociorum. Multi verbis eorum non credunt. Tu me finitum I concilio tuo non favibunt, quod bello student. 3 Tiberius et Gaius disciplini duri non resistabant et Cornelii peribant. 4 Dia erat inimica septem filiabus regini. 5 Durapona et perpetua tristitia regini non persuade bunt. 6 Nuper ea resistabat et nunc resisti potentii litani. 7 Mox sagittae volabunt et liberis miseris no spunt. Lesson XXV Future Active Indicative of Rego and Audio 156. In the future tense of the third and fourth conjugations we meet with a new tense sign. Instead of using by dash, as in the first and second conjugations, we use a1 in the first person singular and dash e in the rest of the tense. In the third conjugation the final dash e of the stem is dropped before this tense sign. In the fourth conjugation the final dash I of the stem is retained. 21. The dash A is shortened before M final, and dash E before T final and before NT, cf 12. 2. The dash I is, of course, shortened, being before another vowel. Cf 12. 1. 157. Paradigms conjugation 3 conjugation 4 singular 1. Regam, I shall rule odium, I shall hear 2. Reges, you will rule odies, you will hear 3. Reget, he will rule odiet, he will hear plural 1. Reg muse, we shall rule audi muse, we shall hear 2. Reg tis, you will rule audi tis, you will hear 3. Regent, they will rule odiant, they will hear 1. Observe that the future of the third conjugation is like the present of the second, excepting in the first person singular. 2 In the same manner inflect the verbs given in 148. 158 Exercises I1. Dicit, dustes, muniamuse. 2 Dicent, dicites, mitamuse. 3 Munient, venient, mittent, agent. 4 Ducit, mits, veniet, agent. 5 Muniet, reparities, agemuse. 6 Mitum, veniamuse, regent. 7 Audiatus, venes, reparies. 8 Repariet, agam, dusmuse, mitted. 9 Videbitus, sedbo, vocabumus. 2-1. I shall find, he will hear, they will come. 2 I shall fortify, he will send, we shall say. 3 I shall drive, you will lead, they will hear. 4 You will send, you will fortify, sing and plur, he will say. 5 I shall come, we shall find, they will send. 6 Who 3 will believe the story? I 4 shall believe the story. 7 Whose friends do you favor? We favor our friends. 8 Who will resist our weapons? Sixtus will resist your weapons. 9 Who will persuade him? They will persuade him. 10 Why were you injuring my horse? I was not injuring your horse. 11 Whom does a good slave obey? A good slave obeys his master. 12 Our men were eager for another battle. 3 Remember that keys, who, is singular in number. 4 Express by ego, because it is emphatic. Lesson XXVI Verbs in IO of the third conjugation. The imperative mood 159. There are a few common verbs ending in IO which do not belong to the fourth conjugation, as you might infer, but to the third. The fact that they belong to the third conjugation is shown by the ending of the infinitive. Cf 126. Compare audio, audi re, here, fourth conjugation capio, ca pair, take, third conjugation 160. The present, imperfect, and future active indicative of capio are inflected as follows: capio, capera, take present stem cape present imperfect future singular 1. Capio capi bam capium 2. Capis capi bas capis 3. Capit capi bat cap plural 1. Capimus capibomus capimus 2. Capitis capibatis capitis 3. Capiunt capibant capiant 1. Observe that capio and the other IO verbs follow the fourth conjugation wherever in the fourth conjugation two vowels occur in succession. Cf capio, audio, capiant, audiant, and all the imperfect and future. All other forms are like the third conjugation. Cf capis, regis, capit, regit, etc. 2 Like capio, inflect facio, facere, make, do fugio, fugere, fleetiusio, iacera, hurl rapio, rapera, Cs 161. The imperative mood. The imperative mood expresses a command, as, come, send. The present tense of the imperative is used only in the second person, singular and plural. The singular in the active voice is regularly the same in form as the present stem. The plural is formed by adding te to the singular. Conjugation singular plural iama, love thou amate, love ye too. Moan, advise thou moan te, advise ye 3. A, reg, rule thou regit, rule ye, b, cape, take thou capite, take ye 4. Audi, hear thou audi te, hear ye some, irregular, es, be thou este, be ye 1. In the third conjugation the final -e of the stem becomes -i in the plural. 2 The verbs dico, say, duco, lead, and facio, make, have the irregular forms dic, duke, and fac in the singular. 3 Give the present active imperative, singular and plural, of venio, duco, voco, docio, laudo, dico, sedio, ago, facio, munio, mito, rapio. 162 Exercises I1. Fugiant, faciant, iaca but. 2 Deli, nunciate, fugiant. 3 Venite, dic, faciates. 4 Docite, iacium, fugibant. 5 Fac, iacabamus, fugimus, rapit. 6 Sedit, reperi, docede. 7 Fugiamus, iaciant, rapes. 8 Reperient, rapibitus, nocent. 9 Favet, resist, peribites. 10 Vola ad multis terras et de auxilium. 11 Ego telomea capium et multis feras delabo. 12 Quis fabuli tui credet? 13 Este boni, puri, et audite verba grata magistri. 2-1. The goddess will seize her arms and will hurl her weapons. 2. With her weapons she will destroy many beasts. 3. She will give aid to the weak. 14. She will fly to many lands and the beasts will flee. 5. Romans, tell the famous story to your children. 1. Plural. An adjective used as a noun. Cf 99. 2-3. 2. Imperative. The imperative generally stands first, as in English. 3rd review, lessons 18xxvi, 510 to 512. Lesson XXVII. The passive voice present, imperfect, and future indicative of amo and monio. 163. The voices. Thus far the verb forms have been in the active voice, that is, they have represented the subject as performing an action, as, the lion killed the hunter. A verb is said to be in the passive voice when it represents its subject as receiving an action, as, the lion was killed by the hunter. Note the direction of the arrows. 164. Passive personal endings. In the passive voice we use a different set of personal endings. They are as follows: sing. 1 r, I plur. 1 moor, we two. Ris, re, you two. Many, you three. Tur, he, she, it three. Enter, they. Observe that the letter r appears somewhere in all but one of the endings. This is sometimes called the passive sign. 165. Paradigms. Amo, amuri munio, munera president stem ama president stem mon present indicative personal endings. Sing. Amor, I am loved. Mo near, I am advised. Or 1 ama ris or ama re, you are loved. Mon ris or mon re, you are advised. Ris or re ama tur, he is loved. Mon tur, he is advised. Tur plur. Ama moor, we are loved. Mon moor, we are advised. Moor ama many, you are loved. Mon many, you are advised. Many amon tur, they are loved. Mon and tur, they are advised. Enter imperfect indicative, tense sign ba, sing ama bar, I was being loved. Mon bar, I was being advised. R amaba ris or amabari, you were being loved. Munba ris or munbari, you were being advised. Ris or re amaba tur, he was being loved. Munba tur, he was being advised. Tur plur amaba moor, we were being loved. Munba moor, we were being advised. Moor amaba many, you were being loved. Munba many, you were being advised. Many amaban tur, they were being loved. Munban tur, they were being advised. Enter future, tense sign by, sing ama bor, I shall be loved. Mon bor, I shall be advised. Rama berries or ama bear, you will be loved. Mon berries or mon bear, you will be advised. Ris or re ama bitter, he will be loved. Mon bitter, he will be advised. Tur plur ama bimer, we shall be loved. Mon bimer, we shall be advised. Moor. Amabi many, you will be loved. Munbi many, you will be advised. Many amabun tur, they will be loved. Munbun tur, they will be advised. Enter 1. In the present the personal ending of the first person singular is or. 1. The tense sign and the personal endings are added as in the active. 2. In the future the tense sign by appears as bo in the first person, be in the second, singular number, and as bulletin in the third person plural. 3. Inflect laudo, nico, porto, movio, dilio, iubio, in the present, imperfect, and future indicative, active and passive. 166. Intransitive verbs, such as maturo, I hasten, habito, I dwell, do not have a passive voice with a personal subject. 167. Exercises I1. Laudaris or laudare, laudas, dater, dat2. Dabiter, dabit, videmini, videtus. 3. Vocabat, vocabator, delabitus, delabimini. 4. Parabator, parabat, kuras, kuraris, or kurari. 5 portabantur, portabont, vitabimer, vitabimus. 6 iubiris or iubir, iubs, laudabaris, or laudabar, laudaba. 7 mubbaris or mubbari, mubbis, dabantur, dabant. 8 delentur, delant, parabamer, parabamus. 2-1. We prepare, we are prepared, I shall be called, I shall call, you were carrying, you were being carried. 2 I see, I am seen, it was being announced, he was announcing, they will order, they will be ordered. 3 You will be killed, you will kill, you move, you are moved, we are praising, we are being praised. 4 I am called, I call, you will have, you are cared for. 5 They are seen, they see, we were teaching, we were being taught, they will move, they will be moved. Perseus and Andromedam serve at 168. Perseus and Andromeda first learn the special vocabulary, p. 288. Perseus filius erat Iovis tu maximi 3 deorum. De eo multis fabulas narrant poeti. Ei favent dei, ei magica arma et elastant. Eis tellus armatus et alis fretus ad multis terras volabat et monstra siva delibat et miseris infirmis auxilium dabit. Ethiopia est terra Africi. Terram Cepheus 5 regbat. Ei 6 Neptunus, Maximus Aquarum Deus, erat iritus et midit 7 monstrum sevum ad Ethiopiam. Ibi monstrum non solum laudis pulchrisque Ethiopii agris nos bat sed entium domicilia agricolarum delibat, et multos viros, feminas, liberosque nicabat. Populus ex agris fugibat et oppidum juris valides munibat. Tum Cepheus magna tristitia commodus ad Iovis oraculum properat et ita dicit, amici me nicantur, agri me vastantur. Audi verba mea, I uppiter. De miseris auxilium. Age monstrum sevum ex patria. 2 Iovis, the genitive of I uppiter. 3 Used substantively, the greatest. So below, L4, miseris and infirmis are used substantively. 4 Pronounce in 2 syllables, see Epheus. 5 Ei, at him, dative with iritus. 6 The present is often used, as in English, in speaking of a past action, in order to make the story more vivid and exciting. Lesson XXVII Present, Imperfect, and Future Indicative Passive of Rego and Audio 169. Review the present, imperfect, and future indicative active of Rego and Audio, and learn the passive of the same tenses, 490, 491. A. Observe that the tense signs of the imperfect and future are the same as in the active voice, and that the passive personal endings, 164, are added instead of the active ones. B. Note the slight irregularity in the second person singular present of the third conjugation. There the final E of the stem is not changed to I-, as it is in the active. We therefore have regeres or regeir, not regeres, regire. See inflectigo, dico, duco, munio, reperio, in the present, imperfect, and future indicative, active and passive. 170 Exercises I1. Agibat, agibator, mitabat, mitibator, dusbat. 2 Agunt, aguntur, mittentur, mittent, muniunt. 3 Mitter, mitter, mittum, dusera, dusera. 4 Dismur, decimus, dismus, decimer, munibomini. 5 Duciter, ducimini, reperimer, reperier, agitor. 6 Agibamus, agibamer, reperiris, reperiemini. 7 Munimini, vanibam, dusbar, diciter. 8 mitamini, miditis, mitaris, mitaris, agibamini. 9 diciter, dicit, muni unter, reparient, audienter. 2-1. I was being driven, I was driving, we were leading, we were being led, he says, it is said. 2 I shall send, I shall be sent, you will find, you will be found, they lead, they are led. 3 I am found, we are led, they are driven, you were being led, sing and plur. 4 We shall drive, we shall be driven, he leads, he is being led, they will come, they will be fortified. 5 They were ruling, they were being ruled, you will send, you will be sent, you are sent, sing and plur. 6 He was being led, he will come, you are said, sing and plur. 171 Perseus and Andromeda, continued, first learn the special vocabulary, p. 288. Tum oraculum ita respondet, mala est fortuna tua. Neptunus, Magnus Aquarum Deus, terri Ethiopii inimicus, eas ponas mitted. Sed para irato Deo sacrum Idonium et monstrum sivum ex patria tua ter. Andromeda filia tua est monstro grata. De monstro. Cervicarum patrium et vitam populi tui. Andromeda autumn erat pula pulchra. Amabat Cepheus Maxime. Lesson XXIX Present, imperfect, and future indicative passive of IO verbs present passive infinitive and imperative 172. Review the active voice of Capio, present, imperfect, and future, and learn the passive of the same tenses, 492. A. The present forms capier and capiunter are like audier, audiunter, and the rest of the tense is like regier. B. In like manner inflect the passive of easio and rapio. 173 The infinitive. The infinitive mood gives the general meaning of the verb without person or number, as, amori, to love. Infinitive means unlimited. The forms of the other moods, being limited by person and number, are called the finite, or limited, verb forms. 174 The forms of the present infinitive, active and passive, are as follows: conj president stem president infinitive active president infinitive passive ama re, to love amari, to be loved to. Mon re, to advise mon ri, to be advised 3. Regir, to rule regii, to be ruled cape ca pair, to take ca pi, to be taken 4. Audi re, to hear audi re, to be heard 1. Observe that to form the present active infinitive we add re to the present stem. A. The present infinitive of some is esse. There is no passive. 2. Observe that the present passive infinitive is formed from the active by changing final e to -i, except in the third conjugation, which changes final air to -i3. Give the active and passive present infinitives of docio, sedio, valo, curo, mito, duco, munio, repario, easio, rapio. 175 The forms of the present imperative, active and passive, are as follows: active 1 passive conj sing. Plur. Sing. Plur. Amate re, be thou loved ama mini, be ye loved too. Mone mon te mon re, be thou advised mon mini, be ye advised 3. Regii regit regere, be thou ruled regi mini, be ye ruled cape ca pite ca pair, be thou taken capi mini, be ye taken 4. Odi audi te audi re, be thou heard audi mini, be ye heard 1. Observe that the second person singular of the present passive imperative is like the present active infinitive, and that both singular and plural are like the second person singular to and plural, respectively, of the present passive indicative. To give the present imperative, both active and passive, of the verbs in 174. 3.1. For the sake of comparison, the active is repeated from 161. 2. That is, using the personal ending re. A form like amuri may be either indicative, infinitive, or imperative. 176 exercises. First, learn the special vocabulary, p. 289. I1. Tum Perseus Alice ad terras multis volabit. Tu monstrum sivum per aquas properat et mox agros nostros vastabit. 3. Si autumn Cepheus ad oraculum properabit, oraculum ita respondibit. 4. Quis tellus per se superabiter? Multa monstra tellus ea superabuntur. 5. Cum curis magnus et lacrimis multis agricoli ex domicilius caris aguntur. 6. Multa loca vastabantur et multa opida delabantur. 7. Monstrum est validum, tamen superabiter. 8. Credes semper verbis oraculi. Ego iis non semper credum. 9. Peribitni Cepheus oraculo. Verba oraculi ei persuade bunt. 10. Si non fugiemus, oppidum capiatur et oppidini nicabuntur. 11. Vocade puros et narrate fabulam claram de monstro sivo. 2.1. Fly thou, to be cared for, be sent, lead thou. 2. To lead, to be led, be seized, fortify thou. 3. To be hurled, to fly, send thou, to be found. 4. To be sent, be led, to hurl, to be taken. 5. Find thou, hear ye, be ruled, to be fortified. Lesson XXX synopses in the four conjugations. The ablative denoting from 177. You should learn to give rapidly synopses of the verbs you have had, as follows: 1. Conjugation I. Conjugation 2. Indicative active passive present amo amor mo neo mo near imperv. Ama bam ama bar mon bam mon bar feud ama bo ama bor mon bor imperative president ama ama re mon re infinitive president ama re ama ri mon ri. Conjugation 3. Conjugation 3, io verbs, indicative active passive president rego rigor capio capi imperv. Reg bar capi bar feud regam regar capm capr imperative president regi regir cape capir infinitive president regir regi capir capi. Conjugation 4. Indicative active passive president odiod or imperv. Audi bar feud odi r imperative president audi re infinitive president audi ri1. Synopses should be given not only in the first person, but in other persons as well, particularly in the third singular and plural. 1. Give the synopsis of rapio, munio, repario, docio, video, dico, ago, laudo, porto, and vary the person and number. 178. We learned in 50 that one of the three relations covered by the ablative case is expressed in English by the preposition from. This is sometimes called the separative ablative, and it has a number of special uses. You have already grown familiar with the first mentioned below. 179 Rule. Ablative of the place from. The place from which is expressed by the ablative with the prepositions a or ab, de, e or ex agricoli ex agris veniant. The farmers come from the fields. A or ab denotes from near a place, e or x, out from it, and down from it. This may be represented graphically as follows: 180. Rule. Ablative of separation. Words expressing separation or deprivation require an ablative to complete their meaning. A. If the separation is actual and literal of one material thing from another, the preposition a or ab, e or x, or de is generally used. If no actual motion takes place of one thing from another, no preposition is necessary. A. Perseus terra me monstris liberat. Perseus frees the land from monsters, literal separation. Actual motion is expressed. B. Perseus terram tristitia liberat. Perseus frees the land from sorrow, figurative separation. No actual motion is expressed. 181. Rule. Ablative of the personal agent. The word expressing the person from whom an action starts, when not the subject, is put in the ablative with the preposition a or ab. A. In this construction, the English translation of ab is by rather than from. This ablative is regularly used with passive verbs to indicate the person by whom the act was performed. Monstrum a personicator, the monster is being slain by, lit from, Perseus. B. Note that the active form of the above sentence would be Perseus monstrum nicat, Perseus is slaying the monster. In the passive, the object of the active verb becomes the subject, and the subject of the active verb becomes the ablative of the personal agent, with a or ab. See, distinguish carefully between the ablative of means and the ablative of the personal agent. Both are often translated into English by the preposition by. Cf 100b. Means is a thing, the agent or actor is a person. The ablative of means has no preposition. The ablative of the personal agent has a or ab. Compare Pharos sagitta nicator, the wild beast is killed by an arrow. Phara a Diana nicator, the wild beast is killed by Diana sagitta. In the first sentence, is the ablative of means, a Diana, in the second, is the ablative of the personal agent. 182 exercises. First, learn the special vocabulary, p. 289. I1. Viri inopia sibi defesia bio loco desident. 2. Germani castris Romanis ad propinque bant, tamen legatus copias a proelio contini bud. 3. Multigalarum opida ob Romanis capi enter. 4. Tum Romani totem populum eorum opidorum gladius pilusque interficient. 5. Opidani Romanis rasis tent, sed defesi longo proelio fugiant. 6. Multi ex Gallia fugibant et in Germanorum vicis habitabant. 7. Miseri noti vulnerantur ab inimicis tu sivus et seboigent. 8. Desedite et date virus frumentum et copium vini. 9. Copii nostri a proelio contini bantur ab sexto legato. 10. Id opidum ab provincia romana lunge operat. 2:1. The weary sailors were approaching a place dear to the goddess Diana. 2. They were without food and without wine. 3. Then Galba and 7 other men are sent to the ancient island by Sextus. 4. Already they are not far away from the land, and they see armed men on a high place. 5. They are kept from the land by the men with spears and arrows. 6. The men kept hurling their weapons down from the high place with great eagerness. 2. Inimicis, here used as a noun. See vocabulary. Lesson XXXI perfect, pluperfect, and future perfect of Sum 183. Principal parts. There are certain parts of the verb that are of so much consequence in tense formation that we call them the principal parts. The principal parts of the Latin verb are the present, the past, and the past participle, as go, went, gone, see, saw, seen, etc. The principal parts of the Latin verb are the first person singular of the present indicative, the present infinitive, the first person singular of the perfect indicative, and the perfect passive participle. 184 Conjugation stems. From the principal parts we get 3 conjugation stems, from which are formed the entire conjugation. We have already learned about the present stem, which is found from the present infinitive, cf 126a. The other 2 stems are the perfect stem and the participial stem. 185 The perfect stem. The perfect stem of the verb is formed in various ways, but may always be found by dropping -I from the first person singular of the perfect, the third of the principal parts. From the perfect stem are formed the following tenses: the perfect active indicative, the pluperfect active indicative, English past perfect, the future perfect active indicative. All these tenses express completed action in present, past, or future time respectively. 186. The endings of the perfect. The perfect active indicative is inflected by adding the endings of the perfect to the perfect stem. These endings are different from those found in any other tense, and are as follows: sing. 1-I plur. 1 imus, we two. Isti, you two. Istis, you three. It, he, she, it three. -Erunt or -air, they. 187. Inflection of some in the perfect, pluperfect, and future perfect indicative, president indicative, president infin-perf. Indicative prin parts some se fy perfect stem fu perfect singular plural fu I have been, I was fu imus, we have been, we were fwis ti, you have been, you were fwis tis, you have been, you were fu it, he has been, he was furunt or furi, they have been, they were pluperfect, tense sign era, fu iram, I had been fuera muse, we had been fu eras, you had been fueratis, you had been fuerat, he had been fuerant, they had been future perfect, tense sign era, fuero, I shall have been. Furemus, we shall have been fueris, you will have been furethes, you will have been fuerit, he will have been fuerant, they will have been one. Note carefully the changing accent in the perfect. 2. Observe that the pluperfect may be formed by adding iram, the imperfect of some, to the perfect stem. The tense sign is era dash. 3. Observe that the future perfect may be formed by adding arrow, the future of some, to the perfect stem. But the third person plural ends in errant, not in erunt. The tense sign is eri dash. 4. All active perfects, pluperfects, and future perfects are formed on the perfect stem and inflected in the same way. 188 Dialogue. The boys Titus, Marcus, and Quintus first learn the special vocabulary, p. 289. M. Ubifwistus, tit et cant? T ego in meo ludo fwy et Quintus in suo ludo foot. Boni purifuimus. Footni sixtus in vico hodi? M. Foot. Nuper per agros proximos fluvio properabat. Ibi is et Cornelius habent navigium. T navigium dicis? Alii one naraim fabulam. M. Vero, yes, truly, pulchrum et novum navigium. Q quaes pecuniatu sextus et Cornelius id navigium parant? Quis iis pecuniam dat? M. amici Corneli multum habent orum et pure pecunia nonaget. T quo puri navigabunt? Navigabuntni longatera? M. Vuebia sunt concilia eorum. Sed hodi, credo, si ventus erit idonius, ad maximum insulam navigabunt. Iam antia ibi fuerunt. Tum autumn ventus erat perfidas et puri magno in periculo erant. Q aqua vento comoda est inimica nautis semper, et sipi perfidas ventus navigerapit, agit, delec. Tu puri, si non fuerent maxime attenti, irida aqua et valido vento superabuntur et ida interficientur. 1 Dative case. Cf 109. 2 Ablative of means. 189 Exercise 1. Where had the boys been before? They had been in school. 2 Where had Sextus been? He had been in a field next to the river. 3 Who has been with Sextus today? Cornelius has been with him. 4 Who says so? Marcus. 5. If the wind has been suitable, the boys have been in the boat. 6. Soon we shall sail with the boys. 7. There 3 will be no danger, if we are, shall have been, careful. Point 43. The expletive there is not expressed, but the verb will precede the subject, as in English. For this predicate adjective must be nominative plural to agree with we. Lesson XXXII. The perfect active indicative of the 4 regular conjugations. 190. Meanings of the perfect. The perfect tense has 2 distinct meanings. The first of these is equivalent to the English present perfect, or perfect with have, and denotes that the action of the verb is complete at the time of speaking, as, I have finished my work. As this denotes completed action at a definite time, it is called the perfect definite. The perfect is also used to denote an action that happened sometime in the past, as, I finished my work. As no definite time is specified, this is called the perfect indefinite. It corresponds to the ordinary use of the English past tense. Note carefully the difference between the following tenses: I was finishing used to finish my work, imperfect, 134, I finished my work, perfect indefinite, I have finished my work, perfect definite. When telling a story, the Latin uses the perfect indefinite to mark the different forward steps of the narrative, and the imperfect to describe situations and circumstances that attend these steps. If the following sentences were Latin, what tenses would be used? Last week I went to Boston. I was trying to find an old friend of mine, but he was out of the city. Yesterday I returned home. 191. Inflection of the perfect. We learned in 186 that any perfect is inflected by adding the endings of the perfect to the perfect stem. The inflection in the 4 regular conjugations is then as follows: conj. I conj 2 conj 3 conj 4 mavi manui rikai cp audivi I have loved or did love I have advised or did advise I have ruled or did rule I have taken I took or did take I have heard or did hear. Perfect stems amav manurex sep audiv singular 1. Ama 6 mo nui re 11 ce pi audi 6 2. Amavis ti manuis ti ricus ti sepis ti audivis ti 3. Amavit mo newt resit ce pit audi vit plural 1. Ama vimus manu imus resimus ce pimus audi vimus 2. Amavis tis manuis tis ricus tis sepis tis audivis tis 3. Amave runt or amave re manu runt or manu re rexi runt or rexi re seep runt or seep re audive runt or audive re 1. The first person of the perfect is always given as the third of the principal parts. From this we get the perfect stem. This shows the absolute necessity of learning the principal parts thoroughly. Nearly all perfects of the first conjugation are formed by adding 6 to the present stem. Like amavi inflect paravi, vocavi, curavi, laudavi. 3. Note carefully the changing accent in the perfect. Drill on it. 192. Learn the principal parts and inflect the perfects. President indicative present infin perf. Indicative do dare dedi give dilio delere dilavi destroy habio haberi habi have movio movera movi move perio pereri perui obey prohibio prohiberi prohibi restrain, keep from video vidir vdc dico dicera dixi se desido desidera decessi depart duco ducera duxi lead facio facera feci make, du mito mitera missi send munio muniri munivi fortify vanio vaniri vani cum 193. Perseus and Andromeda, continued, first learn the special vocabulary, p. 290. Cepheus, adversa fortuna maxime commodus, decessit et multis cum lacrimis populo Ethiopii verba oraculi narravit. Fata Andromedi, puuli pulchri, a toto populo deplorabantur, tamen nullum erat auxilium. Dien si fus cum pleno tristitii animo carum suum filium ex oppidi porta ad aquam duxit et braccia eis ad saxa dura revenexit. Tum amici puuli miseri lunge desesserunt et diu monstrum sivum expectaverunt. Tum forte Perseus, Alice Fritas, super Ethiopium volabat. Vidit populum, Andromedam, lacrimas, et, magno peritonitus, ad terram descendit. Tum si fus ei totus curas narravit et ita dixit, perbo verbis oraculi, et pro patria filium meme dabo, sed siid monstrum interficiis et Andromedam servabis, tibi, to you, em dabo. Lesson XXXII Pluperfect and Future Perfect Active Indicative Perfect Active Infinitive 194. CONJ. ICONJ2 CONJ3 CONJ4 Amo Munio Rego Capio Audio Perfect Stems Amav Manu Rex Sep Audiv Pluperfect Indicative Active Tense Sign Errors Singular I had loved I had advised I had ruled I had taken I had heard 1. Am avaram manu iram reziram ce param audi varam 2. Am avaras manu iras reziras ce paras audi varas 3. Am avarat manu erat rezirat ce parat audi varat plural 1. Am avra muse manuera muse recura muse separa muse audivera muse 2. Am avra tis manuera tis recura tis separa tis audivera tis 3. Am averant manu erant reserant ce parent audiverant future perfect indicative active tense sign airy singular I shall have loved I shall have advised I shall have ruled I shall have taken I shall have heard 1. Am avero manu ero rezero ce pero audi vero 2. Am averis manu eris rezera ce peris audi veris 3. Am averit manu erit reserit ce perit audi verit plural 1. Am ave remus manu remus rexi remus ep remus audive remus 2. Am ave rethes manu rethes rexi rethes sep rethes audive rethes 3. Am averant manu erant reserant ce parent audi verant 1. Observe that these are all inflected alike and the rules for formation given in 187. 2 to 4 hold good here. 2 in like manner inflect the pluperfect and future perfect indicative active of do, porto, dilio, movio, habio, dico, desido, facio, venio, munio. 195 The perfect active infinitive. The perfect active infinitive is formed by adding es to the perfect stem. Conj perfect stem perfect infinitive I am av amavis se, to have loved 2. Manu manuus se, to have advised 3. A. Rex recus se, to have ruled, b. Sep sepis se, to have taken 4. Audiv audivis se, to have heard some fufus se, to have been 1. In like manner give the perfect infinitive active of do, porto, dilio, movio, habio, dico, desido, facio, venio, munio. 196 Exercises I1. Habisti, moverunt, miserant. 2 Vidit, dixeris, duxis. 3 Misistis, perurunt, desesseramus. 4 Munivit, dederam, misero. 5 Haburimus, delavi, perut, fuis. 6 Dederas, muniveritis, veneritus, mysis. 7 Veneras, facis, dederitus, portaverus. 8 Quem verba oraculi moverant. Populum verba oraculi moverant. 9 Cui si fus verba oraculi narraverit. Perso si fus verba oraculi narraverit. 10 Amici ob Andromeda desesserent. 11 Monstrum sivum domicilium multa delaverat. 12 Ubi monstrum vidistis? Id in aqua vidimus. 13 Quid monstrum faciat? Monstrum Andromedam interficiat. 2-1. They have obeyed, we have destroyed, I shall have had. 2 We shall have sent, I had come, they have fortified. 3 I had departed, he has obeyed, you have sent, sing and plur. 4 To have destroyed, to have seen, he will have given, they have carried. 5 He had destroyed, he has moved, you have had, sing and plur. 6 I have given, you had moved, sing and plur, we had said. 7 You will have made, sing and plur, they will have led, to have given. 8 Who had seen the monster? Andromeda had seen it. 9 Why had the men departed from one the towns? They had departed because the monster had come. 10 Did Cepheus obey to the oracle? 3 He did. 1x. What would have mean? 2 Did, obey, perfect tense. 3 What case? Lesson 30 Review of the active voice 197. A review of the tenses of the indicative active shows the following formation. Tenses of the indicative present equals first of the principal parts imperfect equals present stem plus BAM future equals present stem plus BO, CONJ. IN2AM, CONJ 3 and 4 perfect equals third of the principal parts pluperfect equals perfect stem plus era M future perfect equals perfect stem plus era 198. The synopsis of the active voice of amo, as far as we have learned the conjugation, is as follows: principal parts amo, amori, amavi president stem ama perf. Stem amav indicative president amo indicative perf. Amavi imperf. Amabam pluperf. Amavram fut amabo fut perf. Amavro president imv. AMA president infin amuri perf. Infin amavis 1. Learn to write in the same form and to give rapidly the principal parts and synopsis of paro, do, laudo, dilio, habio, movio, perio, video, dico, dizito, duco, mito, capio, munio, vanio. 11. Learn to give synopses rapidly, and not only in the first person singular but in any person of either number. 199 Learn the following principal parts to president indicative president infin perf. Indicative irregular verbs sum of sum do se abes se dare fly dedi bb away give conjugation to continuo docio igio favio iubio no show persuadio respondio sedio studio contenere desira igere favora iubir no sera persuadere respondere cedere studere continui doqui egui favi iasi naqui persuasi respondi sedi studui hold in. Keep teach need favor order injure persuade reply sit be eager conjugation 3 ago credo fugo easio interficio rapio races to agira credere fugere iasera interfacera. Rapera races tier e.g. crediti fugi esi interfeci rapio I re stidi drive believe flee hurl kill seize resist conjugation 4 reap rio reperi re rep peri find 2. These are all verbs that you have had before, and the perfect is the only new form to be learned. 200 Perseus and Andromeda, concluded. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 290. Read the whole story. Perseus semper proelio studibat 3 et responded 3 verba toi sunt maxime grata, et laetus arma sua magica paravid. 3 Subito monstrum viditur, seal writer per aquam properat et Andromedi ad propinquad. Eus amici lunge absent et miserapula est sola. Perseus autumn sign mora super aquam volavit. 3 Subito descendit 3 et duro gladio sivum monstrum gravitir vulneravit. 3 Diopugnator 4 Dioproelium est duobium. Denici autumn Perseus monstrum interfecit 3 et victoriam reportavit. 3 Tum ad saxum venit 3 et Andromedam liberavit. 3 et em ad sifum duxit. 3 is, nuper miser, nunc laetus, ita dixit. 3, tuo auxilio, me amis, cara filia mea est libera, tua est Andromeda. Dio Perseus cum Andromeda ibi habitabat. 3 et magno per a toto populo amabator. 33. See if you can explain the use of the perfects and imperfects in this passage. For the verb pugnator means, literally, it is fought, translate freely, the battle is fought, or the contest rages. The verb pugno in Latin is intransitive, and so does not have a personal subject in the passive. A verb with an indeterminate subject, designated in English by it, is called impersonal. Lesson XXXV. The passive perfects of the indicative, the perfect passive and future active infinitive. 201. The fourth and last of the principal parts, 183, is the perfect passive participle. From it we get the participial stem on which are formed the future active infinitive and all the passive perfects. 1. Learn the following principal parts, which are for the first time given in full. Conj President Indicative President Infin Perf. Indicative Perf. Pass. Part I amo ama re ama vi ama t us. This is the model for all regular verbs of the first conjugation. 2. Mo neo mon re mo nu I mo nit us. 3. Rego regi iri rex I rect us cap iri sep I capt us. 4. Odio audi re audi vi audi t us. 2. The base of the participial stem is found by dropping us from the perfect passive participle. 202. In English, the perfect, past perfect, and future perfect tenses of the indicative passive are made up of forms of the auxiliary verb to be and the past participle, as, I have been loved, I had been loved, I shall have been loved. Very similarly, in Latin, the perfect, pluperfect, and future perfect passive tenses use respectively the present, imperfect, and future of some as an auxiliary verb with the perfect passive participle, as perfect passive, amatus sum, I have been or was loved. Pluperfect passive, amatus iram, I had been loved. Future perfect passive, amatus ero, I shall have been loved. 1. In the same way give the synopsis of the corresponding tenses of monio, rego, capio, and audio, and give the English meanings. 203. Nature of the participle. A participle is partly verb and partly adjective. As a verb it possesses tense and voice. As an adjective it is declined and agrees with the word it modifies in gender, number, and case. 204. The perfect passive participle is declined like bonus, bona, bonum, and in the compound tenses. 202, it agrees as a predicate adjective with the subject of the verb. Examples in singular: vir laudatus est, the man was praised, or has been praised. Puella laudata est, the girl was praised, or has been praised. Concilium laudatum est, the plan was praised, or has been praised. Examples in plural: viri laudati sunt, the men were praised, or have been praised. Puelli laudati sunt, the girls were praised, or have been praised. Concilia laudata sunt, the plans were praised, or have been praised. 1. Inflect the perfect, pluperfect, and future perfect indicative passive of amo, monio, rego, capio, and audio. 488 to 492. 205. The perfect passive infinitive is formed by adding esse, the present infinitive of some, to the perfect passive participle, as, amat us, esse, to have been loved, amonit us, esse, to have been advised. 1. Form the perfect passive infinitive of rego, capio, audio, and give the English meanings. 206. The future active infinitive is formed by adding esse, the present infinitive of some, to the future active participle. This participle is made by adding -urus, to the base of the participial stem. Thus the future active infinitive of amo is amat urus, esse, to be about to love. Note that in forming the three tenses of the active infinitive we use all three conjugation stems: present, amori, present stem, to love; perfect, amavis, perfect stem, to have loved; future, amaturus esse, participial stem, to be about to love one. Give the three tenses of the active infinitive of laudo, muneo, rego, capio, audio, with the English meanings. 207 Exercises I1. Fabula Andromedi narrata est 2. Multifabuli a magistro narrati sunt. 3 Ager ab agricola valido oratus erat. 4 Agri ab agricolis validis arti erant. 5 Ora me servo perfido ad domicilium suum portatum erit. 6 Nostra arma a legato laudata sunt. Quis vestra arma laudavit? 7 Ab ancilla tua ad senam vocati sumus. 8 Andromeda monstro non data est, quia monstra me personicatum erat. 2:1. The provinces were laid waste, the field had been laid waste, the towns will have been laid waste. 2 The oracles were heard, the oracle was heard, the oracles had been heard. 3 The oracle will have been heard, the province had been captured, the boats have been captured. 4 The fields were laid waste, the man was advised, the girls will have been advised. 5 The towns had been ruled, we shall have been captured, you will have been heard. Lesson 30 Review of Principal Parts Prepositions Yes or No Questions 208. The following list shows the principal parts of all the verbs you have had excepting those used in the paradigms. The parts you have had before are given for review, and the perfect participle is the only new form for you to learn. Sometimes one or more of the principal parts are lacking, which means that the verb has no forms based on that stem. A few verbs lack the perfect passive participle but have the future active participle in -urus, which appears in the principal parts instead. Irregular verbs sum absum do one se ab est der fy if y dedi futurus a futurus datus bb away give. One do is best classed with the irregular verbs because of the short a in the present and participial stems. Conjugation I porto portar portavi portatus carry so for all verbs of this conjugation thus far used. Conjugation tu contineo dilio docio igio favio iubio movio nocio perio persuadio prohibio respondio sedio studio video contenere delere desira igeri favora iubir movere nocere parere persuadere prohibere respondere cedere studere videre continui de la vie doqui egui favi iasi movi naqui perui persuasi prohibi respondi sedi studui vd contentus deletus doctus futurus iasus motus nociturus persuasis prohibitus responsus sessus visus hold in, keep destroy teach lack favor order move. Injure obey persuade, from, restrain, keep reply sit be eager see conjugation 3 ago credo dico desido duco facio tu fugio easio interficio mito rapio resisto agira credere dicere desidera ducere facere fugere iacere interficere mittere rapere rases tier e.g. crediti dixi decessi duxi feci fugi esi interfeci missi repuoi restiti actus creditus dictus desetius ductus factus fugiterus iactus interfectus missus raptus drive believe say depart lead make flee hurl kill send seize resist. Conjugation for munio reperio vanio muniri reperir veniri munivi rep peri vani munitus repertus ventus fortify find come to. Facio has an irregular passive which will be presented later. 209 Prepositions. 1. We learned in 52, 53 that only the accusative and the ablative are used with prepositions, and that prepositions expressing ablative relations govern the ablative case. Those we have had are here summarized. The table following should be learned. A or ab, from, by come, with the, down from, concerning e or x, out from, out of pro, before, in front of, for, in behalf of sign, without to. Prepositions not expressing ablative relations must govern the accusative. 52. Of these we have had the following, ad, to apod, among por, through there are many others which you will meet as we proceed. 3. The preposition in when meaning in or on governs the ablative, when meaning to, into, against, relations foreign to the ablative, in governs the accusative. 210 yes or no questions. Questions not introduced by some interrogative word like who, why, when, etc., but expecting the answer yes or no, may take one of three forms. 1. Is he coming? Asking for information. Implying nothing as to the answer expected. 2. Is he not coming? Expecting the answer yes. 3. He isn't coming, is he? Expecting the answer no. These three forms are rendered in Latin as follows: 1. Venitni. Is he coming? 2. Non venit. Is he not coming? 3. Number venit. He isn't coming, is he? Ane, the question sign, is usually added to the verb, which then stands first. B. We learned in 56. B. That yes or no questions are usually answered by repeating the verb, with or without a negative. Instead of this, ita, vero, cert, etc., so, truly, certainly, etc., may be used for yes, and non, minime, etc. for no if the denial is emphatic, as, by no means, not at all. 211 exercises. First, learn the special vocabulary, p. 290. I1. Non habibat Cornelia ornamenta ori? Habibat. 2. Number sextus legatus scutum in dextro brachio gerabat. Non in dextro, sed sinistro in brachio sextus scutum gerabat. 3. Frustra bella multa ob Gallis gesta erant. 4. Ubi oppidum a perfido sexto occupatum est, oppidini miseri gladio interfecti sunt. 5. Id oppidum erat plenum frumenti. 6. Non sextus ab oppidinis frumentum postulavit. Vero, sed tu recusave runt frumentum dare. 7. Cur oppidum ob sexto deletum est. Quia frumentum recusatum est 8. Ea victoria non duobia erat. 9. Oppidini erant defesi et armis egebant. 10. Number fugam temptaverunt. Minime. 2:1. Where was Julia standing? She was standing where you had ordered. 2. Was Julia wearing any ornaments? She had many ornaments of gold. 3. Did she not attempt flight when she saw the danger? She did. 4. Who captured her? Galba captured her without delay and held her by the left arm. 5. She didn't have the lady's gold, did she? No, the gold had been taken by a faithless maid and has been brought back. 4th review, Lessons XXVII 30, 513 to 516. Lesson XXXVII Conjugation of possum. The infinitive used as in English. 212. Learn the principal parts of possum: I am able, I can, and its inflection in the indicative and infinitive. Cf 495, a possum, I can, is a compound of potes, able, and sum, I am. 213. The infinitive with subject accusative. The infinitive, cf 173, is a verbal noun. Used as a noun, it has the constructions of a noun. As a verb, it can govern a case and be modified by an adverb. The uses of the infinitive are much the same in Latin as in English. 1. In English, certain verbs of wishing, commanding, forbidding, and the like are used with an object clause consisting of a substantive in the objective case and an infinitive, as, he commanded the men to flee. Such object clauses are called infinitive clauses, and the substantive is said to be the subject of the infinitive. Similarly, in Latin, some verbs of wishing, commanding, forbidding, and the like are used with an object clause consisting of an infinitive with a subject in the accusative case, as, is viros fugar iasci, he commanded the men to flee. 214 Rule. Subject of the infinitive. The subject of the infinitive is in the accusative. 215 The complementary infinitive. In English, a verb is often followed by an infinitive to complete its meaning, as, the Romans are able to conquer the Gauls. This is called the complementary infinitive, as the predicate is not complete without the added infinitive. Similarly, in Latin, verbs of incomplete predication are completed by the infinitive. Among such verbs are possum, I am able, I can, propero, maturo, I hasten, tempto, I attempt. As Romani Gallo superare possunt, the Romans are able to, or can, conquer the Gauls. Bellum gerere maturant, they hasten to wage war. A predicate adjective completing a complementary infinitive agrees in gender, number, and case with the subject of the main verb. Molli puri essi boni non possunt, bad boys are not able to, or cannot, be good. Observe that boni agrees with puri. 216. The infinitive used as a noun. In English, the infinitive is often used as a pure noun, as the subject of a sentence, or as a predicate nominative. For example, to conquer, equals conquering, is pleasing, to see, equals seeing, is to believe, equals believing. The same use of the infinitive is found in Latin, especially with est, as superare est credum, to conquer is pleasing, videre est credere, to see is to believe. In the construction above, the infinitive often has a subject, which must then be in the accusative case, as galbam superare inimicos est credum multis, for Galba to conquer his enemies is pleasing to many. B. An infinitive used as a noun is neuter singular. Thus, in the sentence superare est credum, the predicate adjective credum is in the neuter nominative singular to agree with superare the subject. 217 Exercises. First, learn the special vocabulary, p. 291. I1. Magi sterludi liberos cum diligentia laborare iasi. 2. Igere sibo et vino est virus molestum. 3. Viri armatae vicurunt gallos castra ibi ponera. 4. Est ni legatus in castello and in muro? Is est pro porta. 5. Ubi nostri one fugere inseparunt, legatus ob vestris one captus est. 6. Galli castellum ibi apognaverant ubi praesidium erat infirmum. 7. Alii pugnare temptabant, alii portispadbant. 8. Femini pro domicilius sedbant nec rasis tier valides Gallis potrant. 9. Bellum est sivuum, nec infirmis nec miseris favet. 10. Sed viri arma postulabant et studabant gallos de muris agira. 11. Id castellum ob Gallis occupari Romanes non gradum erit. 12. Galli ubiae Romanes victi sunt, esse liberitus esse runt. 13. Dius sine aqua vivere non potestes. 1. Supply men. Nostri, vestri, and sui are often used as nouns in this way. 2. Not children. The Romans used liberi either as an adjective, meaning free, or as a noun, meaning the free, thereby signifying their free-born children. The word was never applied to children of slaves. 2:1. The girl began daily to carry water from the river to the gates. 2. The Gauls had pitched their camp in a place suitable for a battle. 3. For a long time they tried in vain to seize the redoubt. 4. Neither did they cease to hurl weapons against the walls. 5. But they were not able to, could not, take the town. 3. In with the accusative. 218. The faithless tarpe ia sabini olim cum Romanes bellum gerabant et multas victorias reportaverant. I am agros proximos muris vastabant, I am opido ad propinquabant. Romani autumn in capitalium fugerant et lunge periculo oberant. Muris valides et saxus altus credebant. Frustra sabini tela iaceabant, frustra portus duras patbant, castellum occupare non potrant. Deend novum concilium separunt. 4 Tarpia erat pula romana pulchra et superba. Cotidi aquam copius Romanis in capitalium portabat. Ei5 non nos bond sabini, quod ea sine armis erat nec sabini bellum cum feminis liberisque gerabant. Tarpia autumn maxime amabat ornamenta ori. Cotidi sabinorum ornamenta videbat et mox ea desiderare incipibat. Ei unus x6 sabinus dixit, duc copius sabinas intra portus, Tarpia, et maxima erunt premia tua. For concilium capere, to make a plan. Why is the perfect tense used here and the imperfect in the preceding sentences? Explain the use of tenses in the next paragraph. 5. Dative with no spont. Cf 154. 6x, out of, i.e. from the number of, best translated of. Tarpia pula perfida lesson 38. The relative pronoun and the interrogative pronoun 219. Sentences are simple, compound, or complex. A simple sentence is a sentence containing but one statement, that is, one subject and one predicate. The Romans approached the town. B. A compound sentence is a sentence containing two or more independent statements. The Romans approached the town and the enemy fled. Note: an independent statement is one that can stand alone, it does not depend upon another statement. C. A complex sentence is a sentence containing one independent statement and one or more dependent statements. When the Romans approached the town, the enemy fled. Note: a dependent or subordinate statement is one that depends on or qualifies another statement, thus the enemy fled is independent, and when the Romans approached the town is dependent or subordinate. D. The separate statements in a compound or complex sentence are called clauses. In a complex sentence, the independent statement is called the main clause and the dependent statement the subordinate clause. 220. Examine the complex sentence. The Romans killed the men who were taken. Here are two clauses. A. The main clause, the Romans killed the men. B. The subordinate clause, who were taken. The word who is a pronoun, for it takes the place of the noun men. It also connects the subordinate clause who were taken with the noun men. Hence the clause is an adjective clause. A pronoun that connects an adjective clause with a substantive is called a relative pronoun, and the substantive for which the relative pronoun stands is called its antecedent. The relative pronouns in English are who, whose, whom, which, what, that. 221. The relative pronoun in Latin is qui, qui, quod, and it is declined as follows: singular plural masc fem. Neut masc fem. Neut nom qui quad qui general quis quorum dat qui quibus acc quem quam quod quos quasqui abl quo quibus 1. Review the declension of is, 114, and note the similarity in the endings. The forms qui, qui, and quibus are the only forms showing new endings. Note: the genitive quis and the dative qui are pronounced koios, 2 syllables, and koi, 1 syllable. 222. The relative pronoun is translated as follows: one mask and female nut nom who, that which, what, that general of whom, whose of which, of what, whose dat to or for whom to or for which, to or for what acc whom, that which, what, that abl from, etc., whom from, etc., which or what one. This table of meanings need not be memorized. It is inserted for reference when translating. A. We see from the table above that qui, when it refers to a person, is translated by some form of who or by that, and that when it refers to anything else it is translated by which, what, or that. 223. Note the following sentences: the Romans killed the men who were taken. The Romans killed the woman who was taken. Romani interferunt viros qui capti sunt. Romani interferunt feminam qui capta est. In the first sentence, who, qui, refers to the antecedent men, viros, and is masculine plural. In the second, who, qui, refers to woman, feminine, and feminine singular. From this we learn that the relative must agree with its antecedent in gender and number. In neither of the sentences are the antecedents and relatives in the same case. Viros and feminine are accusatives, and qui and qui are nominatives, being the subjects of the subordinate clauses. Hence 224. Rule. Agreement of the relative. A relative pronoun must agree with its antecedent in gender and number, but its case is determined by the way it is used in its own clause. 225 Interrogative pronouns. An interrogative pronoun is a pronoun that asks a question. In English the interrogatives are who, which, what. In Latin they are quis, quid, pronoun, and qui, qui, quod. Adjective. 226 Examine the sentences. A. Who is the man? Quis est vir? B. What man is leading them? Qui vir eos ducit? In A, who is an interrogative pronoun? In B, what is an interrogative adjective? Observe that in Latin quis, quid is the pronoun and qui, qui, quod is the adjective. 227 1. The interrogative adjective qui, qui, quod is declined just like the relative pronoun. See 221. 2. The interrogative pronoun quis, quid is declined like qui, qui, quod in the plural. In the singular it is declined as follows: masc and female nut nom quis, who, quid, what, which. General quis, whose. Quis, whose. Det cui, to or for whom. Cui, to or for what or which. Acc quem, whom. Quid, what. Which. Abl quo, from, etc., whom. Quo, from, etc., which or what. Note. Observe that the masculine and feminine are alike and that all the forms are like the corresponding forms of the relative, excepting quis and quid. 228 Exercises I1. Quis est eager? Servus quem amo est eager. 2. Quis sciutum habs? Sciutum habeo quod legatus ad castellum missit. 3. Cui legatus suum sciutum dabit? Filio meo sciutum dabit. 4. Ubi Germani antiqui vivant? In terra qui est proxima Reno Germani vivant. 5. Quibuscum to Germani bellum gerabant? Cum Romanes, qui ea superare studabant, Germani bellum gerabant. 6. Qui viri castra ponent? 2. Sunt viri quorum armis Germani victi sunt. 7. Quibus telescopii nostri egerunt? Gladius et teles nostri copii egerunt. 8. A quibus porta sinistra tenebator? A socius porta sinistra tenebator. 9. Qui provinciae Romanes occupati sunt? Multi provinciae Romanes occupati sunt. 10. Quibus virus dei favibunt? Bonus virus dei favibunt. 2. Cum is added to the ablative of relative, interrogative, and personal pronouns instead of being placed before them. Germani antiqui 2. 1. What victory will you announce? 2. I will announce to the people the victory which the sailors have won. 3. The men who were pitching camp were eager for battle. 4. Nevertheless they were soon conquered by the troops which Sextus had sent. 5. They could not resist our forces, but fled from that place without delay. 229 The faithless Tarpeia, concluded. 3. Tarpeia, comita ornamenta sabinorum pulchris, diuresis tier non potuit et respondit, date mei 4 ornamenta qui in sinistris brachiis geritis, et seal writer copias vestras in capitalium ducum. Nec sabini recusave runt, sed per duras magnas castelli portus properaverunt quo 5 tarpia duxit et mox intravalidos et altos muros stabant. Tum sine mora in 6 tarpium scuta graviter erunt, nam scuta quoque in sinistris brachias gerabant. Ita perfida pula tarpia interfecta est, ita sabini capitalium occupaverunt. 3. Explain the use of the tenses in this selection. 4. To me. 5. Quo equals whither, to the place where. Here quo is the relative adverb. We have had it used before as the interrogative adverb, whither. To what place? 6. Upon. Lesson 36. The third declension consonant stems 230. Bases and stems. In learning the first and second declensions we saw that the different cases were formed by adding the case terminations to the part of the word that did not change, which we called the base. If to the base we add -a in the first declension, and o in the second, we get what is called the stem. Thus porta has the base port and the stem porta dash, service has the base serve and the stem servo dash. These stem vowels, -a and o dash, play so important a part in the formation of the case terminations that these declensions are named from them respectively the a and o declensions. 231 Nouns of the third declension. The third declension is called the consonant or I declension, and its nouns are classified according to the way the stem ends. If the last letter of the stem is a consonant, the word is said to have a consonant stem. If the stem ends in I dash, the word is said to have an I stem. In consonant stems the stem is the same as the base. In I stems the stem is formed by adding I to the base. The presence of the I makes a difference in certain of the cases, so the distinction is a very important one. 232 Consonant stems are divided into two classes, I stems that add s to the base to form the nominative singular. 2 stems that add no termination in the nominative singular. Class I 233. Stems that add s to the base in the nominative singular are either masculine or feminine and are declined as follows: princeps, m, chief miles, m, soldier lapis, m, stone bases, or stems princip millet lapid singular terminations m and fnom princeps miles lapis s general principis militis lapidus is dad principi militi lapidi -iacc principem militum lapidum mabl principi milite lapidi plural nom principes milites lapides -es general principum militum lapidum dat. Principibus militibus lapidibus ibus acc principes milites lapides -esabl principibus militibus lapidibus ibus rex, m, king iudex, m, judge virtus, f, manliness bases, or stems reg iudic virtut nom rex iudex virtus s general regis iudicis virtutis is dad regi iudici virtuti -iacc regem iudicem virtutem mabl reg iudis virtutii plural nom regis iudicis virtutes -es general regem iudicum virtutum dad regibus iudicibus virtutibus ibus acc regis iudicis virtutes. Esabl regibus iudicibus virtutibus ibus 1. The base or stem is found by dropping is in the genitive singular. 2 Most nouns of 2 syllables, like princeps, princip, miles, millet, iudex, iudic, have I in the base, but e in the nominative. A lapis is an exception to this rule. 3 Observe the consonant changes of the base or stem in the nominative. A final T or D is dropped before S, thus miles for milets, lapis for lapids, virtus for virtuts. B a final C or G unites with S and forms X, thus iudec plus S equals iudex, reg plus S equals rex. 4 Review 74 and apply the rules to this declension. In like manner decline dux, ducis, m, leader, x, equites, m, horseman, pedes, pedidus, m, foot soldier, pes, pedis, m foot. 234 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 291. I1. Nec petites nec equites occupare castellum Romanum potrant. 2. Summa virtut muros altos cotidia pugnabant. 3. Pedes militum lapidibus qui de muro iaca bantercipi vulnerabanter. 4. Quod novum concilium dux sepit. 5. Is perfidam pullum pulchris ornamentus temptavit. 6. Quid pulla facit. 7. Pulla comita oro milites purportus duxit. 8. Tamen premia qui summo studio putiverat non reportivit. 9. Apud Romanos antiquios tarpia non est laudita. 2.1. What ship is that which I see? That, ill-lud, ship is the Victory. It is sailing now with a favorable wind and will soon approach Italy. 2. The judges commanded the savages to be seized and to be killed. 3. The chiefs of the savages suddenly began to flee, but were quickly captured by the horsemen. 4. The king led the foot soldiers to the wall from which the townsmen were hurling stones with the greatest zeal. Navigium lesson XL. The third declension consonant stems, continued, Class 2 235. Consonant stems that add no termination in the nominative are declined in the other cases exactly like those that add s. They may be masculine, feminine, or neuter. 236 Paradigms masculines and feminines consul, m, consul legio, f, legion ordo, m, rho pater, m, father bases or stems consul legion ordin pater singular terminations m and f nom consul legio ordo pater general consulis legionis ordinus patris is dat consuli legionii ordini patri -iacc consulum legionum ordinem patrem mabl consul legioni ordin patra e plural nom consuls legions ordins patra -es general consulum legionum ordinum patrimum dat consulibus legionibus. Ordinibus patribus ibus acc consuls legions ordins patra -esabl consulibus legionibus ordinibus patribus ibus 1. With the exception of the nominative, the terminations are exactly the same as in Class I, and the base or stem is found in the same way. 2 Masculines and feminines with bases or stems in and dash on drop n and end in -o in the nominative, as legio, base or stem legion, ordo, base or stem ordin dash. 3 Bases or stems in tr have ter in the nominative, as pater, base or stem patr. 4 Note how the genitive singular gives the clue to the whole declension. Always learn this with the nominative. 237 Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 291. I1. Audis tubas, Mars. Non solum tubas audio sed entium ordins militum et caros impedimentarum plenos videre possum. 2 Quas legions vidimus? Eae legions nuper ex Gallia venerunt. 3 Quid ibi fis runt? Studabantni pugnare in sine virtut erant? 4 Multa proilia fis runt 1 et magnas victorias et multos captivos reporte verunt. 5 Quis est imperator eram legionum? Caesar, summus Romanorum imperator. 6 Quis est ex qui pulchrum coronum gerit? Isix est frater meus. Ei corona a consul data est quia summa virtut pugnae verat et a barbaris patrium servaverat. 2-1. Who has seen my father today? 2 I saw him just now, Nuper. He was hastening to your dwelling with your mother and sister. 3 When men are far from the fatherland and lack food, they cannot be restrained. 2 From wrong. 3. 4 The safety of the soldiers is dear to Caesar, the general. 5 The chiefs were eager to storm a town full of grain which was held by the consul. 6 The king forbade the baggage of the captives to be destroyed. 1 Proilium facere equals to fight a battle. 2 Continua. Cf 180. 3 ABL in urea. Lesson XLI. The third declension consonant stems, concluded, 238. Neuter consonant stems add no termination in the nominative and are declined as follows: flumen, n, river tempus, n, time opus, n, work caput, n, head bases or stems flumen tempi or oper caput singular terminations nom flumen tempus opus caput general fluminus temporis operis capitis is dad flumini tempori operi capiti -iacc flumen tempus opus caput abl flumen tempor oper caput e plural nom flumina tempora opera capita a general fluminum temporum operum capitum dad. Fluminibus temporibus operibus capitibus ibus acc flumina tempora opera capita abl fluminibus temporibus operibus capitibus ibus 1. Review 74 and apply the rules to this declension. 2 bases or stems in have e instead of I in the nominative, as flumen, base or stem flumen dash. 3 most bases or stems in are and or have us in the nominative, as opus, base or stem oper dash, tempus, base or stem tempi or dash. 239 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 292. I1. Barbari ubi Romum separunt, maxima regum opera deliverunt. 2 Romani multas calamitates a barbaries exseparunt. 3 Ubi erat summus terror apud oppidanos, animae duabii eorum ab orator claro confirmity sunt. 4 Roma est in ripis fuminis magna. 5 Ubi Caesar imperator milite suos arma capera iaci, 2 A proelio contineri non poturunt. 6 Ubi proelium factum est, imperator reperiri non potuit. 7 Imperator sagitta in caput vulneratus erat et stare non poterat. 8 Eum magno labor pedes ex proelio portavit. 9 Is brachias sui imperatorum tenut et eum ex periculis summis servavit. 10 Virtut sua bonus miles ab imperator coronum accepit. 2-1. The consul placed a crown on the head of the victor. 2 Before the gates he was received by the townsmen. 3 A famous orator praised him and said, by your labors you have saved the fatherland from disaster. 4 The words of the orator were pleasing to the victor. 5 To save the fatherland was a great task. Corona Lesson XLII Review Lesson 240. Review the paradigms in 233, 236, 238, and decline all nouns of the third declension in this selection. Terror Cimbricus 1 Olim Cimbri et tutones, populi Germanii, cum feminis liberis Italii ad propinquaverant et copias Romanas maximo proelio vicerant. Ubi fuga legionum nunciata est, summus erat terror totius Romi, et Romani, gravitir commodi, sacra creber dies facevant et salutum patbant. Tum manlius orator animos populi ita confirmavit magnam calamitatum accepimus. Oppida nostra a cimbers tutini busc capi unter, agricoli interfici unter, agri vastunter, copii barbarorum Romi ad propinquant. Itac, nisi novus animis proelium novum faciamus et Germanos ex patria nostra sine mora agemus, erit nulla salus feminis nostris liberisque. Servate liberos. Servate patrium. Antia superati sumuscia imperatoris nostri fuerunt infirmi. Nunc Marius, Clarus imperator, qui iam multas alias victorias reportavit, legions ducit et animos nostros terrare cimbrico liberare maturabit. Marius tum in Africa bellum gerabut. Sine mora ex Africa in Italiam vocatus est copias novas non solum toti Italii sed entium provincia sociorum imperavit. 2 Disciplina autumn dura labori busc perpetuus milites exercuit. Tum competitibus equitibusc, qui iam proelio studabant, ad Germanorum castra seal writer properavit. Diu et ac writer pugnatum est 3 Denici barbari fugerunt et multi in fuga ob equitibus sunt interfecti. Marius Pater Patriae Vocatus est. 1. About the year 100 BC the Romans were greatly alarmed by an invasion of barbarians from the north known as Cimbri and Teutons. They were traveling with wives and children, and had an army of 300,000 fighting men. Several Roman armies met defeat, and the city was in a panic. Then the Senate called upon Marius, their greatest general, to save the country. First he defeated the Teutons in Gaul. Next, returning to Italy, he met the Cimbri. A terrible battle ensued, in which the Cimbri were utterly destroyed, but the terror Cimbricus continued to haunt the Romans for many a year thereafter. 2. He made a levy, of troops, upon, Imperavit with the ACC and the Dat. 3. Cf 200. 2. Lesson Slien the third declension I stems 241. To decline a noun of the third declension correctly we must know whether or not it is an I stem. Nouns with I stems are 1. Masculines and feminines, a nouns in -es and -is with the same number of syllables in the genitive as in the nominative. Thus cedes, is an I stem, but miles, militis, is a consonant stem. B. Nouns in ns and rs. C. Nouns of one syllable in s or x preceded by a consonant. 2. Neuters in e, al, and ar 242. The declension of I stems is nearly the same as that of consonant stems. Note the following differences. A. Masculines and feminities have em in the genitive plural and -is or -es in the accusative plural. B. Neuters have -i in the ablative singular, and an I in every form of the plural. 243 Masculine and feminine I stems. Masculine and feminine I stems are declined as follows: cedes, f, slaughter hostis, m, enemy herbs, f, city clients, m, retainer stem cd hosti urbi clienti bases could host urb clients singular terminations m and f nom cds hostis herbs clients 1s, is, or -es general cds hostis urbis clientis is dat cd hosti urbi clienti -iacc cedum hostem urbum clientum m, im, abl ced hosta urbi client e, -i, plural nom cds hosts urbes clients -es general cedium hostium. Urbium clientium eum dat cedibus hostibus urbibus clientibus ibus acc cds, -es hostis, -es urbis, -es clientis, -es-is, -es abl cedibus hostibus urbibus clientibus ibus 1. Observe that the vowel before ns is long, but that it is shortened before nt cf 12. 2, 3. 1. Avis, cives, finus, ignis, navis have the ablative singular in -i or e2. Turis has accusative turim and ablative turi orta. 244 Neuter I stems. Neuter I stems are declined as follows: ensign, n, decoration animal, n, animal calcar, n, spur stems insigne animali calcari bases ensign animal calcar singular terminations nom ensign animal calcari or general insignis animalis calcaris is dat insigne animali calcari -iacc ensign animal calcari or abl insigne animali calcari -i plural nom insignia animalia calcaria ia general insignium animalium calcarium eum dat insignibus animalibus calcaribus ibus acc insignia. Animalia calcarea IAABL insignibus animalibus calcaribus ibus 1. Review 74 and see how it applies to this declension. 2. The final I of the stem is usually dropped in the nominative. If not dropped, it is changed to E3. A long vowel is shortened before final L or R, cf 12. 2. 245. Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 292. I1. Quam urbum videmus? Urbs quam videtus est Roma. 2 civs Romani urbum suum turibus altus et muris longis munivirant. 3 venti navis longus prohibibant finibus hostium ad propinquere. 4 Imperator acclientibus sui calcarea ori et alia insignia accepit. 5 Milites Romani cum hostibus bella siva gesserunt et eacid magnus superaverunt. 6 Alia animalia terram, alia mare emant. 7 Naves longi qui auxilium ad imperatorum portabant igniab hostibus delatae sunt. 8 In eo mari avis multas vidimus qui lunge terra volaverant. 9 Non vidistus navis longus hostium et ignis quibus urbs nostra vastabater? Cert, sed nec sedum civium nec fugam clientium vidimus. 10 Aves et alia animalia, ubi ignum viderunt, salutum fuga Peter seal writer inseparunt. 11 Number iudex in petitum ordinibus stabat. Minime, iudex erat apud equits et equus eius insine pulchrum gerabat. Naves longi 2. 1 Because of the lack of grain the animals of the village were not able to live. 2 When the general too heard the rumor, he quickly sent a horseman to the village. 3 The horseman had a beautiful horse and wore spurs of gold. 4 He said to the citizens, "Send your retainers with horses and wagons to our camp, and you will receive an abundance of grain." 5 With happy hearts they hastened to obey his words. 32. Place first. 3 Not the accusative. Why? Lesson XLIV Irregular nouns of the third declension gender in the third declension 246. Paradigms The stems are missing in the printed book. They have been supplied from the inflectional table in the appendix. Vis, F, force it here, N, march stem 6 and viri it here and itiner basis V and vir it here and itiner singular nom vis it here general vis, rare, itineris dat 6, rare, itinerary acc vim it here abl 6 itinera plural nom vires itinera general virium itinerum dat viribus itineribus acc virus, or dash es itinera abl viribus itineribus 247. There are no rules for gender in the third declension that do not present numerous exceptions. 1 The following rules, however, are of great service, and should be thoroughly mastered. 1 Masculine are nouns in or, -os, er, -es, generalitis. A arbor, tree, is feminine, and it here, march, is neuter. 2 Feminine are nouns in -o, is, x, and in s preceded by a consonant or by any long vowel but o. A masculine are collus, hill, lapis, mensis, month, ordo, pes, and nouns in nis and guis as ignis, sanguis, blood, and the 4 monosyllables dens, a tooth mons, a mountain pons, a bridge fons, a fountain 3. Neuters are nouns in e, al, ar, n, ur, -us, and caput. 1 Review 60. Words denoting males are, of course, masculine, and those denoting females, feminine. 248 Give the gender of the following nouns and the rule by which it is determined. Animal calamitas flumen lapis navis avis caput ignis legio opacides ex insine mare salis calcar finus labor miles herbs 249. Exercises First learn the special vocabulary, p. 292. I. The first bridge over the Rhine. Salus sociorum erat semper cara Romanes olim Galli, amici Romanorum, multas injurias ob Germanes qui trans flumen Rhinum vibant exseparant. Ubi legati ob iis ad Caesarem imperatorum Romanum venerunt et auxilium postulaverunt, Romani magnus itineribus ad hostium finus properaverunt. Mox ad ripas magna fluminis venerunt. Imperator studibat copias suis trans fluvium Ducera, sed nulla viatu poterat. Nullas navis habibat. Alta erat aqua. Imperator autumn, vir clarus, numquam adversa fortuna commodus, novum concilium cepit. Iasi suos 3 in 4 lato flumen facere pontum. Numquam antia pons in reno visus erat. Hos sub pontum quem Romani fecerant viderunt, summo terrare commodi, sine mora fugam parere inseparunt. 2-1. The enemy had taken possession of the top of the mountain. 2. There were many trees on the opposite hills. 3. We pitched our camp near, at, a beautiful spring. 4. A march through the enemy's country is never without danger. 5. The time of the month was suitable for the march. 6. The teeth of the monster were long. 7. When the foot soldiers foresaw the blood of the captives, they began to assail the fortifications with the greatest violence. 52. ABL of manner. 3. Suos, used as a noun, his men. 4. We say build a bridge over, the Romans, make a bridge on. 5. Place first. 5th review, lessons XXXVIIXLIV, 517 to 520. Lesson XLV. Adjectives of the third declension. I stems 250. Adjectives are either of the first and second declensions, like bonus, eager, or liber, or they are of the third declension. 251. Nearly all adjectives of the third declension have I stems, and they are declined almost like nouns with I stems. 252. Adjectives learned thus far have had a different form in the nominative for each gender, as bonus, m, bona, f, bonum, n. Such an adjective is called an adjective of three endings. Adjectives of the third declension are of the following classes: I. Adjectives of three endings, a different form in the nominative for each gender. 2. Adjectives of two endings, masculine and feminine nominative alike, the neuter different. 3. Adjectives of one ending, masculine, feminine, and neuter nominative all alike. 253. Adjectives of the third declension in ER have three endings, those in IS have two endings, the others have one ending. Class I. 254. Adjectives of three endings are declined as follows: acer, acres, acre, keen, eager. Stem acre base acr singular plural masc fem. Aneut masc fem. Aneut nom acer acres acre acres acres acria general acres 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 acrium 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 dat acre 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 acrebus 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 acc acrem acre acres dash es acres dash es acria abl acre 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 acrebus acrebus acrebus. Class 255. Adjectives of two endings are declined as follows: omnes, omn, every, all. One stem omni base singular plural masc and fem. Aneut masc and fem. Aneut nom omnes omnes omnia general omnes omnes omnium omnium dat omni omni omnibus omnibus acc omum omnes, es omnia abl omni omni omnibus omnibus 1. Omnes is usually translated every in the singular and all in the plural. Class 3. 256. Adjectives of one ending are declined as follows: par, equal stem pari base par singular plural masc and fem. Aneut masc and fem. Aneut nom par pairs paria general paris paris parium parium dat pari pari paribus paribus acc parum par paris, es paria abl pari pari paribus paribus 1. All I stem adjectives have dash I in the ablative singular. 2. Observe that the several cases of adjectives of one ending have the same form for all genders excepting in the accusative singular and in the nominative and accusative plural. 3. Decline vir acer, legio acres, animal acre, ager omnes, scutum omn, proelium par. 257. There are a few adjectives of one ending that have consonant stems. They are declined exactly like nouns with consonant stems. 258 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 293. I. The Romans invade the enemy's country. Olim pedites Romani cum equitibius velocibus in hostium urbum adhere faciavant. Ubinon lunge affuerunt, repurunt agricolam, qui eis viam brevem et facilum demonstravit. Iam Romani moenia alta, turis validas aliac opera urbis videre podrant. In moenibus stabant multi principes. Principes ubividerunt Romanos, iasurunt cives lapides aliac telida muris iasura. Tum milites fortes contineri a proelio non podrant et acer imperator signum tubidari iasi. Summa 6 omnes maturave runt. Imperator sexto legato impedimenta omnia mandavit. Sextus impedimenta in summo collacon locavit. Grave et acer erat proelium, sed hosts non pairs Romanes erant. Alii interfecti, alii capti sunt. Apud captivos erant mater sororic regis. Pauci Romanorum ob hostibius vulnerati sunt. Secundum proelium Romanes erat gradum. Fortuna fortibus semper favet. 2-1. Some months are short, others are long. 2. To seize the top of the mountain was difficult. 3. Among the hills of Italy are many beautiful springs. 4. The soldiers were sitting where the baggage had been placed because their feet were weary. 5. The city which the soldiers were eager to storm had been fortified by strong walls and high towers. 6. Did not the king entrust a heavy crown of gold and all his money to a faithless slave? Yes, but the slave had never before been faithless. Aquila Legiones lesson XLVI the fourth or U declension 259. Nouns of the fourth declension are either masculine or neuter. 260 masculine nouns end in us, neuters in -u. The genitive ends in -us. A feminine by exception are domus, house, manus, hand, and a few others. Paradigms. The stems are missing in the printed book. They have been supplied from the inflectional table in the appendix. Adventus, m, arrival cornu, n, horn stems adventu cornu bases advent corn singular terminations mascneutnom adventus cornuus -u general adventus cornus -us dad adventui, u, cornu ui, u, -uacc adventum cornuum -uabl adventu cornu -u plural nom adventus cornua -us ua general adventuum cornuum dad adventibus cornibus ibus acc adventus cornua -us uaabl adventibus cornibus ibus 1. Observe that the base is found, as in other declensions, by dropping the ending of the genitive singular. 2. Lacus, lake, has the ending ubus in the dative and ablative plural. Portus, harbor, has either ubus or ibus. 3. Cornu is the only neuter that is in common use. 261 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 293. I1. Ante adventum Caesaris veloces hostium equites acrem impetum in castra fees runt. 2. Contenere exercitum a proelio non facile erat. 3. Post adventum suum Caesar iaci legions ex castris tusi. 4. Pro castris cum hostium equitatum pugnatum est 5. Post tempus breve equitatis transflumen fugit ubi castra hostium passita erant. 6. Tum victor imperator agros vastavit et vicos hostium cremavit. 7. Castra autumn non appugnavit quia milites erant defesi et locus difficiles. 8. Hosts non cessave runt iaceratila, qui paucis nocuerunt. 9. Post adversum proelium principes gallerum legatos ad Caesarum mitera studibant, sed populo persuadere non podrant. 2-1. Did you see the man of war on the lake? 2. I did not see it, fem, on the lake, but I saw it in the harbor. 3. Because of the strong wind the sailor forbade his brother to sail. 4. Caesar didn't he make an attack on the cavalry on the right wing, did he? 5. No, he made an attack on the left wing. 6. Who taught your swift horse to obey? 7. I trained my horse with my own hands, nor was the task difficult. 8. He is a beautiful animal and has great strength. Lesson Slayii expressions of place. The declension of Domus 262. We have become thoroughly familiar with expressions like the following: galba ad, or in, oppidum properat galba ob, de or ex, oppido properat galba in oppido habitat. From these expressions we may deduce the following rules. 263. Rule. Accusative of the place to. The place to which is expressed by ad or in with the accusative. This answers the question whither. 264. Rule. Ablative of the place from. The place from which is expressed by a or ab, de, e or ex, with the separative ablative. This answers the question whence. Cf. Rule 179. 265. Rule. Ablative of the place at or in. The place at or in which is expressed by the ablative within. This answers the question where. A. The ablative denoting the place where is called the locative ablative, cf. locus, place. 266. Exceptions. Names of towns, small islands. 1. Domus, home, rus, country, and a few other words in common use omit the prepositions in expressions of place, as, Galba Athenas properat, Galba hastens to Athens. Galba Athenas properat, Galba hastens from Athens. Galba Athenas habitat, Galba lives at, or in, Athens. Galba domum properat, Galba hastens home. Galba rus properat, Galba hastens to the country. Galba domo properat, Galba hastens from home. Galba ruer properat, Galba hastens from the country. Galba ruri. Less commonly ruer, habitat, Galba lives in the country. A. Names of countries, like Germania, Italia, etc., do not come under these exceptions. With them prepositions must not be omitted. 1. Small islands are classed with towns because they generally have but one town, and the name of the town is the same as the name of the island. 267. The locative case. We saw above that the place relation expressed by at or in is regularly covered by the locative ablative. However, Latin originally expressed this relation by a separate form known as the locative case. This case has been everywhere merged in the ablative excepting in the singular number of the first and second declensions. The form of the locative in these declensions is like the genitive singular, and its use is limited to names of towns and small islands, domi, at home, and a few other words. 268. Rule. Locative and locative ablative. To express the place in which with names of towns and small islands, if they are singular and of the first or second declension, use the locative, otherwise use the locative ablative without a preposition, as, Galba Romi habitat, Galba lives at Rome. Galba Corinthi habitat, Galba lives at Corinth. Galba Domi habitat, Galba lives at home. Here Romi, Corinthi, and Domi are locatives, being singular and of the first and second declensions respectively. But in Galba Athenas habitat, Galba lives at Athens, Galba Pompeii's habitat, Galba lives at Pompeii. Athenas and Pompeii's are locative ablatives. These words can have no locative case, as the nominatives Atheni and Pompeii are plural and there is no plural locative case form. 269. The word domus, home, house, has forms of both the second and the fourth declension. Learn its declension. 468. 270 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 293. I1. Corinthi omnia insignia aureae dusibus victoribus rapta erant. 2 Caesar genavum exercitum magnus itineribus duxit. 3 Quem pontum hosts cremaverant. Pontum in Reno hosts cremaverant. 4 Pompey's multas Romanorum domos vitir potrethes. 5 Roma consul equo veloci rus properavit. 6 Domi consulis homines multi sed bont. 7 Imperator iaserat legatum Athenas cum multis navibus longis navigare. 8 Anti-Moenia urbis sunt ordens arborum alterum. 9 Proter arbors altus nec lacum nec portum reparir potuimus. 10 Pro Elias Crabers Caesar legions suis qui erant in Gallia exercebit. 11 Cotidi in loco idoneo castra ponbat et munibat. 2-1 Caesar, the famous general, when he had departed from Rome, hastened to the Roman province on a swift horse. 22 He had heard a rumor concerning the allies at Geneva. 3 After his arrival Caesar called the soldiers together and commanded them to join battle. 4 The enemy hastened to retreat, some because 3 they were afraid, others because 3 of wounds. 5 Recently I was at Athens and saw the place where the judges used to sit. 46 Marcus and Sextus are my brothers, the one lives at Rome, the other in the country. 2 Latin says by a swift horse. What construction? 3 Distinguish between the English conjunction because, kia or quad, and the preposition because of, proter. 4 Used to sit, express by the imperfect. Daedalus et Icarus 271. Dade Alice and Ic arus Creta est insula antiqua qui aqua alta magna maris pulsator. Ibi olim minus erat rex. Ad eum venit Daedalus qui ex Graecia patria fugibat. Eum minus rex beninis verbis accepit etei domicilium in Creta dedit. 5 Quo in loco Daedalus sine curavi bat et regi multa et clara opera faciavat. Post tempus longum autumn Daedalus patrium carum desiderare incepit. Domum properare studibat, sed regi persuadere non potuit et mercivum fugam vetabat. 5 And in this place, Quo does not here introduce a subordinate relative clause, but establishes the connection with the preceding sentence. Such a relative is called a connecting relative, and is translated by an and a demonstrative or personal pronoun. Lesson slayeth the fifth or e declension the ablative of time 272. Gender. Nouns of the fifth declension are feminine except dies, day, and merides, midday, which are usually masculine. 273 paradigms. The stems are missing in the printed book. They have been supplied from the inflectional table in the appendix. Dies, m, de res, f thing stems die rebases d are singular terminations nom dies res dash es general die irei dash ei dat die irei dash eiacc dm rem mabl die re dash e plural nom dies res dash es general dirum rerum dash erum dat diebus rebus dash ebus acc dies res dash esabl diebus rebus dash ebus 1. The vowel e which appears in every form is regularly long. It is shortened in the ending ei after a consonant, as in rei, and before m in the accusative singular, as in dm. Cf 12. 2. Only dies and res are complete in the plural. Most other nouns of this declension lack the plural. Aces, line of battle, and spes, hope, have the nominative and accusative plural. 274 The ablative relation, 50, which is expressed by the prepositions at, in, or on may refer not only to place, but also to time, as at noon, in summer, on the first day. The ablative which is used to express this relation is called the ablative of time. 275 Rule. The ablative of time. The time when or within which anything happens is expressed by the ablative without a preposition. Occasionally the preposition in is found. Compare the English next day we started and on the next day we started. 276 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 294. I Galba the farmer. Galba agricola ruri vivit. Cotidi primalus laborare incipit, nec ante noctem in studio suo cessat. Meriti iulia filia eum ad senam vocet. Noct pedes defesos domum verdi. Estate filiae agricolae auxilium patri dant. Hyame agricola eos in ludum mitit. Ibi magi sterpuris multis fabulas de rebus gestis Caesaris narrat. Estate filiae agricolae perpetuus laboribus exercentur nec grave agri opus est iis molestum. Galba sine ulla cura vivit nec res adversus timit. 2:1. In that month there were many battles in Gaul. 2. The cavalry of the enemy made an attack upon Caesar's line of battle. 3. In the first hour of the night the ship was overcome by the billows. 4. On the second day the savages were eager to come under Caesar's protection. 5. The king had joined battle, moved by the hope of victory. 6. That year a fire destroyed many birds and other animals. 7. We saw blood on the wild beasts' teeth. 277 Dade Alice and Ic Arus, continued, tum dedlus gravibus curis commodus filio suo acero ita dixit, animus meus, Icaer, est plenus tristicii nec oculi lacrimis agent. Desidera ex Creta, Athenas properare, Maxime studio, sed rex recusat audire verba mea et amum redidus spem eripit. Sed numquam rebus adversus vincar. Terra et mare sunt inimica, sed alium fugi viam reparium. Tum in artis ignotus animum dimitit et mirum capit concilium. Nam penis in ordin ponit et verus alas facit. Lesson XLIX Pronouns Classified Personal and Reflexive Pronouns 278. We have the same kinds of pronouns in Latin as in English. They are divided into the following 8 classes. 1. Personal pronouns, which show the person speaking, spoken to, or spoken of, as, ego, I, to, you, is, he. Cf 279 etc. 2. Possessive pronouns, which denote possession, as, meus, tuus, suis, etc. Cf 98. 3. Reflexive pronouns, used in the predicate to refer back to the subject, as, he saw himself. Cf 281. 4. Intensive pronouns, used to emphasize a noun or pronoun, as, I myself saw it. Cf 285. 5. Demonstrative pronouns, which point out persons or things, as, is, this, that. Cf 112. 6. Relative pronouns, which connect a subordinate adjective clause with an antecedent, as, qui, who. Cf 220. 7. Interrogative pronouns, which ask a question, as, quis, who. Cf 225. 8. Indefinite pronouns, which point out indefinitely, as, someone, anyone, some, certain ones, etc. Cf 296. 279. The demonstrative pronoun is, ea, id, as we learned in 115, is regularly used as the personal pronoun of the third person, he, she, it, they, etc. 280. The personal pronouns of the first person are ego, I, nos, we, of the second person, tu, thou or you, vos, yet or you. They are declined as follows: singular first person second person nom ego, I too, you general me, of me tui, of you dat me I, to or for me tibi, to or for you acc me te, you abl me, with, from, etc., me te, with, from, etc., u plural nomnos, we vos, u general nostrum or nostri, of us vestrum or vestri, of you dad nobis, to or for us vobis, to or for uaccnos, us vos, uabl nobis, with, from, etc., us vobis, with, from, etc., u1. The personal pronouns are not used in the nominative excepting for emphasis or contrast. 281 The reflexive pronouns. 1. The personal pronouns ego and tu may be used in the predicate as reflexives, as, video me, I see myself videmus nos, we see ourselves vides te, you see yourself videtus vos, you see yourselves too. The reflexive pronoun of the third person, himself, herself, itself, themselves, has a special form, used only in these senses, and declined alike in the singular and plural. Singular and plural general sui acc dat sibi ablse examples pure se vided, the boy sees himself pula se vided, the girl sees herself animal se vided, the animal sees itself tu se vident, they see themselves a. The form se is sometimes doubled, cc, for emphasis. 3. Give the Latin for I teach myself, we teach ourselves, you teach yourself, you teach yourselves, he teaches himself, they teach themselves. 282. The preposition cum, when used with the ablative of ego, tu, or sui, is appended to the form, as, mecum, with me, tecum, with you, nobiscum, with us, etc. 283. Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 294. I1. Mea mater est cara mi et tua mater est cara tibi. 2. Vestri literi erant grati nobis et nostri literi erant grati vobis. 3. Nuntius regis qui nobiscum est nihil respondibit. 4. Nuntii pacem amicitium xibi et sui socius postulave runt. 5. Si2 armis sums, ego regnum occupabo. 6. Uter vestrum est civis Romanus. Neuter nostrum. 7. Eo tempor multi supplicium dederunt qui regnum petierant. 8. Sum supplicium, Caesar, de hostibus patriae acrobus. 9. Primalus alii me to commodi cc fugi mandaverunt, alii autem magna virtut impetum exercitus nostri sustinuerunt. 10. Sara regis, ubita adverso proelio audivit, cc Pompes interfecit. 2:1. Whom do you teach? I teach myself. 2. The soldier wounded himself with his sword. 3. The master praises us, but you he does not praise. 4. Therefore he will inflict punishment on you, but we shall not suffer punishment. 5. Who will march, i.e. make a march, with me to Rome? 6. I will march with you to the gates of the city. 7. Who will show us one the way? The gods will show you one the way. 1. Not accusative. Date Alice and IC Arus, concluded, 284. Pure Icarus unitu stabat et mirum patris opus videbat. Postquam manus ultima 3 Alice imposita est, dedlus eas temptavit et similis avi in oras volavit. Tum alas humerus fili adligavit et doquit eum volari et dixit, te vito, me fili, ad propinquere aut soli aut mari. Si fluctibus ad propinque veris for aqua alis tuis nospid, et si soli ad propinque veris for ignis eas cremabit. Tum pater et filius iter difficile incipiunt. Alas movent et ori cc committunt. Sed stultus pure verbis patris non parat. Soli ad propinquad. Ali crementer et Icarus in mare decidit et vitam omitted. Dedlus autem sine ullo periculo transfluctus ad insulam Sicilium volavit. 2. Adverb, see vocabulary. 3. Manus ultima, the finishing touch. What literally? For future perfect. Translate by the present. Lesson L. The intensive pronoun ipse and the demonstrative idem 285. Ipse means self, himself, herself, etc., or is translated by even or very. It is used to emphasize a noun or pronoun, expressed or understood, with which it agrees like an adjective. A ipse must be carefully distinguished from the reflexive sui. The latter is always used as a pronoun, while ipse is regularly adjective. Compare homo se videt, the man sees himself, reflexive, homo ipse periculum videt, the man himself, intensive, sees the danger homo ipsum periculum videt, the man sees the danger itself, intensive, 286. Except for the one form ipse, the intensive pronoun is declined exactly like the 9 irregular adjectives, cf 108, 109. Learn the declension, 481. 287. The demonstrative idem, meaning the same, is a compound of is. It is declined as follows: singular plural masc fem. Neut masc fem. Neut nom idem adam idem to demi demi ae demi adam general eas demi or on dem dat ei demi dem iis dem iis dem iis dem iis dem iis dem acc en demin dem idem eos dem eas dem adam dat ei dem dem iis dem iis dem iis dem iis dem iis dem iis dem a. From forms like eundem, eum plus dem, eorundum, eorum plus dem, we learn the rule that m before d is changed to nb. The forms item, istum are often spelled and pronounced with one I. 288. Exercises. First, learn the special vocabulary, p. 295. I1. Ego et 21 in idem urbi vivimus. 2. Adhere ipsum non timus sed fericivus qui in silva densa esse decuntur. 3. Olim nos ipsi idem adhere facimus. 4. Eo tempor multis feras vidimus. 5. Sed nobis non nocuerunt. 6. Caesar ipsi scutum de manibus militis irripuit et in ipsum asium properavit. 7. Itac milite summa virtutila in hostium corpora es runt. 8. Romani quoque gravia vulnera exceperunt. 9. Denici hosts terga verderunt et omis in partis tu fugerunt. 10. Idem ora literi Romum of imperator ipso missi sunt. 11. Eadem mens captivi quoque in Italiam missi sunt. 12. Sed multiproter vulnera adhere difficile trans montes facere recusabant et genavi esse disponter. 1. Observe that in Latin we say I and you, not you, and I too. Not parts, but directions. 2. 1. At Pompeii there is a wonderful mountain. 2. When I was in that place, I myself saw that mountain. 3. On the same day many cities were destroyed by fire and stones from that very mountain. 4. You have not heard the true story of that calamity, have you? 3. 5. On that day the very sun could not give light to men. 6. You yourself ought to tell, to us that story. 3. Cf 210. 289. How Horatius held the bridge for Tarquinia Superbus, Septimus et ultimus rex Romanorum, ubi in exilium ob Iritus Romanes eictus est, a Porsena, regia Truscorum, auxilium petit. Mox Porsena magnus cum copius Romum venit, et ipsa urbs summo in periculo erat. Omnibus in partibus exercitus Romanus vitus erat. I am rex montum ianiculum 5 occupaverat. Numquam anti Romani tanto meto tenebantur. Ex agris in urbum properabant et summo studio urbum ipsum munibant. 4. The story of Horatius has been made familiar by Macaulay's well-known poem Horatius in his Lays of Ancient Rome. Read the poem in connection with this selection. 5. The Janiculum is a high hill across the Tiber from Rome. Lesson Li. The demonstrative pronouns hic, iste, IL 290. We have already learned the declension of the demonstrative pronoun is and its use. Cf. Lesson 17. That pronoun refers to persons or things either far or near, and makes no definite reference to place or time. If we wish to point out an object definitely in place or time, we must use hic, ist, or il. These demonstratives, like is, are used both as pronouns and as adjectives, and their relation to the speaker may be represented graphically thus: a. In dialogue, hic refers to a person or thing near the speaker, ist, to a person or thing near the person addressed, il, to a person or thing remote from both. These distinctions are illustrated in the model sentences, 293, which should be carefully studied and imitated. 291. Hic is declined as follows: singular plural masc fem. Anaut masc fem. Anaut nom hic hec hoc hi ha hec general huius horum harum dad huic his acc hunk hank hoc hos has hec abl hoc hac hoc his a huius is pronounced hoos, and huic is pronounced hooic, one syllable. 292. The demonstrative pronouns ist, ista, istud, and il, illa, illud, except for the nominative and accusative singular neuter forms istud and illud, are declined exactly like ipsi, ipsa, ipsum. C. 481. 293. Model sentences: Is this horse, of mine, strong? Est ni hic equus validus? That horse, of yours, is strong, but that one, yonder, is weak. Ist equus est validus, said il est infirmus. Are these, men by me, your friends? Sunt nihil amici tui? Those, men by you, are my friends, but those, men yonder, are enemies. Isti sunt amici me, sed illi sunt inimici. 294. Exercises. First, learn the special vocabulary, p. 295. A German chieftain addresses his followers. Il fortis Germanorum dux suos convocavit et hoc modo animos eorum confirmavit. Vos, qui in his finibus vividus, in hunc locum convocavi unquia mecum debitus istos agros et istus domos abinurius Romanorum liberare. Hoc nobis non difficile erit, quod illi hostes has silvas densas, ferocivas quarum vestigia vident, montes altos timant. Si fortes erimus, dei ipsa nobis viam salutis demonstrabunt. Il sol, isti oculi calamitates nostras viderunt. 1. Itac nomen Ilius rei publici Romani non solum nobis, sed entium omnibus hominibus qui libertatem amant, est invisum. Ad arma vos voco. Exercit istum pristinum virtutum et vincides. 2:1. Does that bird, of yours, too sing? 2. This bird, of mine, too sings both 3 in summer and in winter and has a beautiful voice. 3. Those birds, yonder, too in the country don t sing in winter. 4. Snatch a spear from the hands of that soldier, near you, too, and come home with me. 5. With those very eyes, of yours, too, you will see the tracks of the hateful enemy who burned my dwelling and made an attack on my brother. 6. 4. Proter, these deeds, res, we ought to inflict punishment on him without delay. 7. The enemies of the Republic do not always suffer punishment. 1. The perfect definite. Cf. 190. 2 English words in parentheses are not to be translated. They are inserted to show what demonstratives should be used. Cf. 290. 3 Both, and, et. Horatius Pontum defended. 295. How Horatius held the bridge, continued, altera urbis pars muris, altera flumen satis muneri videbitur. Sed erat pons in flumen qui hostibius iter penny dedit. Tum Horatius Cockles, fortis vir, magna voci dixit, rescindite pontum, Romani. Brevi tempor porcina in urbum copias suis traducit. I am hosts in ponte erant, sed Horatius cum tuo bus, cf 479, comitibus ad extremam pontis partum properavit, et hi soli asium hostium sustinuerunt. Tum vero civs Romani pontum a tergo rescindere incipiunt, et hosts frustra Horatium superare temptant. Lesson Lii. The indefinite pronouns 296. The indefinite pronouns are used to refer to some person or something, without indicating which particular one is meant. The pronouns keys and key, which we have learned in their interrogative and relative uses, may also be indefinite, and nearly all the other indefinite pronouns are compounds of keys or key and declined almost like them. Review the declension of these words, 221, 227. 297. Learn the declension and meaning of the following indefinites: masc female nut keys quid, someone, anyone, substantive, qui quod or qui quad, some, any, adjective, 483. Aliquis alicid, someone, anyone, substantive, 487. Aliqui aliqua aliquad, some, any, adjective, 487. Quidam quidam quadam, quidam, a certain one. 485. Quis quam quic quam or quid quam, no plural, anyone, at all, substantive, 486. Quisc quidc, each one, every one, substantive, 484. Quisc qui quad qui, each, every, adjective, 484. Transcriber's note: in the original text, the combined forms, masculine/feminine, were printed in the masculine column. Note: the meanings of the neuters, something, etc., are easily inferred from the masculine and feminine. In the masculine and neuter singular of the indefinites, keys forms and quid forms are mostly used as substantives, key forms and quad forms as adjectives. The indefinites keys and key never stand first in a clause, and are rare excepting after si, nisi, any, number, as, si keys, if anyone, si quid, if anything, nisi keys, unless someone. Generally aliquis and aliqui are used instead. See the forms qua and aliqua are both feminine nominative singular and neuter nominative plural of the indefinite adjectives key and aliqui respectively. How do these differ from the corresponding forms of the relative key? Observe that quidam, key plus dam, is declined like key, except that in the accusative singular and genitive plural m of key becomes n. Cf 287a. Quendam, quandam, quorundam, quarundam, also that the neuter has quidam, substantive, and quadam, adjective, in the nominative and accusative singular. Quidam is the least indefinite of the indefinite pronouns, and implies that you could name the person or thing referred to if you cared to do so. Quis quam and quisc, substantive, are declined like keys. Quis quam, anyone, quic quam or quid quam, anything, is always used substantively and chiefly in negative sentences. The corresponding adjective any is ulus, 108. 298 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 295. I1. Aliquis de ponte in flumen decidit sed sine ullo periculo servitus est2. Est vero in vita quis qui hominis aliqua bona fortuna. 3. Ne militum quidem one quis quam in castris mansit. 4. Si quem mea domi vides, iube eum desidera. 5. Si quis pontum tenet, ne tantus quidem exercitus capere herbum potest. 6 Herbs non satis munita erat et meriti rex quidem penny copia suis trans pontum traduxerat. 7 Denici miles quidem armatus influctus dissoluit et incolumis ad alteram rapam oculos verdi. 8 Quisque illi 40 militi alicid dare debet. 9 Tanta vero virtus Romanis semper placuit. 10 Olim Corinthus erat herbs satis magna et penny par Romi ipsa, nunc vero moenia desiderunt et pauca vestigia herbis ilius reperiri possunt. 11 Quisque libertatem amat, et aliquibus vero nomen regis est invisum. 2:1. If you see a certain Cornelius at Corinth, send him to me. 2 Almost all the soldiers who fell down into the waves were unharmed. 3 Not even at Pompeii did I see so great a fire. 4 I myself was eager to tell something to someone. 5 Each one was praising his own work. 6 Did you see someone in the country? I did not see anyone. 7 Unless someone will remain on the bridge with Horatius, the Commonwealth will be in the greatest danger. 1 Observe that quidem and quidem are different words. 299 How Horatius held the bridge, concluded, Mox, ubi parva pars pontes mansit, Horatius ius comites desidera et solus myricans tantia impedum ilius totius exercitus sustine bat. Denici magno fragere pons influmen decidit. Tum vero Horatius tergum verdi et armatus in aquas dissoluit. In eum hosts multa tela erunt, incolumes autumn perfluctus ad alteram rapam trinavit. Ei proter tantas rescistus populus Romanus non solum alia magna premia dedit sed entium statuum Horatii in loco publico posuit. 6th Review, Lessons XLV Lii, 521 to 523 Lesson Lii Regular comparison of adjectives 300. The quality denoted by an adjective may exist in either a higher or a lower degree, and this is expressed by a form of inflection called comparison. The mere presence of the quality is expressed by the positive degree, its presence in a higher or lower degree by the comparative, and in the highest or lowest of all by the superlative. In English, the usual way of comparing an adjective is by using the suffix er for the comparative and est for the superlative, as positive high, comparative higher, superlative highest. Less frequently we use the adverbs more and most, as positive beautiful, comparative more beautiful, superlative most beautiful. In Latin, as in English, adjectives are compared by adding suffixes or by using adverbs. 301 Adjectives are compared by using suffixes as follows: positive comparative superlative clarus, bright, base clar, clarier, clarius, brighter, clarissimus, brightest, brevis, breve, short, base brev, brevier, brevius, shorter, brevissimus, shortest, velox, swift, base veloc, velocier, velocius, swifter, velocissimus, swiftest, The comparative is formed from the base of the positive by adding I or masculine and fem, and I use neutral, the superlative by adding isimus, isima, isimum. 302 Less frequently adjectives are compared by using the adverbs magis, more, maxime, most, as, idoneus, suitable, magis idoneus, more suitable, maxime idoneus, most suitable. 303 Declension of the comparative. Adjectives of the comparative degree are declined as follows: singular plural masc and fem. Neut masc and fem. Neutnom clarior clarius clariores clariora general clarioris clarioris clariorum clariorum dat clariori clariori clarioribus clarioribus acc clariorum clarius clariores clariora abl clarior clarior clarioribus clarioribus a. Observe that the endings are those of the consonant stems of the third declension. B. Compare longus, long, fortis, brave, recens, base, recent, and decline the comparative of each. 304 adjectives in ER form the comparative regularly, but the superlative is formed by adding remus, a, to the nominative masculine of the positive, as, positive comparative superlative acer, acres, acre, base acr, acrier, acreus acerimus, a, pulcher, pulchra, pulchrum, base pulchra, pulchrier, pulchrius pulcherimus, a, liber, libera, liberum, base liber, liberator, liberatus liberimus, a, a. In a similar manner compare miser, eager, creeper. 305 The comparative is often translated by quite, to, or somewhat, and the superlative by very, as, altier, quite, to, somewhat, high, altissimus, very high. 306 Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 296. I1. Quid exploratoris querabant? Exploratoris tempus opportunissimum itinerari querabant. 2 Media in Silva ignis quam creberamos facimus, quod feras tam audacis numquam antia videramus. 3 Antiquis temporibus Germani erant forti horas quam Galli. 4 Caesar erat clarier quam inimus I1 qui eum ni cave runt. 5 Quisque scutum ingens et pilum longius gerabut. 6 Apud barbaros Germani erant audacissimi et fortissimi. 7 Mens hominum est seal rear quam corpus. 8 Viri aliquarum terrarum sunt miserrimi. 9 Corpora Germanorum erant ingentiora quam Romanorum. 10 Acerami Gallerum Principis sine ulla mora transflumen quadam equas velocissimos traduxerunt. 11 Estate dies sunt longores quam hyame. 12 Imperator quidem ob exploratoribus de recenti adventu navium longerum quisivit. 2:1. Of all birds the eagle is the swiftest. 2 Certain animals are swifter than the swiftest horse. 3 The Roman name was most hateful to the enemies of the Commonwealth. 4 The Romans always inflicted the severest punishment on faithless allies. 5 I was quite ill, and so I hastened from the city to the country. 6 Marcus had some friends dearer than Caesar. 37. Did you not seek a more recent report concerning the battle? 8 Not even after a victory so opportune did he seek the general's friendship. 1 Why is this word used instead of hosts? 2 Use the superlative of gravis. 3 Accusative. In a comparison the noun after quam is in the same case as the one before it. NB Beginning at this point, the selections for reading will be found near the end of the volume. CP 197. Lesson Live Irregular comparison of adjectives. The ablative with comparatives without quam. 307. The following 6 adjectives in lis form the comparative regularly, but the superlative is formed by adding limus to the base of the positive. Learn the meanings and comparison. Positive comparative superlative facilis, easy facilier, I use facile limus, a, difficiles, hard difficilier, I use difficilimus, a, similis, like similier, I use similimus, a, dissimilis, unlike dissimilier, I use dissimilimus, a, gracilis, slender gracilier, I use gracilimus, a, humilis, low humilier, I use humilimus, a, 308. From the knowledge gained in the preceding lesson we should translate the sentence nothing is brighter than the sun nihil est clarius quam sol, but the Romans, especially in negative sentences, often express the comparison in this way, nihil est clarius sol, which, literally translated, is nothing is brighter away from the sun, that is, starting from the sun as a standard, nothing is brighter. This relation is expressed by the separative ablative sol. Hence the rule 309. Rule. Ablative with comparatives. The comparative degree, if quam is omitted, is followed by the separative ablative. 310 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 296. I1. Nemo milites alacri oras Romanes vidit. 2 Statim imperator iasi nuncios quam celeramos literas Romam portar. 3 Multa fluminis sunt lineara Renault 4. Apud Romanos quis erat clarier Caesare. 5 Nihil pulchrius urbi Roma vd. 6 Subito multitudo audacissima magno clamori pro ilium acrius commissit. 7 Number est equus tuus tardus. Non vero tardus, sed seal rear aquila. 8 Ubi Romi fui, nemo erat mi amici sexto. 9 Quidam mulieres cibum militibus dercu piverunt. 10 Rex vituit civis ex urbi noctu desidera. 11 Il pure est graci lier hac muliere. 12 Explorator duas, 2, vias, alteram facilum, alteram difficiliorum, demonstravit. 2-1. What city have you seen more beautiful than Rome? 2 The Gauls were not more eager than the Germans. 3 The eagle is not slower than the horse. 4 The spirited woman did not fear to make the journey by night. 5 The mind of the multitude was quite gentle and friendly. 6 But the king's mind was very different. 7 The king was not like, similar to, his noble father. 8 These hills are lower than the huge mountains of our territory. Reading selection Arma Romana lesson LV irregular comparison of adjectives, continued, 311. Some adjectives in English have irregular comparison, as good, better, best, many, more, most. So Latin comparison presents some irregularities. Among the adjectives that are compared irregularly are positive comparative superlative bonus, a, good melior, melius optimus, a, magnus, a, great mire, maius maximus, a, malus, a, bad payer, pius pessimus, a, multus, a, much, plus plurimus, a, multi, ae, a, many plures, plura plurimi, ae, a parvis, a, small minor, minus minimus, a, 312. The following 4 adjectives have 2 superlatives. Unusual forms are placed in parentheses. Exterus, a, outward, exterior, ius, outer, extremus, a, extimus, a, outermost, last inferus, a, low inferior, ius, lower infimus, a, imus, a, lowest posterius, a, next, posterior, ius, later, postremus, a, posthumous, a, last superus, a, above superior, ius, higher supremus, a, summus, a, highest 313. Plus, more, plural more, many, several, is declined as follows, singular plural masc and fem. Neut masc and fem. Neut nom plus plurs plura general pluris plurium plurium dad pluribus pluribus acc plus pluris, dash es plura abl plur pluribus pluribus a. In the singular plus is used only as a neuter substantive. 314 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 296. I1. Reliqui hosts, qui a dextro corniproelium commiserant, de superior loco fugerunt etc in silvum maximum reciperant. 2. In extrema part silvae castra hostium passita erant. 3. Plurimi captivia equitibus ad Caesarem ducti sunt. 4. Caesar vero iasi eos in servitudem tradi. 5. Postero di magna multitudo mulierum abrominis in valle ima reperta est. 6. Hamulieres maxime perder reti adventus Caesara cc oxidir studibant. 7. Eae quoque pluris fabulas de exercitus Romani celeribus audiverant. 8. Fama illorum militum optima non erat. 9. In barbarorum edificius mire copia frumenti reperta est. 10. Nemo crabris pro Elias contenderis sine aliquo periculo potest. 2:1. The remaining women fled from their dwellings and hid themselves. 2. They were terrified and did not wish to be captured and given over into slavery. 3. Nothing can be worse than slavery. 4. Slavery is worse than death. 5. In the Roman Empire a great many were killed because they refused to be slaves. 6. To surrender the fatherland is the worst crime. Reading selection lesson LVI irregular comparison of adjectives, concluded, ablative of the measure of difference 315. The following adjectives are irregular in the formation of the superlative and have no positive. Forms rarely used are in parentheses. Comparative superlative citrier, hither, cidimus, hithermost, interior, inner, intimus, inmost, prior, former primus, first propier, nearer proximus, next, nearest ulterior, further ultimus, furthest 316. In the sentence Galba is a head taller than Sextus, the phrase a head taller expresses the measure of difference in height between Galba and Sextus. The Latin form of expression would be Galba is taller than Sextus by a head. This is clearly an ablative relation, and the construction is called the ablative of the measure of difference. Examples: Galba est altior capit quam Sextus. Galba is a head taller, taller by a head, than Sextus. Il luditare ad Italiam est multu brevius. That route to Italy is much shorter, shorter by much. 317. Rule. Ablative of the measure of difference. With comparatives and words implying comparison, the ablative is used to denote the measure of difference. Especially common in this construction are the neuter ablatives eo, by this, by that hoc, by this multu, by much nihilo one, by nothing paulo, by a little one. Nihil was originally nihilum and declined like pilum. There is no plural. 318 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 297. I1. Barbari proelium committier staturunt eo magis quad Romani infirmae esse videbantur. 2. Meum concilium est multumilius quam tuumcium multu facilius est. 3. Hec via est multulatior quam illa. 4. Barbari erant nihilo tardiores quam Romani. 5. Tuus equus est Paulo Silrier quam meus. 6. 2. Qui Paulo forti horas erant prohiburunt reliquias addendum relincera. 7. Inter illis civitates Germania milites habet optimos. 8. Propier via qui per hanc valum ducit est inter portum et lacum. 9. Servi, qui agros citeriores incolabant, priors dominos relincera non cupiverunt, quad eos amabant. 10. Ultimi Germaniae partes numquam in fidem Romanorum venerunt. 11. Nam transrenum additus erat multu difficilior exercitui Romano. 2. 1. Another way much more difficult by much, was left through hither Gaul. 2. In ancient times no state was stronger than the Roman Empire. 3. The states of further Gaul did not wish to give hostages to Caesar. 4. Slavery is no better, better by nothing, than death. 5. The best citizens are not loved by the worst. 6. The active enemy immediately withdrew into the nearest forest, for they were terrified by Caesar's recent victories. Reading selection lesson LVII formation and comparison of adverbs 319. Adverbs are generally derived from adjectives, as in English, e.g. adjective sweet, adverb sweetly. Like adjectives, they can be compared, but they have no declension. 320 adverbs derived from adjectives of the first and second declensions are formed and compared as follows: positive comparative superlative adjective adv caris, dear care, dearly carrier carius carissimus carissime adjective adv pulcher, beautiful pulchre, beautifully pulchrier pulchrius pulcherimus pulcherim adjective adv liber, free liberi, freely liberior liberius liberimus liberime. The positive of the adverb is formed by adding -e to the base of the positive of the adjective. The superlative of the adverb is formed from the superlative of the adjective in the same way. B. The comparative of any adverb is the neuter accusative singular of the comparative of the adjective. 321 adverbs derived from adjectives of the third declension are formed like those described above in the comparative and superlative. The positive is usually formed by adding it here to the base of adjectives of 3 endings or of 2 endings, and ter to the base of those of 1 ending, 1 as, positive comparative superlative adjective adv fortis, brave fortid here, bravely fortier fortius fortissimus fortissime adjective adv audax, bold audactor, boldly audacier audacious audacissimus audacissime 1. This is a good working rule, though there are some exceptions to it. 322 case forms as adverbs. As we learned above, the neuter accusative of comparatives is used adverbially. So in the positive or superlative some adjectives, instead of following the usual formation, use the accusative or the ablative singular neuter adverbially, as, adjective adv facilis, easy facile, acc, easily primus, first primum, acc, first primo, abl, at first adjective adv multus, many multum, acc, much multu, abl, by much plurimus, most plurimum, acc, most 323. Learn the following irregular comparisons: bene, well melius, better optimi, best diu, long, time, diotius, longer diotissime, longest magno pair, greatly magis, more maxime, most parum, little minus, less minime, least prop, nearly, near propius, nearer proxim, nearest sepi, often sepius, oftener sepissime, oftenest 324. Form adverbs from the following adjectives, using the regular rules, and compare them: laetus, superbus, molstus, amicus, acer, brevis, gravis, recens. 325 Rule. Adverbs. Adverbs modify verbs, adjectives, and other adverbs. 326 Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 297. I1. Nulla res melius gesta est quam proelium illa tu bimarius multum minor exercitu multum iures copias Germanorum in fugam dedit. 2. Audactor in Romanorum cohortis hosts impetus vis runt 3. Marius autem omnes hos fortissime sustinud. 4. Barbari nihilo forti oras erant quam Romani 5. Primo barbari esse superiors videbantur, tum Romani acrius contenderunt. 6. Denici, ubi iam diotissime penny equo proelio pugnatum est, barbari fugam petierunt. 7. Quidam Germanorum gentes, similit grumerum ilius calamitatis audiverunt, cc in ultimis regionibus finium suorum abdiderunt. 8 Romani Cipius quam hosts vicerunt, quad meliora arma habebant. 9 Inter omnes gentis Romani plurimum valebant. 10 Hac cohorts similat in equirum regionum esse res apparent, castra sinula difficultate posuerunt. 2-1. Some nations are easily overcome by their enemies. 2 Germany is much larger than Gaul. 3 Were not the Romans the most powerful among the tribes of Italy? 4 On account of his wounds the soldier dragged his body from the ditch with the greatest difficulty. 5 He was able neither to run nor to fight. 6 Who saved him? A certain horseman boldly undertook the matter. 7 The rumors concerning the soldier's death were not true. 2 Il standing after its noun means that well known, that famous. Reading selection lesson lay in numerals the partitive genitive 327. The Latin numeral adjectives may be classified as follows: 1 Cardinal numerals, answering the question how many? As, unus, 1, duo, 2, etc. 2. Ordinal numerals, derived in most cases from the cardinals and answering the question in what order? As, primus, first, secundus, second, etc. 3. Distributive numerals, answering the question how many at a time? As, singly, one at a time. 328 The cardinal numerals. The first 20 of the cardinals are as follows: 1, unus 6, sex 11, undecim 16, sedicim 2, duo 7, septem 12, duodecim 17, septundecim 3, trace 8, octo 13, tridecim 18, duodevigenti 4, quatuor 9, novem 14, quattuordecim 19, undivigenti 5, quinque 10, deciem 15, quindecim 20, vigenti a. Learn also centum equals 100, ducenti equals 200, mil equals 1000. 329 Declension of the cardinals. Of the cardinals only unus, duo, tres, the hundreds above 100, and mil used as a noun, are declinable. A unus is one of the 9 irregular adjectives, and is declined like nullus, cf 109, 470. The plural of unus is used to agree with the plural noun of a singular meaning, as, una castra, one camp, and with other nouns in the sense of only, as, Galli uni, only the Gauls. B. Learn the declension of duo, 2, tres, 3, and mil, 1000. 479, c. The hundreds above 100 are declined like the plural of bonus, as, ducenti, ae, a ducentorum, dash arum, dash orum etc. 330. We have already become familiar with sentences like the following: Omnium avium aquila est velocissima. Of all birds the eagle is the swiftest. Hoc oraculum erat omnium clarissimum. This oracle was the most famous of all. In such sentences the genitive denotes the whole, and the word it modifies denotes a part of that whole. Such a genitive, denoting the whole of which a part is taken, is called a partitive genitive. 331 Rule. Partitive genitive. Words denoting a part are often used with the genitive of the whole, known as the partitive genitive. Words denoting a part are especially pronouns, numerals, and other adjectives. But cardinal numbers excepting mil regularly take the ablative with x or de instead of the partitive genitive. B. Mil, 1000, in the singular is usually an inclinable adjective, as, mil milites, 1000 soldiers, but in the plural it is a declinable noun and takes the partitive genitive, as, deciem millia militum, 10,000 soldiers. Examples: Fortissimi horum sunt Germani. The bravest of these are the Germans. Deciem millia hostium interfecta sunt 10,000, lit thousands, of the enemy were slain una ex captivis erat Sara regis. One of the captives was the king's sister. 332. Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 297. I1. Caesar maximum partum et officiorum incendit. 2 Magna pars munitionis aqua fluminis delita est. 3. Galli huius regionis quinqua milia hominum cogerant. 4 Duo ex mais fratribus undum rumorum audiverunt. 5 Quis Romanorum erat clarier Caesare. 6 Quinqua cohorts ex illa legioni castra quam fortissime defendibant. 7 Hic locus operat equo spatio 1 ob castris Caesaris et castris Germanorum. 8 Caesar similit pervenit, plus comietus ob socius postulavit. 9 Non mercators magnitudinem insuli cognoverant. Longitudinem sed non latitudinem cognoverant. 10 Posse hostium obtinebant culum quem exploratoris nostri viderunt. 2:1. I have 2 brothers, and one of them lives at Rome. 2 Caesar stormed that very town with 3 legions. 3 In 1 hour he destroyed a great part of the fortification. 4 When the enemy could no longer to defend the gates, they retreated to a hill which was not far distant. 35. There 3,000 of them bravely resisted the Romans. 41. Ablative of the measure of difference. 2 Not longeus. Why? 3 Latin, was distant by a small space. 4 Not the accusative. Reading selection lesson licks numerals, continued, the accusative of extent. 333. Learn the first 20 of the ordinal numerals, 478. The ordinals are all declined like bonus. 334 The distributive numerals are declined like the plural of bonus. The first 3 are singuli, ae, a, 1 each, 1 by 1 bini, ae, a, 2 each, 2 by 2 tyranny, ae, a, 3 each, 3 by 3 335. We have learned that, besides its use as object, the accusative is used to express space relations not covered by the ablative. We have had such expressions as per plurimos annos, for a great many years, per totum diem, for a whole day. Here the space relation is one of extent of time. We could also say per deciem pedes, for 10 feet, where the space relation is one of extent of space. While this is correct Latin, the usual form is to use the accusative with no preposition, as, vir totum diem cucurrit, the man ran for a whole day. Caesar murum deciem pedes movit, Caesar moved the wall 10 feet. 336. Rule. Accusative of extent. Duration of time and extent of space are expressed by the accusative. A. This accusative answers the questions how long? How far? B. Distinguish carefully between the accusative of time how long and the ablative of time when, or within which. Select the accusatives of time and space and the ablatives of time in the following. When did the general arrive? He arrived at 2 o'clock. How long had he been marching? For 4 days. How far did he march? He marched 65 miles. Where has he pitched his camp? 3 miles from the river, and he will remain there several days. The wall around the camp is 10 feet high. When did the war begin? In the first year after the king's death. 337 Exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 298. I Caesar in Gaul. Caesar bellum in Gallia septem annos gessit. Primo anno Helvetios visit, et eadem anno multi Germanorum gentes eic dediterunt. Multos iam annos Germani gallos vexabant 1 et duces Germani copias suis transrenum cipi traduspant. 1 Non singuli venibant, sed multa milia hominum in Gallium contendibant. Quada causa principes Gallii concilium convocaverunt et staturunt legats ad Caesarem mittera. Caesar, similat concrumerum audivit, copia suis sine mora cogit. Primalus fortit here cum Germanis pro ilium commissit. Totem diem acriter pugnatum est Caesar ipsi a dextro cornuasicum duxit. Magna pars exercitus Germani sucidit. Post magnam sedum possi multa millia passuum ad flumen fugerunt. 2-1. Caesar pitched camp 2 miles from the river. 2. He fortified the camp with a ditch 15 feet wide and a rampart 9 feet high. 3. The camp of the enemy was a great way off, was distant by a great space. 4. On the next day he hastened 10 miles in 3 hours. 5. Suddenly the enemy with all their forces made an attack upon, with ACC, the rear. 6. For 2 hours the Romans were hard pressed by the barbarians. 7. In 3 hours the barbarians were fleeing. 1. Translate as if pluperfect. Reading selection lesson LX deponent verbs 338. A number of verbs are passive in form but active in meaning, as, horter, I encourage, virer, I fear. Such verbs are called deponent because they have laid aside, deponere, to lay aside, the active forms. Besides having all the forms of the passive, deponent verbs have also the future active infinitive and a few other active forms which will be noted later. Seconds 375, 403.b. 339. The principal parts of deponents are of course passive in form, as, conj. I horter, horteri, hortatus sum, encourage conj to virer, vereri, veritas sum, fear conj 3, a, sequor, sequi, secutus sum, follow, b, patier, pati, passus sum, suffer, allow conj for partier, partiri, partitus sum, share, divide. Learn the synopses of these verbs. C493. Patier is conjugated like the passive of capio, 492. 340 prepositions with the accusative. The prepositions with the accusative that occur most frequently are anti, before apud, among circum, around contra, against, contrary to extra, outside of into, in, against, upon inter, between, among intra, within ob, on account of, quam ob rem, wherefore, therefore, por, through, by means of post, after, behind proter, on account of, because of trans, across, over a. Most of these you have had before. Review the old ones and learn the new ones. Review the list of prepositions governing the ablative, 209. 341 exercises. First learn the special vocabulary, p. 298. I1. Trace ex legatus, contra Caesaris opinionum, iter facere per hostium finus veribantur. 2. Quis eos hortatus est? Imperator eos hortatus est etis persuadere conatus est, sed non potuit. 3. Quid legatos perderuit? Aut timor hostium, qui undic primebant, aut longituo via eos perderuit. 4. Tamen omnes fear Caesarem multum magis quam hostis veriti sunt. 5. Fortissimi gentes Gallii ex Germanis oribantur. 6. Quam obi rem tam fortes erant? Quia nec vinum nec aliaqui virtutum delent ad se porteri pedibantur. 7. Caesar ex mercatoribus de insula Britannia quisivit, sed nihil conoscere potuit. 8. Itac ipsi statuit hanctarum Peter, et media fear estate cum multis navibus longis perfectus est 9. Magna celeritate iter confacit et in opportunissimo loco egressus est 10. Barbari summis viribus eum ab insula prohiberi conati sunt. 11 Il autem barbaros multa milia passuum insecutus est, tamen sine equitetu eos consequi non potuit. 2-1. Contrary to our expectation, the enemy fled and the cavalry followed close after them. 2. From all parts of the multitude the shouts arose of those who were being wounded. 3. Caesar did not allow the cavalry to pursue too far. 14. The cavalry set out at the first hour and was returning to camp at the fourth hour. 5. Around the Roman camp was a rampart 12 feet high. 6. Caesar will delay 3 days because of the grain supply. 7. Nearly all the lieutenants feared the enemy and attempted to delay the march. 1. Comparative of lunge. 2. Will this be a deponent or an active form? 7th Review, Lessons LIIILX, 524 to 526 Part 3 Constructions Introductory Note: the preceding part of this book has been concerned chiefly with forms and vocabulary. There remains still to be learned the forms of the subjunctive mood, the participles, and the gerund of the regular verb, and the conjugation of the commoner irregular verbs. These will be taken up in connection with the study of constructions, which will be the chief subject of our future work. The special vocabularies of the preceding lessons contain, exclusive of proper names, about 600 words. As these are among the commonest words in the language, they must be mastered. They properly form the basis of the study of words, and will be reviewed and used with but few additions in the remaining lessons. For practice in reading and to illustrate the constructions presented, a continued story has been prepared and may be begun at this point, CP 204. It has been divided into chapters of convenient length to accompany progress through the lessons, but may be read with equal profit after the lessons are finished. The story gives an account of the life and adventures of Publius Cornelius Lentulus, a Roman boy, who fought in Caesar's campaigns and shared in his triumph. The colored plates illustrating the story are faithful representations of ancient life and are deserving of careful study. Reading Selection Lesson LXI: The Subjunctive Mood 342. In addition to the indicative, imperative, and infinitive moods, which you have learned, Latin has a fourth mood called the subjunctive. The tenses of the subjunctive are present imperfect, perfect, pluperfect, active, and passive 343. The tenses of the subjunctive have the same time values as the corresponding tenses of the indicative, and, in addition, each of them may refer to future time. No meanings of the tenses will be given in the paradigms, as the translation varies with the construction used. 344 The present subjunctive is inflected as follows: conj. I conj 2 conj 3 conj 4 Active voice singular 1. Amem ammonium regam capm odium 2. Ames moneas regas capias odios 3. Amet monete regat capiat odiat plural 1. Aim muse money amuse rega muse capia muse audia muse 2. Aim tis money tis rega tis capia tis audia tis 3. Ament emoniant regant capiant odiant passive voice singular 1. Amer emonier regar capr odiar 2. Aim ris, re, monia ris, re, rega ris, re, capia ris, re, audia ris, re, 3. Aim tur monia tur rega tur capia tur audia tur plural 1. Aim muer monia muer rega muer capia muer audia muer 2. Aim many monia many rega many capia many audia many 3. Amen tur monian tur regan tur capian tur audian tura. The present subjunctive is formed from the present stem. B. The mood sign of the present subjunctive is -e in the first conjugation and -a in the others. It is shortened in the usual places, cf 12, and takes the place of the final vowel of the stem in the first and third conjugations, but not in the second and fourth. C. The personal endings are the same as in the indicative. D. In a similar way inflect the present subjunctive of kuro, iubio, sumo, iasayo, munio. 345 The present subjunctive of the irregular verb sum is inflected as follows: sing. 1 sim 2. Sis 3. Sid plur. 1 simus 2. Sidus 3. Sint 346. The indicative and subjunctive compared. 1. The two most important of the finite moods are the indicative and the subjunctive. The indicative deals with facts either real or assumed. If, then, we wish to assert something as a fact or to inquire after a fact, we use the indicative. 2. On the other hand, if we wish to express a desire or wish, a purpose, a possibility, an expectation, or some such notion, we must use the subjunctive. The following sentences illustrate the difference between the indicative and the subjunctive ideas. Indicative ideas. Subjunctive ideas. 1. He is brave fortis est. 1. May he be brave fortis sit, idea of wishing. 2. We set out at once statim proficissimer. 2. Let us set out at once statim proficiscimer, idea of willing. 3. You hear him every day quotidium audius. 3. You can hear him every day quotidium audius, idea of possibility. 4. He remained until the ship arrived mansit dum navis pervenit. 4. He waited until the ship should arrive expectavit dum navis perveniret. 1, idea of expectation. 5. Caesar sends men who find the bridge. Caesar mitted homines qui pontum reperiunt. 5. Caesar sends men who are to find, or to find, the bridge. Caesar homines mitted qui pontum reperiunt, idea of purpose. 1. Perveniret, imperfect subjunctive. Note: from the sentences above we observe that the subjunctive may be used in either independent or dependent clauses, but it is far more common in the latter than in the former. 347 Exercise: which verbs in the following paragraph would be in the indicative and which in the subjunctive in a Latin translation? There have been times in the history of our country when you might be proud of being an American citizen. Do you remember the day when Dewey sailed into Manila Bay to capture or destroy the enemy's fleet? You might have seen the admiral standing on the bridge calmly giving his orders. He did not even wait until the mines should be removed from the harbor's mouth, but sailed in at once. Let us not despair of our country while such valor exists, and may the future add new glories to the past. Reading selection lesson LXII. The subjunctive of purpose. 348. Observe the sentence: Caesar homines mittit qui pontum reperiunt. Caesar sends men to find the bridge. The verb reperiunt in the dependent clause is in the subjunctive because it tells us what Caesar wants the men to do, in other words, it expresses his will and the purpose in his mind. Such a use of the subjunctive is called the subjunctive of purpose. 349 Rule. Subjunctive of purpose. The subjunctive is used in a dependent clause to express the purpose of the action in the principal clause. 350 A clause of purpose is introduced as follows: I if something is wanted, by qui, the relative pronoun, as above, ut, conjunction, in order that quo, abl of qui, by which, in order that, used when the purpose clause contains a comparative. The ablative quo expresses the measure of difference. Cf 317. 2. If something is not wanted, by any, conjunction, in order that not, lest 351. Examples: 1. Caesar copias cogit quibus hostis insequatur. Caesar collects troops with which to pursue the foe. 2. Pacem patunt ut domum revertentur. They ask for peace in order that they may return home. 3. Pontum faciant quo facilis oppidum capiant. They build a bridge that they may take the town more easily, lit by which the more easily. 4. Fugiunt ne vulnerenter, they flee that they may not, or lest they, be wounded. 352. Expression of purpose in English. In English, purpose clauses are sometimes introduced by that or in order that, but much more frequently purpose is expressed in English by the infinitive, as we eat to live, she stoops to conquer. In Latin prose, on the other hand, purpose is never expressed by the infinitive. Be on your guard and do not let the English idiom betray you into this error. 353 Exercises I1. Veniunt ut ducant, mittent, vidiant, audient, ducanter, mittenter, vidianter, audianter. 2 Fugimus ne capiamer, tridamer, vidiamus, necimer, rapiamer, resistimus. 3 Mittit nuncios qui ducant, audient, venient, narrant, audianter, in concilio sedient. 4 Castra muniunt quo facilia sisi defendant, impetum sustinient, hostis vincant, salutum petent. 2-1. The Helvetii send ambassadors to seek one peace. 2 They are setting out at daybreak in order that they may make a longer march before night. 3 They will hide the women in the forest, acc within, that they may not be captured. 4 The Gauls wage many wars to free their fatherland from slavery. 5 They will resist the Romans too bravely lest they be destroyed. 1 Not infinitive. 2 Not accusative. Reading selection lessons. The 8th inflection of the imperfect subjunctive. The sequence of tenses. 354. The imperfect subjunctive may be formed by adding the personal endings to the present active infinitive. Conj. I conj 2 conj 3 conj 4 active 1. Ama rem mon rem regerum ca perum audi rem 2. Ama res mon res regeres ca paris audi res 3. Ama ret mon ret regerit ca parit audi ret 1. Amuri muse monera muse regeri muse capera muse audire muse 2. Amuri tis monera tis regeri tis capera tis audire tis 3. Ama rent mon rent regerent ca parent audi rent passive 1. Ama rare mon rare regerer ca para audi rare 2. Amuri ris, re, monera ris, re, regeri ris, re, capera ris, re, audire ris, re, 3. Amuri tur monera tur regeri tur capera tur audire tur 1. Amuri muur monera muur regeri muur capera muur audire muur 2. Amuri mini monera mini regeri mini capera mini audire mini 3. Amaran tur moneran tur regeran tur caperan tur audiren tura. In a similar way inflect the imperfect subjunctive, active, and passive, of kuro, iubio, sumo, iasio, munio. 355 The imperfect subjunctive of the irregular verb sum is inflected as follows, sing. 1 esm plur. 1 se muse 2. ESSES 2. SETIS 3. ESSET 3. ESSENT 356. The three great distinctions of time are present, past, and future. All tenses referring to present or future time are called primary tenses, and those referring to past time are called secondary tenses. Now it is a very common law of language that in a complex sentence the tense in the dependent clause should be of the same kind as the tense in the principal clause. In the sentence he says that he is coming, the principal verb, says, is present, that is in a primary tense, and is coming, in the dependent clause, is naturally also primary. If I change he says to he said, in other words, if I make the principal verb secondary in character, I feel it natural to change the verb in the dependent clause also, and I say, he said that he was coming. This following of a tense by another of the same kind is called tense sequence, from sequi, to follow. In Latin the law of tense sequence is obeyed with considerable regularity, especially when an indicative in the principal clause is followed by a subjunctive in the dependent clause. Then a primary tense of the indicative is followed by a primary tense of the subjunctive, and a secondary tense of the indicative is followed by a secondary tense of the subjunctive. Learn the following table, 357. Table for sequence of tenses: principal verb in the indicative, dependent verbs in the subjunctive, incomplete or continuing action, completed action, primary, present future, future perfect, present perfect, secondary, imperfect, perfect, pluperfect, imperfect, pluperfect. 358. Rule. Sequence of tenses. Primary tenses are followed by primary tenses and secondary by secondary. 359 examples: primary tenses in principal and dependent clauses. Midit miserit homines ut agros vastant, he sends, will send, will have sent men that they may, in order to lay waste the fields. 2. Secondary tenses in principal and dependent clauses. Midabat misit misre homines ut agros vasterant, he was sending, sent, or has sent, had sent men that they might, in order to lay waste the fields. 360. Exercises I1. Venerant ut ducerant, miderant, vidirant, audirant, ducerenter, miderenter, vidiranter, audiranter. 2. Fugibat ne caperitur, traidoritur, vidiratur, nicaratur, raperitur, resideret. 3. Misit nunjos qui dicerant, audirant, venirant, narrarant, audiranter, in concilio saderant. 4. Castrum univirunt quo facilia sisi defenderant, impedum sustinerant, hostis vincerant, salutum peterant. 2:1. Caesar encouraged the soldiers in order that they might fight more bravely. 2. The Helvetii left their homes to wage war. 3. The scouts set out at once lest they should be captured by the Germans. 4. Caesar inflicted punishment on them in order that the others might be more terrified. 5. He sent messengers to Rome to announce the victory. Reading selection lesson LXIV. The perfect and pluperfect subjunctive substantive clauses of purpose. 361. The perfect and the pluperfect subjunctive active are inflected as follows: conj. I conj 2 conj 3 conj 4. Perfect subjunctive active singular 1. Ama verum manuarum reserum ce parim audi verum 2. Ama veris manuaris resera ce paris audi veris 3. Ama verit manuarit reserit ce parit audi verit plural 1. Amave remus manu remus rexi remus ep remus audive remus 2. Amave rethes manu rethes rexi rethes sep rethes audive rethes 3. Ama verent manu erant reserent ce parent audi verent pluperfect subjunctive active singular 1. Amavus sem manuus sem recus sem sepis sem audivis sem 2. Amavus ses manuus ses recus ses sepis ses audivis ses 3. Amavus set manuus set recus set sepis set audivis set plural 1. Amavus mus manuus mus rexus mus sepis mus audivis mus 2. Amavus tis manuus tis rexus tis sepis tis audivis tis 3. Amavus sent manuus sent recus sent sepis sent audivis sent a. Observe that these two tenses, like the corresponding ones in the indicative, are formed from the perfect stem. B. Observe that the perfect subjunctive active is like the future perfect indicative active, excepting that the first person singular ends in m and not in -oc. Observe that the pluperfect subjunctive active may be formed by adding isum, ises, etc. to the perfect stem. D. In a similar way inflect the perfect and pluperfect subjunctive active of kuro, iubio, sumo, iasio, munio. 362. The passive of the perfect subjunctive is formed by combining the perfect passive participle with sim, the present subjunctive of some. Conj. I conj 2 conj 3 conj 4. Perfect subjunctive passive singular 1. Ama tussim mo nita sim rec tussim cap tussim audi tussim 2. Ama tussis mo nita sis rec tussis cap tussis audi tussis 3. Ama tussit mo nita sit rec tussit cap tussit audi tussit plural 1. Ama ti simus mo niti simus rec ti simus cap ti simus audi ti simus 2. Ama ti situs mo niti situs rec ti situs cap ti situs audi ti situs 3. Ama ti sint mo niti sint rec ti sint cap ti sint audi ti sint 363. The passive of the pluperfect subjunctive is formed by combining the perfect passive participle with sm, the imperfect subjunctive of some. Conj. Conj2 Conj3 Conj4 pluperfect subjunctive passive singular 1. Amatus sm monitus sm rectus sm captus sm auditus sm2. Amatus esses monitus esses rectus esses captus esses auditus esses 3. Amatus esset monitus esset rectus esset captus esset auditus esset plural 1. Amati essemus moniti essemus recti essemus capti essemus auditi essemus 2. Amati essetes moniti essetes recti essetes capti essetes auditi essetes 3. Amati assent moniti assent recti assent capti assent auditi assent a. In a similar way inflect the perfect and pluperfect subjunctive passive of kuro, iubio, sumo, iasio, munio. 364 The perfect and pluperfect subjunctive of the irregular verb sum are inflected as follows: perfect pluperfect fu erim furimus fuisem fuis mus fu eris furithis fuis ses fuis tis fu erid fu erant fuiset fuisent 365. A substantive clause is a clause used like a noun, as, that the men are afraid is clear enough, clause as subject, he ordered them to call on him, clause as object. We have already had many instances of infinitive clauses used in this way, cf 213, and have noted the similarity between Latin and English usage in this respect. But the Latin often uses the subjunctive in substantive clauses, and this marks an important difference between the two languages. 366 Rule. Substantive clauses of purpose. A substantive clause of purpose with the subjunctive is used as the object of verbs of commanding, urging, asking, persuading, or advising, where in English we should usually have the infinitive. Examples 1. The general ordered the soldiers to run imperator militibus imperavit ut current 2. He urged them to resist bravely hortatus est ut fortiter resisterant 3. He asked them to give the children food pativit ut liberis cibum darant 4. He will persuade us not to set out nobis persuade bit ne proficiscomer 5. He advises us to remain at home mone ut domi maniamus a. The object clauses following these verbs all express the purpose or will of the principal subject that something be done or not done. Cf 348. 367 The following verbs are used with object clauses of purpose. Learn the list and the principal parts of the new ones. Horter, urge impero, order, with the dative of the person ordered and a subjunctive clause of the thing ordered done, munio, advise pito, quero, rogo, ask, seek persuadio, persuade, with the same construction as impero, postulo, demand, require suadio, advise, cf persuadio, and b remember that iubio, order, takes the infinitive as in English. Cf 213. 1. Compare the sentences iubio eum venire, I order him to come impero eiut veniat, I give orders to him that he is to come. We ordinarily translate both of these sentences like the first, but the difference in meaning between iubio and impero in the Latin requires the infinitive in the one case and the subjunctive in the other. 368 Exercises I1. Petiat hortator ut ipsi dicat. 2 Caesar Helvetius imperavit ne per provinciam iter face rent. 3 Caesar non iasi Helvetios per provinciam adhere facere. 4 Il civibus persuasit ut de finibus sui desiderant. 5 Caesar principes monbit ne proelium committant. 6 Postulavit ne cum Helvetius aut cum eorum socius bellum gerent. 7 Ab iis qui civi ne proficisserenter. 8 Iis persuadere non potui ut domi manerant. 2-1. Who ordered Caesar to make the march? Write this sentence both with impero and with iubio. 2 The faithless scouts persuaded him to set out at daybreak. 3 They will ask him not to inflict punishment. 4 He demanded that they come to the camp. 5 He advised them to tell everything, omnia. Note: do not forget that the English infinitive expressing purpose must be rendered by a Latin subjunctive. Review 352. Reading selection Legio adhere facit lesson LXV The subjunctive of possum verbs of fearing 369. Learn the subjunctive of possum, 495, and note especially the position of the accent. 370 Subjunctive after verbs of fearing. We have learned that what we want done or not done is expressed in Latin by a subjunctive clause of purpose. In this class belong also clauses after verbs of fearing, for we fear either that something will happen or that it will not, and we either want it to happen or we do not. If we want a thing to happen and fear that it will not, the purpose clause is introduced by ut. If we do not want it to happen and fear that it will, ne is used. Owing to a difference between the English and Latin idiom, we translate ut after a verb of fearing by that not, and ne by that or lest. 371 Examples Timeo timbo timuro ut veniat venerat I fear, shall have feared, that he will not come, has not come time bam timui timuram ut venirat venicit I was feared, had feared, that he would not come, had not come. The same examples with ne instead of ut would be translated I fear that or lest he will come, has come, etc. 372. Rule. Subjunctive after verbs of fearing. Verbs of fearing are followed by a substantive clause of purpose introduced by ut, that not, or ne, that or lest. 373 Exercises I1. Caesar verabater ut supplicium captivorum Gallis placeret. 2 Romani ipsa magno per verabantur ne Helvetii adhere per provincium face rent. 3 Time bont ut satis auriei frumentarii midi possit. 4 Vira ut hostium impedum sustinere possim. 5 Timut ne impedimenta ob hostibius capta assent. 6 Caesar numquam timut ne legions vincerenter. 7 Legions pugnare non timurunt. 11. Distinguish between what one is afraid to do, complementary infinitive as here, and what one is afraid will take place or has taken place, substantive clause with the subjunctive. 2-1. We fear that they are not coming. 2 We fear lest they are coming. 3 We feared that they had come. 4 We feared that they had not come. 5 They feared greatly that the camp could not be defended. 6 Almost all feared one to leave the camp. Reading selection lesson LXVI The participles 374. The Latin verb has the following participles: 1 conj, I conj, 2 conj, 3 conj, 4 Active present amans loving munans advising regens ruling capiens taking audiens hearing future amaturus about to love monitorus about to advise recturus about to rule capturus about to take auditorus about to hear passive perfect amatus loved, having been loved monitus advised, having been advised rectus ruled, having been ruled captus taken, having been taken auditus heard, having been heard future 2 amendus to be loved monendus to be advised regendus to be ruled, capiendus to be taken audiendus to be heard 1. Review 203. 2 The future passive participle is often called the gerundive. A. The present active and future passive participles are formed from the present stem, and the future active and perfect passive participles are formed from the participial stem. B. The present active participle is formed by adding ns to the present stem. In io verbs of the third conjugation, and in the fourth conjugation, the stem is modified by the addition of -e-, as capi ens, audi ens. It is declined like an adjective of one ending of the third declension. Cf 256, amans, loving base am and stem amanti singular plural masc and fem. Neut masc and fem. Neutnom amans amantes amantia general amantis amantium amantium dad amantibus acc amantum amans amantis or -es amantia abl amanti or e amantibus. 1. When used as an adjective the ablative singular ends in -i, when used as a participle or as a substantive, in e. 2. In a similar way decline munins, regans, capiens, audiens. C. The future active participle is formed by adding -urus to the base of the participial stem. We have already met this form combined with se to produce the future active infinitive. Cf 206, d. For the perfect passive participle see 201. The future passive participle or gerundive is formed by adding endus to the present stem. All participles in us are declined like bonus. F participles agree with nouns or pronouns like adjectives. G. Give all the participles of the following verbs: kuro, iubio, sumo, iasaio, munio. 375 participles of deponent verbs. Deponent verbs have the participles of the active voice as well as of the passive. Consequently every deponent verb has 4 participles, as, president act. Hortens, urging feud act. Hortigerous, about to urge perf. Pass. In form, hortatus, having urged feud pass. Gerundive, hortandus, to be urged. A. Observe that the perfect participle of deponent verbs is passive in form but active in meaning. No other verbs have a perfect active participle. On the other hand, the future passive participle of deponent verbs is passive in meaning as in other verbs. B. Give the participles of conur, virur, secor, patier, partier. 376 tenses of the participle. The tenses express time as follows. 1. The present active participle corresponds to the English present active participle in ing, but can be used only of an action occurring at the same time as the action of the main verb, as, milites insequens seperunt multos, the soldiers, while pursuing, captured many. Here the pursuing and the capturing are going on together. 2. The perfect participle, excepting of deponents, is regularly passive and corresponds to the English past participle with or without the auxiliary having been, as, auditus, heard or having been heard. 3. The future active participle, translated about to, etc., denotes time after the action of the main verb. 377 Review 203, 204, and, note the following model sentences. 1. Milites currents erant defesi, the soldiers who were running, were weary. 2. Caesar perfecturus Romam non expectavit, Caesar, when about to set out, about to set out, for Rome, did not wait. 3. Oppidum captum vidimus, we saw the town which had been captured, captured town. 4. Imperator triduum moritus perfectus est, the general, since, when, or after, he had delayed, the general, having delayed, 3 days, set out. 5. Milites victi terga non verderunt, the soldiers, though they were conquered, the soldiers conquered, did not retreat. In each of these sentences the literal translation of the participle is given in parentheses. We note, however, that its proper translation usually requires a clause beginning with some conjunction, when, since, after, though, etc., or a relative clause. Consider, in each case, what translation will best bring out the thought, and do not, as a rule, translate the participle literally. 378 Exercises I1. Puer timens ne capiator fugit. 2 Aquila ira comita avis reliquas interfacere canata erat. 3 Milites ob hostibus presi tela iacera non poturunt. 4 Caesar decimam legionum laudaturus ad primum agmen progressus est 5. Imperator hortatus equits ut fortiter pugnarent signum proelio dedit. 6 Milites hostis octo milia passuum insecuti multis cum captivus ad castra reverterunt. 7 Sol orines multos interfectos vidit. 8 Romani concilium audax suspicati barbaris cc non commiserunt. 9 Navis e portu egressa nullo in periculo erat. 2.31 The army was in very great danger while marching through the enemy's country. Too frightened by the length of the way, they longed for home. 3 When the scouts were about to set out, they heard the shouts of victory. 4 When we had delayed many days, we set fire to the buildings and departed. 5 While living at Rome I heard orators much better than these. 6 The soldiers who are fighting across the river are no braver than we. 3 In this exercise use participles for the subordinate clauses. Reading selection lesson Lxi the irregular verbs volo, nalo, malo the ablative with the participle, or ablative absolute 379. Learn the principal parts and conjugation of volo, wish, nalo, ne plus volo, be unwilling, malo, magis plus volo, be more willing, prefer, 497. Note the irregularities in the present indicative, subjunctive, and infinitive, and in the imperfect subjunctive. Cf 354, a. These verbs are usually followed by the infinitive with or without a subject accusative, as, volunt venire, they wish to come, volunt amicos venire, they wish their friends to come. The English usage is the same. 11. Sometimes the subjunctive of purpose is used after these verbs. C 366. 380 Observe the following sentences. 1 Magistro laud ante omnes puri diligenter labrant, with the teacher praising, or since the teacher praises, or the teacher praising, all the boys labor diligently. 2 Caesare docent nemo progredi timit, with Caesar leading, or when Caesar leads, or if Caesar leads, or Caesar leading, no one fears to advance. 3 His rebus cognitus milites fugerunt, when this was known, or since this was known, or these things having been learned, the soldiers fled. 4 Proelio comiso multi vulnerati sunt, after the battle had begun, or when the battle had begun, or the battle having been joined, many were wounded. One of the fundamental ablative relations is expressed in English by the preposition with, cf 50. In each of the sentences above we have a noun and a participle in agreement in the ablative, and the translation shows that in each instance the ablative expresses attendant circumstance. For example, in the first sentence the circumstance attending or accompanying the diligent labor of the boys is the praise of the teacher. This is clearly a with relation, and the ablative is the case to use. B. We observe, further, that the ablative and its participle are absolutely independent grammatically of the rest of the sentence. If we were to express the thought in English in a similar way, we should use the nominative independent or absolute. In Latin the construction is called the ablative absolute, or the ablative with the participle. This form of expression is exceedingly common in Latin, but rather rare in English, so we must not, as a rule, employ the English absolute construction to translate the ablative ablative. The attendant circumstance may be one of time, when or after, or one of cause, since, or one of concession, though, or one of condition, if. In each case try to discover the precise relation, and translate the ablative and its participle by a clause which will best express the thought. 381 Rule. Ablative absolute. The ablative of a noun or pronoun with a present or perfect participle in agreement is used to express attendant circumstance. Note 1. The verb some has no present participle. In consequence, we often find two nouns or a noun and an adjective in the ablative absolute with no participle expressed, as, te duce, you, being, leader, with you as leader, patre infermo, my father, being, weak. Note 2. Be very careful not to put in the ablative absolute a noun and participle that form the subject or object of a sentence. Compare A. The Gauls, having been conquered by Caesar, returned home. B. The Gauls having been conquered by Caesar, the army returned home. In A, the subject is the Gauls having been conquered by Caesar, and we translate, Galliae Caesarae victi domum reverterunt. In B, the subject is the army. The Gauls having been conquered by Caesar is nominative absolute in English, which requires the ablative absolute in Latin, and we translate, Gallies a Caesarae victis exercitus domum reverti. Note 3. The fact that only deponent verbs have a perfect active participle, cf 375a, often compels a change of voice when translating from one language to the other. For example, we can translate Caesar having encouraged the legions just as it stands, because horter is a deponent verb. But if we wish to say Caesar having conquered the Gauls, we have to change the voice of the participle to the passive because vinco is not deponent, and say, the Gauls having been conquered by Caesar, see translation above. 382 Exercises I1. Mavis, non-vis, vultus, nolumus. 2 ut nolid, ut velumus, ut molid. 3 nolli, vel, noluus, mal. 4 volt, mavultus, ut nolid, nolite. 5 sol orient, aves cantare inseparunt. 6 clamoribus auditus, barbari progredi recusabant. 7 Caesare legions hortato, milites Paulo Fortius pugnae verunt. 8 His rebus cognitus, Helvetii finitimis persuaserunt ut siccum idhere face rent. 9 Laboribus confectis, milites a Caesare quiribant ut sibi premia derud. 10 Concilio convocato, principes ita responderunt. 11 Dux pluris dies in Helvetiorum finibus morans multos vicos incendit. 12 Magnitudine Germanorum cognita, quidem ex Romanes time bont. 13 Mercatoribus rogatus, Caesar nihilo plus reparir potuit. 2:1. He was unwilling, lest they prefer, they have wished. 2 You prefer, that they might be unwilling, they wish. 3 We wish, they had preferred, that he may prefer. 4 Caesar, when he heard the rumor having been heard, commanded, imperare, the legions to advance more quickly. 5 Since Caesar was leader, the men were willing to make the journey. 6 A few, terrified too by the reports which they had heard, preferred to remain at home. 7 After these had been left behind, the rest hastened as quickly as possible. 8 After Caesar had undertaken the business, Caesar, the business having been undertaken, he was unwilling to delay longer. 3:2. Would the ablative absolute be correct here? 3 Not longeus. Why? Reading selection lesson Lxiath the irregular verb fio the subjunctive of result 383. The verb fio, be made, happen, serves as the passive of facio, make, in the present system. The rest of the verb is formed regularly from facio. Learn the principal parts and conjugation. 500. Observe that the I is long except before er and in fit. A. The compounds of facio with prepositions usually form the passive regularly, as, active conficio, confessora, confessi, confectus passive conficiere, confissi, confectus. Sum 384. Observe the following sentences. 1. Terror erat tantus ut omnes fugerant, the terror was so great that all fled. 2. Terror erat tantus ut non facile militiae recipirant, the terror was so great that the soldiers did not easily recover themselves. 3. Terror facit ut omnes fugerant, terror caused all to flee, lit made that all fled. Each of these sentences is complex, containing a principal clause and a subordinate clause. B. The principal clause names a cause and the subordinate clause states the consequence or result of this cause. C. The subordinate clause has its verb in the subjunctive, though it is translated like an indicative. The construction is called the subjunctive of consequence or result, and the clause is called a consecutive or result clause. D. In the last example, the clause of result is the object of the verb facit. E. The conjunction introducing the consecutive or result clause is ut equals so that, negative, ut non equals so that not. 385 Rule. Subjunctive of result. Consecutive clauses of result are introduced by ut or ut non and have the verb in the subjunctive. 386 Rule. Object clauses of result with ut or ut non are found after verbs of affecting or bringing about. 387 Purpose and result clauses compared. There is great similarity in the expression of purpose and of result in Latin. If the sentence is affirmative, both purpose and result clauses may be introduced by ut, but if the sentence is negative, the purpose clause has ne and the result clause ut non. Result clauses are often preceded in the main clause by such words as tam, ita, sic, so, and these serve to point them out. Compare a tam graviter vulneratus est ut caperitur, he was so severely wounded that he was captured. B. Graviter vulneratus est ut caperitur, he was severely wounded in order that he might be captured. Which sentence contains a result clause, and how is it pointed out? 388 Exercises I1. Fit, fiat, ut fiat, fibamus. 2. Fio, fees, ut fierent, fieri, fuent. 3. Fiates, ut fiamus, fis, fimus. 4. Milites erant tam tardi ut anti noctem in castra non prevenirant. 5. Sol facit ut omnia sint pulchra. 6. Eius modi pericula erant ut nemo perficisci velit. 7. Equits hostium cum equitatu nostro in itinera contenderunt, ita tamen 1 ut nostri omnibus in partibus superiors ascent. 8. Virtus militum nostrorum facit ut hosts ne unum quidem tu impetum sustinerant. 9. Homines erant tam audaces ut nullo modo contenere possent. 10. Spatium erat tam parvum ut milites tela iacera non facile possent. 11. Hoc proelio facto barbari ita perderiti sunt ut ab ultimis gentibus legati ad Caesarem mitterentur. 12. Hoc proelium factum est ne legati ad Caesarem mitterentur. 1. Ita tamen, with such a result however. 2. Ne, quidem, not even. The emphatic word is placed between. 2. 1. It will happen, they were being made, that it may happen. 2. It happens, he will be made, to happen. 3. They are made, we were being made, lest it happen. 4. The soldiers are so brave that they conquer. 5. The soldiers are brave in order that they may conquer. 6. The fortification was made so strong that it could not be taken. 7. The fortification was made strong in order that it might not be taken. 8. After the town was taken. 3. The townsmen feared that they would be made slaves. 9. What state is so weak that it is unwilling to defend itself? 3. Ablative absolute. Reading selection lesson LXIX. The subjunctive of characteristic or description. The predicate accusative. 389. Akin to the subjunctive of consequence or result is the use of the subjunctive in clauses of characteristic or description. This construction is illustrated in the following sentences. 1. Quis est qui suum domum non amit? Who is there who does not love his own home? 2. Erant qui hoc facere nolent, there were, some, who were unwilling to do this. 3. Tu non is es qui amicos trudes, you are not such a one as to, or you are not the man to, betray your friends. 4. Nihil video quod timem, I see nothing to fear, nothing of such as character as to fear it. Each of these examples contains a descriptive relative clause which tells what kind of a person or thing the antecedent is. To express this thought the subjunctive is used. A relative clause that merely states a fact and does not describe the antecedent uses the indicative. Compare the sentences. Caesar is the man who is leading us, Caesar est is qui nos ducit, mere statement of fact, no description, with the indicative, Caesar is the man to lead us, Caesar est is qui nos ducit, descriptive relative clause with the subjunctive. Be observed that in this construction a demonstrative pronoun and a relative, as is qui, are translated such a one as to, the man to. See in which of the following sentences would you use the indicative and in which the subjunctive? These are not the men who did this, these are not the men to do this. 390. Rule. Subjunctive of characteristic. A relative clause with the subjunctive is often used to describe an antecedent. This is called the subjunctive of characteristic or description. 391. Observe the sentences. 1. Romani Caesarem consulum feserunt, the Romans made Caesar consul. 2. Caesar consule Romanis factus est, Caesar was made consul by the Romans. Observe in 1 that the transitive verb feserunt, made, has two objects. 1. The direct object, Caesarem. 2. A second object, consulum, referring to the same person as the direct object and completing the predicate. The second accusative is called a predicate accusative. Be observe in 2 that when the verb is changed to the passive both of the accusatives become nominatives, the direct object becoming the subject and the predicate accusative the predicate nominative. 392 Rule. 2 accusatives. Verbs of making, choosing, calling, showing, and the like, may take a predicate accusative along with the direct object. With the passive voice the 2 accusatives become nominatives. 393 The verbs commonly found with 2 accusatives are creo, creer, crevi, cretus, choose appello, appeller, appellavi, appellatus nomino, nominare, nominavi, nominatus voco, vocare, vocavi, vocatus call facio, facere, faci, factus, make. 394. Exercises I1. In Germaniae Silva sunt 1 multa genera ferarum qui reliquis in locis non visa sint. 2 Erant 1 itinera duo quibus Helvetii domo desidera passant. 3 Erat 1 manus nulla, nullum oppidum, nullum praesidium quod se armis defenderet. 4 Toto frumento rapto, domi nihil erat quo mortem prohibere passant. 5 Romani galbam tu cm creverunt et summa celeritate perfecti sunt. 6 Nec erat 1 tanti multitudinus quis quam qui morari velit. 7 Germani non tu sunt qui adventum Caesaris variantur. 8 Consilibus oxisus erant qui tu velant cum regem creer. 9 Pace facta erat nemo qui arbitrator annalit. 10 Inter Helvetios quis erat qui nobilior illo esset. 2-1. The Romans called the city Rome. 2 The city was called Rome by the Romans. 3 The better citizens wished to choose him king. 4. The brave soldier was not the man to run. 5. There was no one. 3. To call me friend. 6. These are not the men to betray their friends. 7. There were some who called him the bravest of all. 1. Remember that when the verb some precedes its subject it is translated there is, there are, there were, etc. 2. Errant key, there were some who. A wholly indefinite antecedent of key does not need to be expressed. 3. A relative clause of characteristic or description. 4. C389.B Reading Selection 8th Review, Lessons LXI-LXIX, 527 to 528. Lesson LXX. The constructions with the conjunction come. The ablative of specification 395. The conjunction come has the following meanings and constructions: come temporal equals when, followed by the indicative or the subjunctive. Come causal equals since, followed by the subjunctive. Come concessive equals although, followed by the subjunctive. As you observe, the mood after come is sometimes indicative and sometimes subjunctive. The reason for this will be made clear by a study of the following sentences. 1. Caesarum vidi tum cum in Gallia eram, I saw Caesar at the time when I was in Gaul. 2. Caesar in eos impetum facit cum pacem pedrant, Caesar made an attack upon them when they were seeking peace. 3. Hoc erat difficile cum pauci sine vulneribus essent, this was difficult, since only a few were without wounds. 4. Cum primi ordines fugisant, tamen relici fortiter consistabant, though the front ranks had fled, yet the rest bravely stood their ground. A. The underlying principle is one already familiar to you, cf 389.a. When the cum clause states a fact and simply fixes the time at which the main action took place, the indicative mood is used. So, in the first example, cum in Gallia eram fixes the time when I saw Caesar. B. On the other hand, when the cum clause describes the circumstances under which the main act took place, the subjunctive mood is used. So, in the second example, the principal clause states that Caesar made an attack, and the cum clause describes the circumstances under which this act occurred. The idea of time is also present, but it is subordinate to the idea of description. Sometimes the descriptive clause is one of cause and we translate cum by since, sometimes it denotes concession and cum is translated although. 396 Rule. Constructions with cum. The conjunction cum means when, since, or although. It is followed by the subjunctive unless it means when and its clause fixes the time at which the main action took place. Note: cum in clauses of description with the subjunctive is much more common than its use with the indicative. 397 Note the following sentences. 1. Oppidum erat parvum magnitudine sed magnum multitudine hominum, the town was small in size but great in population. 2. Homo erat corpore infirmus sed validus animo, the man was weak in body but strong in courage. A. Observe that magnitudine, multitudine, corpore, and animo tell in what respect something is true. The relation is one covered by the ablative case, and the construction is called the ablative of specification. 398 Rule. Ablative of specification. The ablative is used to denote in what respect something is true. 399 Idioms aliquem certiorum facere, to inform someone, lit to make someone more certain, certiorare, to be informed, lit to be made more certain, iter dare, to give a right of way, allow to pass sides inter se dare, to give hostages to each other. 400. Exercises I1. Helvetii cum patrum nostrorum tempor domo praefecti essent, consulis exercitum in fugam dedrant. 2. Cum Caesar in Gallium venit, Helvetii alios agros patbant. 3. Caesar cum in Citerior Gallia esset, tamen de Helvetiorum conciliis certi febit. 4. Cum Helvetii bello clarissimi essent, Caesar it here per provincium dare recusavit. 5 Legatus cum hec audivicit, Caesarum certiorum facit. 6 Cum principes inter se obsides darent, Romani bellum paraverunt. 7 Caesar, cum id nunciatum esset, maturata urbi proficisci. 8 Ne virtut quidem Galli erant pers Germanes. 9 Caesar nec corpor nec animo infirmus erat. 10 Illud bellum tum incepit cum Caesar fut consul. Observe in each case what mood follows cum, and try to give the reasons for its use. In the third sentence the cum clause is concessive, in the fourth and sixth causal. 2-1. That battle was fought at the time when, tum cum, I was at Rome. 2 Though the horsemen were few in number, nevertheless they did not retreat. 3 When the camp had been sufficiently fortified, the enemy returned home. 4 Since the tribes are giving hostages to each other, we shall inform Caesar. 5 The Gauls and the Germans are very unlike in language and laws. Reading selection lesson LXXI vocabulary review the gerund and gerundive the predicate genitive 401. Review the word lists in 510, 511. 402 The gerund. Suppose we had to translate the sentence by overcoming the Gauls Caesar won great glory. We can see that overcoming here is a verbal noun corresponding to the English infinitive in ing, and that the thought calls for the ablative of means. To translate this by the Latin infinitive would be impossible, because the infinitive is indeclinable and therefore has no ablative case form. Latin, however, has another verbal noun of corresponding meaning, called the gerund, declined as a neuter of the second declension in the genitive, dative, accusative, and ablative singular, and thus supplying the cases that the infinitive lacks. 1 Hence, to decline in Latin the verbal noun overcoming, we should use the infinitive for the nominative and the gerund for the other cases, as follows: nom superare overcoming, to overcome, infinitive general dat accabl superandi, of overcoming. Superando, for overcoming, superandum, overcoming, superando, by overcoming. Gerund like the infinitive, the gerund governs the same case as the verb from which it is derived. So the sentence given above becomes in Latin superando Gallo Caesar magnam gloriam reportavit 1. Sometimes, however, the infinitive is used as an accusative. 403 The gerund to is formed by adding d, andu, endum, andu, to the present stem, which is shortened or otherwise changed, as shown below. Paradigm of the gerund conj. I conj 2 conj 3 conj 4 General amendi monendi regiondi capiendi audiendi dad amando monendo regiondo capiendo audiendo acc amendum monendum regiondum capiendum audiendum abl amando monendo regiondo capiendo audiendo. A Give the gerund of curo, dilio, sumo, iasaio, venio. B Deponent verbs have the gerund of the active voice, c 493. Give the gerund of conner, virer, sequor, patier, partier. 2 The gerund is the neuter singular of the future passive participle used as a noun, and has the same formation. Cf 374d. 404 The gerundive. The gerundive is the name given to the future passive participle, 374d, when the participle approaches the meaning of a verbal noun and is translated like a gerund. It is the adjective corresponding to the gerund. For example, to translate the plan of waging war, we may use the gerund with its direct object and say concilium gerendi bellum, or we may use the gerundive and say concilium belli gerendi, which means, literally, the plan of the war to be waged, but which came to have the same force as the gerund with its object, and was even preferred to it. 405 Compare the following parallel uses of the gerund and gerundive, Gerund gerundive general spes faciandi pacem the hope of making peace spes faciandi paces the hope of making peace dat locus idoneus pugnando a place suitable for fighting locus idoneus castris ponendus a place suitable for pitching camp acc missit equites ad insequendum he sent horsemen to pursue missit equites ad insequendos hostis he sent horsemen to pursue the enemy abl narrando fabulas magi stirpuris placuit the teacher pleased the boys by telling stories narrandis fabules magi stirpuris placuit the teacher pleased the boys by telling stories a. We observe, 1. That the gerund is a noun and the gerundive an adjective. 2. That the gerund, being a noun, may stand alone or with an object. 3. That the gerundive, being an adjective, is used only in agreement with a noun. 406 Rule. Gerund and gerundive. 1. The gerund is a verbal noun and is used only in the genitive, dative, accusative, and ablative singular. The constructions of these cases are in general the same as those of other nouns. 2. The gerundive is a verbal adjective and must be used instead of gerund plus object excepting in the genitive and in the ablative without a preposition. Even in these instances the gerundive construction is more usual. 407 Rule. Gerund or gerundive of purpose. The accusative of the gerund or gerundive with ad, or the genitive with causa 3, equals for the sake of, is used to express purpose. Gerund gerundive ad audiendum venerunt or audiendi causa venerunt they came to hear ad urbum videndum venerunt or urbis videndi causa venerunt they came to see the city 3. Causa always follows the genitive. Note. These sentences might, of course, be written with the subjunctive of purpose venerunt ut audirent, venerunt ut urbum vidirent. In short expressions, however, the gerund and gerundive of purpose are rather more common. 408 We have learned that the word denoting the owner or possessor of something is in the genitive, as, equus galbi, Galba's horse. If, now, we wish to express the idea the horse is Galba's, Galba remains the possessor, and hence in the genitive as before, but now stands in the predicate, as, equus est Galbi. Hence this is called the predicate genitive. 409 Rule. Predicate genitive. The possessive genitive often stands in the predicate, especially after the forms of some, and is then called the predicate genitive. 410 Idioms aliquoi negodium dare, to employ someone, lit to give business to someone, novus rebus studere, to be eager for a revolution, lit to be eager for new things, rei militaris peritissimus, very skillful in the art of war se sua qui omnia, themselves and all their possessions 411. Exercises I1. Caesar cum in Gallia bellum gereret, militibus decimi legiones maxime favitquia rei militaris peritissimi erant. 2. Socius negodium dedit rei frumentarii curendi. 3. Legati non solum audiendi causa sed entium dicendi causa venerunt. 4. Imperator iasi exploratoris locum idoneum munendo reperir. 5. Nuper hagentes novus rebus studibant, mox iis persuade bo ut Caesari se sua qui omnia dedant. 6. Iubier est regioni 1 et pareri est multitudinus. 47. Hoc proelio facto quidem ex hostibius ad pacem potendum venerunt. 8. Erant qui arma trader annolant. 9. Hosts tam seal writer progressi sunt ut spatium pila in hostis iaciendi non deritur. 10. Spatium nec arma capiendi. 5. Nec auxili potendi 2 datum est 2. 1. These ornaments 6 belong to Cornelia. 2 men very skillful in the art of war were sent 7 to capture the town. 3. The scouts found a hill suitable for fortifying very near to the river. 4. Soon the cavalry will come 8 to seek supplies. 5. The mind of the Gauls is eager for revolution and for undertaking wars. 6. To lead the line of battle 8 belongs to the general. 710 Whom shall we employ to look after the grain supply? 4 Predicate genitive. 5 Which of these expressions is gerund and which gerundive? 6 Belong to equals are of. 7 Use the gerundive with ad. 8 Use the genitive with causat. Where should causat stand? 9 Compare the first sentence. 10 Compare the second sentence in the Latin above. Reading selection lessons ZI the irregular verb eo indirect statements 412. Learn the principal parts and the conjugation of eo, go, 499. A notice that I dash, the root of eo, is changed to e before a vowel, excepting in ans, the nominative of the present participle. In the perfect system v is regularly dropped. 413 Learn the meaning and principal parts of the following compounds of eo with prepositions, ad eo, adi re, ad to, ad itis, go to, visit, with the accusative ex eo, exi re, ex to, ex itis, go forth, with ex or de and the ablative of the place from which in eo, ini re, into, in itis, begin, enter upon, with the accusative red eo, readi re, red to, red itis, return, with ad or in and the accusative of the place to which trans eo, transi re, trans to, trans itis, cross, with the accusative 414. Indirect statements in English. Direct statements are those which the speaker or writer makes himself or which are quoted in his exact language. Indirect statements are those reported in a different form of words from that used by the speaker or writer. Compare the following direct and indirect statements. Direct statements 1. The Gauls are brave 2. The Gauls were brave 3. The Gauls will be brave. Indirect statements after a verb in the present tense 1. He says that the Gauls are brave 2. He says that the Gauls were brave 3. He says that the Gauls will be brave. Indirect statements after a verb in a past tense 1. He said that the Gauls were brave 2. He said that the Gauls had been brave 3. He said that the Gauls would be brave. We see that in English a. The indirect statement forms a clause introduced by the conjunction that. B. The verb is finite, cf 173, and its subject is in the nominative. C. The tenses of the verbs originally used are changed after the past tense, he said. 415 Indirect statements in Latin. In Latin the direct and indirect statements above would be as follows. Direct statements 1. Galli sunt fortes 2. Galli erant fortes 3. Galli erant fortes. Indirect statements 1. Dicit or dixit Gallos esse fortis, he says or he said the Gauls to be brave, 1 2. Dicit or dixit Gallos fuis fortis, he says or he said the Gauls to have been brave, 1 3. Dicit or dixit Gallos futuros esse fortis, he says or he said the Gauls to be about to be brave, 1 1. These parenthetical renderings are not inserted as translations, but merely to show the literal meaning of the Latin. Comparing these Latin indirect statements with the English in the preceding section, we observe 3 marked differences. A. There is no conjunction corresponding to that. B. The verb is in the infinitive and its subject is in the accusative. C. The tenses of the infinitive are not changed after a past tense of the principal verb. 416 Rule. Indirect statements. When a direct statement becomes indirect, the principal verb is changed to the infinitive and its subject nominative becomes subject accusative of the infinitive. 417 Tenses of the infinitive. When the sentences in 415 were changed from the direct to the indirect form of statement, sunt became esse, erant became fuis, and erunt became futuros esse. 418 Rule. Infinitive tenses in indirect statements. A present indicative of a direct statement becomes present infinitive of the indirect, a past indicative becomes perfect infinitive, and a future indicative becomes future infinitive. Note: when translating into Latin and English indirect statement, first decide what tense of the indicative would have been used in the direct form. That will show you what tense of the infinitive to use in the indirect. 419 Rule: verbs followed by indirect statements. The accusative with infinitive construction in indirect statements is found after verbs of saying, telling, knowing, thinking, and perceiving. 420 verbs regularly followed by indirect statements are: a. verbs of saying and telling, diko, dikara, dixi, dictus, senego, negare, negavi, negatus, deny, say not nuntio, nunciare, nunciavi, nunciatus, announce respondio, respondere, respondi, responsus, reply. B. verbs of knowing, conico, conoscere, cognovi, cognitus, learn, in the perf, nocio, sire, civi, citus, no. C. verbs of thinking, arbitrar, arbitrary, arbitratus sum, think, consider. Existimo, existimare, existimavi, existimatus, think, believe. Iudico, iudicare, iudicavi, iudicatus, judge, decide. Puto, putare, putavi, putatus, reckon, think. Sparrow, sparare, sparavi, sparatus, hope. D. verbs of perceiving, audio, audire, audivi, auditus, hear. Sentio, sentire, sensi, sensus, feel, perceive. Video, videre, vidi, visus, see. Intelligo, intelliger, intellexi, intellectus, understand, perceive. Learn such of these verbs as are new to you. 421 Idioms post-tridiius dii, on the next day, lit on the next day of that day, in ita estate, at the beginning of summer. Memoria tenera, to remember, lit to hold by memory, per exploratoris conoscere, to learn through scouts. 422. Exercises I1. It, imus, it, ire. 2 Yunti, isa, or is, ibunt, yunt. 3 Yundi, uteent, ibidus, is. 4 Ne irant, I, ibant, irat. 5 Caesar per exploratoris cognovit Gallos flumentransis. 6 Romani audiverunt Helvetios in ita estate de finibus sui exiteros esse. 7 Legati responderunt neminem ante Caesarum illum insulamitis. 8 Principes Gallorum decunt se nullum concilium contra Caesaris imperium initeros esse. 9 Arbitramur potentium regioni esse merum quam civium. 10 Romani negant se libertatem Gallis erepturos esse. 11 His rebus cognitus sensimus legatos non venus ad pacem potendum. 12 Helvetii sciunt Romanos priors victorias memoria tenera. 13 Socii cum intellegerant multos vulnerari, staturunt in suos finis redire. 14 Aliquis nunciavit Marcum consulum credum esse. 2:1. The boy is slow. He says that the boy is, was, and, will be slow. 2 The horse is, has been, and, will be strong. He judged that the horse was, had been, and, would be strong. 3 We think that the army will go forth from the camp at the beginning of summer. 4 The next day we learned through scouts that the enemy's town was 10 miles off. 25. The king replied that the ornaments belonged to 3 The queen. 2 To be off, to be distant, abes. 3 Latin, were of, 409. Reading selection. 2 Lessons the 8th vocabulary review. The irregular verb pharaoh, the dative with compounds. 423. Review the word lists in 513, 514. 424 Learn the principal parts and conjugation of the verb pharaoh, bear. 498. 1. Learn the principal parts and meanings of the following compounds of ferro, bear, add ferro, add ferri, add tuli, add latus, bring to, report con ferro, con ferri, con tuli, con latus, bring together, collect de ferro, de ferri, de tuli, de latus, bring to, report, grant, confer in ferro, in ferri, in tuli, in latus, bring in, bring against re ferro, referee, ret tuli, relatus, bear back, report 425. The dative is the case of the indirect object. Many intransitive verbs take an indirect object and are therefore used with the dative, cf 153. Transitive verbs take a direct object in the accusative, but sometimes they have an indirect object or dative as well. The whole question, then, as to whether or not a verb takes the dative, depends upon its capacity for governing an indirect object. A number of verbs, some transitive and some intransitive, which in their simple form would not take an indirect object, when compounded with certain prepositions, have a meaning which calls for an indirect object. Observe the following sentences. 1. Hec res exercitui magnam calamitatem adelit, this circumstance brought great disaster to the army. 2. Germani Gallis bellum inferunt, the Germans make war upon the Gauls. 3. Hac opii pro illio non intererant, these troops did not take part in the battle. 4. Equits fugientibus hostibius occurrunt, the horsemen meet the fleeing enemy. 5. Galba copius filium prefecit, Galba put his son in command of the troops. In each sentence there is a dative, and in each a verb combined with a preposition. In no case would the simple verb take the dative. 426 Rule. Dative with compounds. Some verbs compounded with ad, anti, con, de, in, inter, ob, post, pre, pro, sub, super, admit the dative of the indirect object. Transitive compounds may take both an accusative and a dative. Note 1. Among such verbs are 1. Ad ferro, ad ferri, ad tuli, ad latus, bring to, report ad sum, aids se, ad fui, ad futurus, assist, be present de ferro, de ferri, de tuli, de latus, report, grant, confer de sum, des se, de fui, be wanting, be lacking in ferro, in ferri, in tuli, in latus, bring against, bring upon inter sum, inters se, inter fui, inter futurus, take part in occur ro, occurrer, occur ri, occur sus, run against, meet preficio, preficere, prefci, prefectus, appoint over, place. In command of pre sum, praise se, pre fui, be over, be in command 1. But the accusative with ad or in is used with some of these, when the idea of motion to or against is strong. 427 Idioms gravitare or molest faire, to be annoyed at, to be indignant at, followed by the accusative and infinitive se confer at or in, with the accusative, to betake oneself to aliqui bellum infer, to make war upon someone pedum refer, to retreat, lit to bear back the foot, 428. Exercises I1. Fer, ferent, ut ferent, ferunt. 2. Ferte, ut ferent, tulis, tulirant. 3. Tulimus, ferens, latus esse, fair. 4. Cum naviga insuli ad propinquerent, barbari terrare commodi pedum refer conati sunt. 5. Galli molest firbant Romanos agros vastaire. 6. Caesar socius imperavit ne finitimis sui bellum inferent. 7. Exploratores, qui Caesarea currunt, dixerunt exercitum hostium vulneribus defessum ceci in alium locum contulis. 8 host Cibant Romanos frumento igeri et hanc rem Caesari summium periculum adlaturum esse. 9 impedimentus in unum locum conlates, alici militum flugmen quad non lunge operat transurunt. 10 hos rex hortatus est ut oraculum addirent et res auditus ad esse referrent. 11 quem imperator illi legionae prefsit. Publius illi legionae praeserat. 12 cum esset Caesar in Cyterio regalia, Crabri ad eum 2 rumors ad furabantur literis quoque certi effebit Gallo subsides inter se dare. 2-1. The Gauls will make war upon Caesar's allies. 2. We heard that the Gauls would make war upon Caesar's allies. 3. Publius did not take part in that battle. 4. We have been informed that Publius did not take part in that battle. 5. The man who was in command of the cavalry was wounded and began to retreat. 6. Caesar did not place you in command of the cohort to bring disaster upon the army. 2. Observe that when adfero denotes motion to, it is not followed by the dative, cf. footnote, p. 182. 3. Not the infinitive. Cf. 352. Reading selection lessons Civ vocabulary review the subjunctive in indirect questions 429. Review the word lists in 517, 518. 430 When we report a statement instead of giving it directly, we have an indirect statement. Cf. 414. So, if we report a question instead of asking it directly, we have an indirect question. Direct question. Indirect question. Who conquered the Gauls? He asked who conquered the Gauls. A. An indirect question depends, usually as object, upon a verb of asking, as pedo, postulo, quero, rogo, or upon some verb or expression of saying or mental action. Cf. 420. 431 Compare the following direct and indirect questions. Direct indirect Quis Gallos vincit? Who is conquering the Gauls? A. Rogat Quis Gallos vincat. He asks who is conquering the Gauls. B. Rogavit Quis Gallos vinceret. He asked who was conquering the Gauls. Ubi est Roma? Where is Rome? A. Rogat ubi sit Roma. He asks where Rome is. B. Rogavit ubi esset Roma. He asked where Rome was. Caesarn Gallos visit? Did Caesar conquer the Gauls? A. Rogat number Caesar Gallos vicerit. He asks whether Caesar conquered the Gauls. B. Rogavit number Caesar Gallos vicicit. He asked whether Caesar had conquered the Gauls. A. The verb in a direct question is in the indicative mood, but the mood is subjunctive in an indirect question. B. The tense of the subjunctive follows the rules for tense sequence. C. Indirect questions are introduced by the same interrogative words as introduce direct questions, excepting these or no direct questions, cf. 210, on becoming indirect are usually introduced by number, whether. 432 Rule. Indirect questions. In an indirect question the verb is in the subjunctive and its tense is determined by the law for tense sequence. 433 Idioms de tertia vigilia, about the third watch. Injurias aliqui infer, to inflict injuries upon someone. Facere verbo pro, with the ablative, to speak in behalf of. In reliquim tempus, for the future. 434. Exercises I1. Rex rogavit quid legati postularant et cur ad se veniscent. 2. Quisivit quoque number nec recentus injurias nec dubium Romanorum amicitium memoria tenerant. 3. Videtis qui opida hosts apognaverent. 4. Non situs cur Galli sub montem cc consularent. 5. Audivimus quas injurias tibi Germani intulicent. 6. De tertia vigilia imperator missit homines qui conoscerent qui esset natura montes. 7. Pro his orator verba facit et rogavit cur consuls navis ad plenum summi periculi locum mittera velant. 8. Legatus convocatus demonstravit quid fieri velit. 9. Nuntius referbat quid in gallerum concilio de armis tradendus dictum esset. 10 munio ne in reliquum tempus pedites et equits transflumen ducus. 2-1. What hill did they seize? I see what hill they seized. 2. Who has inflicted these injuries upon our dependents? 3. They asked who had inflicted those injuries upon their dependents. 4. Whither did you go about the third watch? You know whither I went. 5. At what time did the boys return home? I will ask at what time the boys returned home. Reading selection lesson LXXV vocabulary review the dative of purpose, or end for which 435. Review the word lists in 521, 522. 436 Observe the following sentences. 1. Exploratories locum castris diligerent, the scouts chose a place for a camp. 2. Hoc erat magno impedimento Gallis, this was, 4, a great hindrance to the Gauls. 3. Duas legions presidio castris relicit, he left 2 legions as, lit 4, a guard to the camp. In each of these sentences we find a dative expressing the purpose or end for which something is intended or for which it serves. These datives are castris, impedimento, and presidio. In the second and third sentences we find a second dative expressing the person or thing affected, gallis and castris. As you notice, these are true datives, covering the relations of for which and to which. Cf 43. 437 Rule. Dative of purpose or end. The dative is used to denote the purpose or end for which, often with another dative denoting the person or thing affected. 438 Idioms Concilium omittere, to give up a plan locum castris diligere, to choose a place for a camp aliquoi magno usui esse, to be of great advantage to someone, lit for great advantage to someone, 439. Exercises I1. Rogavit cur illi copii relicti essent. Responderunt illas copias esse presidio castris. 2. Caesar missit exploratories ad locum diligendum castris. 3. Quisque existum avit ipsum nomen Caesaris magno terrari barbaris futurum esse. 4. Prima lus idem exercitus pro ilium acer commissit, sed gravius uorum vulnera magni curi imperatora erant. 5. Rex respondit amicitium populi Romani sibi ornamento et presidio deberi esse. 6. Quis praere equitatui quem auxilio Caesari socii miserant? 7. Aliquibus res secundi sunt summi calamitatii et res adversi sunt miro usui. 8. Gallis magno ad pugnam erat impedimento quod equitatis a dextro cornupri mebat. 9. Memoria pristini virtutis non minus quam metus hostium erat nostris magno usui. 10. Tam densa erat silva ut progredi non possent. 2-1. I advise you 1 to give up the plan 2 of making war upon the brave Gauls. 2. Do you know 3 where the cavalry has chosen a place for a camp? 3. The fear of the enemy will be of great advantage to you. 4. Caesar left 3 cohorts as, 4, a guard to the baggage. 5. In winter the waves of the lake are so great for that they are, 4, a great hindrance to ships. 6. Caesar inflicted severe 5 punishment on those who burned the public buildings. 1. Subjunctive of purpose. Cf 366. 2. Express by the genitive of the gerundive. 3. Indirect question. 4. A clause of result. 5. Gravis, reading selection lesson LXXI vocabulary review the genitive and ablative of quality or description 440. Review the word lists in 524, 525. 441 Observe the English sentences. 1. A man of great courage, or, 2. A man with great courage, 3. A forest of tall trees, or, 4. A forest with tall trees. Each of these sentences contains a phrase of quality or description. In the first 2 a man is described, in the last 2 a forest. The descriptive phrases are introduced by the prepositions of and with. In Latin the expression of quality or description is very similar. The prepositions of and with suggest the genitive and the ablative respectively, and we translate the sentences above: 1. Vir magni virtutis, or 2. Vir magna virtute, 3. Silva alterum arborum, or 4. Silva altus arboribus. There is, however, one important difference between the Latin and the English. In English we may say, for example, a man of courage, using the descriptive phrase without an adjective modifier. In Latin, however, an adjective modifier must always be used, as above. A Latin makes a distinction between the use of the two cases in that numerical descriptions of measure are in the genitive and descriptions of physical characteristics are in the ablative. Other descriptive phrases may be in either case. 442 examples. 1. Fossa duodecim pedum, a ditch of 12 feet. 2. Homo magnus pedibus et parvo caput, a man with big feet and a small head. 3. Rex erat vir summa audacia, or Rex erat vir summi audacia, the king was a man of the greatest boldness. 443 Rule. Genitive of description. Numerical descriptions of measure are expressed by the genitive with a modifying adjective. 444 Rule. Ablative of description. Descriptions of physical characteristics are expressed by the ablative with a modifying adjective. 445 Rule. Genitive or ablative of description. Descriptions involving neither numerical statements nor physical characteristics may be expressed by either the genitive or the ablative with a modifying adjective. 446 Idioms Helvetius in animo est, the Helvetii I intend, lit it is in mind to the Helvetians, in matrimonium dare, to give in marriage nihil posse, to have no power fossum producere, to construct a ditch, lit to lead a ditch through. 447. Exercises I1. Milites fossum de cm pedum per eorum finis produxerunt. 2. Princeps Helvetiorum, vir summi audacia, principibus gentium fina timorum sorors in matrimonium dedit. 3. Eorum amicitium confirmer volut quo facilis Romanis bellum inferred. 4. Germani et Galli non erant aeistum gentis. 5. Omnes fer Germani erant magnus corporum viribus. 16. Gallici oppidum fortiter defendibant saxa ingentus magnitudinis de muro iaceabant. 7. Cum Caesar ob exploratoribus quereret qui illud oppidum incolarent, exploratores responderunt eos esse homines summa virtut et magno concilio. 8. Moenia viginti pedum a sinistra part, et a dextra part flumen magni altitudinis oppidum defendibant. 9. Cum Caesar in Gallium pervenicit, erat rumor Helvetius in animo esse iter per provinciam Romatam facere. 10. Caesar, ut eos ob finibus Romanis prohibere, munitionum tumulta millia passuum longum facit. 2:1. Caesar was a general of much wisdom and great boldness, and very skillful in the art of war. 2. The Germans were of great size, and thought that the Romans had no power. 3. Men of the highest courage were left in the camp as, 4. A guard to the baggage. 4. The king's daughter, who was given in marriage to the chief of a neighboring state, was a woman of very beautiful appearance. 5. The soldiers will construct a ditch of 9 feet around the camp. 6. A river of great width was between us and the enemy. 1. From this. Cf. 468. 2. Genitives and ablatives of description are adjective phrases. When we use an adverbial phrase to tell how long or how high or how deep anything is, we must use the accusative of extent. Cf. 336. For example, in the sentence above multa millia passuum is an adverbial phrase, accusative of extent, modifying longum. If we should omit longum and say a fortification of many miles, the genitive of description, an adjective phrase, modifying munitionem would be used, as munitionem multorum millium passuum. Reading selection Gladii Lesson Review of agreement, and of the genitive, dative, and accusative 448. There are 4 agreements, 1 that of the predicate noun or of the appositive with the noun to which it belongs, 76, 81. 2 that of the adjective, adjective pronoun, or participle with its noun, 65. 3 that of a verb with its subject, 28. 4 that of a relative pronoun with its antecedent, 224. 449 The relation expressed by the genitive is, in general, denoted in English by the preposition of. It is used to express 1. Possession A. As attributive, 38. B in the predicate, 409. 2 the whole of which a part is taken, partitive genitive, 331. 3 quality or description, 443, 445. 450 The relation expressed by the dative is, in general, denoted in English by the prepositions to or for when they do not imply motion through space. It is used to express 1. The indirect object A. With intransitive verbs and with transitive verbs in connection with a direct object in the accusative, 45. B with special intransitive verbs, 154. C with verbs compounded with ad, ante, con, de, in, inter, ob, post, pre, pro, sub, super, 426. 2 the object to which the quality of an adjective is directed, 143. 3 the purpose, or end for which, often with a second dative denoting the person or thing affected, 437. 451 The accusative case corresponds, in general, to the English objective. It is used to express 1. The direct object of a transitive verb, 37. 2 the predicate accusative together with the direct object after verbs of making, choosing, falling, showing, and the like, 392. 3 the subject of the infinitive, 214. 4 the object of prepositions that do not govern the ablative, 340. 5 the duration of time and the extent of space, 336. 6 the place to which, 263, 266. 452 Exercises I1. Milites quos vidimus dixerunt imperium belli esse Caesaris imperatoris. 2 Helvetii staturunt quam 1 maximum numerum equorum et carrum cogere. 3 Totius Gallii Helvetii plurimum valuerunt. 4 Multis horas acriter pugnatum est nec quis quam poterat videre hostem fugientum. 5 Viri summi virtutis hostis de cm millia passuum insecuti sunt. 6 Caesar populo Romano persuasit utse consulum crerit. 7 Victoria exercitus erat semper imperatora gradissima. 8 Triduum iter fis runt et genavum, in oppidum tu hostium, pervenerunt. 9 Caesar audivit Germanos bellum Gallis insulis. 10 Magno Iosui militibus Caesaris erat quad prioribus pro Elias cc exercuerant. 2-1. 1-3 Of the king's sons and many of his men were captured. 2 There was no one who wished for to appoint her queen. 3 The grain supply was always a care, to Caesar, the general. 4 I think that the camp is 10 miles distant. 5 We marched for 3 hours through a very dense forest. 6 The plan 5 of making war upon the allies was not pleasing to the king. 7 When he came to the hill he fortified it 6 by a 12-foot wall. 1 What is the force of quam with superlatives? 2 Herbs or oppidum, Appositive to a name of a town, takes a preposition. 3. What construction is used with numerals in preference to the partitive genitive? 4. What mood? Cf 390. 5. Use the gerund or gerundive. 6. Latin, by a wall of 12 feet. Lesson 8th review of the ablative 453. The relations of the ablative are, in general, expressed in English by the prepositions with, or by, from, or by, and in, or at. The constructions growing out of these meanings are I-ablative rendered with, or by 1. Cause, 102, 2. Means, 103, 3. Accompaniment, 104, 4. Manner, 105, 5. Measure of difference, 317, 6. With the participle, ablative absolute, 381, 7. Description or quality, 444, 445, 8. Specification, 398, 2. Ablative rendered from, or by 1. Place from which, 179, 264, 2. Ablative of separation, 180, 3. Personal agent with a passive verb, 181, 4. Comparison without quam, 309, 3. Ablative rendered in, or at 1. Place at or in which, 265, 266, 2. Time when or within which, 275, 454. Exercises I1. Galli loci superioribus occupatus itinera exercitum prohibere conantur. 2. Omnes oppidini ex oppido egressi salutum fuga Peter inseparunt. 3. Caesar docet se militum vitam sua salute habere multicariorum. 4. Cum Caelarius omnium opinion prevenicit, hosts ad eum obsides mis runt 5. Vicus in valle positus montibus altissimis undic contini ter. 6. Plurimum inter gallos hec gens et virtut et hominum numero valebut. 7. Secunda vigilia nullo certo ordin nec imperio e castris egressi sunt. 8. Duobus legionibus genavi relictus, proximo die cum reliquis domum perfectus est 9. Erant itinera duo quibus itineribus Helvetii domo ecire possent. 10. Rex erat summa audacia et magna apud populum potentia. 11. Galli timori servitudis commodi bellum parabant. 12. Caesar mone legatos ut continient milites, ne studio pugnandi aut spe preti longius 1 progrediantur. 13. Bellum aserum a Caesare in Gallos gestum est 2. 1. The lieutenant after having seized the mountain restrained his men from battle. 2. All the Gauls differ from each other in laws. 3. This tribe is much braver than the rest. 4. This road is 10 miles shorter than that. 5. In summer Caesar carried on war in Gaul, in winter he returned to Italy. 6. At midnight the general set out from the camp with 3 legions. 7. I fear that you cannot protect 3 yourself from these enemies. 8. 4. After this battle was finished peace was made by all the Gauls. 1. Longius, 2. Far. Cf 305. 2. Latin, by 10,000s of paces. 3. Defendera. 4. Ablative absolute. Lesson 6 Review of the gerund and gerundive, the infinitive, and the subjunctive 455. The gerund is a verbal noun and is used only in the genitive, dative, accusative, and ablative singular. The constructions of these cases are in general the same as those of other nouns, 402, 406.1. 456 The gerundive is a verbal adjective and must be used instead of gerund plus object, excepting in the genitive and in the ablative without a preposition. Even in these instances the gerundive construction is more usual. 406.2. 457 The infinitive is used, I as in English. A as subject or predicate nominative, 216. B to complete the predicate with verbs of incomplete predication, complementary infinitive, 215. C as object with subject accusative after verbs of wishing, commanding, forbidding, and the like, 213. 2 in the principal sentence of an indirect statement after verbs of saying and mental action. The subject is in the accusative, 416, 418, 419. 458 The subjunctive is used, 1 to denote purpose, 349, 366, 372. 2 to denote consequence or result, 385, 386. 3 in relative clauses of characteristic or description, 390. 4 in come clauses of time, cause, and concession, 396. 5 in indirect questions, 432. 459 Exercises I1. Caesar, cum prevenicit, milites hordebater ne concilium oppidi capiendi omitterant. 2 Rex, castris prop oppidum pausitis, missit exploratoris qui conoscerent ubi exercitus Romanus esset. 3 Nemo relinquibator qui arma fair possit. 4 Nunci viderunt ingentem armorum multitudinem de muro in fossini iactam esse. 5 Dux suos transire flugman iasi. Transire autumn hoc flugman erat difficilimum. 6 Romani cum hanc calamitatem molest ferent, tamen terga verdera recusave runt. 7 Hoc rumori audito, tantus terror omnium animos occupavit utne fortissimi quidem proelium committier velant. 8 Erant qui puterant tempus anni idonium non esse itinerari faciendo. 9 Tam acriter abutra qui part pugnabater ut multa milia hominum occiderantur. 10 Quid times. Timeo ne Romanes in animo sit totem gallium superare et nobis injurias infer. 2-1. Do you not see who is standing on the wall? 2 We hear that the plan of taking the town has been given up. 3 Since the Germans thought that the Romans could not cross the Rhine, Caesar ordered a bridge to be made. 4 When the bridge was finished, the savages were so terrified that they hid themselves. 5 They feared that Caesar would pursue them. 6 Caesar 1 asked the traders what the size of the island was. 7 The traders advised him not to cross the sea. 8 He sent scouts 3 to choose a place for a camp. 1 Quirere ob. 2 Not infinitive. 3 Use the gerundive with ad. Reading matter introductory suggestions how to translate. You have already had considerable practice in translating simple Latin, and have learned that the guide to the meaning lies in the endings of the words. If these are neglected, no skill can make sense of the Latin. If they are carefully noted and accurately translated, not many difficulties remain. Observe the following suggestions. 1 Read the Latin sentence through to the end, noting endings of nouns, adjectives, verbs, etc. 2. Read it again and see if any of the words you know are nominatives or accusatives. This will often give you what may be called the backbone of the sentence, that is, subject, verb, and object. 3 Look up the words you do not know, and determine their use in the sentence from their endings. 4 If you cannot yet translate the sentence, put down the English meanings of all the words in the same order as the Latin words. You will then generally see through the meaning of the sentence. 5 Be careful to translate adjectives with the nouns to which they belong. B. Translate together prepositions and the nouns which they govern. C. Translate adverbs with the words that they modify. D. Make sense. If you do not make sense, you have made a mistake. One mistake will spoil a whole sentence. 6. When the sentence is correctly translated, read the Latin over again, and try to understand it as Latin, without thinking of the English translation. The parts of a sentence. You will now meet somewhat longer sentences than you have had before. To assist in translating them, remember, first of all, that every sentence conveys a meaning and either tells us something, asks a question, or gives a command. Every sentence must have a subject and a verb, and the verb may always have an adverb, and, if transitive, will have a direct object. However long a sentence is, you will usually be able to recognize its subject, verb, and object or predicate complement without any difficulty. These will give you the leading thought, and they must never be lost sight of while making out the rest of the sentence. The chief difficulty in translating arises from the fact that instead of a single adjective, adverb, or noun, we often have a phrase or a clause taking the place of one of these, for Latin, like English, has adjective, adverbial, and substantive clauses and phrases. For example, in the sentence "the idle boy does not study," the word idle is an adjective. In "the boy wasting his time does not study," the words wasting his time form an adjective phrase modifying boy. In the sentence "the boy who wastes his time does not study," the words who wastes his time form an adjective clause modifying boy, and the sentence is complex. These sentences would show the same structure in Latin. In translating, it is important to keep the parts of a phrase and the parts of a clause together and not let them become confused with the principal sentence. To distinguish between the subordinate clauses and the principal sentence is of the first importance, and is not difficult if you remember that a clause regularly contains a word that marks it as a clause and that this word usually stands first. These words join clauses to the words they depend on, and are called subordinate conjunctions. They are not very numerous, and you will soon learn to recognize them. In Latin they are the equivalents for such words as when, while, since, because, if, before, after, though, in order that, etc. Form the habit of memorizing the Latin subordinate conjunctions as you meet them, and of noting carefully the mood of the verb in the clauses which they introduce. Hercules. The labors of Hercules. Hercules, a Greek hero celebrated for his great strength, was pursued throughout his life by the hatred of Juno. While yet an infant he strangled some serpents sent by the goddess to destroy him. During his boyhood and youth he performed various marvelous feats of strength, and on reaching manhood he succeeded in delivering the Thebans from the oppression of the Minyi. In a fit of madness, sent upon him by Juno, he slew his own children, and, on consulting the Delphic oracle as to how he should cleanse himself from this crime, he was ordered to submit himself for 12 years to Eurystheus, king of Tyrans, and to perform whatever tasks were appointed him. Hercules obeyed the oracle, and during the 12 years of his servitude accomplished 12 extraordinary feats known as the labors of Hercules. His death was caused, unintentionally, by his wife Deianira. Hercules had shot with his poisoned arrows a centaur named Nessus, who had insulted Deianira. Nessus, before he died, gave some of his blood to Deianira, and told her it would act as a charm to secure her husband's love. Some time after, Deianira, wishing to try the charm, soaked one of her husband's garments in the blood, not knowing that it was poisoned. Hercules put on the robe, and, after suffering terrible torments, died, or was carried off by his father Jupiter. Lii.1 The infant Hercules and the serpents Hercules et serpentes ditu grave supplicium sumit demales, sed tu qui legibus 3d orum parent, entium post mortem curantur. Illa vita distu erat gradissima qui hominibus miseris utilissima fuerat. Omnium autem premierum summum erat immortalitas. Illud premium Herculi datum est Hercules pater foot I upiter, mater alcmena, et omnium hominum validissimus fuis dicitur. Sed iuno, regina deorum, eum, ad hoc infantem, interfeceris studibat, nam ei4 et5 Hercules et alcmena erant invisi. Et hoc missit duas serpentis, utram xivus imam, qui media noct domum 6 alcmeni venerunt. Ibi Hercules, cum fratris suo, non in lectulo sed in sciuto ingenti dormibat. Iam audaces serpents ad propinquaverant, iam sciutum mubant. Tum frater, terrare commodus, magna voci matram vocavit, sed Hercules ipsi, fortier quam frater, statum ingentus serpentis manibus sui repuit et interfecit. 1. This number refers to the lesson after which the selection may be read. 2. D and dis are from Deus. Cf 468. 3. Legibus, 501. 14.4. Ei, to her, referring to Juno. 5. Et, both, and. 6. Domum, 501. 20. Live. Hercules conquers the Mini Hercules a puro 1 corpus suum gravissimis et difficilimis laboribus exercebit et hoc modo vires 2 suis confirmavit. Iam adolescens Thebes 3 habitabat. Ibi cream quidem erat rex. Mini, gens validissima, erant finitum I Thebanese, et, quia olim Thebanos vicerant, quotanes legatos mitabant et vectigal postulabant. Hercules autumn constituit civi suos hoc vectigali liberare et dixit regi, de me exercitum tuum et ego hos superbos hostis superabo. Hanc conditionum rex non recusavit, et Hercules nuntios in omnis partis dimisit et copius cogit.4 tum tempor opportunissimo proelium cum minius commissit. Diupognatum est, sed denici illi impetum Thebanorum sustinere non poturunt et tergiverderunt fugam separunt. 1. A puro, from boyhood. 2. Vires, from vis. Cf 468. 3. Thebes, 501. 36. 1. 4. Cogit, from cogo. He commits a crime and goes to the Delphian oracle to seek expiation post hoc proelium crean rex, tanta victoria laetus, filium suum Herculi in matrimonium dedit. Thebes Hercules cum uxor sua diuvi bat et ab omnibus magno per amabator, sed post multos annos subito 1 in furorum incidit et ipsi sua manu liberos suos interfecit. Post breve tempus 2 ad sanitatem reductus tantum solus expr cupibit et constituit ad oraculum delphicum adhere facere. Hoc autumn oraculum erat omnium clarissimum. Ibi sed bat femina quidam qui Pythia appellabator. Ea concilium dabit iisci ad oraculum venibant. 1 in furorum incidit, went mad. 2 ad sanitatem reductus, lit. Led back to sanity. What in good English? Hercules Leonum superat LV Hercules becomes subject to Eurystheus 1 he strangles the Neme and lion attack Hercules Pythii totem ram demonstravit nec solisuum abdidit. Ubi iam Hercules finum facit, Pythia iaceum ad urbum tyranthetu desidera et ibi regi Eurystheos cc committir. Qui 3 ubi audivit, Hercules ad illum urbum statum contendit et Eurystheo se in servitudum tradidit et dixit, quid primum, o rex, me facere iubs. Eurystheus, qui perderbitur 6 et corpor ingenti Hercules et eum oxidi for studibat, eta respondit, audi, Hercules. Multa mira 5 narantur de leone sivissimo qui hoc tempor in valle mea omnia vastat. Iubiote, virorum omnium fortissimum, illo monstro homines liberare. Hec verba Herculi maxime placuerunt. Properabo, inquit, et perbo imperio 6 tuo. Tum in silvas in quibus leo habitabat statim adhere facit. Mox feram vidit et plurus impetus facit, frustra tamen, quod nec sagittus nec ullo alio tello monstrum vulnerare potuit. Denici Hercules sivum leonum sui ingentibus brachias repuit et fauces eis omnibus viribus compressit. Hoc modo brevi tempore eum interfecit. Tum corpus leonis ad oppidum innumerus reportivit et pellum postea pro 7 vest gerabut. Omnes autumn quoem regionum incolabant, ubifamam de mort leonis ingentus exceperunt, erant latissimi et Herculum laudabant verbis amplissimis. One Eurystheus, pronounced Uris thus, was king of Tiryns, a Grecian city, whose foundation goes back to prehistoric times. 2 Tyrantha, the ACC case of Tyrans, a Greek noun. 3 Qui, object of audivit. It is placed first to make a close connection with the preceding sentence. This is called a connecting relative. 4 Oxidi, President Pass. Infinitive 5. Myra, marvelous things, the adjective being used as a noun. Cf. omnia, in the next line. 6 Imperio, 501. 14:7. Pro, 4, instead of. Lvi slaying the Lernan Hydra deant Hercules aburus theo Iasus est hydram oxidir. Itac cum amico I allow one contendit ad palliatum lerni ubi hydra incolabut. Hoc autumn monstrum erat serpens ingens qui novem capita habibut. Mox is monstrum reparit et summo tu cum periculo columnia sinistra manu repuit et tenud. Tum dextra manu capita novem absidera incepit, sed frustra labораbat, quod quotiens hoc ficerat totiens alia nova capita videbat. Quod 3 ubividit, statuit capita igna cremere. Hoc modo octo capita delavit, sed extremum capit vulnerari non potuit, quod erat immortali. Itac illud sub ingenti saxo Hercules possut et ita victoriam reportivit. 1 I allow, abl of Iolaus, the hero's best friend. To note the emphatic position of this adjective. 3 Quod ubi, when he saw this, another instance of the connecting relative. CFP 199, L3. Lvii the Arcadian stag and the Erymanthian boar post quam Eurystheo mors hydri nunciata est, summus terror animum eius occupavit. Itac iasi Herculum capera et ad se reporter servum quendam, nam minimaque pivot tantum virum in regno suo tenera. High autumn servus dispiter aurea cornua et pedes multu one celeriores vento tu haberi. Primum Hercules vestigia animalis pativit, deant, ubi servum ipsum vidit, omnibus viribus curara incepit. Per plurimos dies contendit nec noctus essavit. Denici post quam per totum annum cucurrat eta dissiter servum iam defessum sepit et ad Eurysthum portivit. Tum vero Iasus est Hercules aprum quendam capera qui illo tempor agros Erymanthius vastabat et homines ilius loci magno per perderebat. Hercules laet negodium suspit et in Arcadium seal writer se recipit. Ibi mox aprum reparit. Il autumn, similat Herculum vidit, statim quam 3 celerum fugit et me took perteridus in fossum altum ceci abdidit. Hercules tamen summa cum difficultate eum extraxit, nec aper ullo modo ceci liberare potuit, et vivis ad Eurysthum portatus est1. Multu, 501. 27-2. Vento, 501. 34-3. Quam. What is the force of quam with the superlative? Laien Hercules cleans the Augean stables and kills the Stymphalian birds deant Eurystheus Herculi hunc laborum multu graviorum imperavit. Auges 1 quidem, qui illo tempor regnum elitis to obtain bat, tria miliabum 3 habibut. Hi 4 ingenti stabulo contini banter. Hoc stabulum, quad per triginta annos non purgatum erat, Hercules intra spatium unius dii purgar iasus est la negodium alacriter suspit, et primum labor gravissimo maximum fossum faudet per quam fluminis aquam de montibus admirum stabuli duxit. Tum partum parvam muri delevit et aquam in stabulum emissit. Hoc modo fin operis facit uno die facilime. Post pacos dies Hercules ad oppidum stymphalamitare facit, nam uris theos ius erat eum ava stymphalides oxidir. Haevis rostra feria habibant et homines misros devorabant. Il, post quam ad locum pervenit, lacum vidit in quo aves incolabant. Nullo tamen modo Hercules avibus ad propinquere potuit, lacus enim non ex aqua sedi limo constiti.5 denici autumn aves sixta aliqua causa perderitae in oras volave runt et magna pars erum sagittus Hercules oxisa est1. Auges, pronounced in English Ajes. 2 Elides, general case of Elis, a district of Greece. 3 Boum, general plur of Bos. 4 Construction c. 501. 11.4. Ingenti stabulo, abl of means, but in our idiom we should say in a huge stable. 5 Constiti, from consto. 6 De aliqua causa perderitae, frightened for some reason. Hercules et Taurus lix. Hercules captures the Cretan bull and carries him living to Eurystheus tum Eurystheus iusi Herculum portar vivum ex insula Cretatorum quendam sivisimum. Il agiter navem consendit nam ventus erat Idonius et statim solvit. Post quam triduum navigavit, incolumes insuli ad propinquavit. Deant, post quam omnia parita sunt, contendit ad eam regionum quam Taurus vexabat. Mox Taurum vidit ac sine ullo meta cornua eis corripuit. Tum ingenti labor monstrum ad navem traxidit cum hac preda ex insula decessit. The flesh-eating horses of Diomede post quam ex insula Creta domum pervenit, Hercules ab Eurystheo in Thracium missus estibi Diomedes quidem, vir sivissimus, regnum obtain bat et omnes a finibus sui prohibibut. Hercules iusus erat equas Diomedes rapera et ad Eurystheum dusera. Hi autumn equi homines miserrimos devorabant de quibus rex supplicium sumir cupibit. Hercules ubi pervenit, primum equas a rege postulavit, sed rex eos dedera recusavit. Deant il ira commodus regem occidit et corpus eis equus tradidit. Itac is qui antium multos ni cave re, ipsi eadem supplicio nicatus est et equi, nuper sivissima animalia, post quam domini sui corpus devorav runt, mansuiti erant. Lx the belt of Hippal Yte, queen of the Amazons gens Amazonum 1 dissiter 2 amino ex mulieribus fuis. Hacum virus proelium committier non verabantur. Hippolyte, Amazonum regina, baltum habit pulcherrimum. Hunc baltum possidera filia Eurysthea vehementer cupibit. Itac Eurystheus iusi Herculum impedum in Amazons facere. Il multis cum copius navem consendit et possus diebus in Amazonum finus pervenit, ac baltum postulavit. Eum tradera ipsa hipporite quidam cupivit, reliquis tamen Amazonibus 3 persuadera non potuit. Postridi Hercules proelium commissit. Multis horas utrum quam fortissime pugnatum est denici tamen mulieres tergiverderunt et fuga salutum petierunt. Multi autumn captae sunt, in quo numero erat ipsa Hippolyte. Hercules post quam baltum accepit, omnibus captivis libertatem dedit. 1 A fabled tribe of warlike women living in Asia Minor. 2 Amino, etc., to have consisted entirely of women. 3 Amazonibus, 501. 14. The Descent to Hades and the Dog Cerberus Hercules et Cerberus iam cunis modo e duodecim laboribus relinquibator sed inter omnes hic erat difficilimus. Iasus est enim canum Cerberum for ex orco in lociem trahir. Ex orco autem nemo antia revert erat. Praeterea Cerberus erat monstrum maxime horrible et tria capita habibat. Hercules post quam imperia juris theae accepit, statum perfectus est et in orcum descendit. Ibi vero non sine summo periculo Cerberum manibus repuit et ingenti cum labor ex orco in lociem et ad urbum juris theae traxit. Sic duodecim labors illi 5 intra duodecim annos confecti sunt. Dimum post longum vitam Hercules ads receptus est et upiter filio suo dedit immortalitatem. For the dog Cerberus guarded the gate of Arcus, the abode of the dead. 5 Illi, those famous. P. Cornelius Lentulus, the story of a Roman boy 1 LXI. Publius is born near Pompa 2 P. Cornelius Lentulus 2 adolescens Romanus, amplissima familia 3 natus est, nam pater Eius, Marcus, erat dux paritassimus, quis virtut for et concilio multi victoriae reportati erant, et mater Eius, Lolia, a clarissimisma oribus orda est non vero in urbi sed ruri 5 Publius natus est, et cum matri habitabat in villa qui in maris literi et sub radicibus magna montis sita erat. Mons autumn erat Vesuvius et parva urbs Pompeii octo milia 6 passuum 7 oberat. In Italia antiqua erant plurimi quidam villi et pulchri, sed inter has omnes nulla erat pulchrier quam villa Marci Iuliic. Franz villi muro ameris fluctibus munibiter. In mare et litera et insuli lunge latique conspiciate accp naves longi et onerarii podrant. A tergo et abutrog latera agri feracissimi pate bont. Undic erat magna variorum florum copia et multa ingentium arborum genera qui estate 9 umbram defessus agricoles gratis imamid furibant. Praeterea erant 1 in agris stabulisque multa animalium genera, non solum equi et bov sed entium rari aves. Entium erat 10 magna piscina plena piscium, nam Romani piscis diligenter colbant. Puri Romani 1. This story is fiction with certain historical facts in Caesar's career as a setting. However, the events chronicled might have happened, and no doubt did happen to many a Roman youth. A Roman had 3 names, as, Publius, given name, Cornelius, name of the gens or clan, Lentulus, family name. 3 ABL of source, which is akin to the ABL of separation, 532. 4 Virtute, 501. 24-5. Ruri, 501. 36-1. 6 Milia, 501. 21-7. Passuum, 501. 11-8. Conspici, infinitive with podrant, 215. Consult the map of Italy for the approximate location of the villa. 9 Estate, 501. 35-10. How are the forms of some translated when they precede the subject? Lxii his life on the farm huius villi Davus, servus Marci, est villicus 1 et cum lesbia uxor omnia curat. Villicus et uxor in casa humili, medius in agris sita, habitant. A primulus usque ad vesperam se2 gravibus laboribus exercent ut omni res bene gerant. 3 Plurima enim sunt officia Davi et lesbii. Villicus servos regit ne tardi sint 4, midit alios qui agros arent 4 alios qui hortos inregent 4 et opera in 5 totem diem imponit. Lesbia autumn omnibus vestimenta parat, cibum cocit, panem facit. Casa romana non lungib horum casa et in summo colacidum surgebat domicilium ipsius domini dominic amplissimum. Ibi plurus annos 6 Publius cum matri vitam felicem agibat, nam pater Eius, Marcus, in terris longínquis gravia rei publici bella gerabat nec domum 7 reverti poterat. Nec puro quidem molestum est ruriate vivere. Eum multi res delectant. Magno para mat silvas, agros, equas, boves, gallinas, avis, reliquique animalia. CP plurus horas 9 ad mare sedet quo 9 melius fluctus et navis spectet. Nec omino sine comitibus erat, quod Lydia, Daviphilia, qui erat eistum etatis, cum eo ad hoc infante ludibat, in turquos cum annis amicitia crescibat. Lydia nullum alium tu cm diligebat et Publius ob puuli laterarero desedbat. Itac sub claro Italii sol Publius et Lydia, amici fidelissimi, per campos calisque cotidi vagabantur. Modo in silva finatim eludibant ubi Publius sagittus 10 celeribus avis dies yebat et Lydia caranis veri orum florum comus suis ornabat, modo aquam et cibum portabant ad davum servisque defesos qui agros colbant, modo in casa parva aut horas lactas in ludo consumbant aut auxilium dabant lesbii, qui cibum viro et servis parabat vel alias res domesticus agibat. 1. The villicus was a slave who acted as overseer of a farm. He directed the farming operations and the sale of the produce. 2. Se, reflexive pron, object of exercent. 3. For the construction, c. 501. 44. In, 4. 5 annos, 501. 21 6. Domum, 501. 27. Ruri, 501. 36 1. 8 horas, cf annos, line 17. 9 quo, spectet, 349, 350. 10 sagittus, 501. 24 Lziath. Marcus Lentulus, the father of Publius, is shipwrecked. Julia receives a letter from him. I am Publius 1 to cm annos habibat cum m Cornelius Lentulus, pater Eius, qui quinque annos 2 grave bellum in Asia gerabat, non sine gloria domum 3 revertibator. Namc multa secunda proilia fecerat, maximus hostium copias deliverat, multas urbis populo for Romano inimicus separat. Primum nuntius pervenit qui a Lentulo 5 missus erat 6 ut perfectionum suum nunciarat. Deant plurus die 7 redidum viri optimi mater filius qui expectabant et animizate solicitus Deos immortalis frustra colbant. Tumdimum has literas summo cum gaudio exceperunt, 9 Marcus Iulii suic saludum dicit. Si vales, bene est, ego valio. Ex Graecia, quo 10 praetor spem et opinionum hodi perveni, has literas ad te scribo. Namc navis nostra fracta est, annos autumn 11 dis est Graecia in colum sumus. Ex Asia 12 portu navem leni vento salvimus. Post quam 13 altum mare tenuimus 14 nec iam oliteri apparurunt, saelum undic et undic fluctus, subito magna tempestus coorta est et navem vehementissime adflixit. Ventus fluctibusque adflictata 15 nec solum discernere nec cursum tenera poteramus et omnia presentum mortem intentabant. Tris dies 16 et tris noctis 16 sine remus velisque agemur. Quarto die 17 primum terra visa est et violenter in saxa, qui non lunge literi oberant, de icti sumus. Tum veroma ura pericula timbamus, sed nota quidem, vir fortissimus, ex nave influctus iratos de salut 18 ut funum ad litis porteret, quamram sumo labor vix effecit. Ita omnes servati sumus. Gratias igiter et honorum Neptuno debimus, qui Deus nos periculo irripuit. Nunc Athenis 19 sum, quo confugi ut me pocas horas ad quietum darum. 20 Quam primum autumn alium navem conjugam ut iter ad Italiam reliquum conficium et domum. 21 Ad meos caros reverter. Saluta nostrum publium amicissime et valetudinem tuum cura diligenter. 2 Calendus Martis. 1 was 10 years old. 2 Annos, 501. 21 3. Domum, 501. 24. Populo, dat with Inimicas, cf 501. 16 5. Lentulо, 501. 33 6. Ut, Nunciaret, 501. 47. Dies, cf Annos, 1. 9 8. Animis, ABL of manner. Do you see 1 in line 15? 9 This is the usual form for the beginning of a Latin letter. First we have the greeting, and then the expression si vales, etc. The date of the letter is usually given at the end, and also the place of writing, if not previously mentioned in the letter. 10 Quo, where. 11 Dis est gratia, thank God, in our idiom. 12 Asia refers to the Roman province of that name in Asia Minor. 13 Altum mare tenuimus, we were well out to sea. 14 Neciam, and no longer. 16 Ad flictata, perf. Passive part. Tossed about. 16 What construction? 17 Die, 501. 35 18. Ut, Porteret, 501. 40 19. Athenis, 501. 36 1. 20 Darum, cf Porteret, L6. 21 Why not ad domum? 22 Calendus Martis, the calends or 1st of March, ABL of time, giving the date of the letter. Lxiv Lentulus reaches home. Publius visits Pompey with his father. Post Pacos dies navis M Corneli Lentuli porchum misni 1 petit, qui porchus non lunge Pompey's situs est, quo in portu classis Romana ponebiter et ad pugnas navalis ornabator. Ibi naves omnium generum conspici podrant. Iam concredibili celeritate navis longa qual Lentulus vibiter literi ad propinquavit, nam non solum vento sed entium remus impellibator. In alta pup stabat gubernator et non procul alici milites Romani cum armis splendidis, in turquos clarissimus erat Lentulus. Diens servi remus contenderus esse runt tu, nauti velum contraxerunt et ancoras es runt. Lentulus statum e navi egressus est et 3 ad villam suum properavit. Eum Iulia, Publius, tota qui familia exceperunt. 4 Qui complexus, quanta gaudia fuerunt. Postriti eius die Lentulus filio suo dixit, veni, me publi, mecum. Pompios iter hodi facium. Mater tua suede 5 ut fructus et Siberia emam. Namque pluris amicos ad senam vocavimus et multis rebus exigemus. Ea hortator ut quam primum proficis comer. Libenter, me pater, in quid Publius. Tecum esse mei semper est gradum, nec Pompios quam vd. Sine mora proficisci paratus sum. Tum seal writer curum consenderunt et ad urbis muros vecti sunt. Stabiana porta 7 urbum ingressi sunt. Publius stratus vias miratur et saxa altiora qui in medio dispo sita erant et altus orbitas quas rodi inter hex saxa fecerant. Entium strepidum miratur, multitudinem, caras, fontes, domos, tabernas, forum 8 cum statuis, templi, reliquisque edificius publicis. 1 Misenum had an excellent harbor, and under the Emperor Augustus became the chief naval station of the Roman fleet. See Map of Italy. 2 Why is the infinitive used with cessave runt? 3 See Plate I, frontispiece. 4 Observe that these words are exclamatory. 5 What construction follows suadio? 501. 41 6. Rebus, 501. 32 7. This is the ABL of the way by which motion takes place, sometimes called the ABL of route. The construction comes under the general head of the ABL of means. For the scene here described, see Plate 2, p. 53, and notice especially the stepping stones for crossing the street, saxa qui in medio dispocita erant. 8 The Forum of Pompeii was surrounded by temples, public halls, and markets of various sorts. Locate Pompeii on the map. Lx via de et Pompeii apud forum e curu descenderunt et lentulus dixit, hic sunt multa tabernarum genera, me publi ecce, trans viam est Popina, one hoc genus tabernarum Siberia vendit. Fructus quoque anti Ionuum stant. Ibi Siberia mea imam. Optimi, responded Publius. Ad ubi, me pater, crustula emera possumus. Namque mater nobis imperavit tu ut hec quoque periremus. Timeo ut 3 ista Popina vendat crustula. Benedicis, inquit lentulus. At non vides illum fontum a dextra ubi aqua per leonis capit fluid. In illo ipso loco est taberna pistoris qui sine diubio vendit crustula. Brevi tempor for omnia erant parida, iam 5 quinta ora erat. Deant lentulus et filius ad copinum propera verant, quad fame 6 et city 7 urgebonter. Ibi sub arboris umbris aderant et puro impera verant ut sibi 8 cibum et vinum derad. Huic imperio 9 pure seal writer perut. Tum lati se10 ex labor refes runt. Post prandium prefecti sunt ut alia urbis spectacula viderant. Illo tempor fuerunt Pompeiis 1 multa templa, duo theatra, thermi magnum amphitheatrum, qui omnia post pocos annos flammis et concendias Vesuvi et terri motu delita sunt. Anti hanc calamitatum autumn homines 1 nihilda monti verity sunt. In amphitheatro quidam Publius Morari cupivit ut spectacula gladiatoria viderit, qui in 13 illum ipsum diem proscripta erant et iam 1 re vera inseparant. Sed lentulus dixit, Morari, Publi, 16 vera ut possumus. Iam decima ora est et via est longa. Tempus suade ut quam primum domum revertimur. Itac servo imperavit ut equas iungeret, et solis acasu 16 ad villam pervenerunt. 1 We say, this kind of shop, Latin, this kind of shops. 2 ut, periremus, 501. 41 3. How is ut translated after a verb of fearing? How any? Cf 501. 42 4. Tempor, 501. 35 5. Quinta ora. The Romans numbered the hours of the day consecutively from sunrise to sunset, dividing the day, whether long or short, into 12 equal parts. 6 Fame shows a slight irregularity in that the ABL ending E is long. 7 Situs, thirst, has I'm in the ACC sing, dash I in the ABL sing, and no plural. 8 Observe that the reflexive pronoun sibi does not here refer to the subject of the subordinate clause in which it stands, but to the subject of the main clause. This so-called indirect use of the reflexive is often found in object clauses of purpose. 9 What case? Cf 501. 1410. SE, CFP 205, L7, and note. 11 Pompey's, 501. 36-1. 12 Nihil, Verity sunt, had no fears of the mountain. 13 in, 4. 14 Rivera, in fact. 15 Vera UT, 501. 42-16. Acasu, 501. 35 LXVI. Lentulus engages a tutor for his son A primus annus quidem Iulia ipsa filium suum docuerat, et Publius non solum 1 pure et Latin loqui poterat sed entium commode legibat et scribebat. Iam enium tu aliasqui potas legerat. Nunc vero Publius 3 duodecim annos habibat, itac ei pater bonum magi strum, for virum omni doctrina et virtut ornatissimum, paravit, 5 qui Graeca, musicam, aliasque artis desirit. 6 Namc illis temporibus omnes virgentes gris loque banter. Cum publio alii puri, lentuli amicarum filii 7 decebent. Nam cipi apud Romanos mos erat 8 non in ludum filios mitera sed domi per magi strum desira. Cotidi discipuli cum magistro in peristilo 9 Marci domus sed bont. Omnes puri bulam orim, originis honste signum, in calo gerabant, et omnes toga pretexta omicti erant, 10 quod nondum sedicim annos 1 nati sunt. 1 pure, poterat, freely, could speak Latin well. What is the literal translation? 2 Ennium, the father of Latin poetry. 3 Duodecim, habibat, CFP 206, L8, and note. 4 Virum, etc., a very well educated and worthy man. Observe the Latin equivalent. 5 Qui, desirit, a relative clause of purpose. Cf 349, 350. 6 In Caesar's time Greek was spoken more widely in the Roman world than any other language. 7 Filii, in apposition with puri. 8 Non, mitera. This infinitive clause is the subject of erat. Cf 216. The same construction is repeated in the next clause, domi, desira. The object of desira is filios understood. 9 The peristyle was an open court surrounded by a colonnade. 10 At the age of 16 a boy laid aside the bulla and the toga praetexta and assumed toga virilis or manly gown. 11 Annos, 501. 21 The expression nondum sedicim annos nati sunt means literally, they were born not yet 16 years. This is the usual expression for age. What is the English equivalent? Seen in school an exercise in composition tabula et stylus discipuli. Salve, Magister. Magister. Vos quoque omnes, salvet. 1 Tabulasin portavistis et stylos. De portavimus. Mim fabulami so p2 desemus. Ego legam, vos in tabulis scribite. Et2, publi, de mii capsa 3 so p volumen. 4 Im audite omnes, vulpus et uva. Vulpus olim fame coacta uvam dependentum vidit. Ad uvam saliebat, sumir conans. Frustra diucanata, tandem irata erat et salire sessens dixit, illa uva est acerba, acerbam uvam 5 nihil morir. Omnia ne scripsistis, puri. De omnia, magister. 1 Tablets were thin boards of wood smeared with wax. The writing was done with a stylus, a pointed instrument like a pencil, made of bone or metal, with a knob at the other end. The knob was used to smooth over the wax in making erasures and corrections. 2 Aesope, the famous Greek to whom are ascribed most of the fables current in the ancient world. 3. A cylindrical box for holding books and papers, shaped like a hat box. 4. Ancient books were written on rolls made of papyrus. 5. Nihil morer, I care nothing for. Lxii Publius goes to Rome to finish his education. Iam Publius, 1 quindecim annos natus, 2 primus literarum elementis confectis, Romum Peter volut ut scholas grammaticorum et philosophorum frequenterit. Et facilime patri thresuo, qui ipsi philosophia studio tenebator, persuasit. Et hoc for omnibus rebus ad perfectionem comparatus, pater filius qui equus animosus vecti 5 ad magnam urbum perfecti sunt. Eos perficisentis Iulia tota qui familia votis praesibusque prosecuti sunt. Tum per locus 6 plana et calla silvis vestitos viam ingressi sunt ad nolam, quod oppidum eos hospitio modico accepit. Noli 7 duas horas morati sunt, quod sol meridianus arti bud. Tum recta via 8 circ iter vigenti millia 9 passuum 9 capuum 9 ad insignum campanae urbum, contenderunt. Eo 10 multa noc defessi pervenerunt. 11 postriti eis dii, somno et sibo recreati, capua desesserunt et 13 viam appium ingressi, qui capuum tangit et usque ad urbum Romum ducit, ante meridium sinuessum pervenerunt, quod oppidum tangit mare. Ind prima lus perficisentis formias 1-3 properaverunt, ubi Cicero, orator clarissimus, qui forte apud villam suum erat, eos benigni accepit. Hin 14 itinera vigenti quinque millium passuum facto, terracinum, oppidum in saxus altissimis situm, viderunt. Iam non lunge oberant palliads magni, qui multa millia passuum undic patent. Per eas pedestris via est gravis et in nave viators v hunter. Et hoc 1-5 equus relictus lentulus et publius navem concenderunt, et, una noct in transitu consumpta, forum api venerunt. Tum brevi tempor aritia eos accepit. Hoc oppidum, in colle situm, ab urbi Roma sedicime millia passuum abest. In declivis via usque ad latum campum ducit ubi Roma stat. Quem ad locum ubi Publius venit et Romum ad hoc remotam, maximum totius orbis terrarum urbum, conspexit, summa admiratione et gaudio adfectus est sine mora descenderunt, et, medio intervallo quam celerem superato, urbum porta capna ingressi sunt. 1 quindecim, etc., CFP 210, L5, and note. 2 primus, confectis, ABLABSCF 501. 28-3. Patri, dat with persuasit. 4 omnibus, comparatus, cf no 2. 5 vecti, perf. Pass. Part. Of viho. 6 What is there peculiar about the gender of this word? 7 Noli, locative case, 501. 36.28. Via, cf porta, p 208, L7, and note. 9 What construction? 10 Eo, adverb there. 11 Postriti eis dii, on the next day. 12 Viam Appium, the most famous of all Roman roads, the great highway from Rome to Tarentum and Brundisum, with numerous branches. Locate on the map the various towns that are mentioned in the lines that follow. 13 Formias, Formiae, one of the most beautiful spots on this coast, and a favorite site for the villas of rich Romans. 14 Itinera, facto, ABLABS. The general millium modifies itinera. 15 Equus relictus. What construction? Point out a similar one in the next line. Lxiath Publius puts on the toga virilis bulla Publius iam totum annum Romi morabater 1 multici urbis spectacula viderat et multos sibi tu amicos paraverat. ei3 omnes favebant, forta eo omnes bene sperare podrant. Cotidi Publius Scholas Philosophorum et Grammaticorum tanto studio frequentabat 5 ut aliis clarum exemplum prebere. Cp erat cum patra in curia 6, qui res effecit 7 ut summos rei publici viros et audirat et viderit. Ubi 8 sedicime annos natus est, bulam 9 orim et togam pretextum more Romano deposut et virilum togam sumpsit. Virilis autumn toga erat omino alba, sed pretexta clavum purpureum in margin habebut. 10 deponere togam pretextum et sumir togam virilum erat res gradissima puro Romano, quad postea vir et civis Romanus habebator. 11 His rebus gestis lentulus ad uxarum suum has literis scripsit, 12 Marcus Iulii sui salutum dicit. Si vales, bene est, ego valio. Excipituas literas. Has nunc Roma per sarvum fidelissimum mitto ut de publio nostro quam celerem sias. Nam hodii togam virilum dedi. Anti lociem surigzi 13 et primum bulam orim decalo eius removi. Hac laribus 14 consecrata et sacrifactis, eum toga virili vestivi. Interim plures amici cum multitudine optimorum civium et honestorum clientium pervenerant 15 qui publium domo in forum deducerant. Ibi in civitatem receptus est et nomen, Publius Cornelius Lentulus, apud civis Romanos ascriptum est omnes ei amicissimi fuerunt et magna 16 de eo predicunt. Sapien caer enemi qualibus 17 est et magnum ingenium habet. 18 cura ut valise. 1 morabator, translate as if pluperfect. 2 sibi, for himself. 3 ei, why dat? 4 de, podrant, in English, all regarded him as a very promising youth, but what does the Latin say? 5 ut, prebere, 501. 43-6. Curia, a famous building near the Roman Forum. 7 ut, audirat et viderit, 501. 44-8. Sedicime, etc., CFP 210, L5, and note. 9 Bulam, CFP 210, L3, and note 4. 10 These infinitive clauses are the subject of erat. Cf 216. 11 His rebus gestis, i.e. the assumption of the toga virilis and attendant ceremonies. 12 Compare the beginning of this letter with the one on page 206. 13 Surigzi, from Sergo. 14 The Lares were the spirits of the ancestors, and were worshipped as household gods. All that the house contained was confided to their care, and sacrifices were made to them daily. 15 Qui, deducerant, 350. 16 Magna, great things, a neuter adjective used as a noun. 17 Equalibus, 501. 34-18. Cura ut valise, take good care of your health. How does the Latin express this idea? Lxix Publius joins Caesar's army in Gaul. Publius iam adolescens post quam togam virilum sumpsit, aliis rebus studere incepit et presertim usu one armorum se2 diligenter exercuit. Magis magisc amavit illas artis qui militarum animum delectant. Iam curant 3 qui ei cursum militarum predicerant. Nec sine causat, quod cert patris Isigni exemplum for ita multum trahebat. 5 Pausus ante Annaci Iulius Caesar, ducum Romanorum Maximus, consul Cretus erat et hoc tempor in Gallia bellum grave gerabut. Etcin exercitu eius plures adolescentes militabant, apud quos erat amicus quidem publi il publium crebris literis vehementer hordebator 6 ut iter in Gallium faceret. Nec Publius recusavit, et, multis amicis ad portum urbis prosequentibus, ad Caesaris castra perfectus est quarto die post quam here ingressus est, ad Alpes, montes altissimos, pervenit. His summa difficultate superatus, tandem gallerum infinibus erat. Primo autumn veritas est ut 7 castris Romanis ad propinquere possit, quod Galli, maximize copias coactus, Romanos absidebant et vias omnes iam claus rant. His rebus commodus Publius vestem Gallicam indit nea Gallis caperitur, et ita per hostium copias incolumis ad castra pervenire potuit. Intra munitions acceptus, a Caesare benigni acceptus est imperator fortum adolescentum amplissimis verbis laudavit et eum 8 tribunum militum crevit. 1 abl of means. 2 se, reflexive object of exercuit. 3 key, prediscerent, 501. 45-4. Ita multum trahebat, had a great influence in that direction. 5 Passus ante annus, a few years before, in Latin, before by a few years, ante being an adverb and annus a bl of degree of difference. 6 ut, faceret, 501. 41-7. Ut, how translated here. C 501. 42-8. The military tribune was a commissioned officer nearly corresponding to our rank of colonel. The tribunes were often inexperienced men, so Caesar did not allow them much responsibility. Impedimenta how the Romans marched and camped exercitus qui in hostium finibus bellum genit multis pericuis circumdatus est one qui pericula ut videret, Romani summum curam ad hiber solbant. Ad propinquantes copias hostium agmenita dispunbant tu ut imperator ipsi cum pluribus legionibus expeditus 3 primum agmen duceret. Post eas copias impedimenta for totius exercitus conlocabant. 5 tum legions qui proxim conscripte erant totum agmen claudibant. Equits quoque in omnes partes dimittabant Turci loca explorerant, et centurions primitabantur ut locum castris Idonium diligerant. Locus habibator Idonius castris 6 qui facile defendi possit et prop aquam esset. Quada causa castra 7 in cole abutraci part arduo, a front lenitor declivicipi pon bonter, vel locus palliatibus cinctus vel in fluminis ripi sidus diligebitur. Ad locum post quam exercitus pervenit, alii militum 8 in armis erant, alii castra muniri incipibant. Nam 9 quo tutiores ab hostibius milites ascent, nave incati et imperatia premirantur, castra fossilata et volo alto munibant. In castris porti quatu erant ut eruptio militum omnes in partis fieri possit. In angulis castrorum erantus de quibus tela in hostis cognisciventur. 10 Talibus in castris qualia descripsimus Publius a Caesare acceptus est 1. Qui pericula, object of viterant. It is placed first to make a proper connection with the preceding sentence. 2 ut, duceret, 501. 43-3. Expeditus, i.e. without baggage and ready for action. 4 Impedimenta. Much of the baggage was carried in carts and on beasts of burden, as is shown above, but, besides this, each soldier, unless expeditus, carried a heavy pack. See also picture, p. 159. 5 The newest legions were placed in the rear, because they were the least reliable. 6 Key, possit, esset, 501. 45-7. Castra, subject of pon bonter. 8 In armis erant, stood under arms. 9 Quo, assent. When is quo used to introduce a purpose clause? C 350. I-10. Talibus in castris qualia, in such a camp as. It is important to remember the correlatives talis, qualis, such as LXX. The rival centurions centurio illis in castris erant duo centurions 1 fortissimi viri, T pulo et L vorenus, quorum neuter alteri virtut tu cetera volbat. Inter eos iam multos annos infensum certum engerabator. Tumdimum finus controversia hoc modo 3 factus est di tertio post quam Publius pervenit, hosts, ma oribus copias coactus, acerrimum impetum in castra fees runt. Tum pulo, for cum Romani tardioris 5 vidirantur, cur dubitas, inquit, vorine? Quam commodiorum occasionum expectus? Hic dies de virtut nostra iadicabit. Hec 6 cum dixicit, extra munitions processit et in eam hostium partum qui cofortissimus 7 videbitur in rapid. Nec vorenus quidem tum voluate cc continet, sed pulionum subsequiter. Tum pulo pilum in hostis imitit et cunum ex multitudine procurrentum traisit. Hunc percussum et exanimatum host scutus protegunt et in pulionum omnes tela cogniscient. Eus scutum transfigitur et telum in baltio defigitur. Hic casus vaginum averti et dextrum manum eus gladium edusera conantis 9 moritur. Eum eta impeditum host circumsistunt. Tum vero 10 ei labranti vorenus, cum sit inimicus, tamen auxilium dat ad hunc confestum 1 a pulion omnes multitudo se converti. Gladio comminus pugnat vorenus, et uno interfecto, reliquios paulum propellit. Sed instans Cupidius 12 infelix, 13 pdse fallent, concidit. Huic rarsus circumvento auxilium dad pulo, et combo in colliums, pluribus interfectis, summa cum laude intra munitions se recipiunt. Sic inimicorum alter alteri auxilium dedit nec de eorum virtut quis quam iadicare potuit. One a centurion commanded a company of about 60 men. He was a common soldier who had been promoted from the ranks for his courage and fighting qualities. The centurions were the real leaders of the men in battle. There were 60 of them in a legion. The centurion in the picture, p. 216, has in his hand a staff with a crook at one end, the symbol of his authority. 2 Virtud, 501. 33. ABL of manner. 4 Cum, vidirantur, 501. 46 5. Tardiores, too slow, a not infrequent translation of the comparative degree. 6 Hec, object of dixicit. It is placed before cum to make a close connection with the preceding sentence. What is the construction of dixicit? 7 Videbitur, in rapid. Why is the imperfect used in one case and the perfect in the other? Cf 190. 8 Volo, ABL of means, but in English we should say within the rampart. Cf ingenti stabulo, p. 201, L13, and note. 9 Conantis, President part. Agreeing with Eus. 10 Ei labranti, indur. Object of dat 11. A pulion, from pulo, ABL of separation. 12 Cupidius, too eagerly. 13 PDSE fallent, lit. The foot deceiving itself, in our idiom, his foot slipping. LXXI The enemy besieging the camp are repulsed cum iam sex horas pugnatum esset 1 ac non solum vires sed entium tela romanos deficerant 1, et costs acrius instaurant 1 et valum cindera fossum compilera incepicent 1 Caesar, vir rei militaris peritissimus, sui imperavit ut proelium polis per intermitterant 2 et, signo dato, ex castris irrumperant. 23 Quad iasi sunt facient, et subito ex omnibus portus irrumpunt. Et tam seal writer milites concurrunt et tam propinci erant hosts for ut spatium peloconitiondi 5 non deritur. Itac reactus pilis 6 inus gladius pugnatum est dio et audactor hosts restiterunt et in extrema spe salutis tantum virtutum prestiterunt ut a dextro cornivium inter 7 multitudine suorum asium Roma tam premirant. 8 id imperator cum animadvertice, publium adolescentum cum equitatum isset qui labrantibus 9 auxilium derid. Eus impetum sustinere non poturunt hosts 10 et omnes tergiverterunt. Eos in fugam datos publius subsecutus est usque ad fluminrinum, quod abio loco quinque millia passuum oberat. Ibi posse salutum sibi reparerunt. Omnibus reliquis interfectis, publius et equits in castra cc reciperant. De hac calamitate finitimi gentes cum certi oras facti essent, ad Caesarem legatos mis runt et se suaci omnia dediterunt. 1 pugnatum esset, deficerant, instaurant, incepis sent. These are all subjunctives with cum cf 501. 46 2. Intermitterant, irrumperant. What use of the subjunctive? 3 quod, etc., they do as ordered. The antecedent of quod is id understood, which would be the object of facient. 4 ut, deritur. Is this a clause of purpose or of result? 5 cogniscendi, 402. 6 inus gladius pugnatum est, a hand-to-hand conflict was waged with swords. 7 multitudine suorum, by their numbers. Suorum is used as a noun. What is the literal translation of this expression? 8 id imperator. Id is the object and imperator the subj of animadvertice. 9 labrantibus. This participle agrees with iis understood, the inter. Object of derit, key, derit is a purpose clause, 501. 4010. Hosts, subj of poturunt. Lci Publius goes to Germany. Its great forests and strange animals inita estate Caesar litera certi febit et per exploratores conosceba plura civitates Gallii novus rebus studere 1 et contra populum Romanum conurere 1 obsides 2 inter se dare 1 et cum his Germanos quasdam quoque cc coni uncturos se.1 his literis nuncius comita Caesar constituit quam celerum in Gallos proficisci 3 ut eos in opponentis appremirit, et labianum legatum cum duobus legionibus petitum et duobus millibus equitum in Germanos mitera. 34 itac refrumentaria comparata castra movit. Abutroque 5 res benigusta est, nam Caesar tam seal writer in hostium finus pervenit ut spatium 6 scopias cogendi non deritur 7, et labienus de Germanis tam grave supplicium sumpsit ut nemo ex ea hente in reliquum tempus Gallis auxilium dare auderet. 7 hoc iter in Germanium publius quoque facit et, 8 cum ibi miraritur, multa mirabilia vidit. Precertum vero ingentum silvum mirabitur, qui tanti magnitudinus esse dispiter 9 ut nemo eam transire possit, nec quis quam siret aut initium aut finum. Quod plura cognoverat a milite quodum qui olim captus a Germanis multos annos ibi incalud. Il tenda silva dicens, infiniti magnitudinus est hec silva, inquit, nequis quam est 11 huius Germanii 1 qui initium eiasiat aut ad finum adirit. Nascuntur illic multitalia animalium genera qualia reliquis in locis non inveni unter. Sunt boves qui unum 1 cornu habent, sunt entium animalia qui appellantur alces. Hanullos crurum 1 articulos habent. Itac, si forte considerant, cc erigere nullo modo pa sunt. Arbors habent pro 1 cubilibus, ad easse applicant et quita reclinati quietum capiunt. Tertium est genus eorum qui urea pellantur. Hi sunt Paulo minors elephantes. 16 Magnivis eorum est et magna velocitus. Nec homini nec feri parcunt. 17.1. Observe that all these infinitives are in indirect statements after certi or febit, he was informed, and conoscebat, he learned. Cf 501.48, 49. To inter esse, to each other. 3 Proficisci, mitera. These infinitives depend upon constituent. 4 Before beginning a campaign, food had to be provided. Every 15 days grain was distributed. Each soldier received about 2 pecks. This he carried in his pack, and this constituted his food, varied occasionally by what he could find by foraging. 5 ABL of personal agent, 501. 33.6. Copius cogendi, 501. 37.1. 7 Deritur, auderet, 501. 43 Auderet is not from audio. 8 Cum, meraritur, 501. 46.9. Ut, possit, siret, 501. 43.10. Isle, subj of inquit. 11 Huius Germaniae, of this part of Germany. 12 Ki, Siat, Adirat, 501. 45.13. Unum, only one. 14 Crurum, from Crus. 15 Pro, 4, in place of. 16 Elephantes, 501. 34.17. Parcunt. What case is used with this verb? Lciate the storming of a city. Publius Plurus dies in Germania. Moritus 1 in Gallium rediit, et ad Caesaris castra se contulit. Ilcia molest firbat Gallus 2 eius regiones absides der recusavus et exercitui frumentum preberi noluis, constituit eis 3 bellum infer. Agris vastatus, vicis incensus, pervenit ad oppidum validissimum quad et natura et artem unitum erat. Singbeter muro viginti quinque pedes for alto. A lateribus duocidum, preripto fastigio ad planishum vergegat, a quarto tantum 5 latera addidus erat facilis. Hoc oppidum appugnare, 6 cum opus esset difficilimum, tamen constituit Caesar. Et castris munitus publio negodium dedit ut res 7 ad appugnandum necessarius pararet. Vini Romanorum autem appugnatio est hec. 8 Primum tis edificantur quibus milites in summum murum evader appossent 9, Vini I10 funt quibus tecti milites ad murum succidant, Pluti I11 parantur post quos milites tormenta 12 administrant, sunt quoque ariats qui murum et portus discutant. His omnibus rebus comparatus, Dien 13 ager ba part ubi addidus est facil limus extruder et cum vinis ad ipsum oppidum agitur. Tum turis inageri promovitur, ariatibus qui sub vinis conlocati erant muris et porti discutiantur, ballistus, catapultus, reliquisque tormentus lapides et tela in oppidum cognoscientur. Postremo cum iam turis et ager altitudinem muriata quant et ariats moenia perfrigerant 14 signo dato milites inruunt et oppidum expugnant. 1 Moritus. Is this part active or passive in meaning? 2 Gallus, subjacc of the infins. Recusavus and no Lewis. The indirect statement depends upon molest firbat. 3 EIS, 501. 15.4. Pedes, 501. 21.5. Tantum, adverb only. 6 Cum, esset, a clause of concession, 501. 46.7. Ad appugnandum, a gerund expressing purpose. 8 hec, as follows. 9%, subjave. Of purpose. 3 similar constructions follow. 10 vinii. These vinii were wooden sheds, open in front and rear, used to protect men who were working to take a fortification. They were about 8 feet high, of like width, and double that length, covered with raw hides to protect them from being set on fire, and moved on wheels or rollers. 11 plutii, large screens or shields with small wheels attached to them. These were used to protect besiegers while moving up to a city or while serving the engines of war. 12 tormenta. The engines of war were chiefly the catapult for shooting great arrows, and the ballista, for hurling large stones. They had a range of about 2,000 feet and were very effective. 13 The agger, or mound, was of chief importance in a siege. It was begun just out of reach of the missiles of the enemy, and then gradually extended towards the point to be attacked. At the same time its height gradually increased until on a level with the top of the wall, or even higher. It was made of earth and timber, and had covered galleries running through it for the use of the besiegers. Over or beside the agger a tower was moved up to the wall, often with a battering ram, Ares, in the lowest story. See picture, p221. 14 Perfrigerant, from perfringo. Lsiv the city is taken, the captives are questioned, ballista omnibus rebus necessarius ad oppugnandum a publio comparatus, deliberatur in concilio quad concilium 1 oppidi expugnandi iniant.2 tum unus 3 ex centura inibus, vir rei militaris paritassimus, ego suadio, inquit, utia ba part, ubi addita sid 4 facia limus, ajurum extruimus 5 et turum promovemus 5 at ariat admito simul murum discutera con mur.56 hoc concilium cum omnibus placeret, Caesar concilium dimisit. D and milites hortatus ut priors victorias memoria 7 tenerant, iaci ajurum extrui, turum et ariatem admoveri. Nec oppidanisate concilium defud. Alii ignum et genus telorum de muro in turum coni esrunt, alii ingentias saxa in vinias et ariatem devolverunt. Diutrum caserum pugnatum estne vulnerati quidem pedum retulerunt. Tandem, 9 de tertia vigilia, Publius, quem Caesar illi operi 10 prefs re, nunciavit partum 11 muri ictibus arietis labifactam consides. Quari audita Caesar signum dat, milites inruunt et magna cum sed hostium oppidum capiunt. 1 oppidi expugnandi. Is this a gerund or a gerundive construction? Cf 501. 37 2. Iniant. 501. 53. Unus. Subj of inquit. 4 sit. This is a so-called subjunctive by attraction, which means that the clause beginning with uba stands in such close connection with the subjave. Clause beginning with ut, that its verb is attracted into the same mood. 5 All these verbs are in the same construction. 6 Hoc concilium, subj of placeret. For the order cf hec cum, etc., p215, L22, and note, id imperator cum, p217, L8. 7 Memoria, ABL of means. 8 Oppidanes, 501. 15-9. Between 12 and 3 o'clock in the morning. The night was divided into 4 watches. 10 Operae, 501. 15-11. Partum, subjacc of Consides. Ters, Ariats, Vinia postriti eius dii, hoc oppido expugnado, 1-2 captivorum qui nobilissimi sunt ad imperatorum ante praetorium 1-3 adducantur. Ipsi, Lorica orata et poludamento purpureo insignis, captivos per interpretem in hunc magem interrogat 14 vos qui estis 15? Interpres. Rogat imperator qui citus. Captivi. Filii regis sumus. Interpres. Dicunt se filios se regis. Imperator. Curmi tantas inurias inchulistis? Interpres. Rogat cur sibi tantas inurias inchularitis. Captivi. Inurias non inchulimus sed pro patria bellum gessimus. Semper voluimus Romanis esse amici, sed Romani sine causa nos domo patriac expellere conati sunt. Interpres. 16 negant se inurias tibi inchulis, sed pro patria bellum gessissa. 17 Semper se voluus amicos Romanis esse, sed Romanos sine causa se domo patriac expellere conatos esse. Imperator. 18 Main Badison in reliquum tempus in fide, hac rebellion condonata? Tum vero captivi multis cum lacrimis ire verunt se in fide mansuros esse, et Caesar eos incolumis domum dimisit. 12 Captivorum, sunt, the noblest of the captives. 13 The general's headquarters. 14 Study carefully these direct questions, indirect questions, and indirect statements. 15 See Plate 3, p. 148. 16 Negant, etc., they say that they have not, etc. Negant is equivalent to dicunt non, and the negative modifies inchulis, but not the remainder of the indirect statement. 17 Semper, etc., that they have always, etc. 18. Main Badison in fide, will you remain loyal? LXXV Civil war breaks out between Caesar and Pompey. The Battle of Pharsalia ne confecto 1 quidam bello Gallico, 2 bellum civil inter Caesarum et Pompeium exorcium est nam Pompeius, qui summium imperium patbat, senatui persuaserat ut Caesarum rei publici hostem 3 iadicaret et exercitum eius dimiti iubirit. Quibus cognitus rebus Caesar exercitum suum dimiter recusavit, et hortatus milites ut docem totiens victorum ab inimicorum inurius defenderant, imperavit ut se Romum sequerentur. Summa cum alacritate milites perurunt, et transito Rubicon for initium belli civilis factum est Italii urbes quidam omnes fear 5 rebus Caesaris favebant et eum benigni exceperunt. Quare commodus Pompeius ante Caesaris adventum Roma excessit et Brundisum 6 pervenit, in 7 possus post diebus cum omnibus copius ad epirum mare transiit. Eum Caesar cum septem legionibus et quingentus equitibus secutus est, et insignis inter Caesaris comitatum erat Publius. Pluribus leviribus pro Elias factis, tandem copii adversi ad Pharsalimate in Thessaliacitam castra posuerunt. Cum Pompei exercitus esset bis tantus quantus Caesaris, tamen erant multi qui veteranas legions qui Gallos et Germanos superaverant vehementer time bont. Quos 9-10 anti pro Ilium commissum labienus 1-1 legatus, qui ob Caesare nuper deficerat, ita ad locutus est, 1 tunelite existimare hunc esse exercitum veteranorum militum. Omnibus interfui pro Elias 1-3 nec temera incognitum ram pronuncio. Per exigua pars Ilias exercitus qui Gallo superavit ad hoc superest. Magna pars oxisa est, multi domum desesserunt, multi sunt relicti in Italia. Hac opii quas videtus in 1-4 Citerio Gallia nuper conscripte sunt. Hec 15 cum dixicit, ierabit se nisi victorum in castra non reversurum esse. 16 Hoc idem Pompeius et omnes relici ire verunt, et magna spe et Laetitia, secut certum ad victoriam, copii castris exierunt. Idem Caesar, animo 17 ad dimicandum paradis, exercitum suum adduxit et septem cohortibus 18 presidio castris relictus copias triplici ac instruxit. tum, militibus studio pugni ardentibus, tuba signum dedit. Milites procurarunt et pilis missus gladios strinxerunt. Nec vero virtus hostibius defud. Nam et tela missus sustinuerunt et impedum gladiorum exceperunt et ordens conservaverunt. Utrimc dio et acriter pugnatum est nec quis quam pedum retulit. Tum equits Pompei asium Caesaris circumire conati sunt. Quod 19 ubi Caesar animadverti, tertium asium 20 qui ad id tempus quieta fuerat, procurare iasi. Tum vero integrorum impedum 21 defesi host sustinere non poturunt et omnes tergiverderunt. Sed Pompeius de fortunis sui desperans se in castra equo contulit, ind mox cum paucis equitibus effugit. One with ne, quidem the emphatic word stands between the two. 2. The civil war was caused by the jealousy and rivalry between Caesar and Pompey. It resulted in the defeat and subsequent death of Pompey and the elevation of Caesar to the lordship of the Roman world. 3. Hostem, predicate accusative, 501. 22-4. The Rubicon was a small stream in northern Italy that marked the boundary of Caesar's province. By crossing it with an armed force, Caesar declared war upon Pompey and the existing government. Caesar crossed the Rubicon early in the year 49 BC 5. Rebus Caesaris favebant, favored Caesar's side. In what case is rebus? 6. Brundisium, a famous port in southern Italy whence ships sailed for Greece and the East. See map. 7. Paucis post diebus, a few days later, literally, after guards by a few days. Cf. Paucis ante annus, p. 213, L12, and note. 7. The Battle of Pharsalia was fought on August 9, 48 BC. In importance it ranks as one of the great battles of the world. 8. Quos, object of ad locutus est. 10. Ante proelium commissum, before the beginning of the battle. 11. Labienus, Caesar's most faithful and skillful lieutenant in the Gallic War. On the outbreak of the civil war, in 49 BC, he deserted Caesar and joined Pompey. His defection caused the greatest joy among the Pompeian party, but he disappointed the expectations of his new friends, and never accomplished anything of importance. He fought against his old commander in several battles and was slain at the Battle of Munda in Spain, 45 BC 12. Nolite existimare, Dante think. 13. Proelias, 501. 1514. Cyterio Regalia. This name is applied to Cisalpine Gaul, or Gaul south of the Alps. 15. Hec, object of Dixicit. 16. Hoc idem, object of Irave runt. 17. Animo, 501. 30. 18. Presidio castris, 501. 17. 19. Quad, object of animadverti. 20. Asium, subj of procurare. 21. Impedum, object of sustinere. Lsci the triumph of Caesar signifer Pompeo amicisque eius superatus et omnibus hostibius ubique victus, Caesar imperator Romum rediat et 1 extra moenia urbis in campo Martio castra posuit. Tum vero amplissimis honoribus adfectus est dictator cretus est, et ei triumphus a senatu est decretus. 2. Quo die de Gallis triumphum egit, tanta multitudo hominum in urbum undic confluxit 3 ut omnia loca ascent conferta. Templa pate bont, are fumabant, columni certus ornati erant. 4. Cum vero pompa urbum intraret, quantus hominum fremidus ortus est. Primum purportum ingressi sunt senatus et magistratus. Sicuti sunt Tibicines, signiferi, pedites laurea coronati canens, ecce Caesar nunc triumphat, qui subegit Gallium, et mil, mil gallos trucidavimus. Multi predum captarum herbium portabant, arma, omnia belli instrumenta. Sicuti sunt equits, animosus et splendidissime ornatis equus vecti, in turquos Publius adolescens fortissimus habibator. Adusbon terturi, ariets, 5 qui dis immortalibus immolarentur. Ita longo agmine progrediens exercitus 6 sacra via perforum in capitalium perexit. Lictoris cum facibus imperator ipsi cum urbum intraret, undic laeto clamori multitudinus salutatis est stabat in cura oreo quem quatuor albi equivi bont. In dutu 7 toga picta, altera manu habenas et lorium tenebat, altera ebernium septrum. Post eum servus in curu stans orium coronum super capit eus tenebat. Ante curum miserae captivi, regis principesque superaterum gentium, catenis vincti, progredibontur, et viginti quatu elictoris 8 laureatus fascius ferent et signiferi curum Caesaris comedibontur. Concludit agmen multitudo captivorum, qui, in servitudum redacti 9 demiso vultu, vinctus 10 brachias, sequuntur, quibuscum veni unt longissimo ordin milites, entium hypredum vel insignia militaria ferent. Caesar cum capitalium ascendisit, in templo Iavi capitalino sacra facit. Simul 11 captivorum qui nobilissimi erant, abducti in carcerum 12 interfecti sunt. Sacri factis Caesar de Capitolio descendit et in foroma Atibius sui honors militaris dedit esc pecuniam ex belli preda distribut. His omnibus rebus confectis, Publius Caesarum Valeri 13 Iac et quam celerum ad villam contendit ut patram matram salutaret. 15 de rebus gestis P. Corneli Lentuli Hactenus. A victorious general with his army was not allowed to enter the city until the day of his triumph. A triumph was the greatest of all military honors. 2 Quodi, on the day that, abl of time. 3 ut, ascent, 501. 43 4. Cum, intraret, 501. 46 5. Qui, immolarentur, 501. 46. The Sacred Way was a noted street running along one side of the Forum to the base of the Capitoline Hill, on whose summit stood the magnificent temple of Jupiter Capitolinus. This route was always followed by triumphal processions. 7 The toga picta worn by a general in his triumph was a splendid robe of Tyrian purple covered with golden stars. See Plate 4, p. 213. 8 The lictors were a guard of honor that attended the higher magistrates and made a way for them through the streets. On their shoulders they carried the fasces, a bundle of rods with an axe in the middle, symbolizing the power of the law. 9 Demiso vultu, with downcast countenance. 10 Vinctus, from Vincia. 12 Simul, etc., at the same time those of the captives who were the noblest. 12 The prison was a gloomy dungeon on the lower slopes of the Capitoline Hill. 13 Valeri Iac, bade farewell to. 14 This sentence marks the end of the story. Appendix I Declensions, conjugations, numerals, etc. Nouns 460. Nouns are inflected in 5 declensions, distinguished by the final letter of the stem and by the termination of the genitive singular. First declension A stems, general sing. AE second declension O stems, general sing. Dash I third declension consonant stems and I stems, general sing. Is fourth declension U stems, general sing. Dash us fifth declension E stems, general sing. Dash EI 461. First declension. A stems domina, lady stem domina base domin singular plural terminations nom domina a domini ae general domini ae dominarum dash arum dat domini ae dominis dash is acc dominum am dominas dash as abl domina dash a dominis dash is a dia and filia have the termination dash abus in the dative and ablative plural. 462 second declension. O stems a masculines in us dominus, master stem domino base domin singular plural terminations nom dominus us domini dash I general domini dash I dominorum dash orum dat domino dash o dominis dash is acc dominum dominos dash osabl domino dash o dominis dash is 1. Nouns in us of the second declension have the termination e in the vocative singular, as domini. 2 proper names in ius, and filius, and in dash I in the vocative singular, and the accent rests on the penult, as virgili, fili. B neuters in pilum, spear stem pilo base pil singular plural terminations nom pilum pili general pili dash I pilorum dash orum dat pilo dash o pilis dash is acc pilum pili abl pilo dash o pilis dash is 1. Masculines in ius and neuters in em and in dash I in the genitive singular, not in 2, and the accent rests on the penult. See masculines in er and ir pure, voyager, field vir, man stems puro agro viro bases pure agr vir singular terminations nom pure ager vir general puri agri viri dash I dat puro agro viro dash oacc purum agrum virum abl puro agro viro dash o plural nom puri agri viri dash I general purum agrorum virorum dash orum dat puris agris virus dash is acc puros agros viros dash osabl puris agris virus dash is 463. Third declension. Classification I consonant stems 1. Stems that add s to the base to form the nominative singular, masculines and feminines only. 2 stems that add no termination in the nominative singular, a masculines and feminines, b neuters. 2 I stems. Masculines, feminines, and neuters. 464 I consonant stems 1. Nouns that add s to the base to form the nominative singular, masculines and feminines only princeps, m, chief miles, m, soldier lapis, m, stone bases or stems princip millet lapid singular terminations nom princeps miles lapis s general principis militis lapidus is dat principi militi lapidi dash iacc principem militum lapidum mabl principi milite lapidi plural nom principes milites lapides dash es general principum militum lapidum dat principibus militibus lapidibus ibus. ACC principes milites lapides dash esabl principibus militibus lapidibus ibus rex, m, king iudex, m, judge virtus, f, manliness bases, or stems reg iudic virtut nom rex iudex virtus s general regis iudicis virtutis is dat regi iudici virtuti dash iacc regem iudicem virtutem mabl reg iudis virtutii plural nom regis iudicis virtutes dash es general regum iudicum virtutum dat regibus iudicibus virtutibus ibus acc regis iudicis virtutes dash esabl regibus iudicibus virtutibus ibus. Note. For consonant changes in the nominative singular, cf 233. 3-2. Nouns that have no termination in the nominative singular a masculines and feminines consul, m, consul legio, f, legion ordo, m, rho pater, m, father bases or stems consul legion orden pater singular terminations nom consul legio ordo pater general consulis legionis ordinus patris is dat consuli legionii ordini patri dash iacc consulum legionum ordinem patrem mabl consul legioni ordin patra e plural nom consuls legions ordins patra dash es general consulum legionum ordinum patrum. Dat consulibus legionibus ordinibus patribus ibus acc consuls legions ordens patra esabl consulibus legionibus ordinibus patribus ibus. Note: for vowel and consonant changes in the nominative singular, cf 236. 1-3 B neuters flumen, n, river tempus, n, time opus, n, work caput, n, head bases or stems flumen tempi or oper caput singular terminations nom flumen tempus opus caput general fluminus temporis operis capitis is dad flumini tempori operi capiti iacc flumen tempus opus caput abl flumen tempor oper caput e plural nom flumina tempora opera capita a general fluminum temporum operum capitum dad fluminibus temporibus operibus capitibus ibus acc flumina tempora opera capita abl fluminibus temporibus operibus capitibus ibus. Note: for vowel and consonant changes in the nominative singular, cf 238. 2, 3. 465 2. I stems a masculines and feminine cds, f, slaughter hostis, m, enemy herbs, f, city clients, m, retainer stem cd hosti urbi clienti bases could host urb clients singular terminations nom cds hostis herbs clients s, is, or -es general cds hostis urbis clientis is dat cd hosti urbi clienti -iacc cedum hostem urbum clientum m, im, abl seed hosta urbi client e, -i, plural nom cds hosts urbes clients -es general cedium hostium urbium clientium eum dat. Cedibus hostibus urbibus clientibus ibus acc cds, -es hostis, -es urbis, -es clientis, -es is, -es abl cedibus hostibus urbibus clientibus ibus 1. Avis, civis, finus, ignis, navis, have the abl sing. In -I or e2. Turis has accusative turim and ablative turi orta. B neuters ensign, n, decoration animal, n, animal calcar, n, spur stems insigne animali calcari bases ensign animal calcar singular terminations nom ensign animal calcari or general insignis animalis calcaris is dat insigne animali calcari -iacc ensign animal calcari or abl insigne animali calcari -I plural nom insignia animalia calcaria ia general insignium animalium calcarium eum dat insignibus animalibus calcaribus ibus acc insignia animalia calcaria iabl. Insignibus animalibus calcaribus ibus 466. The fourth declension. U stems adventus, m, arrival cornu, n, horn stems adventu cornu bases advent corn singular terminations mascneut nom adventus cornuus -u general adventus cornus -us dad adventui, u, cornu ui, u, -uacc adventum cornuum -uabl adventu cornu -u plural nom adventus cornua -us ua general adventuum cornuum uum dad adventibus cornibus ibus acc adventus cornua -us uaabl adventibus cornibus ibus 467. The fifth declension. E stems dies, m, de res, f thing stems die rebases dr singular terminations nom dies res -es general die irei ei dat die irei eacc dm rem mabl die re -e plural nom dies res -es general dirum rerum -erum dat diebus rebus -ebus acc dies res -es abl diebus rebus -ebus 468. Special paradigms deus, m, God domus, f, house vis, f, strength adhere, n, way stems deo domus 6 and viri adhere and itiner bases de domv and vir adhere and itiner singular nom deus domus vis adhere general dei domus vis, rare, itinerus dat deo domui, -06, rare, itinerary ACC deum domum vimitir ABL deo domo, -U6 itinera plural NOMDEI, de domus vires itinera general de orum, deum domum, -orum virium itinerum dat des, dis domibus viribus itineribus ACC deos domos, -us virus, -es. Itinera ABLDs, dis domibus viribus itineribus A. The vocative singular of deus is like the nominative. B. The locative of domus is domi. Adjectives 469. First and second declensions. O and A stems A adjectives in us bonus, good stems bono M and N, bona F base bone singular MASC fem. Neutnom bonus bona bonum general boni 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 dat bono boni bono ACC bonum 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 ABL bono bona bono plural nom boni boni bona general bonarum 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 dat bonus 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 ACC bonos bonus bona ABL bonus 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 B. Adjectives in er liber, free stems libero M and N, libera F base liber singular MASC fem. Neutnom liber libera liberum general liberi dat libero libero ACC liberum liberam ABL libero libero plural nom liberi libera general liberorum dat liberis ACC liberos libera ABL liberis pulcher, pretty stems pulchro M and N, pulchra F base pulchra singular MASC fem. Neutnom pulcher pulchra pulchrum general pulchra dat pulchro ACC pulchrum ABL pulchra plural nom pulchra general pulchrarum dat pulchris ACC pulchra ABL pulchris 470. The 9 irregular adjectives alias, another stems alio M and N, alia F base ali singular plural MASC fem. Neutmasc fem. Neutnom alias alia aliad alia general alias aliorum aliorum dat aliis ACC alium aliad alias alia ABL aliis unus, 1, only stems uno M and N, una F base on MASC fem. Neutmasc fem. Neutnom unus una unum una general unius unarum dat uni unus ACC unum unum unos una ABL uno unus A. For the complete list see 108. 471 adjectives of the third declension. I stems I3 endings acer, acres, acre, keen, eager stem acre base ACR singular plural MASC fem. Neutmasc fem. Neutnom acer acres acres acrea general acres acrium dat acre acrebus ACC acrem acre acres, -es acres, -es acrea ABL acrebus 2. 2 endings omnes, every, all stem omni base singular plural MASC and fem. Neutmasc and fem. Neutnom omnes omnia general omnium dat omnibus ACC omnes, -es omnia ABL omnibus 3. 1 ending par, equal stem pari base par singular plural MASC and fem. Neutmasc and fem. Neutnom par pairs paria general paris parium dat pari paribus ACC parum par paris, -es paria ABL pari paribus 1. Observe that all I stem adjectives have -I in the ablative singular. This sentence appears to be a footnote, but there is no footnote tag on the page. 472 present active participles amans, loving stem amanti base amant singular plural masc and fem. Ani-ut masc and fem. Ani-ut nom amans amans amantes amantia general amantis amantis amantium amantium dat amanti amanti amantibus amantibus acc amantum amans amantis, dash es amantia abl amante, dash I amante, dash I amantibus amantibusans, going stem inti dash, unti base ent dash, unt no emansans unts untia general untus untus untium untium dat unti unti untibus untibus acc untumans untus, dash es untia abl unt, dash I unt, dash I untibus untibus 473. Regular comparison of adjectives positive comparative superlative masc masc and fem. Ani-ut masc fem. Ani-ut altus, alto, altior altius altissimus liber, libero, liberator liberatus liberimus pulcher, pulcro, pulcrier pulcrius pulcherimus audax, audaci, audacier audacius audacissimus brevis, brevi, brevier brevius brevissimus acer, acri dash, acrier acrius acerimus 474. Declension of comparatives altier, higher singular plural masc and fem. Ani-ut masc and fem. Ani-ut nom altier altius altioras altiora general altioris altioris altiorum altiorum dat altiori altiori altioribus altioribus acc altiorum altius altioras altiora abl altior altior altioribus altioribus plus, more nom plus plurs plura general pluris plurium plurium dat pluribus pluribus acc plus pluris, dash es, plura abl plur pluribus pluribus 475. A regular comparison of adjectives positive comparative superlative bonus, a, good melior, melius, better optimus, a, best malus, a, bad payer, pius, worse pessimus, a, worst magnus, a, great mire, Maius, greater maximus, a, greatest multus, a, much, plus, more plurimus, a, most parvus, a, small minor, minus, smaller minimus, a, smallest senex, sinus, old senior maximus natu iuvinus, e, young I junior minimus natu vetus, vetris. Old vetistier, I use veteramus, a, facilis, e, easy facilier, I use facilimus, a, difficiles, e, difficult difficilier, I use difficilimus, a, similis, e, similar similier, I use similimus, a, dissimilis, e, dissimilar dissimilier, I use dissimilimus, a, humilis, e, low humilior, I use humilimus, a, gracilis, e, slender gracilier, I use gracilimus, a, exterus, outward exterior, outer, exterior extremus extimus outermost, last inferus, below inferior. Lower infimus imus lowest posterus, following posterior, later postremus posthumus last superus, above superior, higher supremus summus highest cis, citra, on this side citrier, hither cidimus, hithermost in, intra, in, within interior, inner intimus, inmost pre, pro, before prior, former primus, first prop, near propier, nearer proximus, next ultra, beyond ulterior, further ultimus, furthest 476. Regular comparison of adverbs positive comparative superlative care, carus, dearly carius carissime miser, miser, wretchedly miserius miserum acriter, acer, sharply acrius acerem facile, facilis, easily facilis facilime 477. A regular comparison of adverbs positive comparative superlative diu, long, a long time diotius diotissime bene, bonus, well melius, better optimi, best male, malus, ill pius, worse pessime, worst magno pair, greatly magis, more maxime, most multum, multus, much plus, more plurimum, most parum, little minus, less minime, least sepi, often sepia sepissime 478. Numerals. The cardinal numerals are inclinable excepting unus, duo, tres, the hundreds above 100, and mil used as a noun. The ordinals are declined like bonus, a, Cardinals. Ordinals, how many, in what order, 1, unus, a, 1 primus, a, first 2, duo, dui, duo 2 secundus, or alter, second 3, tres, tria 3, tertius third, 4, quatuor etc. quartus etc. 5, quinqua quintus 6, sex sextus 7, septem septimus 8, octo octavus 9, novem nonus 10, decim decimus 11, undecimus 12, duodecimus 13, tridecim, decim, et, tres, tertius decimus 14, quatuordecim quartus decimus 15, quindecim quintus decimus 16, sedicim sextus decimus 17, septundecim septimus decimus 18, duodevigenti, octodecim, duodevicentimus 19, undivigenti, novendecim, undivicentimus 20, vigenti vicentimus 21, vigenti unus or unus et vigenti, etc. vicentimus primus or unus et vicentimus, etc. 30, trigenta tricentimus 40, quadragenta quadragentimus 50, quinquagenta quinquagencimus 60, sexagenta sexagencimus 70, septuaginta septuagencimus 80, octagenta octagentimus 90, nonaginta nonagencimus 100, centum centum 101, centum, et, unus, etc. centum, et, unus, etc. 120, centum, et, vigenti centum, et, vigenti 121, centum, et, vigenti unus, etc. centum, et, vigenti unus, etc. 200, ducenti, ae, a ducenti, ae, a 300, trecenti 400, quadrangenti 500, quingenti 600, sessenti 700, septingenti 800, octingenti 900, nongenti 1000, mil 479. Declension of duo, 2, tres, 3, and mil, 1000. Mask female nut m and f nut sing. Plur. And duo duo tres tria mil milia g duorum trium mil milium d duobus tribus mil milibus a duos or duo tris or tres tria mil milia a duobus tribus mil milibus. Note: Mil is used in the plural as a noun with a modifying genitive, and is occasionally so used in the nominative and accusative singular. For the declension of unus cf 470. Pronouns 480. Personal ego, I too, you sui, of himself, etc. Sing. Plur. Sing. Plur. Sing. Plur. Nom ego nos tu vos general me nostrum, tri tui vestrum, tri sui dat me I nobis tibi vobis sibi acc me nos te vos se, ccse, ccabl me nobis te vobis se, ccsc, cc. Note that sui is always reflexive. 481 Demonstratives belong to the first and second declensions, but have the pronominal endings -ius and -i in the general and datsing. Ipsi, self-singular plural masc fem. Aniut masc fem. Aniut nom ipsi ipsa ipsum ipsi ipsi ipsa general ipsi us ipsarum ipsarum dad ipsi ipsis acc ipsum ipsos ipsa abl ipso heek, this, here, he nom heek hek hok hi hek general whiz horum dad wick his acc hunk hank hok hos has hek abl hok hac hok his ist, this, that, of yours, he nom ist ista istud isti general isti us isterum dad isti istus acc istum istud istos ista abl istus isle, that, yonder, he nom isle illa general illi us illorum dad illis acc illum illud illos illas illa abl illis is, this, that, he nom is eaid2, eia general eorum dad eis ACCEUM ID EOS EAS EAABLEO EAEO EIS IDEM, the same nom idem idem 2 dem ae dem general eas dem or on dem or on dem dad dem iis dem iis dem iis dem acc en dem idem eos dem eas dem adam ableo dem eo dem iis dem eis dem note. In the plural of is and idem the forms with two i's are preferred, the two i's being pronounced as one. 482 Relative key, who, which, that singular plural masc fem. Aniut masc fem. Aniut nom key qui quad key qui general quis quorum dat cui quibus acc quam quad quos qui abl quo quibus 483. Interrogative keys, substantive, who, what singular plural masc and fem. Aniut masc fem. Aniut nom keys quid qui general quis quorum dat cui quibus acc quem quid quos qui abl quo quibus. The interrogative adjective key, qui, quad, is declined like the relative. 484 Indefinites keys and key, as declined above 1 are used also as indefinites, some, any. The other indefinites are compounds of keys and key. Quisque, each substantive adjective masc and fem. Aniut masc fem. Aniut nom quisque quid qui quad qui general quis k dat quique acc quem quid quem quad qui abl quo qui 1. Qua is generally used instead of qui in the feminine nominative singular and in the neuter nominative and accusative plural. 485 Quidem, a certain one, a certain. Observe that in the neuter singular the adjective has quadam and the substantive quidem. Singular masc fem. Aniut nom quidam quidam, substitute, general quis dam dat quidem acc quandam quidam, substitute, abl quodam plural nom quidam general quo rundam dat quibus dam acc quashdam costum quidam abl quibus dam 486. Quisquam, substantive, anyone, at all, mask and fem. Neutnom quisquam quicquam, quidquam, general quisquam dat quicquam acc quemquam quicquam, quidquam, abl quoquam 487. Aliquis, substantive, someone. Alici, adjective, some singular substantive adjective mask and fem. Neutmasc fem. Neutnom aliquis alicid alici aliqua aliqua general alico I use 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 dad alico I alico I alico I alico I alico I acc alici m alicid alici m aliquam aliquad abl aliquo 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 aliqua aliquo plural for both substantive and adjective mask fem. Neutnom alici aliqui aliqua general aliquo rum dad aliquibus 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 acc aliquas aliquas aliqua abl aliquibus 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 acis, key, anyone, any, is the least definite, 297b. Aliquis, alici, someone, some, is more definite than quis. Quisquam, anyone, at all, and its adjective ullus, any, occur mostly with a negative, expressed or implied, and in clauses of comparison. Regular verbs 488. First conjugation. A verbs. Amo principal parts amo, amori, amavi, amatus president stem ama perf. Stem amav part. Stem amat active passive indicative present I love, am loving, do love, etc. I am loved, etc. Amo amamus amor amamer amas amatis amorous, re amamini amat amant amator amantur imperfect I loved, was loving, did love, etc. I was loved, etc. Amabam amabamus amabar amabamer amabus amabatis amabaris, re amabamini amabat amabant amabater amabanter future I shall love, etc. I shall be loved, etc. Amabo amabimus amabor amabimer amabis amabitus amabaris, re amabimini amabit amabunt amabiter amabunter perfect I have loved, did love, etc. I have been, was, loved, etc. Amavi amavimus amatus, sum amati, ae, assumus amavisti amavistus es estus amavit amavrunt, re est sunt pluperfect I had loved, etc. I had been loved, etc. Amavram amavramus amatus, iram amati, ae, Iramus amavras amavratus iras irides amavre amavrant erat erant future perfect I shall have loved, etc. I shall have been loved, etc. Amavro amavramus amatus, aro amati, ae, Aerimus amavris amavritus eris iritus amavrit amavrant irit irunt subjunctive present amem amus amer amemer aims amatis amaris, re amamini amit amant amateur amantur imperfect amarum amarimus amuri or amarimer amuris amaritus amararis, re amarimani amarit amarant amaretur amarentur perfect amavrim amavrimus amatus, sim amati, ae, asimus amavris amavritus societus amavrit amavrant sit sint. Pluperfect amavisum amavis mus amatus, sm amati, ae, Esamus amavises amavisetis esses essetis amavisit amavisent esset assent imperative present ama, love thou amori, be thou loved amati, love ye amamini, be ye loved future amato, thou shalt love amati thou shalt be loved amato, he shall love amati he shall be loved amatot, you shall love amanto, they shall love amante they shall be loved infinitive president amori, to love amari, to be loved perf. Amavis, to have loved amatus, essi, to have been loved fut amaturus, essi, to be about to love amatum iri, to be about to be loved participles president amans, antis, loving President fut amaturus, a, about to love gerundive one amanduas, a, to be loved perf. Amatus, a, having been loved, love gerund nom supine, active voice, general amandi, of loving acc amadum, to love dad amando, for loving abl amatu, to love, in the loving acc amandum, loving abl amando, by loving one. Sometimes called the future passive participle. 489 second conjugation. E-verbs. Munio principal parts munio, munera, monui, monitus president stem mon perf. Stem monu part. Stem monit active passive indicative present I advise, etc., I am advised, etc. Munio money muse moner money mur mons monides moneris, re money mini monet monant monitor moninter imperfect I was advising, etc., I was advised, etc. Munbam munbamus munbar munbammer munbas munbadis munbaris, re munbamini munbat munbont munbater munbonter future I shall advise, etc., I shall be advised, etc. Munbo munbamus munber munbamur munbis munbadis munbaris, re munbamini munbit munbunt. Munbitter munbunter perfect I have advised, I advised, etc. I have been, was, advised, etc. Monui monuimus monitus, a, sum monidi, ae, assumus monuisti monuistis es estis monuit monurunt, re s sunt pluperfect I had advised, etc., I had been advised, etc. Monuaram monuaramus monitus, a, iram monidi, ae, aeramus monuaras monuarades eras erades monuarat monuarant erat erant future perfect I shall have advised, etc. I shall have been advised, etc. Monuero monuarimus monitus, a, aero monidi, ae, aerimus monuaris monuaritis eris eritis monuarit monuarent erit erunt subjunctive present munium muniamus munier muniamer munias muniates muniris, re muniamini munit muniant muniator munianter imperfect munerum munermus moner munermur muneris muneretes muneraries, re muneremini muneret munerant muneriter munerenter perfect monuarim monuarimus monitus, a, sim monidi, ae, asimus monuaries. Monuaritis cicidus monuarit monuarent sit sint pluperfect monuisum monuis mus monitus, a, sm monidi, ae, aesamus monuises monuis etis esses essetis monuisit monuisent esset assent imperative present mon, advise thou munera, be thou advised munit, advise ye munimini, be ye advised future munito, thou shall advise monater, thou shalt be advised munito, he shall advise monater, he shall be advised munitode, you shall advise munento, they shall advise munenter, they shall be. Advised infinitive president munera, to advise muneri, to be advised perf. Monuis, to have advised monitus, a, esse, to have been advised fut monitorus, a, esse, to be about to advise monitum iri, to be about to be advised participles president munins, indus, advising president fut monitorus, a, about to advise ger munendus, a, to be advised perf. Monitus, a, having been advised, advised gerund nom supine, active voice, general munendi, of advising acc monitum, to advise dat munendu, for advising abl monitu, to advise, in the advising acc munendum, advising abl munendu, by advising 490. Third conjugation. E-verbs. Rego principal parts rego, regere, rekai, rectus president stem reg perf. Stem rex part. Stem rect active passive indicative present I rule, etc. I am ruled, etc. Rego regimus regor regimer regis regidus regeres, regi mini regit regent regitter regunti you are imperfect I was ruling, etc. I was ruled, etc. Regbam regbamus regbar regbamur regbas regbatus regba ris, regba mini regbat regbont regba tur regbon tur future I shall rule, etc. I shall be ruled, etc. Regam regmuse regar regmur regis regidus reg ris, reg mini regit regent reg tur regan tur perfect I have ruled, etc. I have been ruled, etc. Rekai rekimus rectus, sum recti, assumus rexisti rexistus es estus recit recarunt, res sunt pluperfect I had ruled, etc. I had been ruled, etc. Recaram recaramus rectus, iram recti, iramus recaras recaratus iras irides recarat recarant erat erant future perfect I shall have ruled, etc. I shall have been ruled, etc. Rexero recarimus rectus, ero recti, aerimus recaris recaritus eris iritus recarat recarant erit erant subjunctive present regam regamus regar regamer regis regatus regaris, regamini regat regant regator regantur imperfect regerum regermus regera regermur regers regeretis regeraris, regeremini regeret regerant regeritur regerenter perfect recarum recarimus rectus, sim recti, asimus recaris recaritus societus recarit. Recarent sit sint pluperfect rexisem rexisimus rectus, sm recti, asimus rexisis rexisities esses essetes rexisit rexisent esset assent imperative present reg, rule thou regere, be thou ruled regite, rule ye regimini, be ye ruled future regito, thou shalt rule regitor, thou shalt be ruled regito he shall rule regitor, he shall be ruled regitote, ye shall rule regentu, they shall rule reganter, they shall be ruled infinitive president regere, to rule regi, to be ruled. Perf. Rexis, to have ruled rectus, esse, to have been ruled fut. Recturus, esse, to be about to rule rectum iri, to be about to be ruled participles president regans, intus, ruling president fut recturus, about to rule ger regendus, to be ruled perf. Perf. Rectus, having been ruled, rule gerund nom supine, active voice, general regendi, of ruling acc rectum, to rule dat regendu, for ruling abl rectu, to rule, in the ruling acc regendum, ruling abl regendu, by ruling 491. Fourth conjugation. I verbs. Audio principal parts audio, audire, audivi, auditus president stem audi perf. Stem audive part. Stem audit active passive indicative present I hear, etc. I am heard, etc. Audio audimus odi or audi mur audis auditus audi ris, re audi mini audit audiunt audi tur audiun tur imperfect I was hearing, etc. I was heard, etc. Audibam audibamus audibar audibamur audibus audibitus audiba ris, re audiba mini audibat audibant audiba tur audibon tur future I shall hear, etc. I shall be heard, etc. Audium audiumus odiar audimur audis audiatus audi ris, re audi mini audiat audiant audi tur audien tur perfect I have heard, etc. I have been heard, etc. Audivi audivimus auditus, sum auditi, assumus audivisti audivistus es estus audivit audiverunt, res sunt pluperfect I had heard, etc. I had been heard, etc. Audiveram audiveramus auditus, iram auditi, aeramus audiveras audiverates eras irides audiverat audiverant erat erant future perfect I shall have heard, etc. I shall have been heard, etc. Audivero audiveremus auditus, ero auditi, aerimus audivorus audivoritis eris iritis audivorate audivorant irit irunt subjunctive present audium audimus audiar audiamer audias audites audieris, re-audiamini audiat audient auditor audianter imperfect audirem audirmus audirer audiremur audires audiartes audieres, re-audiremini audirat audirant audiretur audiranter perfect audivorum audivorimus auditus, a, sim auditai, ae, asimus audivorus. Audivoritis cycitis audivorate audivorant sit sint pluperfect audivisum audivisemus auditus, a, sm auditai, ae, aesemus audivices audivicitus esses essetes audivisit audivisant esset assent imperative present audi, hear thou audire, be thou heard audite, hear ye audimini, be ye heard future audito, thou shalt hear auditor, thou shalt be heard audito, he shall hear auditor, he shall be heard auditote, ye shall hear audi unto, they shall hear audi unter, they shall be heard. Infinitive President audire, to hear audire, to be heard audivissa, to have heard auditus, a, esse, to have been heard auditorus, a, esse, to be about to hear auditum iri, to be about to be heard participles President audiens, indus, hearing President fiut auditorus, a, about to hear ger audiendus, a, to be heard perf auditus, a, having been heard, her gerund nom supine, active voice, general audiendi, of hearing acc auditum, to hear dat audiendo, 4. Hearing abl auditu, to hear, in the hearing acc audiendum, hearing abl audiendo, by hearing 492. Third conjugation. Verbs in io. Capio principal parts capio, capera, cipi, captus president stem cape perf. Stem sep part. Stem capt active passive indicative present capio capima ca pyre ca pamur capis capitis ca pares, recapi mini capit capi unt ca piter capiun tur imperfect capi bam capi bamus capi bar capiba mur capibus capibatus capiba ris, recapiba mini capibid capibant capiba tur capiebant tur future capium capimus capr capi mur capis capiates capi ris, recapi mini capi et capi and capi tur capi ntur perfect cipi, sepisti, sepit, etc. captus, a, sum, es, est, etc. Pluperfect separam, separas, separat, etc. captus, a, iram, eras, erat, etc. Future perfect separo, separus, separate, etc. captus, a, ero, eris, erit, etc. Subjunctive present capium, capius, capiat, etc. capr, urus, re, iater, etc. Imperfect caperum, capers, caperit, etc. caperer, errorus, re, errator, etc. Perfect separum, separus, separate, etc. captus, a, sim, sis, sit, etc. Pluperfect sepisum, sepices, sepisit, etc. captus a, sm, esses, esset, etc. Imperative present 2d pers cape capit capera capimini future 2d pers capito capitote capitor third pers capito capi unto capitor capi unter infinitive president capera capi perf. Sepus captus, a, esse fiut capturus, a, esse captum iri participles president capi ens, indus president fiut capturus, a, ger capi endus, a, perf. Perf. Captus, a, gerund supine, active voice, general capiendi acc captum etc. ABL captu 493. Deponent verbs principal parts I horter, hortary, hortatus sum, urge to. Virer, verere, veritas sum, Fear 3. Sequor, sequi, secutus sum, follow 4. Partier, partiri, partitus sum, share, divide note. In addition to the passive conjugation, deponent verbs use certain forms from the active. These are marked with a star. Deponent io verbs of the third conjugation are inflected like the passive of capio. Indicative present hortiverer sequor partier horterus, revereris, resequeris, repartiris, rehortator veritur sequitur partitur hortimer veramur sequimur partimur hortimini veramini sequimini partimini hortentur verentur sequuntur parti untur inf. Hortibar veribar sequabar partibar feud hortaber veribar sequar partier perf. Hortatus sum veritas sum secutus sum partitus sum plup. Hortatus eram veritas eram secutus eram partitus eram fp hortatus aero veritas aero secutus aero partitus aero subjunctive president horter verur sequar partier inf. Horterer virer sequerer partirer perf. Hortatus sim veritas sim secutus sim partitus sim plup. Hortatus sm veritas sm secutus sm partitus sm imperative president horter verera sequera partier feud hortator verter sequitur partitor infinitive president horteri vereri sequi partiri perf. Hortatus esse veritas esse secutus esse partitus esse feud asterisk hortiturus esse asterisk veriturus esse asterisk secuturus esse asterisk partiturus esse participles president asterisk hortens asterisk verens asterisk sequens asterisk partiens feud asterisk hortiturus asterisk veriturus asterisk secuturus asterisk partiturus perf. Hortatus veritas secutus partitus ger hortandus verandus sequendus partiendus gerund asterisk hortandi, etc. asterisk verandi, etc. asterisk sequendi, etc. asterisk partiendi, etc. Supine asterisk hortatus, 2 asterisk veridum, 2 asterisk secutum, 2 asterisk partitum, 2 irregular verbs 494. Sum, am, be principal parts sum, esse, fwy, futurus president stem es perf. Stem fu part. Stem fut indicative present singular plural sum, I am sumus, we are es, thou art estis, you are est, he, she, it, is sunt, they are imperfect eram, I was eramus, we were eras, thou wast erides, you were erat, he was erant, they were future arrow, I shall be erimus, we shall be eris, thou wilt be eritus, you will be erit, he will be erant, they will be perfect fwy, I have been, was fuimus, we have been, were fuisti, thou hast been, wast fuistis, you have been, were fud, he has been, was fuerant. Fuera, they have been, were pluperfect fueram, I had been fueramus, we had been fueras, thou hadst been fueritus, you had been fuerat, he had been fuerant, they had been future perfect fuero, I shall have been fuerimus, we shall have been fueris, thou wilt have been fueritus, you will have been fuerit, he will have been fuerant, they will have been subjunctive present imperfect singular plural sim semus sm essemus societus esses essetes sit sint esset assent perfect. Pluperfect fuerum fuerimus fuisum fuisemus fueris fueritus fuises fuicidus fuerit fuerent fuiset fuisent imperative present future 2 dpers sing. Es, be thou 2 dpers sing. Esto, thou shalt be 2 dpers plur. Este, be ye 3 dpers sing. Esto, he shall be 2 dpers plur. Estot, ye shall be 3 dpers plur. Sunto, they shall be infinitive participle president esse, to be perf. Fuis, to have been futurus, a, esse or for, to be about to be futurus, a, about to be 495. Possum, be able, can principal parts possum, posse, potui, indicative subjunctive singular plural president possum pos sumus possum posse muse potes tis posses posse tis potest possunt possid possent imph. Poteram poteramus possem posse muse feud potero poterimus perf. Potui potuimus potuarimus plup. Potuaram potuaramus potuus em potuus muse fp potuarimus infinitive president posse perf. Potuus participle president potens, general indus, adjective, powerful 496. Prosum, benefit principal parts prosum, prods, perf y, per futurus president stem prods perf. Stem perfut part. Stem perfute indicative subjunctive singular plural president prosum prosumus prosim prosi muse prods tis prosis prosi tis prodest prosent prosid prosent imph. Proderamus prodsem prods muse feud proderimus perf. Perf y perfuimus profuorimus plup. Perfuoramus perfuisemus fp perfuorimus imperative president 2 dpers prods, protest few 2 dpers protesto, prodstote infinitive president prods perf. Perfuis feud perfuturus, a, se future participle perfuturus, a, 497. Principal parts volo, vel, volui, be willing, will, wish nalo, nal, nolui, be unwilling, will not malo, mal, malui, be more willing, prefer nalo and malo are compounds of volo. Nalo is for any, not, plus volo, and malo for ma, from magis, more, plus volo. The second person vis is from a different root. Indicative singular president volo nalo malo vis non vis mavis volt non volt ma volt plural volumus nolumus malumus voltus non voltus ma voltis volant nolant malant imph. Vol bam nola bam mal bam feud volam, vols, etc. nolam, nols, etc. malum, males, etc. Perf. Volui nolui malui plup. Voluaram noluaram maluaram fp voluaro noluaro maluaro subjunctive singular president velim nolim malim vilis nalis malis velit nalit malit plural vili muse nali muse mali muse vili tis nali tis mali tis velint nolent malint imph. Velum nolum malum perf. Voluar rhyme noluar rhyme maluar rhyme plup. Voluisum noluisum maluisem imperative president nali nalite feud nalito, etc. infinitive president vel nal mal perf. Voluus noluus maluus participle president valens, intus nolens, intus 498. Pharaoh, bear, carry, endure principal parts pharaoh, fair, tuli, lattice president stem for perf. Stem tul part. Stem lat indicative active passive president pharaoh pharimus furer pharimer fers furtus ferus, re pharimimi fur pharunt furter pharunter imph. Firbam firbar feud pharam, furs, etc. Farer, firerus, etc. Perf. Tuli lattice, a, sum plup. Tularam lattice, a, iram fp tularo lattice, a, arrow subjunctive president pharam, pharas, etc. Pharer, pharerus, etc. Imph. Pharam pharer perf. Tularim lattice, a, sim plup. Tulisem lattice, a, sm imperative president 2 dpers for ferte fair pharimini few 2 dpers furto furtot furter 3 dpers furto pharunto furter pharuntor infinitive president fair fairy perf. Tulis lattice, a, esse feudlaturus, a, esse participles president firans, intus president feudlaturus, a, ger firandus, a, perf. Perf. Lattice, a, gerund supine, active voice, General Firendi ACC Firendum ACC Latum Dad Firendu ABL Firendu ABL Latu 499. EO, Go Principal Parts EO, IR, 2, IVI, Item, and Perf Part. President Stem I Perf. Stem I or 4 Part. Stem it Indicative Subjunctive Imperative Sing. PLUR. President EO is it imus itis unt im 2 dpersi it inf. Ibam irem fut ebo 2 dpersito 3 dpersito idet unta perf. 2. IVI, iram, ivaram, plup. Iram, ivaram, isam, ivisam, fp iro, ivaro, infinitive participles president ir presidentens, general untas, 472, perf. Is, Ivis, Feud Icarus, A, Feud Icarus, A, Seger undum gerens supine general undi acc item dat undo ablitu acc undum abl undo a. The verb eo is used impersonally in the third person singular of the passive, as iter, item est, etc. b. In the perfect system the forms with v are very rare. 500 FIO, passive of facio, be made, become, happen principal parts FIO, fieri, factus sum indicative subjunctive imperative president FIO fis fit funtfium 2 dpers 5 fight inf. Fi bamfierum futfium perf. Factus, a, sum factus, a, sim plup. Factus, a, iram factus, a, smfp factus, a, arrow infinitive participles president fieri perf. Factus, a, perf. Factus, a, seger faciendus, a, feud factum iri castra muro fossici muni unter appendix 2 501. Rules of syntax note. The rules of syntax are here classified and numbered consecutively. The number of the text section in which the rule appears is given at the end of each. Nominative case 1. The subject of a finite verb is in the nominative and answers the question who or what. 36. Agreement 2. A finite verb must always be in the same person and number as its subject. 28. 3. A predicate noun agrees in case with the subject of the verb. 76. 4. An appositive agrees in case with the noun which it explains. 81. 5. Adjectives agree with their nouns in gender, number, and case. 65. 6. A predicate adjective completing a complementary infinitive agrees in gender, number, and case with the subject of the main verb. 215. A7. A relative pronoun must agree with its antecedent in gender and number, but its case is determined by the way it is used in its own clause. 224. Prepositions 8. A noun governed by a preposition must be in the accusative or ablative case. 52. Genitive case 9. The word denoting the owner or possessor of something is in the genitive and answers the question whose. 38. 10. The possessive genitive often stands in the predicate, especially after the forms of some, and is then called the predicate genitive. 409. 11 words denoting a part are often used with the genitive of the whole, known as the partitive genitive. 331. 12 numerical descriptions of measure are expressed by the genitive with a modifying adjective. 443. Dative case 13. The indirect object of a verb is in the dative. 45. 14. The dative of the indirect object is used with the intransitive verbs credo, favio, noscio, perio, persuadio, resisto, studio, and others of like meaning. 154. 15. Some verbs compounded with ad, anti, con, de, in, inter, ob, post, pre, pro, sub, super, admit the dative of the indirect object. Transitive compounds may take both an accusative and a dative. 426. 16. The dative is used with adjectives to denote the object toward which the given quality is directed. Such are, especially, those meaning near, also fit, friendly, pleasing, like, and their opposites. 143. 17. The dative is used to denote the purpose or end for which, often with another dative denoting the person or thing affected. 437. Accusative case 18. The direct object of a transitive verb is in the accusative and answers the question whom or what. 37. 19. The subject of the infinitive is in the accusative. 214. 20. The place to which is expressed by at or in with the accusative. Before names of towns, small islands, domus, and rus the preposition is omitted. 263, 266. 21. Duration of time and extent of space are expressed by the accusative. 336. 22. Verbs of making, choosing, calling, showing, and the like, may take a predicate accusative along with the direct object. With the passive voice the two accusatives become nominatives. 392. Ablative case 23. Cause is denoted by the ablative without a preposition. This answers the question because of what. 102. 24. Means is denoted by the ablative without a preposition. This answers the question by means of what. Or with what. 103. 25. Accompaniment is denoted by the ablative with cum. This answers the question with whom. 104. 26. The ablative with cum is used to denote the manner of an action. Cum may be omitted, if an adjective is used with the ablative. This answers the question how. Or in what manner. 105. 27. With comparatives and words implying comparison the ablative is used to denote the measure of difference. 317. 28. The ablative of a noun or pronoun with a present or perfect participle in agreement is used to express attendant circumstance. This is called the ablative absolute. 381. 29. Descriptions of physical characteristics are expressed by the ablative with a modifying adjective. 444. 2 descriptions involving neither numerical statements nor physical characteristics may be expressed by either the genitive or the ablative with a modifying adjective. 445. 30. The ablative is used to denote in what respect something is true. 398. 31. The place from which is expressed by a or ab, de, e or x with the separative ablative. This answers the question whence. Before names of towns, small islands, domus, and rus the preposition is omitted. 264, 266. 32. Words expressing separation or deprivation require an ablative to complete their meaning. This is called the ablative of separation. 180. 33. The word expressing the person from whom an action starts, when not the subject, is put in the ablative with the preposition a or ab. This is called the ablative of the personal agent. 181. 34. The comparative degree, if quam is omitted, is followed by the separative ablative. 309. 35. The time when or within which anything happens is expressed by the ablative without a preposition. 275. 36. 1. The place at or in which is expressed by the ablative within. This answers the question where. Before names of towns, small islands, and rus the preposition is omitted. 265, 266. Two names of towns and small islands, if singular and of the first or second declension, and the word domus express the place in which by the locative. 268. Gerund and gerundive 37. 1. The gerund is a verbal noun and is used only in the genitive, dative, accusative, and ablative singular. The constructions of these cases are in general the same as those of other nouns. 406. 1-2. The gerundive is a verbal adjective and must be used instead of gerund plus object, excepting in the genitive and in the ablative without a preposition. Even in these instances the gerundive construction is more usual. 406. 238. The accusative of the gerund or gerundive with ad, or the genitive with causa, is used to express purpose. 407. Moods and tenses of verbs 39. Primary tenses are followed by primary tenses, and secondary by secondary. 358. 40. The subjunctive is used in a dependent clause to express the purpose of the action in the principal clause. 349. 41. A substantive clause of purpose with the subjunctive is used as object with verbs of commanding, urging, asking, persuading, or advising, where in English we should usually have the infinitive. 366. 42. Verbs of fearing are followed by a substantive clause of purpose introduced by ut, that not, or any, that or lest. 372. 43. Consecutive clauses of result are introduced by ut or ut non, and have the verb in the subjunctive. 385. 44. Object clauses of result with ut or ut non are found after verbs of affecting or bringing about. 386. 45. A relative clause with the subjunctive is often used to describe an antecedent. This is called the subjunctive of characteristic or description. 390. 46. The conjunction come means when, since, or although. It is followed by the subjunctive unless it means when and its clause fixes the time at which the main action took place. 396. 47. When a direct statement becomes indirect, the principal verb is changed to the infinitive, and its subject nominative becomes subject accusative of the infinitive. 416. 48. The accusative with infinitive construction in indirect statements is found after verbs of saying, telling, knowing, thinking, and perceiving. 419. 49. A present indicative of a direct statement becomes present infinitive of the indirect, a past indicative becomes perfect infinitive, and a future indicative becomes future infinitive. 418. 50. In an indirect question the verb is in the subjunctive and its tense is determined by the law for tense sequence. 432. Domina Appendix 3 Reviews 1. 1. It is suggested that each of these reviews be assigned for a written test. I review of vocabulary and grammar through Lesson 8 Lesson 9 502. Give the English of the following words. 1. Nouns agricola ancilla aqua casa causa sina corona dia domina fabula fera filia fortuna fuga gallina inuria insula luna nota pecunia pula pugna sagitta silva terra tubo via victoria. Adjectives alta bona clara grata alata longa magna mala nova parva pulchra sola. Verbs amat dat est habitat labrat laudat narrat nicat nunciat parat portat pugnat sunt vocat. Prepositions pronouns adverbs conjunctions interrogative particle a or ab ad cum de e or x in mea. Toi quis quis cui quem quid curdiend non ubi et quia quad ne1. Proper nouns and proper adjectives are not repeated in the reviews. Words used in Caesar's Gallic War are in heavy type. 503. Give the Latin of the following words. 1. Underline the words you do not remember. Do not look up a single word till you have gone through the entire list. Then drill on the words you have underlined. Flight story new lives, verb, away from who why forest wreath deep, high dinner famous cottage battle, noun, trumpet lady, mistress whom island wide tells money calls with your then, in the next place daughter to whom fortune out from labors, verb, give small inn and sailor farmer goddess wild beast praises, verb, alone pleasing prepares are to because arrow my kills girl fights, verb, carries chicken victory land what way bad loves pretty water great is announces injury, wrong where not good. Made down from long cause whose one. The translations of words used in Caesar are in italics. 504 Review questions. How many syllables has a Latin word? How are words divided into syllables? What is the ultima? The penult? The antepenult? When is a syllable short? When is a syllable long? What is the law of Latin accent? Define the subject of a sentence, the predicate, the object, the copula. What is inflection? Declension. Conjugation. What is the ending of the verb in the third person singular, and what in the plural? What does the form of a noun show? Name the Latin cases. What case is used for the subject? The direct object? The possessor? What relation is expressed by the dative case? Give the rule for the indirect object. How are questions answered in Latin? What is a predicate adjective? An attributive adjective? What is meant by agreement? Give the rule for the agreement of the adjective. What are the three relations expressed by the ablative? What can you say of the position of the possessive pronoun? The modifying genitive? The adjective? What is the base? What is grammatical gender? What is the rule for gender in the first declension? What are the general principles of Latin word order? 505 Fill out the following summary of the first declension, the first or a declension 1. Ending in the nominative singular 2. Rule for gender 3. Case terminations A singular B plural 4. Irregular nouns go on to lesson 9-2. Review of lessons 9-17 lesson 18 506. Give the English of the following words, nouns of the first declension agriculturacans tantia copia diligentia fama femina galea inopia lacrima lorica patria pretin nouns of the second declension ager amicus arma, plural, auxilium bellum carus castrum cibus concilium domicilium dominus equus filius fluvius frumentum gladius legatus liberi magi sturm urus numerus opidinus opidum pilum populus premium proilium pure scutum servus studium tellum vicus vir adjectives of the first and second declensions eager, egra, egramalius, alia, aliad alter, altera, alterum armatus, creber, crebra, crebrum durus, finitimus, infirmus, legionarius, liber, libera, liberum maturus, meus, miser, misra, miserum multus, neuter, nutra, nutrum noster, nostra, nostrum alter, altera, alterum pulcher, pulchra, pulchrum solus, suis, finitimus, tuus, ullus, unus, uter, utra, utrum validus, vestor, vestra, vestrum verbs demonstrative pronoun adverbs aracurat desiderat maturat properat is, id conjunctions and case said I am quocipi preposition apud 507. Give the Latin of the following words, sword corslet manure, plural, hasten but among tier, noun, village strong long for and, enclitic, often want, noun, which, of to, care for or, in a question, whither wagon townsman wretched ripe war number my free, adjective, children wall grain weapon one plow, verb, this or that already helmet river zeal any he son slave your, singular, she woman horse shield, noun, whole at aid, noun, legionary weak arms master, of school, friend neighboring sick. Lieutenant field report, rumor abode boy his own alone prize, noun, master, owner, carefulness plenty troops plan, noun, people beautiful no, adjective, our battle spear food steadiness fatherland town fort camp neither, of two, much agriculture other the other, of two, hard booty frequent armed 508. Review questions. How many declensions are there? What three things must be known about a noun before it can be declined? What three cases of neuter nouns are always alike, and in what do they end in the plural? What two plural cases are always alike? When is the vocative singular not like the nominative? What is a predicate noun? With what does it agree? What is an appositive? Give the rule for the agreement of an appositive. How can we tell whether a noun in ER is declined like pure or like ager? Decline bonus, liber, pulcher. How can we tell whether an adjective in ER is declined like liber or like pulcher? Why must we say not a bonus and not a bona? Name the Latin possessive pronouns. How are they declined? With what does the possessive pronoun agree? When do we use tuus and when vester? Why is suis called a reflexive possessive? What is the non-reflexive possessive of the third person? When are possessives omitted? What four uses of the ablative case are covered by the relations expressed in English by with? Give an illustration in Latin of the ablative of manner, of the ablative of cause, of the ablative of means, of the ablative of accompaniment. What ablative regularly has come? What ablative sometimes has come? What uses of the ablative never have come? Name the 9 pronominal adjectives, with their meanings. Decline alias, nullus. Decline is. What does is mean as a demonstrative adjective or pronoun? What other important use has it? 509. Fill out the following summary of the second declension, the second or o declension 1. Endings in the nominative 2. Rule for gender 3. Case terminations of nouns in us A singular B plural A. The vocative singular of nouns in us 4. Case terminations of nouns in A singular B plural 5. Peculiarities of nouns in ER and IR 6. Peculiarities of nouns in IUs and EM. Go on to lesson 18.3. Review of lessons 18xxvi lesson xxvii 510. Give the English of the following words, nouns of the first declension disciplina forma pona potentia regina superbia tristitia nouns of the second declension ludus ornamentum sacrum socius verbum adjectives of the first and second declensions amicus antiquus finitimus gradus idoneus inimicus interfectus iridus laetus molstus perpetuus proximus septum superbus adverbs conjunctions personal pronoun hodi ibi maxime mox nunc nuper entium non solum, sed entium ego verb conj. Iconj 2 conj 3 conj 4 volo, dash are irregular verbs sum, esse dilio, dash air docio, dash air favio, dash air habio, dash air iubio, dash air monio, dash air movio, dash air nocio, dash air perio, dash air persuadio, dash air sedio, dash air studio, dash air video, dash air ago, air capio, air credo, air dico, air duco, air facio, air fugio, air iacio, air mito, air rapio, air rego, air resisto, air audio, dash ire munio, dash ire repario, dash ire venio, dash ire 511. Give the Latin of the following words. In the case of verbs always give the first form and the present infinitive. Ancient come resist see be fly I proud word sadness find rule, verb, be eager for not only, but also 7 ally, companion pride fortify send sit also school here hurl persuade only nearest sacred right queen flee obey lately constant ornament power make, do injure now annoying lead move soon glad punishment believe advise especially, most of all angry beauty say command, verb, their slain training take have today unfriendly drive favor, verb, suitable pleasing teach neighboring destroy. Friendly sees 512. Review questions. What is conjugation? Name 2 important differences between conjugation in Latin and in English. What is tense? What is mood? What are the Latin moods? When do we use the indicative mood? Name the 6 tenses of the indicative. What are personal endings? Name those you have had. Inflect some in the 3 tenses you have learned. How many regular conjugations are there? How are they distinguished? How is the present stem found? What tenses are formed from the present stem? What is the tense sign of the imperfect? What is the meaning of the imperfect? What is the tense sign of the future in the first 2 conjugations? In the last 2? Before what letters is a final long vowel of the stem shortened? What are the 3 possible translations of a present, as of pugno? Inflect ero, setio, mitto, facio, and venio, in the present, imperfect, and future active. What forms of io verbs of the 3rd conjugation are like audio? What like reco? Give the rule for the dative with adjectives. Name the special intransitive verbs that govern the dative. What does the imperative mood express? How is the present active imperative formed in the singular? In the plural? What 3 verbs have a shortened present active imperative? Give the present active imperative of porto, dilio, ago, facio, munio. Go on to lesson XXVII 4. Review of lessons XXVII 30 lesson XXXVII 513. Give the English of the following words, nouns of the first declension alla cura mora porta provincia vita nouns of the second declension animus aurum brachium deus locus monstrum navigium oraculum periculum ventus vinum adjectives of the first and second declensions adversus attentus carus commodus defecius dexter dubius maximus perfidus plenus siva sinister adverbs antia seal writer denici diu frustra graviter ita lunge semper subito tamen tum conjunctions autumn si ubi prepositions depor. Pro sign verb conj. Iconj to ad propinquo navigo occupo postulo recuso reperto servo sto supero tempto vasto vulnero contineo igio prohibio respondio teneo conj 3 irregular verb desido gero interficio absum 514. Translate the following words. Give the genitive and the gender of the nouns and the principal parts of the verbs. Be away win through if savage wound, verb, wine delay faithless right seize quickly before, in behalf of battle down from or concerning moreover greatest oracle danger lay waste gate doubtful opposite, adverse demand finally attentive then, at that time weary overcome, conquer boat, ship sail, verb, life save full refuse heavily monster approach nevertheless place be without, lack moved gold restrain, keep from without hold suddenly dear always God hold in, keep afar thus, so, as follows arm. Noun, when in vain stand bring back, win before, previously depart, go away province care, trouble kill reply, verb, wing mind, heart left, adjective, bear, carry on try for a long time 515. Give the principal parts and meaning of the following verbs, sum du teneo iubio ago mito munio movio credo rapio reperio dilio resisto audio monio capio docio rego favio nocio di coperio duco facio persuadio setio studio fugio venio easio video absum agio gero sto 516. Review questions. What are the personal endings in the passive voice? What is the letter R sometimes called? What are the distinguishing vowels of the four conjugations? What forms constitute the principal parts? What are the three different conjugation stems? How may they be found? What are the tenses of the indicative? Of the infinitive? What tense of the imperative have you learned? What forms are built on the present stem? On the perfect stem? On the participial stem? What are the endings of the perfect active indicative? What is the tense sign of the pluperfect active? Of the future perfect active? How is the present active infinitive formed? The present passive infinitive? How is the present active imperative formed? The present passive imperative? How is the perfect active infinitive formed? The perfect passive infinitive? How is the future active infinitive formed? What is a participle? How are participles in us declined? Give the rule for the agreement of the participle. How are the perfect, pluperfect, and future perfect passive indicative formed? Conjugate the verb some in all moods and tenses as far as you have learned it. 494. What is meant by the separative ablative? How is the place from which expressed in Latin? Give the rule for the ablative of separation, for the ablative of the personal agent. How can we distinguish between the ablative of means and the ablative of the personal agent? What is the perfect definite? The perfect indefinite? What is the difference in meaning between the perfect indefinite and the imperfect? What two cases in Latin may be governed by a preposition? Name the prepositions that govern the ablative. What does the preposition in mean when it governs the ablative? The accusative? What are the three interrogatives used to introduce yes and no questions? Explain the force of each. What words are sometimes used for yes and no? What are the different meanings and uses of ube? Go on to Lesson XXXVIIV Review of Lessons XXXVIIXLIV Lesson XLV 517. Give the English of the following words. Nouns first declension second declension ripa barbari captivus castellum impedimentum third declension animal arbor avicedes calamitas calcar caput civis cliens collus consul dens dux ex finus flumen fons frater homo hostis ignis imperator insign adhere iudex labor lapis legio mare mater mensis miles mons navis opus orator ordo pater pedes pes pons princeps rex salus sanguis sarer tempus terror turis urbs victor virtus vis adjectives of the first and second declensions barbarus dexter sinister summus prepositions adverbs conjunctions in with the abl in with the acc transcotidi numquam nec, nec, or nec verb conj. Iconj 3 sesso confirmo appuno vito accipio incipio pito pono vinco vivo 518. Translate the following words. Give the genitive and the gender of the nouns and the principal parts of the verbs. Forbid rank, row brother force across savages horseman never mountain manliness, courage leader put, place time savage, barbarous sister seek captive hindrance, baggage man of war judge defeat, disaster fire tree foot soldier receive general highest fountain orator neither, nor and not left tooth soldier month city victor daily live, verb, conquer consul mother retainer citizen head safety assail, storm begin. March decoration bridge bird cease man river work, noun, and ship bank redoubt, fort sea tower drill, verb, legion terror into, to write, adjective, in stone blood labor, noun, king spur chief slaughter strengthen foot enemy animal father 519. Review questions. Give the conjugation of possum. What is an infinitive? What three uses has the Latin infinitive that are like the English? What is the case of the subject of the infinitive? What is meant by a complementary infinitive? In the sentence the bad boy cannot be happy, what is the case of happy? Give the rule. Decline key. Give the rule for the agreement of the relative. What are the two uses of the interrogative? Decline keys. What is the base of a noun? How is the stem formed from the base? Are the stem and the base ever the same? How many declensions of nouns are there? Name them. What are the two chief divisions of the third declension? How are the consonant stems classified? Explain the formation of lapis from the stem lapid dash, miles from millet dash, rex from reg dash. What nouns have I stems? What peculiarities of form do I stems have masculine, fem, and neutral? Name the 5 nouns that have dash I and E in the ABL decline turies. Give the rules for gender in the third declension. Decline miles, lapis, rex, virtus, consul, legio, homo, pater, flumen, opus, tempus, caput, sedes, herbs, hostis, mare, animal, vis, iter. 520 Fill out the following scheme. The third declension gender endings masculine feminine neuter case terminations I consonant stems a mask and fem. B neuters 2. I stems a mask and fem. B neuters irregular nouns. Go on to lesson XLV 6. Review of lessons XLV Lee lesson LIII 521. Give the English of the following words. Nouns first declension second declension amicitia oro litera annus modus nuntius oculus regnum signum supplicium, supplicium dare supplicium sumir de tergum, tergum verdera vestigium third declension fourth declension estis corpus hiems libertas lux, prima lux nomen nox pars pax rus sol vox vulnus adventus cornudomus equitatis exercitus fluctus impetus lacus manus metus porcius fifth declension indeclinable noun aces dies fides, in fidem venire res. Res gesti res adversi res publica res secundi spes nihil adjectives first and second declensions third declension densus invisus miris pauci primus pristinus publicus secundus tantus verus acer, acres, acre brevis, breve difficiles, difficile facilis, facile fortis, forte gravis, grave incolumes, incolium omnes, par, par velox, velox pronouns personal demonstrative intensive indefinite ego nos sui tu vos hic idem il istipsi aliquis, alici quidem quis, qui quis quam quisque adverbs. Conjunctions prepositions ne, quidem olim penny quoque satis vero itac nisi anti post proter verb conj. I conj 2 conj 3 conj 4 con loco convoco cremo demonstro mondo debio exercio manio placio sustinio committier proelium decido iripio sumo, sumir supplicium de traduco verdo di cilio 522. Translate the following words. Give the genitive and the gender of the nouns and the principal parts of the verbs. If not, unless on account of unharmed public commonwealth leap down, dismount lead across remain call together friendship footprint, trace each fear, noun, hope therefore behind, after so great equal in truth, indeed that, yonder, a certain fall down ought measure, mode I name wave, billow thing, matter exploits republic prosperity adversity former, old time all, every any one, at all, this, of mine, heavy, serious hateful, detested true burn snatch from letter punishment inflict. Punishment on suffer punishment liberty son sustain take up, assume our reign, realm messenger part, direction body harbor faith, protection of himself also, to sufficiently burn that, of yours, before you, plur, light daybreak winter attack line of battle army drill, train join battle house, home midday wonderful brave almost the same sum, any if any oneself, very not even easy dense point out, explain difficult first arrange, station please year piece back turn the back, retreat night. Hand, force lake day commit, entrust a few only sharp, eager we turn you, sing. I signal summer cavalry wound horn, wing country second, favorable short voice formerly, once arrival come under the protection of Swift nothing 523. Review questions. By what declensions are Latin adjectives declined? What can you say about the stem of adjectives of the third declension? Into what classes are these adjectives divided? How can you tell to which of the classes an adjective belongs? Decline acer, omnes, par. What are the nominative endings and genders of nouns of the fourth or U declension? What nouns are feminine by exception? Decline adventus, lacus, cornu, domus. Give the rules for the ordinary expression of the place to which, the place from which, the place in which. What special rules apply to names of towns, small islands, and Rus? What is the locative case? What words have a locative case? What is the form of the locative case? Translate Galba lives at home, Galba lives at Rome, Galba lives at Pompeii. What is the rule for gender in the fifth or E declension? Decline dies, res. When is the long E shortened? What can you say about the plural of the fifth declension? Decline tuba, service, pilum, ager, pure, miles, consul, flumen, cedes, animal. How is the time when expressed? Name the classes of pronouns and define each class. Decline ego, 2, is. What are the reflexives of the first and second persons? What is the reflexive of the third person? Decline it. Translate I see myself, he sees himself, he sees him. Decline ipsi. How is ipsi used? Decline idem. Decline hic, ist, I'll. Explain the use of these words. Name and translate the commoner indefinite pronouns. Decline aliquis, quis quam, quidem, quisque. Go on to lesson LIII 7. Review of lessons LIIILX lesson LXI 524. Give the English of the following words. Nouns first declension second declension Aquila fossa ed officium captivus concilium imperium negodium spatium valum third declension agmen celeritas civitas clamor cohors difficultas explorator gens latitudo longitudo magnitudo mens mercator mil mors mulier multitudo munitio nemo ipsis opinio regio rumor solus servitus timor valis fourth declension fifth declension additus commiatus passus res frumentaria adjectives first and second declensions. Aequus bene ducenti duo exteris inferus maximus medius minimus opportunus optimus pessimus plurimus posterus primus reliquus secundus singulis superus tardus tierni unus third declension alicer, alacri, alacer audax, audax celer, celeris, celeris citrier, citrius difficiles, difficile dissimilis, dissimili facilis, facile gracilis, gracile humilis, humile ingens, ingens interior, interius lenis, lean mire, maius melior, melius minor, minus nobilis, nobil payer, pius, plus prior, prius. Recens, recens similis, simile trace, tria ulterior, ulterius adverbs acriter audactor bene facile fer fortiter magis magno per maxime melius minime multum optimi parum paulo plurimum propius proxim quam statim tam undic conjunctions prepositions at acaut autet et nam quata causa quam ob rem similit or simil ac circum contra inter ob transverb conj. Iconj2 Connor horter morer vexo obtenio perdurio valio virer conj3 abdo cado conico consequor contendo cupio curo dido defendo e gredier incendo incolo insequor occido patier premo perfiscor progredier quero recipio relinquo reverter sequor statuo subsequor suscipio tradutraho conj3 orier pervenio 525. Translate the following words. Give the genitive and the gender of the nouns and the principal parts of the verbs, on account of nearly keenly, Sharply 1002 opportune remaining above, adjective, next grain supply pace shout, noun, from all sides against around 3 further line of march manor region fortification eagle almost boldly bravely across between, among hither, adjective, so less more most worst difficulty hostage death command, power captive or and arrive attempt, try length with scout cohort tribe, nation business. By a little somewhat crime difficult equal move forward, advance multitude woman desire, verb, give over, surrender kill overtake hasten, strive hide 1 first second, favorable 200 former inner middle low outward 3 by 3 provisions speed ditch wherefore or therefore for this reason fear, noun, return inquire set out move out, disembark fear, verb, worse greater, larger 2 by 2 least, adverb, opinion, expectation approach, entrance trader magnitude, size council, assembly space. Room either, or rise, arise suffer, allow press hard fall surrender set fire to defend possess, hold delay, verb, nearest, adverb, nearer, adverb, better, adjective, well known, noble mild, gentle swift eager low, adjective, slender 1 by 1 no one least, adverb, little, adverb, learn, no drag undertake run fix, decide leave abandon be strong receive, recover terrify, frighten dwell state, citizenship valley slavery greatly best of all, adverb, better, adverb, well, adverb, very much unlike like, adjective. Slow very greatly, exceedingly building mind, noun, easily easy recent huge, great bold immediately as soon as for then best, adjective, greatest follow close encourage annoy, ravage hide follow pursue both, and rampart 526. Review questions. What is meant by comparison? In what 2 ways may adjectives be compared? Compare clarus, brevis, velox, and explain the formation of the comparative and the superlative. What are the adverbs used in comparison? Compare brevis by adverbs. Decline the comparative of velox. How are adjectives in ER compared? Compare acer, pulcher, liber. What are possible translations for the comparative and superlative? Name the 6 adjectives that form the superlative in limus. Translate in 2 ways nothing is brighter than the sun. Give the rule for the ablative with comparatives. Compare bonus, magnus, malus, multus, parvus, exterus, inferus, posterus, superus. Decline plus. Compare citrier, interior, propier, ulterior. Translate that route to Italy is much shorter. Give the rule for the expression of measure of difference. Name 5 words that are especially common in this construction. How are adverbs usually formed from adjectives of the first and second declensions? From adjectives of the third declension? Compare the adverbs care, liberi, fortiter, audactor. What cases of adjectives are sometimes used as adverbs? What are the adverbs from facilis? Multus, primus, plurimus, bonus, magnus, parvus. Compare prop, cipi, magno per. How are numerals classified? Give the first 20 cardinals. Decline unus, duo, tres, mil. How are the hundreds declined? What is meant by the partitive genitive? Give the rule for the partitive genitive. What sort of words are commonly used with this construction? What construction is used with quidem and cardinal numbers excepting mil? Give the first 20 ordinals. How are they declined? How are the distributives declined? Give the rule for the expression of duration of time and extent of space. What is the difference between the ablative of time and the accusative of time? What is a deponent verb? Give the synopsis of one. What form always has a passive meaning? Conjugate amo, muneo, rego, capio, audio, in the active and passive. Go on to lesson LXI8. Review of lessons LXI LXIX lesson LXX 527. Review the vocabularies of the first 17 lessons. See 502, 503, 506, 507. 528 Review questions. Name the tenses of the subjunctive. What time is denoted by these tenses? What are the mood signs of the present subjunctive? How may the imperfect subjunctive be formed? How do the perfect subjunctive and the future perfect indicative active differ in form? How is the pluperfect subjunctive active formed? Inflect the subjunctive active and passive of curo, dilio, vinco, rapio, munio. Inflect the subjunctive tenses of some, of possum. What are the tenses of the participles in the active? What in the passive? Give the active and passive participles of amo, muneo, rego, capio, audio. Decline regans. What participles do deponent verbs have? What is the difference in meaning between the perfect participle of a deponent verb and of one not deponent? Give the participles of virer. How should participles usually be translated? Conjugate valo, nalo, malo, fio. What is the difference between the indicative and subjunctive in their fundamental ideas? How is purpose usually expressed in English? How is it expressed in Latin? By what words is a Latin purpose clause introduced? When should quo be used? What is meant by sequence of tenses? Name the primary tenses of the indicative and of the subjunctive, the secondary tenses. What Latin verbs are regularly followed by substantive clauses of purpose? What construction follows iubio? What construction follows verbs of fearing? How is consequence or result expressed in Latin? How is a result clause introduced? What words are often found in the principal clause foreshadowing the coming of a result clause? How may negative purpose be distinguished from negative result? What is meant by the subjunctive of characteristic or description? How are such clauses introduced? Explain the ablative absolute. Why is the ablative absolute of such frequent occurrence in Latin? Explain the predicate accusative. After what verbs are two accusatives commonly found? What do these accusatives become when the verb is passive? Go on to lesson LXX Imperator Milites Hortator Special vocabularies. The words in heavy type are used in Caesar's Gallic War. Lesson 4, 39 Nouns: dia, goddess, deity, dia Diana Fera, a wild beast, fierce, lato latona sagitta, arrow verbs est, he, she, it, is, sunt, they are nicad, he, she, it, kills, is killing, does kill. Conjunction 1 et, and pronouns keys, interrogative pronoun, nam. Sing, who. Quiz, pronounced koyoos, 2 syllables, interrogative pronoun, general sing, whose. 1. A conjunction is a word which connects words, parts of sentences, or sentences. Lesson V, 47 Nouns: coro wreath, garland, crown. Fabula, story, fable, pecunia, money, pecuniary, pugna, battle, pugnacious, victoria, victory. Verbs: dad, he, she, it, gives. Narrate, he, she, it, tells, narrate. Conjunction 1 kia or quad, because pronoun kui, pronounced koi, 1 syllable, interrogative pronoun, dat sing, to whom. For whom. 1. A conjunction is a word which connects words, parts of sentences, or sentences. Lesson 6, 56 Adjectives: bona, good; grata, pleasing; magna, large; great; mala, bad; wicked; parva, small; little; pulchra, beautiful; pretty; sola, alone; nouns and sil la, maidservant; Iulia, Julia. Adverbs: 1 cur, why; non, not; pronouns: mea, my, toi, thy, your; possess ives, quid; interrogative pronoun, nam. Nac sing, what. Ne, the question sign, an enclitic, 16, added to the first word, which, in a question, is usually the verb, as amat, he loves; but amat ne? Does he love? Est, he is; estne, is he? Of course ne is not used when the sentence contains keys, cur, or some other interrogative word. 1. An adverb is a word used to modify a verb, an adjective, or another adverb, as, she sings sweetly, she is very talented, she began to sing very early. Lesson 7, 62 Nouns: casa, ae, f, cottage; cena, ae, f, dinner; gali, na, ae, f, hen, chicken; insula, ae, f, island; peninsula. Adverbs: de, inda, then, in the next place; ube, where preposition ad, to, with acc to express motion toward verbs; habitat, he, she, it, lives, is living, does live, inhabit, laudat, he, she, it, praises, is praising, does praise, laud, parrot, he, she, it, prepares, is preparing, does prepare; vocat, he, she, it, calls, is calling, does call, invites, is inviting, does invite. Vocation, pronoun quem, interrogative pronoun, acc sing, whom. Lesson 8, 69 Nouns: Italia, ae, f, Italy; Sicilia, ae, f, Sicily; tuba, ae, f, trumpet, tube; via, ae, f, way, road; street, viaduct. Adjectives: alta, high, deep; altitude, clara, clear, bright; famous; lata, wide; latitude, longa, long; longitude, nova, new; novelty. Lesson 9, 77 Nouns: bellum, I, n, war; rebel, Constantia, ae, f, firmness, constancy; steadiness; dominus, I, m, master, lord; dominate, equus, I, m, horse; equine, frumentum, I, n, grain; legatus, I, m, lieutenant; ambassador, legate; Marcus, I, m, Marcus; mark; murus, I, m, wall; mural; oppidanus, I, m, townsman; oppidum, I, n, town; pilum, I, n, spear; pile driver, service, I, m, slave; servant. Sextus, I, m, sextus. Verbs: curat, he, she, it, cares for, with acc properat, he, she, it, hastens. Lesson X, 82 Nouns: amicus, I, m, friend; amicable, Germania, ae, f, Germany; patria, ae, f, fatherland; populace, I, m, people; Rhenus, I, m, the Rhine; vicus, I, m, village. Lesson 11, 86 Nouns: arma, armorum, n, plur, arms, especially defensive weapons; fama, ae, f, rumor, reputation, fame; Gallia, ae, f, helmet; preda, ae, f, booty, spoils; predatory, tellum, I, n, weapon of offense, spear. Adjectives: duras, a, hard, rough, unfeeling, cruel, severe, toilsome, durable, Romanus, a, Roman. As a noun, Romanus, I, m, a Roman. Lesson 12, 90 nouns: filius, fili, m, son, filial, fluvius, fluvi, m, river, fluent, gladius, gladi, m, sword, gladiator, praesidium, praesidi, n, garrison, guard, protection. Proelium, proeli, n, battle. Adjectives: finitimus, a, bordering upon, neighboring, near to. As a noun, finitimi, aurum, m, plur, neighbors. Germanus, a, German. As a noun, Germanus, I, m, a German. Multus, a, much, plur, many. Adverb: cp, often. Lesson 13, 95 nouns: ager, agri, m, field, acre, copia, ae, f, plenty, abundance, copious, plur, troops, forces. Cornelius, Cornli, m, Cornelius. Lori, ca, ae, f, coat of mail, corslet. Premium, premi, n, reward, prize, premium, pure, puri, m, boy, pueril, Roma, ae, f, Rome. Scutum, I, n, shield, escutcheon, vir, viri, m, man, hero, virile. Adjectives: legionarius, a, one legionary, belonging to the legion. As a noun, legionarii, aurum, m, plur, legionary. Soldiers: liber, libera, liberum, free, liberty. As a noun, liberi, aurum, m, plur, children, lit. The freeborn, pulcher, pulchra, pulchrum, pretty, beautiful. Preposition: apud, among, with acc conjunction. Said, but one. The genitive singular masculine of adjectives in I use ends in to and the vocative in ie, not in I, as in nouns. Lesson 14, 99 nouns: auxilium, auxili, n, help, aid, auxiliary, castrum, I, n, fort, castle, plur, camp, lit. Forts, cibus, I, m, food. Concilium, concili, n, plan, counsel, diligentia, ae, f, diligence, industry. Magister, magistry, m, master, teacher. 1 Adjectives: eager, eagra, egrum, sic. Creber, crebra, crebrum, frequent. Miser, misra, misrum, wretched, unfortunate, miser. 1. Observe that dominus, as distinguished from magister, means master in the sense of owner. Lesson 15, 107 nouns: carus, I, m, cart, wagon. Inopia, ae, f, want, lack, the opposite of copious. Studium, studi, n, zeal, eagerness, study, verb. Maturat, he, she, it, hastens. Cf. properat. Adjectives: armatus, a, armed. Infirmus, a, weak, feeble, infirm, validus, a, strong, sturdy. Adverb: iam, already, now k, conjunction, and, an enclitic, cf. 16, and always added to the second of two words to be connected, as armatila k, arms and weapons. Lesson 17, 117 nouns: agricultura, ae, f, agriculture. Domicilium, domicili, n, dwelling place, domicile, abode. Femina, ae, f, woman, female, Gallia, ae, f, gall gallus, I, m, a gall lacrima, ae, f, tier numerus, dash I, m, number, numeral, adjective maturus, a, ripe, mature verbs ara, he, she, it, plows, arable, desiderat, he, she, it, misses, longs for, desire, with acc adverb quo, whither conjunction an, or, introducing the second half of a double question, as is he a Roman or a Gaul, estni Romanus and Gallus. Lesson 18, 124 Nouns ludus, dash I, m school socius, soci, m, companion, ally, social, adjectives iratus, a, angry, furious, irate, laetus, a, happy, glad, social, adverbs hodi, today ibi, there, in that place mox, presently, soon, of the immediate future nunc, now, the present moment nuper, lately, recently, of the immediate past lesson XX, 136 Nouns forma, ae, f, form, beauty pona, ae, f, punishment, penalty potentia, ae, f, power, potent, regina, ae, f, queen. Regal, superbia, ae, f, pride, haughtiness tristitia, ae, f, sadness, sorrow adjective septum, inclinable, 7 superbus, a, proud, haughty, superb, conjunctions non-solemn, sed entium, not only, but also lesson XXI, 140 Nouns sacrum, dash I, n, sacrifice, offering, right verbum, dash I, n, word, verb, verb setio, dash air, sit, sediment, volo, dash r, fly, volatile, adjectives interfectus, a, slain mole stews, a, troublesome, annoying, molest, perpetuous, a, perpetual. Continuous ego, personal pronoun, I, egotism. Always emphatic in the nominative. Lesson XXII, 146 Nouns disciplina, ae, f, training, culture, discipline ornamentum, dash I, n, ornament, jewel gaius, guy, m, caius, a Roman first name Tiberius, tib ri, m, Tiberius, a Roman first name verb docio, dash air, teach, doctrine, adverb maxime, most of all, especially adjective antiquus, qua, quum, old, ancient, antique, lesson XXVII, 168 Nouns alla, ae, f, wing deus, dash I, m, God, deity, one monstrum, dash I, n, omen, prodigy, monster oraculum, dash I, n, oracle verb vasto, dash r, lay. Waste, devastate adjectives commodus, a, moved, excited maximus, a, greatest, maximum, sevus, a, fierce, savage adverbs eta, thus, in this way, as follows tum, then, at that time 1. For the declension of Deus, see 468 lesson XXVIII, 171 verbs respondio, dash air, respond, reply servo, dash r, save, preserve adjective charis, a, dear, cherish, conjunction autumn, but, moreover, now. Usually stands second, never first noun vita, ae, f, life, vital, lesson XXIX, 176 verb supero, dash r, conquer, overcome, insuperable, nouns kura, ae, f, care, trouble locus, dash I, m, place, spot, location. Locus is neuter in the plural and is declined loca, dash aurum, etc. Periculum, dash I, n, danger, peril adverb semper, always tamen, yet, nevertheless prepositions de, with abl, down from, concerning por, with acc, through conjunction si, if less than XXX, 182 verbs absum, abs, irregular, be away, be absent, be distant, with separative abl ad propinquo, dash r, draw near, approach, propinquity, with dative 1 contineo, dash air, hold together, hem in, keep, contain, desido, air, depart, go away, leave. With separative abl agio, dash air, lack, need, be without, with separative abl interficio, air, kill prohibio, dash air, restrain, keep from, prohibit, vulnero, dash r, wound, vulnerable, nouns provincia, ae, f, province vinum, dash I, n, wine adjective defecies, a, weary, worn out adverb lunge, far, by far, far away one. This verb governs the dative because the idea of nearness to is stronger than that of motion to. If the latter idea were the stronger, the word would be used with ad and the accusative. Lesson XXXI, 188 nouns aurum, dash I, n, gold, aureole, mora, ae, f, delay navigium, navigii, n, boat, ship ventus, dash I, m, wind, ventilate, verb navigo, dash r, sail, navigate, adjectives attentus, a, attentive, careful dubious, a, doubtful, dubious, perfidus, a, faithless, treacherous, perfidy, adverb antia, before, previously preposition sign, with abl, without lesson XXXII, 193 nouns animus, dash I, m, mind, heart, spirit, feeling, animate, brachium, brachy, n, forearm. Arm porta, ae, f, gate, portal, adjectives adversus, a, opposite, adverse, contrary plenus, a, full, plenty, preposition pro, with abl, before, in behalf of, instead of adverb diu, for a long time, long lesson thursive, 200 adverb seal writer, quickly, seal righty, deniki, finally gravitere, heavily, severely, gravity, subito, suddenly verb repertu, dash r, dash avi, bring back, restore, win, gain, report, lesson 30, 211 dexter, dextra, dextrum, right, dextrous, sinister, sinistra. Sinistrum, left frustra, adverb, in vain, frustrate, gero, gerera, jesse, gestus, bear, carry on, where, bellum gerera, to wage war occupo, occupare, occupavi, occupatus, seize, take possession of, occupy, postulo, postulari, postulavi, postulatus, demand, expostulate, recuso, recusare, recusavi, recusatus, refusto, stare, stidi, status, stand tempto, temptare, temptavi, temptatus, try, tempt, test, attemptinio, tenera, tenui, keep, hold, tenacious, the word ube, which we have used so much in the sense of where in asking a question, has two other uses equally important. One, ubi equals when, as a relative conjunction denoting time, as, ubi monstrum audiverant, fugerant, when they heard the monster, they fled to. Ubi equals where, as a relative conjunction denoting place, as, video oppidum ubi Galba habitat, I see the town where Galba lives. Ubi is called a relative conjunction because it is equivalent to a relative pronoun. When in the first sentence is equivalent to at the time at which, and in the second, where is equivalent to the place in which. Lesson XXXVII, 217 Neek or nec, conjunction, neither, nor, and, not, neek, neither, nor castellum, -I, n, redoubt, fort, castle, cotidi, adverb, daily cesso, cessor, cessavi, cessatus, cease, with the infinitive incipio, incipere, incipi, inceptus, begin, incipient, with the infinitive appuno, appugnare, appugnavi, appugnatus, storm, assail pito, peter, petivi, or peti, petitus, aim at, assail, storm, attack, seek, ask, petition, pono, ponera, posui, positus, place, put, position. Castra ponera, to pitch camp possum, posse, potui, be able, can, potent, with the infinitive veto, vetere, vitui, vetitus, forbid, veto, with the infinitive, opposite of iubio, command vinco, vincere, vici, vitus, conquer, invincible, vivo, vivere, vixi, live, be alive, revive. Lesson 36, 234 Barbarus, a, strange, foreign, barbarous. As a noun, barbari, -orum, plur, savages, barbarians dux, ducis, leader, duke. Cf. the verb ducoix, equites, horseman, cavalryman, equestrian, iudex, iudicis, judge lapis, lapidus, stone, lapidary, miles, militus, soldier, militia, pedes, peditus, foot soldier, pedestrian, pes, pedis 1 foot, pedal, princeps, principes, chief, principal, rex, regius, king, regal, summus, a, highest, greatest, summit, virtus, virtutus, f, manliness, courage, virtue. 1. Observe that e is long in the nom. Sing, and short in the other cases. Lesson XL, 237 Caesar, Eris, Caesar captivus, -I, captive, prisoner consul, is, consul frater, fratres, brother, fraternity, homo, hominis, man, human being impedimentum, -I, n, hindrance, impediment, plur. Impedimenta, -orum, baggage imperator, imperatoress, commander-in-chief, general, emperor, legio, legiones, f, legion mater, matres, f, mother, maternal, ordo, ordinus, row, rank, order, pater, patres, father, paternal, salus, salutus, f, safety, salutary, soror, sororis, f, sister, sorority. Lesson XLI, 239 Calamitas, calamitatis, f, loss, disaster, defeat, calamity, caput, capitis, n, head, capital, flumen, fluminous, n, river, flume, labor, laborous, m, labor, toil opus. Operus, n, work, task orator, oratorus, m, orator ripa, ae, f, bank, of a stream, tempus, temporis, n, time, temporal, terror, terroris, m, terror, fear victor, victories, m, victor accipio, accipera, accipi, acceptus, receive, accept confirmo, confirmer, confirmavi, confirmatus, strengthen, establish, encourage, confirm, lesson slying, 245 animal, animalis, em1, n, animal avis, avis, em, f, bird, aviation, cedes, cedes, em, f, slaughter calcar, calcaris, em, n, spur. Cives, cives, em, m, and f, citizen, civic, cliens, clientis, em, m, retainer, dependent, client, finus, finus, em, m, and, limit, final, plur, country, territory hostis, hostis, em, m, and f, enemy in war, hostile. Distinguish from inimicus, which means a personal enemy ignis, ignis, em, m, fire, ignite, ensign, insignis, em, and decoration, badge, ensign, mare, maris, em2, n, sea, marine, navies, navies, em, f, ship, naval, navis longa, men of war turres, turres, em, f, tower, turret, herbs, urbis, em, f, city, suburb. An herbs is larger than an oppidum. 1. The genitive plural ending em is written to mark the I stems. 2. The genitive plural of mare is not in use. Lesson XLIV, 249 Arbor, arboris, f, tree, arbor, callus, callus, em, m, hill dens, dentus, em, m, tooth, dentist, fons, fontes, em, m fountain, spring, sourceter, itinerus, n, march, journey, route, itinerary, mensis, mensis, em, m, month moenia, em, n, plur, walls, fortifications. Cf. Muris mons, montes, em, m, mountain, summus mons, top of the mountain numquam, adverb, never pons, pontes, m, bridge, pontoon, sanguis, sanguinis, m, blood, sanguinary, summus, a, highest, greatest, summit, trans, prep, with acc, across, transatlantic, vis, general plur. Virium, f strength, force, violence, vim, lesson XLV, 258 acer, acres, acre, sharp, keen, eager, acrid, brevis, breve, short, brief difficiles, difficile, difficult facilis, facile, facile, easy fortis, forte, brave, fortitude, gravis, grave, heavy, severe, serious, grave, omnes, every, all, omnibus, par, general paris, equal, par, pauci, a, few, only a few, paucity, secundus, a, second, favorable, opposite of adversus signum, dash I, n, signal, sign, standard velox, general velocis. Swift, velocity, conloco, conlocare, conlocavi, conlocatus, arrange, station, place, collocation, demonstro, demonstrer, demonstravi, demonstratus, point out, explain, demonstrate, mondo, mondare, mondavi, mandatus, commit, entrust, mandate, lesson XLVI, 261 adventus, us, m, approach, arrival, advent, ante, prep, with ACC, before, antedate, cornu, us, n, horn, wing of an army, cornucopia, a dextro cornu, on the right wing, a sinistro cornu, on the left wing equitatis, us, m, cavalry. Exercitus, us, m, army impetus, us, m, attack, impetus, impetum facere in, with ACC, to make an attack on Lacus, us, dat and abl plur. Lacubus, m, Lake Manus, us, f, hand, band, force, manual, portus, us, m, harbor, port, post, prep, with ACC, behind, after, post mortem, cremo, cremare, cremavi, crematus, burn, cremate, exercio, exercere, exercui, exercitus, practice, drill, train, exercise, lesson slaii, 270 Atheni, arum, f, plur, Athens Corinthus, I, f, Corinth domus, us, locative domi, f, house, home, dome. Cf domicilium Geneva, ae, f, Geneva Pompeii, aurum, m, plur, Pompeii, a city in Campania. See map proter, prep. With ACC, on account of, because of rus, rurus, in the plur. Only nam. An ACC rura, n, country, rustic, tergum, turgi, n, back, a tergo, behind, in the rear vulnus, vulnerus, n, wound, vulnerable, committo, committier, commissi, commissues, intrust, commit, proelium committier, join battle convoco, convocare, convocavi, convocatus, call together, summon, convoke, timeo, timera, timui, fear, be afraid, timid, verto, verdera, verdi, versus, turn, change, convert, terga verdera, to turn the backs, hence to retreat lesson slaeiath, 276 aces, ei, f, line of battle estes, estatus, f, summer annus, I, m, year, annual, dies, dii, m, day, diary, fides, fide, no plur, f, faith, trust, promise, word, protection, in fidem venire, to come under the protection fluctus, us, m wave, billow, fluctuate, hiems, hiemus, f, winter aura, ae, f, hour lux, luces, f, light, lucid, primal lux, daybreak meridies, ACCM, ABL-E, no plur, m, midday, meridian, nox, noctis, eum, f, night, nocturnal, primus, a, first, prime, res, rei, f. Thing, matter, real, res gesti, deeds, exploits, lit things performed, res adversi, adversity, res secundi, prosperity spes, spi, f, hope lesson xlix, 283 amicitia, ae, f, friendship, amicable, atok, conjunction, and so, therefore, accordingly littera, ae, f, a letter of the alphabet, plur, a letter, and epistle metus, m, fear nihil, inclinable, n, nothing, nihilist, nuntius, nunti, m, messenger. Cf. Nuncio pax, paces, f, peace, pacify, regnum, -I, n, reign, sovereignty, kingdom supplicum, supplicii, n, punishment, supplicum sumirda, with abl, inflict punishment on, supplicum dare, suffer punishment. Cf. Pona placio, placera, plaqui, placidus, be pleasing to, please, with dative. Cf. 154 sumo, sumir, sumpsi, sumptus, take up, assume sustinio, sustinera, sustinui, sustentus, sustain lesson L, 288 corpus, corporis, n, body, corporal, densus, a, dense idem, idem, demonstrative pronoun, the same, identity, ipsi, ipsa, ipsum, intensive pronoun, self, even, very mirus, a, wonderful, marvelous, miracle, olim, adverb, formerly, once upon a time pars, partis, eum, f, part, region, direction quoque, adverb, also. Stands after the word which it emphasizes soul, solis, m, sun, solar, verus, a, true, real, verity, debio, debri, debi, debitus, o, ought, debt, eripio, eripara, eripui, ereptus, snatch from lesson Li, 294 hec, hoc, demonstrative pronoun, this, of mine, he, she, it il, illa, illud, demonstrative pronoun that, yonder, he, she, it invisus, a, hateful, detested, with dative cf 143 ista, istud, demonstrative pronoun, that, of yours, he, she, it libertas, -atis. F, liberty modus, -I, m, measure, manner, way, mode nomen, nomines, n, name, nominate, oculus, -I, m, I, oculist, pristinus, a, former, old time, pristine, publicus, a, public, belonging to the state, res publica, rei publici, f, the commonwealth, the state, the republic vestigium, vestigii, n, footprint, track, trace, vestige vox, voces, f, voice lesson Li, 298 incolumes, e, unharmed ne, quidem, adverb, not even. The emphatic word stands between ne and quidem nisi, conjunction, unless, if, not penny, adverb, almost, peninsula, satis, adverb, enough, sufficiently, satisfaction, tantus, a, so great vero, adverb, truly, indeed, in fact. As a conjunction but, however, usually stands second, never first. Decido, decidera, decidi, fall down, deciduous, decilio, decilire, decilui, desultus, leap down, dismount manio, manera, mansi, mansurus, remain traduco, traducera, traduxi, traductus, lead across lesson Lii, 306 Aquila, Ae, F, eagle, aquiline, audax, general audacis, adjective, bold, audacious celer, celerus, celera, swift, quick, seal writing. Cf Velox Explorator, Dash Oris, M, Scout, Spy, Explorer, Ingens, General Ingentus, Adjective, huge, vast medius, A, middle, middle part of, medium, mens, mentis, eum, F, mind, mental. Cf animus opportunus, A, opportune quam, adverb, then. With the superlative quam gives the force of as possible, as quam audacissimi viri, men as bold as possible recens, general recentus, adjective, recentam, adverb, so. Always with an adjective or adverb, while ita is generally used with the verb quero, querere, quisivi, quisitus, ask, inquire, seek, question. Cf Pito lesson live, 310 Alisser, alacrity, alacker, eager, spirited, excited, alacrity, celeritas, dash atis, f, speed, celerity, clamor, clamorous, m, shout, clamor leanus, lean, mild, gentle, lenient, mulier, mulieris, f, woman multitudo, multitudinous, f, multitude nemo, dat nemini, acc neminum, general nullius, abl nullo, from nullus, no plur, m and f, no one nobilis, noble, well known, noble noctu, adverb, an old abl, by night, nocturnal, statim, adverb, immediately, at once subito, adverb. Suddenly tardus, a, slow, tardy, cupio, cupera, cupivi, cupitus, desire, wish, cupidity, lesson LV, 314 edificium, edifici, n, building, dwelling, edifice, imperium, impari, n, command, chief power, empire mors, mortis, eum, f, death, mortal, reliquus, a, remaining, rest of. As a noun, m and n plur, the rest, relic, solus, celeris, n, crime servitus, dash iudus, f, slavery, servitude, vallis, vallis, eum, f, valley abdo, abdir, abdidi, abditus, hide contendo, contendere, contendi, contentus, strain, struggle, hasten, contend,